Fifth chapter, seeking monthly votes and subscriptions. Xia Ruofei was shocked when he saw the car. The car was more than 6 meters long and nearly 3 meters wide. The black body of the car completely abandoned the traditional curves and was full of sharp edges and corners. It looked like a bloodthirsty beast with a kind of domineering aura. It was simply a road tank. The half-ton pickup truck was like a little brother in front of it, and the mighty Hummer H2 was like a little sheep next to it. Xia Ruofei quickly used the remote control to open the courtyard gate of the villa. The 3-meter-wide gate was only big enough for the car to pass through. A domineering and fierce off-road vehicle stopped in the courtyard, and a young man in a dark blue suit jumped out of it. "Hello, are you Mr. Xia?" "I am." "You must be Manager Huang, right?" Xia Ruofei said with a smile. I wouldn't dare. "Mr. Xia, you can just call me Xiao Huang," Manager Huang said quickly. Xia Ruofei thought, Hengfeng Group is indeed a super financial group. A mere manager of the Three Mountains office actually drove such an impressive car. Although he didn't know how much this off-road vehicle with the K logo on the front was worth, he could tell from the outside that it was definitely not cheap. However, Xia Ruofei naturally would not say what he was thinking. He just smiled and said, "Manager Huang, thank you for your hard work." "You're welcome, Mr. Xia." Manager Huang said respectfully, "This is a task personally assigned by Chairman Ma. We don't dare to neglect it." Manager Huang opened the car door and took out a large thermos box from the back seat. He handed it to Xia Ruofei and said, "Mr. Xia, please check it." Xia Ruofei took the thermal box and looked at it. It was still sealed by the Hengfeng Group. Seeing that the seal was intact, he smiled and tore it off. He opened the thermal box. It was filled to the brim with rice. Xia Ruofei knew that truffles had to be stored in rice, so he reached in and took a look. Sure enough, he found a piece of white truffle. When he took it out, he saw that although it was smaller than the one he had at the Ma family's mansion, the quality was not inferior. Xia Ruofei didn't check how much truffle was in the box. He buried the white truffle in the rice and closed the lid of the chamber. "No problem." "Thank you, Manager Huang," Xia Ruofei said. "Mr. Xia, please sign this." Manager Huang passed a list to Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei signed his name without a second word. "Manager Huang, I'm going to put down the truffles." "Please excuse me," Xia Ruofei said. Although the rice stored in the insulated box would be fine for a while, Xia Ruofei still couldn't wait to put them into the spirit map space. It was the only place where they could keep the food fresh. "Please wait a moment, Mr. Xia. We haven't finished handing over the items yet," Manager Huang said quickly. "Ah? There's something else?" Xia Ruofei was stunned as well. He asked in confusion, "What else is there?" "It's this car," Manager Huang said. "Chairman Ma of the corporation instructed me to send this to you. We have already completed all the relevant procedures." "What?" Xia Ruofei couldn't help but cry out, "You're saying this car is also for me?" "Yeah. Chairman Ma personally told us that the car just passed through Hong Kong's customs yesterday. We used all our connections to get all the relevant procedures done in one day," Manager Huang said. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but look at the 2-meter-tall giant off-road vehicle. It was like a muscular monster and had a strong visual impact. Strictly speaking, it was already an armored vehicle. No. No, no. This car is too expensive, I can't take it. Xia Ruofei quickly waved his hand and said, you should. Just drive back. Mr. Xia, I'm only in charge of delivering the car and the things to you. I can't make any decisions for other matters, said Manager Huang. Please help me sign for it first. I really can't accept this, Xia Ruofei said with a bitter smile. Mr. Xia, if you don't accept it, I won't be able to report back. Manager Huang pulled a long face and said, please help me. If you really don't want it, you can call Chairman Ma or Chairman Ma later and ask them to take it back. Xia Ruofei said helplessly, all right. Come, sign for me. Manager Huang was just an errand boy, and Xia Ruofei could not talk to him. Manager Huang quickly took out another sheet of paper and handed it to Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei did not look at it and signed it. Manager Huang passed the car keys and remote control to Xia Ruofei and said, Mr. Xia, let me introduce you to this car. Xia Ruofei smiled bitterly and nodded. All right then. Speaking of cars, Manager Huang immediately perked up and said, Mr. Xia, this Night 15 off-road vehicle is produced by Canada's Conquest Vehicle Company. Every one of them is hand-made and there are only 100 of them in the world. The body of the car is made of bulletproof steel plates and glass fiber wheel arches and bumper. The windows and windshield are all made of bulletproof and transparent materials. It is equipped with a 6.8-liter V10 engine with a maximum power of 400 horsepower. The interior uses an improved Ford heavy vehicle chassis. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but be dumbfounded. How was this a car? It was simply a tank. Manager Huang, can you tell me how much this car cost? He quickly asked. Manager Huang smiled and said, the overseas price of this car is $695,000. However, after including the shipping and tariffs, it's definitely worth far more than this price. Chairman Ma also customized a thicker armor and deeply modified the car. As far as I know, the total cost is no less than $4 million. All right. This car alone was worth more than 20 million Chinese dollars, which was several times more than Xia Ruofei's current net worth. Even though Xia Ruofei was mentally prepared, he was still shocked by the price. Mr. Xia, Manager Huang continued, after the modification, the weight of this car has reached more than 6 tons, and the carrying weight can reach about 3 tons. The internal space has reached 283 cubic inches. Even if 6 professional basketball players sit in it, it won't feel crowded at all. In addition, this car can withstand 20 kilograms of explosives, and the chassis can withstand the impact of hand grenades. In addition, the default bulletproof level of the entire vehicle is B4, but this car can reach B6 after some modifications. Then, Manager Huang introduced some other features of the car, such as the Wilton cashmere carpet, night vision, rear camera system, PS3 game console, Alpine navigation and Bluetooth equipment, bulletproof flat tires, and original factory flashlights. In addition, it was equipped with a built-in oxygen survival kit and other safety features. It also came with a 27-inch LCD TV, a water bar, a freezer, a cigar box, and other facilities. It could be said that it was luxurious in every way. After Manager Huang finished his introduction, he looked at the monster-grade SUV with envy. Then, he took out a file and handed it to Xia Ruofei. Mr. Xia, this is the full set of documents for this car. The application for the mainland license plate is already in the process. I will send it to you when it's done. During this period, you must bring these documents with you when you drive out for the traffic police to check. All right, thank you. Xia Ruofei took the document with a smile. Mr. Xia, I'll take my leave first, Manager Huang said. Manager Huang, it's not easy to get a taxi here since there's no village or shop. Let me send you to the main road nearby. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, I'll try this car too. Then I'll have to trouble you, Manager Huang said. Wait a moment. I'll put the truffle in, Xia Ruofei said. He carried the insulated box into the villa and went to the kitchen to avoid everyone's eyes. Then, he summoned the spirit map scroll and sent the insulated box into the spirit map space. Then, Xia Ruofei quickly walked out of the villa and called Manager Huang to get in the car. The Knight XV's chassis was 355 mm from the ground, so the body of the car looked very high. Xia Ruofei stepped on the pedal and sat in the driver's seat of the super SUV. He had the illusion that he was climbing onto a Dongfeng truck. He took a deep breath, inserted the key into the hole, twisted it, and started the fire. Knight 15 immediately roared. Xia Ruofei suddenly felt his blood boiling. Xia Ruofei moved his body slightly and felt the hand-made leather seat. Then, he fastened his seat belt, shifted gears, and stepped on the accelerator. With a surge of power output, the Knight 15 that weighed more than 6 tons suddenly shot out. The 6.8-liter V10 engine drove such a heavy body without any sense of delay. Xia Ruofei turned the steering wheel and realized that the car was not as cumbersome as he had imagined. It was very agile. In the army, Xia Ruofei had even driven an armored vehicle before, so it was not a problem for him to drive this monster class SUV. He drove the car through the villa's gate and came to the road outside. Then, he started to step on the accelerator. At that moment, the windows were all open. Xia Ruofei felt as if an airplane had flown by, and the roar of the engine was shocking. The modified Knight 15 had excellent acceleration. Xia Ruofei felt a push on his back after stepping on the accelerator. The car sped up on the road. The road was only 4 meters wide. The Knight 15 was speeding on the road at a high speed. It was very exciting. Manager Huang's face turned pale. After a while, they arrived at the main road. Xia Ruofei still had a feeling that he had not had enough. He simply drove the car in the direction of Chongqing County. Knight 15 had the appearance of a domineering dark warrior. Almost 100% of people turned their heads, especially when they arrived at Chongqing County. Many people even took out their mobile phones to take pictures. There were only 100 units of this car in the world, and it was said that there were only 3 in China. It was rare to see one. What was interesting was that there was also a Hummer H2 in Chongqing County. Xia Ruofei compared it to the Hummer H2. The top of the Hummer only reached the Knight XV's window. In front of the Knight 15, the Hummer was like a delicate little girl. Xia Ruofei dropped Manager Huang off at the county town and drove to Taoyuan Farm. Along the way, he also enjoyed his driving. Men seemed to be born with a love for good cars. Especially Xia Ruofei, who had been through a lot in the military. In front of such a muscular super SUV, he had no resistance at all. He was deeply fascinated by this road tank. However, he suppressed his excitement and stopped the car by the roadside. He gave Ma. Xiong a call. When he was in Hong Kong, Ma Xiong gave Xia Ruofei his private phone number. Xia Sheng. Did you receive my gift? Ma Xiong laughed as soon as he picked up the phone. How is it? Do you like it? Xia Ruofei forced a smile. Old Mr. Ma, I'll shamelessly accept the truffles you've given me. But I really can't take this car. Xia Sheng, I bought this Night 15 a while ago. I've been modifying it in Hong Kong. Ma Xiong said, I heard from Jiming that you use an ordinary pickup truck every day, so I wanted to give you this car. Why? Does this car not suit your taste? It's fine if you don't like SUVs, I've also ordered a limited edition Ferrari. Mr. Ma, you've misunderstood. Xia Ruofei quickly interrupted Ma Xiong and said, it's not that I don't like it, but this car is too expensive. I can't take it. This old man was really too much. He gave a supercar without considering whether other people's small hearts could take it. Could it be that all the super rich people were so willful? Ma Xiong immediately pretended to be angry. Xia Sheng, you saved my life. Don't tell me my life is not worth a few $1,000,000? That's not what I meant. I've already accepted the payment for your treatment. It's not right for me to accept this car, Xia Ruofei explained with a bitter smile. Xia Sheng, are you talking about the 5 million Chinese dollars? Ma Xiong laughed and said, that's just a small token of our appreciation. The last time I went to the United States for a small knee joint surgery, it cost more than this. Not to mention, you pulled me back from the gates of hell. Ma Xiong continued, Xia Sheng, why don't you just take this car as my advance payment? That way, I'll be able to ask you for help the next time I have a difficult and complicated illness, right? You're not allowed to decline again. If you do, you're not giving me face. Xia Ruofei could only helplessly reply, all right then. Thank you, old Mr. Ma, ha ha ha. It's just a small token of appreciation. Xia Sheng, don't be so polite. Ma Xiong said. With a smile, there's the phone number of the car modification company in the file. Call this number if you have any problems with your car. They will immediately send someone from Hong Kong to deal with it for you. Ha ha ha. This car really can't be repaired in the mainland. Alright, I got it. Xia Ruofei said. He then chatted with Ma Xiong for a while and invited him to visit Sanshan when he was free before he hung up. Xia Ruofei started the car again and drove the powerful and domineering super SUV back to Taoyuan Farm. He had just stopped the car when Peng Hao and Yi Lingyun ran out of the villa. Are you Ruofei? Whose car is this? The Night 15? It's too fucking awesome. Peng Hao shouted, I've only seen pictures on the internet. I can't believe I actually saw a real car today. Yi Lingyun's eyes lit up as well. Brother Xia, where did you get this car? It's so exciting. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, this car is mine now. What? Peng Hao cried out in shock, yours? Are you Fei, did you win the lottery? He's actually buying the Night 15. A few workers who were working nearby saw the flashy car and surrounded it. When they heard Peng Hao's words, one of them smiled and asked, Boss, this car looks very expensive. It must be more than 1,000,000 yuan, right? More than 1,000,000, Peng Hao's mouth twitched. It's more or less enough to buy the wheels. This car will cost at least 15 million yuan. To import into China. What? 15 million? The worker was so shocked by the price that he even stuttered. Brother Xia, Is this car really that expensive? Yi Lingyun asked Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded. Well, the price of the car is about $15 to $16 million. However, mine has been modified. It cost about $4 million in total. Hiss. There was a series of gasps. Even Peng Hao, who was familiar with the market, was stunned when he heard the price. After a long while, he came back to his senses and reached out his hand to Xia Ruofei impatiently. Hurry, 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 give me the key. Let me go for a walk. Xia Ruofei slapped Peng Hao's hand away and asked, what are you scared of? Do you have a driver's license? Hee hee. I've already passed subject 3. I'll get my driver's license very soon. Peng Hao laughed awkwardly. Get lost. Xia Ruofei laughed and scolded, I'm not worried about my car, but I'm worried that the wall won't be able to take it. The crowd burst into laughter. Peng Hao knew that he did not have a driver's license, and it was definitely dangerous to drive such a powerful off-road vehicle, so he could only pull back his hand resentfully. Brother. Xia, Yi Lingyun said weakly. Xia Ruofei glanced at him and threw the car keys to him. Come back after 1 round. Don't drive too fast, this is a car, not an airplane, yes. Yi Lingyun was overjoyed. He quickly opened the car door and got in. Hey, hey, hey. Ruofei, this isn't fair. Why can't you give it to me when I want it? You gave the key to little Yi the moment she opened her mouth? Peng Hao shouted loudly. Xia Ruofei rolled his eyes. Nonsense. He even drove an armored vehicle in the army. How can you compare to him? Peng Hao was suddenly at a loss for words. On the other side, Yi Lingyun could not wait to start the car. The Night 15 made a loud roar. Wait, wait, wait. Peng Hao quickly shouted. I can't drive it, but it shouldn't be a problem to take a car. After that, he jogged to the other side, opened the door of the front passenger seat, and climbed up on his hands and feet. His chubby body seemed very flexible. Yi Lingyun drove Peng Hao and the Night 15 out of the villa's courtyard. Xia Ruofei returned to the villa immediately. Ying was very confident in Yi Lingyun's driving skills. She knew that this kid would definitely be fine. As Xia Ruofei went upstairs, he was thinking about an important matter, cultivating truffles. P.S. The 6th update is over, please subscribe, please monthly tickets, Please continue to ask for monthly votes. Xia Ruofei returned to his bedroom, carefully closed the curtains, and locked the door and windows. Then, he summoned the spirit map scroll from his body and entered the spirit map space with a thought. The insulated box with truffles was placed beside the spatial spirit pond. Xia Ruofei carried a clean box and walked over. He opened the chamber and took out the truffles that were buried in the rice. Xia Ruofei realized that there was not only the precious white truffle, but also the high-quality black truffle. After a while, there were 2 piles of truffles in the tidying box. One was white truffle and the other was black truffle. They were all the purest truffle from the Alba region of Italy. Each pile was about 2 kilograms. Xia Ruofei took some water from the spirit pool and poured it into the sorting box. When the water was just above the truffle, he stopped pouring. Then, he took the Tupperware containing the petals of the exotic flower. There were already 16 petals in it. He carefully picked up a petal with a pair of tweezers and threw it into the tidying box. When the flower petal came into contact with the spirit pond water, it immediately dissolved. Xia Ruofei used a small wooden stick to carefully mix the ingredients before leaving the spirit map space. He went to the balcony to smoke a cigarette. From a distance, he saw Yi Lingyun's Knight 15 driving back, so he left the bedroom and quickly went downstairs. As soon as they arrived downstairs, the huge black SUV rushed into the courtyard and stopped steadily next to the pickup truck. The small pickup truck was like a pocket toy beside the Knight 15. Yi Lingyun and Peng Hao jumped off the car. Yi Lingyun returned the keys to Xia Ruofei and said excitedly, "Brother Xia, this is so satisfying. It was like driving an armored vehicle in the army. And it's much more comfortable than armored vehicles. Next time, if you feel like it, you can come to me for the key." Xia Ruofei laughed. "Yes. Thank you, brother Xia," Yi Lingyun said happily. "Ruofei," Peng Hao asked meekly, "that after I get my driver's license, can you let me have a hand too?" He was so envious when he saw Yi Lingyun driving. Xia Ruofei laughed mockingly. "Lil fatty, practice your skills first. Once you get your driver's license, you can build that pickup truck however you want." "Ah? I still have to drive the pickup truck first," Peng Hao said with a bitter face. "Of course, there's no after-sales service for this car in China. Even if you scrape off some paint, I'll have to ask the car modification shop in Hong Kong to get it done." Xia Ruofei said, "Little comrade, don't aim too high. When your skills are good enough, it's not impossible to lend it to you. For fun, alright," Xia Ruofei laughed. Alright. Go and do your work." Yi Lingyun and Peng Hao went off to attend to their own matters, while Xia Ruofei returned to his bedroom, took out the spirit painting scroll, and entered the medium. He had been in the outside world for 10 to 20 minutes, which was about 5 to 6 hours in the medium. The truffles must have fully absorbed the composition of the petals. After Xia Ruofei entered the interspace, he took the box with truffles and walked to the other side. This area was previously empty, and Xia Ruofei did not have the time to develop them. However, 3 days ago, when Xia Ruofei had just returned to Sanshan City, he had bought more than 20 oak saplings through Liang Qichao and planted them. Xia Ruofei even used a petal of a strange flower to make a solution to water it. 3 days' time was equivalent to almost 2 months in the origin space. Now, this place had become an oak forest. These oak trees had long since survived and had grown to the size of a bowl. Xia Ruofei put down the box of truffles and then went to the side to get a shovel. Xia Ruofei had also searched for information on truffle cultivation on the internet. Basically, the success rate of artificial cultivation of truffles was extremely low. At present, there were some relevant scientific research institutions in China that had made some attempts, mainly to carry out artificial infection on sterile saplings, and then transplant the infected truffle saplings into the forest. The success rate of this method was still not high, and it required special delicate maintenance and management of the forest, and it would take 6 to 8 years for truffles to be produced. During this period, if the soil quality, temperature, humidity, sunlight, and other environmental factors couldn't meet the conditions to produce truffles, it was likely to be a waste of effort. Naturally, Xia Ruofei did not know how to infect the saplings with the fungi, so he decided to use the stupid method. He first took out a military dagger and cut the white truffle and black truffle into slices. Then, he started to dig under the oak tree with the shovel. Xia Ruofei realized that the oak tree had completely taken root. Its roots were very thick, obviously due to the effect of the petal solution. He dug 20 centimeters deep, then used his hands to push away the soil next to the oak tree root. He placed the cut truffle close to the root, then filled the space with soil and poured the newly formulated flower petal solution. Xia Ruofei did not know how to infect the oak tree root with the truffle fungi, but the ready-made truffle was stuck to the root and had been watered with the petal solution. It should be able to infect it successfully. Then, they did the same thing. Every thick root of each tree was dug out, and truffles were implanted in them. They were then refilled and watered with a petal solution. In order to increase the success rate, Xia Ruofei had placed several pieces of truffle on each root in different positions. Even so, after planting all 4 kilograms of truffles, Xia Ruofei was so tired that he was sweating. He had dug at least 100 to 200 holes for more than 10 hours. He had been digging holes, planting truffle slices, filling them back, and watering them. After everything was done, Xia Ruofei straightened his body and stretched his sore waist. He muttered to himself, "It's finally done. You guys have to work hard. Otherwise, all my investment will be in vain." Not to mention the expensive truffles, Xia Ruofei had spent 3 petals to plant one in the oak tree and another one to soak in truffles. He had used another one when he planted the truffles at the root. If this stupid method didn't work, it would be a huge loss. Of course, now that everything was done, he could only wait. It would take at least 4 to 5 years to see the results in the outside world. However, Xia Ruofei's interspace had the time acceleration, the petal solution, the spatial spirit pool water, and the spiritual energy in the upgraded interspace. The results would probably be out in a month or so. If truffles could be produced, it would be close to the end of the traditional truffle season and bring Xia Ruofei a lot of profits. Xia Ruofei left the medium and went to the bathroom to take a shower. After washing away the dust on his body, it was almost time to eat. By the time Xia Ruofei went downstairs, Yi Lingyun had already prepared lunch. Ever since Ying moved in, Xia Ruofei did not have to worry about cooking. He only had to make sure that there were ingredients in the refrigerator. After having lunch with Yi Lingyun and Peng Hao, Xia Ruofei returned to his room. He took out his phone and was about to call Boss Chen of Lingyu House. The farm would be ready for use in a few days, and it would be the spring festival soon. They would be very busy then, so Xia Ruofei wanted to use these 2 days to exchange the 5 million yuan for jade to see if he could evolve the spirit map space again. 5 million yuan was a little too much. Xia Ruofei was worried that Spirit Jade House might not be able to gather so many goods in a short time, so he decided to make a call first in case he found nothing. Haha, brother Xia. As soon as Boss Chen picked up the phone, he laughed heartily and said, "Why did you think of calling me? Are you itching to gamble in my shop again?" "Forget about the stone gambling," Xia Ruofei smiled. "I know my limits. Boss Chen, I'm looking for you to buy another batch of jade. The quantity is a bit large, so I'm calling to ask first." "Oh? How much do you need?" When Boss Chen heard that there was business, he was immediately interested. 5 million Chinese dollars. Xia Ruofei said indifferently and continued to ask, "Do you have any in stock?" Boss Chen couldn't help but take a deep breath. A business deal of 5 million yuan was not a small deal even in the jade industry. Furthermore, Xia Ruofei was a long-term customer, and the demand for jade was increasing every time. Boss Chen quickly calculated the stock in the store and said, "It shouldn't be a problem. Brother Xia, you can come over at any time." In fact, there was not much stock in Spirit Jade House. However, Boss Chen had agreed to it in order to secure a long-term customer like Xia Ruofei. He had a few other jade owners who he had good relations with. It was not a big problem to ask them to help with the turnover temporarily. "That's great. I'll drive over now," Xia Ruofei said. Then, Xia Ruofei took his bank card and went downstairs to inform Yi Lingyun. He then drove his newly acquired Night 15 towards the antique street of the Flowers and Birds Market in the Three Mountains City. This car naturally earned a lot of heads when it entered the city. Xia Ruofei found a parking lot near the antique street and parked his muscular Night 15 before walking to Lingyu House. By the time Xia Ruofei arrived at Lingyu House, Boss Chen had already prepared the 5 million yuan worth of jade that he needed. After Xia Ruofei checked that there were no mistakes, both parties happily completed the transaction. Boss Chen even invited Xia Ruofei to buy 2 raw stones next door to play with, but Xia Ruofei rejected him tactfully. It was good to play stone gambling occasionally. If one bought it often, even if he chose a raw stone with a high price and did not open it on the spot, there was always the risk of exposing his secret. Besides, Xia Ruofei made money very quickly, so buying jade was the safest way. After taking the 5 million yuan worth of jade, Xia Ruofei bade farewell to Boss Chen and left Spirit Jade House. After retrieving the overbearing Night 15, Xia Ruofei drove back to Paradise Farm. Yi Lingyun and Peng Hao were busy with their own things. Xia Ruofei carried a big bag of jade and went to the bedroom on the second floor. After locking the door and windows, he summoned the spirit map scroll from his palm. Without another word, Xia Ruofei opened the big bag of jade and let the spirit map scroll absorb it. The pieces of jade were thrown into the painting and disappeared without a trace, like a clay ox entering the sea. Each piece of jade was worth at least 10,000, or even tens of thousands, and they were thrown into the spirit map scroll one after another as if they were free. Even though Xia Ruofei was already used to the evolution of the spirit painting, he could not help but feel the pain in his heart. The jade that was worth 5 million Chinese dollars was completely absorbed by the painting in a short while. Xia Ruofei couldn't wait to enter the spirit map space. First of all, he felt that the invisible spirit qi in the space had become denser, and he felt as if he was floating in the air when he took a deep breath. Looking around, Xia Ruofei could feel that the space had expanded. However, the space had become very large and it was not easy to see how much it had expanded. On the other hand, the spatial spirit pond had become much bigger. However, Xia Ruofei frowned slightly. He realized that the diameter of the spatial spirit pool had increased to about 6 to 7 meters. After the first evolution, the diameter of the spirit pool had become 2 meters, and the second time, it had become 4 meters. The space for the third evolution did not expand, but there was an invisible spiritual qi inside, which allowed Xia Ruofei to keep the spirit map scroll in his body. According to the previous pattern, since the space for evolution had been expanded, the diameter of the spirit pool should have been expanded to about 8 meters. How could it only be 6 or 7 meters? Xia Ruofei frowned and thought for a while. Then, he decided not to care about this. He was most concerned about the plant and the 5-colored flower on it. Hence, Xia Ruofei quickly walked towards the nameless plant. 1 2 3 4 5. Xia Ruofei counted twice and realized that there were still 5 petals. It was not like he had expected to see an additional petal. He had just harvested 5 petals 3 days ago, and the 5 petals today were newly grown. According to the previous pattern, it was very likely that the 6th petal would appear. Xia Ruofei's brows furrowed even more. At this moment, he suddenly noticed a change. At the end of one of the branches of the nameless plant hung a thumb-sized fruit, green with a hint of light red. Xia Ruofei's heart started to beat faster. The petals of the wondrous flower already had so many heaven-defying effects. But this time, the nameless plant actually bore a fruit. What kind of special effects would this fruit have? Xia Ruofei couldn't help but feel excited and let his imagination run wild. However, he quickly realized that the fruit was not fully ripe yet. When he thought about the size of the spatial spirit pool, he had an answer. The evolution of the realm this time was not complete. After coming to this conclusion, Xia Ruofei wanted to cry but had no tears. The first evolution of the space only used a piece of jade paperweight given by Professor Tian. The second evolution cost him 500,000 yuan of jade. The third time, he had spent 2 to 3 million yuan worth of jade. Of course, this evolution also allowed Xia Ruofei to keep the spirit map scroll in his body, solving the biggest hidden danger. This time, it was a jade worth 5 million yuan. After absorbing it, it still hadn't completely evolved. The upgrade and evolution of this spirit map space was really too costly. However, the benefits of the evolution were obvious. Not to mention the expansion of space and the increase in time flow, Xia Ruofei felt that it was worth it to spend any amount of money on the extra petal of the flower. One had to know that the petals of this strange flower would grow new every 3 days, and there would be one more petal every time. After a long time, it would accumulate to an incredible number. It could have more than 100 petals in a year. And this time, a spiritual fruit that seemed to be of a higher grade appeared. Xia Ruofei had a feeling that this new spiritual fruit would be worth it even if he had to spend another 5 million. It seemed like he still had to think of ways to earn more money. Xia Ruofei furrowed his brows as he tried to think of a quick way to earn money. It would be best if he could get some money to buy jade before the spring festival. The space was halfway through its evolution. Xia Ruofei's heart felt like it was hanging in the air, or like it had been scratched by a cat's paw. He couldn't wait to get more jade to complete the evolution of the space. If he wanted to make money quickly, he naturally had to think of a way from the resources inside the space. Xia Ruofei released his mind and scanned the space like a scanner, hoping to find some money, making inspiration from the things that were planted and raised in the space. Just as Xia Ruofei's thoughts were passing through the space, he suddenly felt a very mysterious connection with a certain place in the space. He had never felt such a feeling before his complete evolution. Xia Ruofei looked confused. He strengthened the telepathic connection as he slowly walked toward the location he sensed. P.S. Brothers and sisters, those who still have monthly votes in their hands, vote. Please, everyone. Xia Ruofei followed his senses and slowly walked to the edge of the space. In front of him was a layer of green membrane, and the invisible connection seemed to be even stronger. Xia Ruofei closed his eyes and tried to sense it. Gradually, this feeling became clearer. Xia Ruofei vaguely felt that there was another layer of space outside the membrane, and he had a spiritual connection with it. However, perhaps because the evolution this time was incomplete, this mental connection was always vague. The specific situation in outer space was always like a fog, unable to be clearly sensed. However, this discovery still made Xia Ruofei extremely excited. A nested space outside the space? The current spirit map. Space had already given Xia Ruofei too many surprises. What kind of surprise would the space outside bring him? The evolution this time was obviously not complete. If he continued to absorb jade and reached the level of complete evolution, would he be able to open this space? Also, would the spiritual fruit on that nameless plant also mature? Xia Ruofei's heart was filled with excitement. At this time, he was completely immersed in the joy of continuous exploration. Xia Ruofei felt that he had never been so eager to make money. He took a deep breath to calm himself down, and then began to think about how to earn a large sum of money in a short time to exchange for jade. If it really didn't work, he could only gamble on stones again. If they bought a good raw stone, they would not dissect it on the spot, but bring it back for the spirit map space to absorb. Of course, Xia Ruofei did not plan to do so unless he had no other choice. When Xia Ruofei's eyes fell on the Phoebe Jinan forest, an idea suddenly flashed through his mind. He quickly walked to the largest Aurelia tree that had been transplanted. The last time he had entered the spirit map space, Xia Ruofei had already noticed that the ginseng that he had planted seemed to grow very quickly. Under these Phoebe Jinan trees, one could see many green compound leaves, especially under the largest one, where 3 or 4 of them were quite tall. Xia Ruofei had done some research on the internet before he started to sow the seeds. He knew that the price of authentic, high-quality wild ginseng was very high and it was extremely rare. If he brought it to an old Chinese medicine shop, it would definitely be bought at a high price. Thinking of this, Xia Ruofei couldn't help but feel tempted. But he wasn't sure. After all, the ginseng had only been planted for a month. According to the time flow, they had only been growing in the space for about 2 years. How much could 2 years of ginseng be worth? Of course, it could not be counted that way. After all, the spiritual qi in the space was rich. Even without the effect of time flow, the growth speed of crops was far faster than the outside world. Furthermore, Xia Ruofei had watered the plants with a certain amount of petal solution. He would usually bring in the spiritual pond water from the spatial space to water the plants. Therefore, it was really difficult to judge to what extent it would actually grow to. Xia Ruofei thought for a long time and decided to sell the ginseng for money. However, since he had already decided, he felt that he really couldn't dig it out immediately. To be on the safe side, Xia Ruofei used a petal to make a bottle of solution. Then, he picked 3 ginseng that were growing the best and poured the petal solution on them. Then, Xia Ruofei left the space. In a flash, Xia Ruofei stayed in the outside world for an entire day. He only returned to his room after lunch the next day and locked the door and windows. He then took out the spirit map and entered the medium. Once he entered the spirit map space, Xia Ruofei ran straight to the Phoebe Jinan tree. He found that the 3 ginsengs that had been watered with the petal solution had grown a lot, and there were even many red seeds on the top. They stood out among the sea of ginsengs. Whether this petal was worth it or not would depend on the quality of the ginseng. Xia Ruofei wasn't worried about the quality at all. As long as it was something produced in the spirit map space, it would never be of poor quality. The only thing he was worried about was the age. He would only know if he dug it out. Xia Ruofei found a shovel and carefully dug into the soil near the ginseng's roots. Of course, he only used a shovel in the beginning. After digging a little, he changed to digging with his bare hands. This was because he had checked the information and knew that the roots of the expensive wild ginseng were intact. Otherwise, the price would be greatly reduced. Therefore, this was a task that tested one's patience. Xia Ruofei had no lack of patience. He used his fingers to dig out the ginseng bit by bit until the whole ginseng was out. The main root of the ginseng was about 12 to 13 centimeters long and as thick as a thumb. The lower part had two main roots, forming a human-shaped cylinder. The root was very long and thin, 2 to 3 times the size of the main root. There were many protruding dots on the top of the root, like small pearls decorating it. Xia Ruofei had only looked up some basic information on the internet and did not know what grade A ginseng could be. However, it seemed to be much smaller than what he had expected. However, Xia Ruofei did not hesitate and immediately started to poach the second one. In the end, all 3 ginsengs were dug out, and the size and weight were almost the same. Xia Ruofei carefully cleaned the soil on the roots and placed the 3 ginsengs side by side on the ground in the interspace. He was looking for dried ginsengs as if he was buying them in a pharmacy. Xia Ruofei did this so that they could dry naturally in the interspace. He left the medium and went back to his room to check on the Chinese medicine stores in Sanshan City. He found out that there was a branch of Tang in Sanshan City, on Huban Road in the Bell Tower district. Xia Ruofei immediately decided to go to Tang to sell ginseng. Hall was a 100-year-old brand, and its reputation was still guaranteed. He stayed in the outside world for 2 to 3 hours. When he returned to the space, the 3 ginsengs had become smaller again. They were dry and hard inside and outside, and the water should have been mostly discharged. Hence, Xia Ruofei took the ginseng back to his room and sealed them in a plastic bag. Then, he found 3 similar-sized long paper boxes and packed them. Xia Ruofei put the 3 boxes into his bag and picked up the key to the Night 15 on the computer table. He went downstairs and drove straight to Sanshan City. Xia Ruofei found Tongren Hall on Huban Road in the Bell Tower district on the car navigation system. After setting up the route, he drove all the way to the city. Along the way, the wild and domineering Night 15 attracted a lot of attention, especially after entering the city. The huge monster class SUV drove through the traffic, giving a strong visual impact. Many drivers couldn't help but take photos of Xia Ruofei's car with their phones. After Xia Ruofei parked his car at Tongren Hall, he took his bag and walked in. When they arrived at the counter, a young salesgirl asked politely, "Sir, what medicine do you need?" Xia Ruofei took out a paper box from his bag and placed it on the counter. He smiled and asked, "Do you accept ginseng here?" Today's first chapter. Please continue to ask for monthly votes. There are quite a few monthly ticket packages in the red envelope area. Everyone can go to receive the red envelope and vote at the same time. Steel Gun urgently needs everyone's support. Of course we'll accept the ginseng, the young salesgirl said with a smile, but our Tongren Hall has high requirements for the quality of ginseng. We don't accept ordinary ginseng, she said as she opened the paper box that Xia Ruofei had pushed over. With just a glance, the salesgirl's expression immediately froze and she said, "Sir, please wait a moment. I'll invite our apothecary over." Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded. From the reaction of the salesgirl, he guessed that the ginseng he brought out must be of good quality. After all, although the salesgirl was young, she had been influenced by Tongren Hall and must know what was good. The fact that she valued it so much already explained the problem. Very quickly, an old medicine master with white hair and a white beard walked over with the female shop assistant. He nodded politely at Xia Ruofei and then looked at the ginseng. The old medicine master's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly took out a pair of reading glasses from his white coat and put them on. He then took out a small magnifying glass and looked closer. He looked at it very carefully and even picked up the ginseng from the box. After looking at it for a long time, he said excitedly, "Sir, this wild ginseng of yours is of excellent quality and maturity. Our Tongren Hall is willing to buy it for 700,000 yuan. The old medicine master looked at Xia Ruofei expectantly. There were very few real wild ginseng in the market now. Even a 100-year-old brand like Tongren Hall did not have a lot of wild ginseng in stock. It wasn't easy for him to encounter such a wild ginseng with almost perfect 5 forms and 6 bodies, so the old apothecary was also eager to take it. It was no exaggeration to say that such a wild ginseng was enough to become the treasure of this Tongren Tang branch. When Xia Ruofei heard the price of 700,000, he was relieved. The old doctor saw that Xia Ruofei did not say anything and quickly said, "Sir, 700,000 is definitely the real price. Our Tongren Hall is a 100-year-old shop. We will never deceive our customers and ruin our reputation." "I believe you," Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Then he took out 2 other paper boxes from his bag and placed them on the counter. He gently pushed them towards the old medicine master and said, "Please take a look at these 2 as well. If the price is right, I'll sell them to you." There were 2 more. The old apothecary's eyes almost popped out. He quickly opened the box. When he saw the 2 ginsengs that were no worse than the first one, his heart couldn't help but race. Usually, it was rare to see even one such ginseng, but this time, there were actually 3. The old medicine master looked at it repeatedly with a magnifying glass, afraid to miss a detail. After looking at it for more than 10 minutes, the old apothecary finally confirmed that these 3 ginsengs were all authentic wild ginsengs. Moreover, according to the grading standard, they were at least first-grade ginsengs, and might even be special-grade ginsengs. "Sir, Tongren Hall will take all 3 of these ginsengs," the old medicine master said. "With my authority, I can give you a maximum of 720,000 yuan for each. What do you think?" The old apothecary had also made up his mind to buy these 3 wild ginseng. So he gritted his teeth and added another 20,000 yuan for each. "Deal," Xia Ruofei said readily. "Thank you." "Thank you," the old medicine master said happily. Soon, both parties signed a simple ginseng transfer agreement. Xia Ruofei's almost empty bank card had an additional 2.16 million Huaxia dollars. When Xia Ruofei was leaving, the old medicine master sent him to the door with great enthusiasm and said, "Sir, if you have such high-quality wild ginseng in the future, you must come to our Tongren Hall again. We'll take as many as you have." Xia Ruofei agreed with a smile. However, he didn't have any plans to sell wild ginseng in the short term. Such a precious wild ginseng wasn't a carrot. If he sold one every few days, even a fool could see the problem. Moreover, these 3 ginsengs had grown using the petal solution. The other ginsengs in the spirit map space still needed time to grow. The longer they were planted, the higher their value. Wasn't it a waste of God's gift to dig them out? Now? After Xia Ruofei returned to the car, she immediately took out her phone and called Boss Chen of Lingyu House. Hello, Brother Xia. Boss Chen greeted him with great enthusiasm. Boss Chen, sorry to disturb you again. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, the quality of the jade from yesterday was not bad. I want to buy some more. Do you still have any? Boss Chen was stunned for a moment, thinking that this young master was treating jade as cabbage in the market. He had just bought it for 5 million yesterday, and he wanted it again today? Xia Ruofei had already bought all the jades of this grade in his shop. Yesterday, in order to gather the jades worth 5 million yuan, he even went to another shop to make some turnover. Brother Xia, how much do you need, boss? Chen asked. Around 2 million. Xia Ruofei answered after a moment of silence. Boss Chen took in a cold breath and said with a bitter smile, Brother Xia, to tell you the truth, the jadeite I bought yesterday was basically all I have in my store. Is that so? Xia Ruofei felt a little regretful. I'll go somewhere else then. It seemed that he could only ask another shop. He had a great time working with Boss Chen. It was quite troublesome to change to another store. He didn't know if other stores were willing to sell raw jade. Boss Chen gritted his teeth and said, Brother Xia, give me 3 days. I'm sure I can get the jade material. That's worth 2 million yuan in 3 days. Can I? Boss Chen knew that he had to keep a close eye on a good customer like Xia Ruofei. If he went to another store this time, he might not come back to buy from him again. Although the profit from selling jadeite directly was relatively low, Xia Ruofei's demand was huge. Xia Ruofei thought for a while and nodded. All right. Then I'll have to trouble you, Boss Chen. What are you saying? You're taking care of my business, I should be the one thanking you. Boss Chen said with a bright smile. After hanging up the phone, Xia Ruofei started the car and drove back to Taoyuan Farm. Xia Ruofei stayed in the farm for the next 2 days because all the projects were in the final stage. On the 3rd day, the security system that Yi Lingyun was responsible for was in place and the construction of the entire Peach Blossom Farm was completed successfully. Xia Ruofei immediately organized the inspection. One had to admit that the quality of the construction team sent by Liang Qichao was first class. Xia Ruofei led Yi Lingyun, Peng Hao, and manager Li around the entire farm and basically could not find any problems. All the construction was done in accordance with the design requirements, and the quality was guaranteed. There was no slacking in construction. Xia Ruofei readily signed his name on the project acceptance form and asked Peng Hao to pay the rest of the money in the afternoon. According to the usual practice, the construction company would keep a part of the remaining money and pay it after the project had been put into use for a period of time. However, Xia Ruofei and Liang Qichao were very close, so he did not do that. In any case, if there were any problems with the project in the future, Liang Qichao would not go back on his word. After the inspection, Xia Ruofei was about to drive to the Spirit Jade House to collect the new batch of jadeite when a few workers he had recruited came to the villa. They said that they had something to report to their boss. Xia Ruofei closed the car door and asked with a gentle smile, Why are you looking for me? One of the workers, who was in his 40s and had a dark face, said, Boss, now that the farm is completed, we've discussed it and feel that we should plant the vegetables immediately so that they can be sold on the market after The Spring Festival. This worker was called Chao Taishu. He was one of the young and vigorous workers among the 15. He had also worked outside and seen the world, so everyone recommended him to report to Xia Ruofei. These days, the workers had been learning from the technical staff of the factory building the greenhouse, so they were very familiar with the performance of this modern greenhouse. They also knew that although it was winter now, planting vegetables in the greenhouse would not have any impact at all. So, everyone couldn't hold it in anymore. They received a salary of 5,000 yuan a month, but it had been half a month since they did any real work. At most, they were just helping out at the construction site, so they couldn't wait to start working. The rural people's views were so simple. Xia Ruofei smiled. Old Chow, the new year is coming. I was thinking of letting everyone rest for a few days. We'll talk about it after the new year. What are you resting for, boss? Asked Chao Taishu anxiously. We're all trying our best to do a good job. I can't take a break. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but laugh out loud. It was a good thing that the workers were so enthusiastic about work. Xia Ruofei naturally wouldn't dampen their enthusiasm. He thought for a moment, then nodded and said, all right. Then let's start sowing tomorrow. My friend is using a new technology to grow some vegetables. I'll go to his place in the city to buy the seeds. We'll start work tomorrow. All right. Chao Taishu happily rubbed his hands and said, Boss, we'll go to the greenhouse first. While the technicians from the manufacturers are still here, we can learn more. That greenhouse is too advanced, Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded. The workers went to the greenhouse enthusiastically. Xia Ruofei drove to Sanshan City. He first went to Lingyu House to find Boss Chen and bought the jade that was worth 2 million yuan. Then, Xia Ruofei went to the Forestry Bureau to inform them that he was going to pick up Hu Zi's mother and Lin Qiao to return to Taoyuan Farm together. This was also agreed in advance that everyone would be celebrating the New Year together this year. Xia Ruofei had given them a call before they came to the city, so they had already prepared a change of clothes when Xia Ruofei arrived at their house. Brother Ruofei. Lin Qiao saw Xia Ruofei and shouted happily. Today, Lin Qiao was wearing a red down jacket and a pair of skinny blue jeans. She had a lively ponytail and was full of youth. Xia Ruofei also smiled and said, Qiaoer, how were your final exam results? If it's too bad, there won't be any New Year presents this time. Lin Qiao made a face at Xia Ruofei and said, I'm ranked 15th in my class this time. Oh, really? Our Qiaoer is so powerful. Xia Ruofei said happily. Lin Qiao's school was one of the top middle schools in the province. And her class was one of the top liberal arts classes in the school. Therefore, it was quite impressive for her to rank 15th. Xia Ruofei knew that when Lin Qiao first transferred to this school, she was in the lower range in the class of more than 50 people. That's right. You got your New Year's gift. Right? Lin Qiao said with a proud expression. Hu Zi's mother rolled her eyes at Lin Qiao and said, Qiaoer, you're already so proud just because you got 15th place. You still dare to ask your brother Ruofei for a gift? Xia Ruofei laughed and said, Auntie, it wasn't easy for Qiaoer to get the 15th place. She must have put in a lot of effort. Lin Qiao grabbed Xia Ruofei's arm tightly and said, Brother Ruofei knows me best. All right. All right. How old are you? You're still acting like a child, Hu Zi's mother said with a smile. Auntie. Let's go when everything is ready. Xia Ruofei said, have you turned off the water, electricity, and gas in the house? It's all good. Hu Zi's mother smiled and said, let's go. Let's go. We're going to Brother Ruofei's house for the new year. Lin Xiao shouted happily. Each of them had one bag, and Xia Ruofei easily picked them up, with one in each hand. The three of them went downstairs and walked straight to Xia Ruofei's car. When Lin Xiao saw Xia Ruofei unlocking the door with the remote control and opening the door of the Night 15, she couldn't help but open her eyes wide and exclaim, this car is so cool. Brother Ruofei, is this your car? Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded, yeah. I just got a new car, how do you feel? One word, cool. Lin Xiao looked at Night 15 and murmured. Xia Ruofei knocked on Lin Xiao's head and said, that's 3 words. Brother Ruofei, you're so old-fashioned. Do you know what it's like to say now? Lin Xiao said with a smile. Xia Ruofei didn't expect to be looked down upon by this little girl. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He opened the door of the back seat and said, Auntie, Xiao, there's more space in the back, and it's more comfortable. You two can sit in the back. With that, Xia Ruofei put their bags into the car. Lin Xiao immediately shouted, I don't want to. It'll only feel better when you're sitting in front. Mom, you can sit at the back. Alone. I'll go sit in front with Brother Ruofei. You crazy girl. Huer's mother laughed and scolded. She didn't care about Lin Xiao and got into the car with Xia Ruofei's help. Lin Xiao couldn't wait to open the door of the passenger seat. She stepped on the pedal with one foot and grabbed the handle with the other hand, and nimbly sat in the passenger seat. Xia Ruofei walked around the front of the car and went to the driver's seat. He opened the door and got in. After starting the car, Xia Ruofei stepped on the accelerator lightly. Night 15 roared. Xia Ruofei left the Forestry Bureau's residence and drove through the traffic of Sanshan City. On the way, Lin Xiao was very excited. She took out her phone and took pictures here and there. One moment, she fiddled with the high-end sound system in the car, and the next moment, she was very interested in the huge LCD screen in the central control. This made Hu Zi's mother very nervous. She was fidgeting in the back seat and kept reminding Lin Xiao not to touch the things in the car for fear that she would affect Xia Ruofei's driving. Xia Ruofei didn't care. He just looked at Lin Xiao affectionately with a relaxed smile. The car drove out of the city's traffic and drove quickly along the winding highway. Soon, they returned to Taoyuan Farm. Xia Ruofei did not stop the car. He drove along the newly built asphalt road inside the farm to the courtyard of the holiday villa. As soon as Xia Ruofei and the rest got off the car, Lightning rushed over and pounced on Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei caressed Lightning's smooth fur and told it that Hu Zi's mother and Lin Xiao were his family members. He also reminded it not to scare them. Then, Xia Ruofei asked Peng Hao to bring the mother and daughter around the farm while he took out the bag of jade from the trunk and went upstairs. He couldn't wait to let the spirit painting scroll absorb the jade. Important notice, officially opening a VIP reader group. Group number 2958488872. To enter the group, you need to verify the screenshot of the full order. Brothers and sisters who have fully booked the chat, please hurry up and join the group. After locking the door and windows in his bedroom, Xia Ruofei could not wait to summon the painting scroll from his palm. He opened the bag full of jades and grabbed a handful of jadeite, letting the painting absorb. It. The 2 million yuan worth of jade was almost completely absorbed in just a few minutes. When there were only 3 or 4 pieces of jade left in his bag, Xia Ruofei could clearly feel that the spiritual connection between the spirit map and his body had suddenly become much closer. He could also feel that there seemed to be a qualitative change in the space. Xia Ruofei was overjoyed. He quickly absorbed the remaining 3 or 4 pieces of jade into the spirit map space. Then, he entered the space in a flash. After entering the spirit map space, Xia Ruofei felt that the spiritual qi was much denser. The feeling of relaxation even made him unwilling to return to the outside world. The other obvious feeling was that the spatial zone had expanded. Although the spatial zone had expanded to the point that Xia Ruofei could not see it directly, he could still tell from the size of the spatial spirit pond. He took out the tape measure that he had prepared in advance and measured the diameter of the spatial spirit pond. 8 meters. According to the rules of the previous evolutions, this was an important sign that the realm had completed its evolution this time. From the looks of it, the size of the space should have expanded to about 8 acres. In fact, Xia Ruofei's connection with the spirit map space was already very close. Just like when the space had just finished evolving, he could feel it. It was just that when he entered the space, he confirmed this conclusion through various evidence. Xia Ruofei went to the nameless plant. What he was most concerned about was the newly appeared spirit fruit. Xia Ruofei took a closer look and immediately revealed a happy expression. The fruit had turned from green to dark red and was emitting an alluring fragrance. It was obvious that it had ripened. As for the petals of the strange flower, there was still no increase. Xia Ruofei had already picked the last petal. Today was the 3rd day, and the strange flower had grown again. There were still 5 petals, no more and no less. However, Xia Ruofei was not disappointed. He believed that the value of this fruit would far exceed that of the petals. Xia Ruofei stood in front of the nameless plant and started to worry. Again. Xia Ruofei was hesitating whether he should pick it or not. After much thought, Xia Ruofei decided to take it down. He wanted to test if the fruit would grow back after a while, like the petals of a strange flower. Xia Ruofei was very cautious when he decided to pick it. He found a new Tupperware and covered it with a thick layer of medical gauze. Then, he placed the Tupperware under the fruit with one hand and used a pair of small scissors with the other hand to gently cut off the small branch with the fruit. The dark red fruit fell on the medical gauze in the Tupperware. Throughout the entire process, Xia Ruofei did not touch the fruit with his hands. He was afraid that it would be absorbed by his body the moment he touched it, just like the petals of the strange flower. This fruit was obviously much more precious than the petals of the wondrous flower. Xia Ruofei would definitely not be willing to use it so easily. Who knew when it would be of great use? He carefully closed the container, then picked all the petals of the flower and put them in another container. Now, he already had 17 petals. After putting the 2 containers away carefully, Xia Ruofei walked excitedly to the place where he had sensed something last time. In fact, when Xia Ruofei entered the space today, that feeling was even stronger. He followed the feeling and slowly walked to the expanded space membrane and tried to communicate with it with his mind. The wonderful feeling appeared again, and this time it was much clearer than 3 days ago. Xia Ruofei closed his eyes and tried to give an order. There was a slight pulling force. When Xia Ruofei opened his eyes, he realized that he was no longer in the original space. Of course, it was not in the outside world. This was clearly another independent space. Xia Ruofei was standing on a patch of green grass. He estimated that the space was much wider than the original spirit map. As far as the eye could see, in addition to this grassland, there was a small hill in the distance. At the foot of the hill, there was a small stream winding around the mountain, flowing into a small lake about 1 mu in size. Xia Ruofei raised his head and looked up. There was a green halo above him. He did not know how high he was from the ground, but there was an obvious difference between the sky and the outside world. He walked straight to the small hill. The highest point of the hill was only about 10 meters from the ground. From afar, it looked like a big bun. When they reached the foot of the hill, Xia Ruofei first crouched down by the stream. He cupped some water from the stream with both hands and took a few sips. He realized that the stream water tasted exactly the same as the water from the spatial spirit pond. Xia Ruofei looked at the upstream of the stream. The winding stream had appeared out of thin air from the space membrane. Xia Ruofei had a thoughtful look on his face. He felt that this stream was related to the spatial spirit pond. Perhaps they had the same origin. Then, Xia Ruofei walked around the hill. When he was halfway there, his eyes suddenly focused. And his pace suddenly quickened. He saw a stone tablet at the foot of a small hill, not far away. This was Xia Ruofei's first time seeing an artificial object after obtaining the spirit map space. Xia Ruofei's heart was a little agitated as he carefully approached the stone tablet. Looking at it up close, Xia Ruofei was even more certain that it was not formed naturally, because there were obvious knife and axe marks on it. It was definitely man-made. The stone tablet looked gray and was made of an unknown stone. There were obvious traces of chiseling on it, but Xia Ruofei looked at it from top to bottom a few times but could not see any writing. This was a wordless monument. Xia Ruofei looked at it for a long time but could not figure it out. He smiled bitterly. Then, he carefully reached out his hand to the stone tablet. Xia Ruofei placed the back of his hand gently on the stone tablet. At this moment, he was also full of vigilance. Once he realized that something was wrong, he would immediately stop. The stone tablet was cold, and there was nothing strange about it. However, Xia Ruofei's sharp senses still detected that when his hand touched the stone tablet, there was a spiritual connection between him and the stone tablet. It was similar to the connection between him and the spirit map. However, the connection was very weak and did not provide Xia Ruofei with any useful information. Xia Ruofei sighed and retracted his hand. It seemed like he could only wait for the next evolution of the space. He could faintly feel that this stone tablet that had suddenly appeared in space was something very important. Xia Ruofei looked around in confusion. He couldn't figure out what was so special about this new space. It was also filled with dense spiritual energy. And it was also a small space, so why did it have to be divided into two? Xia Ruofei compared the two spaces one by one in his heart, trying to find out the intention of the original creator of the spirit map scroll. Suddenly, an idea came to Xia Ruofei's mind. He thought of a possibility. 133. The wonderful use of the new space. 1. Important notice, officially opening a VIP reader group. Group number, 2958488872. To enter the group, you need to verify the screenshot of the full order. Brothers and sisters who have fully booked the chat, please hurry up and join the group. The flow of time. Xia Ruofei thought of this factor. The conditions of the two spaces seemed to be similar in all aspects. The only thing that he could not feel was the flow of time. Xia Ruofei was in the spirit map space, where time flowed 20 times faster. He felt exactly the same as the outside world. Thinking of this, Xia Ruofei decided to do a test immediately. With a thought, he felt a familiar sense of dizziness. Xia Ruofei was surprised to find himself in the room outside and not in the original space as he had imagined. This discovery surprised Xia Ruofei. He picked up the small alarm clock from the bedside table and tried to communicate with the spirit map scroll with his mind. Soon, he found that he could enter the original spirit map space or the newly discovered space according to his will. It was clear that these two spaces were connected to each other, yet they were also relatively independent. Xia Ruofei ordered in his mind. The next moment, he appeared in the newly discovered space. Xia Ruofei was already very familiar with testing the flow of time. Before he entered the space, he had already checked the time on his alarm clock and phone to make sure that they were the same. And he would never bring his phone into the medium. Hence, after Xia Ruofei confirmed the time on his alarm clock, he left the new space and returned to the outside world. After staying in the outside world for 5 minutes, Xia Ruofei entered the new space again. He took a look at the clock and saw that 5 minutes had passed in the new space. As expected, the biggest difference between the two spaces was the flow of time. The flow of time in this new space was the same as the outside world. This discovery made Xia Ruofei very excited. He thought of many possibilities. The flow of time in the original space was 20 times that of the outside world. He hadn't had time to test it after the evolution this time. If he was right, it should be 30 times. In the original space, it was definitely very suitable to plant some crops that required a particularly long time, such as slow-growing succulents, or precious trees that needed hundreds of years or even hundreds of years to grow. However, the rapid flow of time also brought about a problem. Some animals or crops that needed a short time to mature were not suitable to stay in the original space. For example, if Xia Ruofei kept lightning in the original space all year round, it would die of old age in no time. Another example was the vegetables in the space. The vegetables planted in the space would mature in a short time, which was a great help to Xia Ruofei's capital accumulation. However, later on, he had to replant them almost every 1 or 2 days. Hence, Xia Ruofei had already started to reduce the amount of vegetables he planted in the interspace. He was satisfied as long as he could supply Shijianyue and Lingji restaurants. In the future, he would completely transfer the matter of growing vegetables to the peach blossom farm in the outside world. With this new space where time flowed at the same rate, Xia Ruofei could rear many animals. These animals would probably be as intelligent as lightning. He could even rear his own animal army, one that he could carry around with him. Besides, as the flow of time inside and outside was the same, Xia Ruofei could stay in there for a longer period of time if he was safe. He could even sleep and rest there. The spiritual qi here was rich, and the air was much better than the polluted air outside. He could even build his own paradise here. Xia Ruofei thought of many possibilities and couldn't help but be elated. The original space was dedicated to cultivating precious species that required a long time, while the new space focused on plants and animals that didn't need a long growth period. The two could be said to complement each other. Xia Ruofei vaguely felt that this new space was not as simple as the difference in the flow of time. This place was even more vast and had different terrains. There was also the mysterious stone tablet that was connected to him. Xia Ruofei felt that there were still many unknown in this space waiting for him to explore. However, he was not in a hurry. According to his experience after obtaining the spirit map scroll, as long as the space continued to evolve, the unknown would slowly shed its mysterious veil and gradually appear in front of him, just like the appearance of the new space today. However, thinking about leveling up, Xia Ruofei had a headache. This upgrade had cost him 7 million yuan worth of jade, and the next upgrade would probably cost him more than 14 million yuan. Xia Ruofei shook his head with a bitter smile and decided not to think too much for the time being. With a killing machine like the spirit map space, he would definitely be able to make money faster and faster. One day, he would be able to unravel all the secrets of the space. And maybe in the future, he could find something more suitable for the evolution of the space than jade. Xia Ruofei had a feeling that such a thing existed. He just needed a little luck. Perhaps the black rough stone that he had absorbed into the spirit map space during the last evolution was something that could evolve the space, unlike the jade. After that, Xia Ruofei left the medium. He would return to the medium the next day to collect the dried seeds. 1741 Xia Ruofei kept the painting in his palm and went downstairs to look for Hu Zi's mother and Lin Xiao. After all, that raw stone could make the spirit map scroll vibrate on its own. Furthermore, Xia Ruofei did not unseal it when he brought it back and directly let the scroll absorb it. He had no idea what was inside. Xia Ruofei decided not to think too much about it. He took the small alarm clock and went from the new space to the original space to test the time flow. As he had expected, after the evolution, the time flow in the original space had become 30 times that of the outside world. This was undoubtedly extremely beneficial for the growth of Phoebe Jinan wood, truffle, and ginseng. Xia Ruofei patrolled the original space and started to work. He had promised the workers that he would provide them with high-tech seeds. He had already bought the seeds and stored them in the space. Now, he needed to complete the most important step: soaking the seeds with the ravens. Xia Ruofei had previously bought many plastic packing boxes of various sizes to keep in his interspace, because these sort of packing boxes could be used in many situations. He took a dozen small tidying boxes and poured each kind of vegetable seed into one tidying box. Then, he took a large wooden bucket and began to prepare the petal solution. There were more seeds to be soaked this time. Xia Ruofei used 2 petals to make a big barrel of solution. After he stirred the solution in the wooden bucket evenly, he poured it into a dozen small tidying boxes. Then, he left the space in a flash. He stayed in the outside world for a few minutes, which meant that a few hours had passed in the medium. The seed should have fully absorbed the nutrients in the petal solution, so he returned to the original space. Xia Ruofei laid a plastic sheet on the floor of the interspace and used a fence to scoop out all the seeds. He separated the seeds and spread them out on the plastic sheet, letting them dry naturally. He didn't waste the petal solution after soaking the seeds. He watered the Phoebe Jinan wood, the root of the oak tree, and the ginseng. After that, Xia Ruofei left the medium. He would return to the medium the next day to collect the dried seeds. Xia Ruofei kept the painting in his palm and went downstairs to look for Hu Zi's mother and Lin Xiao. Important notice, officially opening a VIP reader group. Group number 2958488872. To enter the group, you need to verify the screenshot of the full order. Brothers and sisters who have fully booked the chat, hurry up and join the group. When Xia Ruofei went downstairs, Peng Hao had just brought Hu Zi's mother and Lin Xiao back from a tour of the farm. Xia Ruofei smiled and went up to him, asking, "Auntie, Xiaoer, how do you feel after looking around?" Hu Zi's mother said with a smile, "Ruofei, you've done a great job with the construction here. The environment is also well maintained, and the air in the countryside is good. It's really good. If you like it, then stay for a longer period of time." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "The farm has just been built. After some time, the trees will grow bigger. Then, we can plant all kinds of vegetables in the greenhouse and fruit trees in the back of the mountain. The environment will be better." "Wah! Wouldn't that be the fragrance of fruits?" Lin Xiao smiled and said, "Brother Ruofei, you have to leave a room for me. I'll come over to stay when I'm free in the future, no problem. You're always welcome during the winter and summer break." Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "I'll let you eat all kinds of fruits in summer. Only the winter and summer breaks? What about the usual times?" Lin Xiao asked. "You usually have to go to school." "Of course, I live in the city." "What about after I get into university?" Lin Xiao asked naughtily. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "You're going to study in another city after you get into university? You'll only be back during the winter and summer breaks, right?" "Who said I'm going out of town?" Lin Xiao said, "He is going to a local university in Sanshan, yo. I already have an ideal school." Xia Ruofei asked in surprise, "What university is it?" Lin Xiao made a cute face and said with a smile, "It's a secret." Hu Zi's mother laughed and scolded, "You little girl. Why are you keeping your brother Ruofei in suspense?" It's fine, Xia Ruofei said. "Auntie, Xiaoer is already an adult. It's a good thing that she has her own ideas. Besides, she's doing well in Sanshan University and can take care of you. There are quite a few top universities in Sanshan City." After experiencing the pain of losing her son, Hu Zi's mother naturally loved her only daughter, Lin Xiao, even more. In fact, she also hoped that Lin Xiao could be by her side. If Lin Xiao really went to study in a faraway place, she would definitely be worried. Therefore, after hearing Xia Ruofei's words, Hu Zi's mother smiled and nodded in agreement. The three of them chatted as they walked into the villa. The rooms that Xia Ruofei had arranged for the mother and daughter were on the second floor. In addition to her master bedroom, there were 2 guest rooms on the second floor, one for the mother and daughter. Xia Ruofei had already tidied up the room and changed the bedding into new ones. Especially the room prepared for Lin Xiao, which had a 9-piece set of pink kitty cat series. He had also spent a lot of effort to decorate the room. The entire room was filled with a girlish element. As soon as Lin Xiao entered the room, she screamed with joy and threw herself on the soft bed. She hugged the pink pillow tightly and refused to get up. She kept saying that this room must be reserved for her and that she would come to stay as long as there was a holiday. Xia Ruofei looked at Lin Xiao lovingly and nodded with a smile. After Hu Zi's mother moved into the villa, she took over the kitchen. Yi Lingyun, who had been working as a part-time chef for a few days, was officially laid off. However, Hu Zi's mother's cooking skills were indeed much better than Yi Lingyun's. In addition, the ingredients were all vegetables and fish produced in the realm. Everyone was very satisfied with the meal. Peng Hao immediately said that he would be freeloading here in the future. The next morning, Chow Tai-shu brought a few workers to find Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei knew why they were here. He brought them to the villa's garage and gave them the dozens of vegetable seeds that he had taken out in advance. Xia Ruofei had also specifically told them that these seeds were all high-tech products and that they did not need to be soaked. They could be directly sown. Chow Tai-shu and the others were very happy that Qian had been employed for almost a month and finally had work to do. Chow Tai-shu directed the other workers to move the seeds out of the garage. He rubbed his hands and said to Xia Ruofei, "Boss, we've discussed it yesterday. We think that the orchard in the back mountain has been opened up. It's best to plant the fruit trees in the spring. You can think about what kind of fruit trees to plant in the next few days." Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded. "I understand, old Chow. Thank you for your reminder. By the way, boss," Chow Tai-shu wanted to say something but hesitated. In the end, he still opened his mouth and said, "In that mountain forest, our village has also planted fruit trees for a few years. However, perhaps due to the soil quality, the fruits that bear are bitter and astringent. They are simply inedible. So, when you choose the sapling, it would be best for you to." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Okay, I know. Don't worry. I have a friend in this line of work, and I'll ask him to give me some advice some other day. I'm sure we'll be able to pick out the most suitable breed." Chow Tai-shu grinned and said, "Sure. It's good that the boss has considered it. Then I'll go to the greenhouse first. We're going to plant the seeds today." After he finished speaking, Chow Tai-shu walked towards the door. Xia Ruofei thought for a while and called out to him, "Old Chow, I see that you're doing quite well in management. I'll let you be in charge of the vegetable greenhouse in the future, is that okay?" "Boss, you're letting me manage the greenhouse?" Chow Tai-shu asked in surprise. "Don't worry. Since the boss trusts me so much, I'll definitely manage the vegetable greenhouse well." Do well." Xia Ruofei nodded and said, "Well, I'll temporarily be considered a supervisor. I'll raise your monthly salary to 7,000. There's even a salary increase." Chow Tai-shu was a little surprised. He immediately said, "Boss, our salary is already high enough." This, Xia Ruofei smiled and waved his hand. "Our company pays according to your work. We don't engage in equality. As a supervisor, you definitely can't be paid the same as ordinary workers. Work hard and the company will develop well. Your salary will definitely increase." I see, thank you, boss." Chow Tai-shu said excitedly, "Don't worry, boss. I will definitely do a good job." Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded. Chow Tai-shu left in high spirits. Xia Ruofei had finally handed over the vegetables. As long as the greenhouse in Taoyuan farm started to produce vegetables and started to operate positively, Xia Ruofei could stop the vegetable planting in the spirit map space. During the transition period, he still had to ensure that he provided Lingji Restaurant and the West River Moon Club with food every day. At night, Xia Ruofei locked the door and windows of his bedroom. After a careful inspection, he took out the spirit map. Now that there were many people living in the villa, Xia Ruofei was even more careful. Xia Ruofei entered the origin space and planned to Patrol the area before tidying up the field. Now that the scale of farming could be reduced, once the greenhouse started to produce vegetables, the origin space could stop growing normal vegetables. By then, he only needed to prepare the high-tech seeds regularly. When Xia Ruofei saw the pond with a pair of red arowana, he was immediately attracted to it. The monthly votes ranking is a bloody one. Steel Spear doesn't like to open a single chapter, and he's not good at shouting and screaming to stir up emotions. I'm here to plead with my brothers and sisters who like this book. If you still have monthly votes in your hands, please support Steel Spear in this difficult time. Thank you, everyone. This pair of red arowana was no longer the same as when Xia Ruofei had brought them into the medium. The most direct observation was their size. They had been in the medium for a few years, and were constantly bathed in the rich spiritual energy. Occasionally, Xia Ruofei would drop some of the petal solution into the pond. Hence, the pair of red arowana had grown to more than 60 centimeters long. There was also the color. The red arowana's hair color was already very pure. At first glance, they were blood red, and their scales had a metallic luster. The layers of scales were very beautiful. Xia Ruofei compared some pictures on the internet and felt that the so-called top blood red dragons on the forum were not as beautiful as the pair of red arowana he had. Hence, every time Xia Ruofei entered the spirit map space, he would come here to admire it for a while. Watching such a beautiful pair of fish swimming in the pond was indeed a pleasing thing to the eye. But today, Xia Ruofei noticed that the two fish were a little different from usual. Although they were also playing, Xia Ruofei saw that the two fishes' tails would touch from time to time. In the process of swimming, the two fish were getting closer and closer. Sometimes, they even lay on each other's back, very intimate. Xia Ruofei, who had read a lot of information during this period of time, immediately realized that the red arowana was about to lay eggs. Xia Ruofei did not know how long the red arowana had been successfully mating, but it seemed like they were about to lay their eggs. He subconsciously lightened his footsteps, afraid of disturbing the pair of red arowana who were nuptial chamber. However, Xia Ruofei did not leave. He maintained a distance and quietly observed the red arowana that was laying eggs. This was because Xia Ruofei had read the information and knew that the process of red arowana laying eggs and hatching was very strange. After the female arowana laid eggs, the male fish would put the eggs in his mouth one by one. The male fish's mouth could not hold so many eggs, and some would be swallowed. During the hatching process, if the male fish was frightened, he would also swallow the eggs and even the young fish. As a result, the number of young dragon fish that could hatch each time was very small. Xia Ruofei saw that the red arowana was about to lay eggs, and naturally did not want to leave so easily. The red arowana was very precious. He had to find a way to increase the reproduction rate and not let the red arowana hatch according to the natural laws. He quietly left the pond and went to the side to make some preparations. Then, he carefully approached the small pond with the things he had prepared. Xia Ruofei's eyes were fixed on the pond. About half an hour later, the female fish began to lay eggs. The red arowana's eggs were pure golden in color, about 10 millimeters in diameter, and shone with a dazzling golden light. Like pearls. They fell from the fish's body one by one, and the whole process was full of the joy of life. When the female fish laid eggs, the male fish would swim over and open his mouth to put the eggs in. At this moment, Xia Ruofei immediately used his mind to contact the spirit map space. Suddenly, an invisible force trapped the male fish. He was only a few feet away from the egg, but he could not swim over. Xia Ruofei's spiritual connection with the spirit map space had evolved 4 times and was now very close. His control of the entire space had also improved. It was easy for Xia Ruofei to control the male fish in the space. At this time, the female fish was still unaware of it and was still laying eggs. The entire process of laying eggs took about 20 minutes. Xia Ruofei roughly counted and found that there were about 80 to 90 yellow eggs. When the female fish finished laying eggs, Xia Ruofei used the same method to bind it with an invisible force in the space. This power was very gentle, although it made the 2 red arowana unable to move in a large area. It did not scare them. Next, Xia Ruofei concentrated again and used his mind to control the fish eggs in the pond to gather together. Xia Ruofei felt a little tired after being distracted in 3 places at the same time. Fortunately, the pond was not large, so he could still handle it. Soon, the golden fish eggs moved slowly in the water and gathered together. Xia Ruofei took out a container that he had prepared earlier and walked slowly to the edge of the pond. He put the container into the water and scooped up more than half of the 70 to 80 fish eggs, leaving about 10 to 20 fish eggs in the pond. He did this to prevent his method from not hatching the eggs. He could save some to avoid wasting his efforts. Secondly, he was worried that after he took all the eggs, the male fish would find out that he couldn't find a single egg after a long time, and he would hurt himself in a fit of rage. The red arowana was very precious. If the scales or fins of the fish were injured while swimming, its value would be greatly reduced. Then, Xia Ruofei slowly released the 2 red arowana. They immediately started to swim in the pond again, not realizing that Xia Ruofei had stolen more than half of the eggs. In fact, if Xia Ruofei had not taken the eggs away, many of the eggs would have been eaten by the male fish during the incubation process. The male fish soon found the eggs in the pond. He quickly swam over and put the eggs in his mouth. The female fish spread her pectoral fins horizontally, showing a unique defensive posture as she stood guard beside the male fish. This was a natural reaction condensed in the blood, encouraging the female fish to lay eggs, the male fish to hatch, and the female fish to defend themselves. It was endless and passed down from generation to generation. In the next hatching process, the male fish would no longer eat, and his mouth would wriggle from time to time. Sometimes, he would even move his dragon head to maintain balance. After about 60 days, the young fish, that were 5 to 6 centimeters long, would enter and leave the male fish's mouth. The male fish was very protective of the young fish. This activity would last for about 90 days, before it would slowly decrease. The entire incubation process would only be completed when the young fish adapted to the outside environment. During this process, if the male fish was frightened, it was likely to swallow the young fish. This was a completely instinctive reaction. Moreover, if they didn't eat for such a long time, the male fish's body functions would be consumed too much, and they would be badly injured. Some male fish would even die. Hence, Xia Ruofei decided that he had to be careful in the medium and not disturb the pair of red arowana. He even walked over quietly and poured half a bottle of petal solution into the pond to ensure that the male fish's body would not overexert itself. Then, Xia Ruofei took the container with 40 to 50 fish eggs and went to a place far away from the pond. He poured the fish eggs into the tidied box that he had just prepared. This place was filled with spatial pond water, and there was even a strange flower petal. Xia Ruofei believed that such an environment would definitely allow the fish eggs to hatch. In this way, in addition to the dozen fish that could hatch naturally in the pond, he would have 60 to 70 young fish. This would be another huge fortune. In the next few days, Xia Ruofei did not go out. He stayed at home with Hu Zi's mother and Lin Qiao. Lin Qiao even pestered Xia Ruofei to go to the nearby beach. Seeing Lin Qiao cheering for the sea, Xia Ruofei couldn't help but be speechless. Why was a girl who grew up by the sea so excited to see the sea? There was an elder at home, so everything was in good order. It was almost the New Year, so Hu Zi's mother asked Ji Lingyun to drive her to the county. They bought a lot of fireworks, red lanterns, china knots, and so on. They decorated the small villa and even the entire Taoyuan farm with a New Year's atmosphere. Now, the trees on both sides of the farm path were hung with small lanterns and china knots. Hu Zi's mother had even asked Peng how to get someone to pull up a few light ribbons. At night, the light ribbons and lanterns on the farm path were lit up, and the atmosphere was very warm. Hu Zi's mother even personally cleaned up the villa, making sure that the windows were clean and bright. Xia Ruofei could not persuade her. She had always said that she was in good health and that she would have no problem doing these small things. In the end, Xia Ruofei could only let her be. Fortunately, Xia Ruofei knew that Hu Zi's mother was in good health. It was not a problem for her to move around. 3 days passed by quickly. It was Chinese New Year's Eve tomorrow. Xia Ruofei gave the workers an early holiday. Before the holiday, Xia Ruofei gave each worker a red packet of 1,000 yuan and transferred their salaries to their cards in advance. As the supervisor, Cao Taishu received a red packet of 3,000 yuan. These workers had only been on the job for a month or so, and everyone was already receiving red packets. They were all overjoyed. The vegetable seeds had also been sowed, so someone had to be on duty during the new year. Of course, the overtime pay would be tripled, and Peng Hao would take care of the attendance records. The newly appointed Cao Taishu took the initiative to ask him to be on duty on New Year's Eve and the first day of the new year. Xia Ruofei trusted him more and agreed after some thought. However, Xia Ruofei told him to come over when he was free. There was no need for him to stay in the farm all day for the new year. Everyone wanted to reunite. Peng Hao also packed his things and returned to spend the new year with his family. The farm, which had been very lively during this period of time, had become much quieter. Only Xia Ruofei, Yi Lingyun, Hu Zi's mother, and Lin Qiao were left. Yi Lingyun's parents were no longer around. Just like Xia Ruofei, they were all alone, so everyone just happened to spend the new year together. That night, Xia Ruofei immediately locked the door and windows, took out the spirit map, and entered the room. When Xia Ruofei entered the medium yesterday, he saw young fish going in and out of the male fish's mouth from time to time. He knew that the red arowana's hatching process was almost complete. Now that the flow of time inside and outside was 30 times different. 3 days was almost equivalent to 3 months in the space. As expected, when Xia Ruofei entered the medium, he saw that other than the 2 big red arowana, there were many young ones swimming happily in the pond. There were at least 20 of them. This was a little more than he had expected, but it was normal. If the number of young fish produced in the spirit map space was not as much as the outside world, that would be ridiculous. Each juvenile red arowana was more than 10 centimeters long. Their bodies were perfect, and their scales were tight and fine, giving off a faint metallic luster. Even though Xia Ruofei did not know much about red arowana, he knew that these young red arowana were of excellent quality. Then, he came to the large sorting box, where most of the fish eggs were placed. This side was even more spectacular. More than 50 juvenile fish swam happily in the petal solution. Perhaps because of the petal solution, these juvenile fish that were hatched directly in the sorting box were much larger than those in the small pond and looked more energetic. Xia Ruofei looked at the young fish with joy. Under normal circumstances, 80 to 90 fish eggs could hatch more than 10 or at most 20 young fish. Xia Ruofei had caught more than 70 fish this time. It was a great harvest. Red arowana were the most expensive ornamental fish out of all the ornamental fish in the world. A high-quality blood red arowana had once been sold for 5 to 6 million yuan. Once these young fish grew up, he would definitely make a fortune. However, the small pond must be too cramped now. With so many fish in it, it would be very crowded. Xia Ruofei thought for a while, picked up the hoe and shovel, and started digging again beside the pond. This time, he dug a 10 by 10 meter hole, which took him more than 10 hours. Even though he had an amazing physical strength from constantly absorbing the petal solution, he had to rest 2 or 3 times in between. Next, Xia Ruofei dug the channel and moved some mud, algae, plankton, small fish and shrimp from the grass carp pond into the new fish pond. Then, he dug the channel and led the water from the spatial spirit pond into the new pond. Xia Ruofei returned to the outside world to stay for a while. When she returned to the medium, the new fish pond was already filled with water. Hence, Xia Ruofei carefully placed the young red dragon in the sorting box into the new pond. As for the young fish in the pond, Xia Ruofei did not care about them for the time being. He let them live with their parents. Anyway, there was still enough space now. After a while, when the young fish grew bigger, he could move them over. Only a short while had passed in the outside world, but Xia Ruofei was exhausted. He took a shower in the bathroom after leaving the medium and fell asleep. The next morning, Xia Ruofei was still in a daze. In his daze, he felt someone pulling his ear. He opened his eyes drowsily and saw Lin Xiao standing at the head of his bed, looking at him with disdain. "Brother Ruofei, it's already so late and you're still sleeping," Lin Xiao said. "Get up and put up the couplets." Xia Ruofei quickly wrapped the blanket around him tightly. He was used to wearing only his underwear when he slept. He did not expect this girl to barge into his room. Xia Ruofei laughed bitterly in his heart. Peaceful days were really exhausting. When he was in the army, he never slept like this. He was always on guard. Of course, this was also because he had been working for more than 10 hours in the origin space yesterday. Besides, he was in his own home, so Xia Ruofei was not on guard. Basically, he would only lock the door and windows when he used the spirit map scroll. "You little girl. Why didn't you knock before coming in?" Xia Ruofei said to Lin Xiao helplessly. "I've been calling you for a long time." Lin Xiao said innocently, "You didn't answer me." "I didn't lock the door, so I drove in." Xia Ruofei rubbed his forehead and smiled bitterly. All right, you can leave first. I'm going to put on my clothes." Lin Xiaoling's eyes turned and she deliberately said, "Why do you want me to go out when you're wearing your clothes?" "Nonsense. Men and women shouldn't be so close, Xia Ruofei said angrily. You brat, are you leaving or not? Lin Xiao pursed her lips and smiled. I'm not leaving. I won't leave. You're not going out? Then don't blame me for using my killing weapon, Xia Ruofei said in a deliberately fierce tone. With that, Xia Ruofei pretended to pull the blanket away. Lin Xiao screamed and covered her eyes. She ran out of Xia Ruofei's room with a red face. P.S. Ho ho ho. Why are there so few cute monthly ticket fungi? Seeing that steel gun rights until 2 a.m. every day, brothers and sisters, let's give him our full support. Urgently looking for monthly votes, urgently 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 urgently. Urgently urgently urgently. Xia Ruofei thought as he put on his clothes, in the future, when this girl was at home, she would have to lock the door when she slept. He quickly put on his clothes, then opened the door and walked out of the room. He was shocked as soon as he stepped out of the door. It turned out that Lin Xiao had not left yet. She was standing in the corridor. Seeing Xia Ruofei come out, Lin Xiao blushed and said in a low voice, Brother Ruofei, I'm going to tell my mom that you're a hooligan. Xia Ruofei looked indignant. Who's the hooligan? I almost let you see me naked. Lin Xiao blushed and laughed. I don't care to look at you. Xia Ruofei opened his eyes wide and asked seriously, then why did you come to my room? I can't be bothered with you, you big lazy worm. Lin Xiao blushed and asked, where's the New Year's gift you promised me? So, you came to my room early in the morning to ask for a gift? Xia Ruofei said, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. You promised. A man must keep his word. Lin Xiao raised her pretty little face and said, you should have said so earlier. I could have given it to you yesterday. Xia Ruofei was speechless. Alright, wait for me. I'll go in and get it for you. Then, Xia Ruofei turned around, opened the door, and walked back to his room. He then turned around and said to Lin Xiao, while holding the door, you're not allowed to peek this time. Who's peeking at you, you lazy bum? Lin Xiaojiao stomped her feet and said. Xia Ruofei laughed and closed the door. Then, he carefully locked it. He summoned the spirit map scroll from his palm and closed his eyes slightly. His mind swept through the spirit map space in the scroll and quickly locked onto something. With a thought, a flower pot suddenly appeared on the table. That's right. Xia Ruofei's New Year gift for Lin Xiao was a beautiful succulence. Girls generally didn't have much resistance to Mingming's meaty body. Besides, this pot of ice lantern jade dew was carefully selected by Xia Ruofei. The window and the shape were perfect. Lin Xiao would definitely like it. Sure enough, when Xia Ruofei kept the spiritual map and opened the door with the basin of ice lantern jade dew, Lin Xiao, who couldn't wait to see the high-quality ice lantern, immediately showed a surprised look and didn't hide her love for the basin of jade dew at all. Brother Ruofei, is this the New Year's gift you're giving me? Lin Xiao asked. Yup. Do you like it? Xia Ruofei asked with a smile. Yes, yes. Lin Xiao kept nodding her head, her eyes fixed on the pot of jade dew, unwilling to look away. Then, Lin Xiao hesitated and said, Brother Ruofei, this should be very expensive, right? Although Lin Xiao had become more cheerful recently and was more rude when talking to Xia Ruofei, she was still a well-behaved girl. Therefore, even though she liked the gift very much, she still showed hesitation as she was worried that the gift was too expensive. Xia Ruofei laughed. I have a friend who does this business. He didn't spend much. If you like it, just take it. Aye. Thank you, Brother Ruofei. Lin Xiao said happily and then took the basin of ice lantern jade dew as if she had obtained a treasure. Just as Lin Xiao was about to leave the room, she suddenly stopped and turned around to look at Xia Ruofei. A sly smile appeared on her face as she said, Brother Ruofei, I know this is your fated year. Lin Xiao's face turned red and she quickly left Xia Ruofei's room. Xia Ruofei was confused by Lin Xiao's words. He frowned and thought for a while. Suddenly, his expression changed. He quickly lowered his head and pulled open his pants to look inside. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It turned out that this girl had really seen it. This was really embarrassing. Xia Ruofei sat in the room for a long time, feeling the trauma in his heart slowly subside. Then, he pulled open the door and went downstairs with a bitter face. Lin Xiao was pasting couplets with Yi Lingyun. Yi Lingyun stood on the human-shaped stairs and arranged his position. Lin Xiao would say a little to the left and a little to the right from time to time, giving Yi Lingyun a lot of instructions. Seeing Xia Ruofei come down, Lin Xiao blushed and smiled. Xia Ruofei immediately ran to the kitchen to help Hu Zi's mother. However, he was quickly chased out of the kitchen by Hu Zi's mother because of his clumsiness. Seeing that he couldn't help and was embarrassed to face Lin Xiao, Xia Ruofei simply strolled to the farm. When they passed by the vegetable greenhouse, Xia Ruofei saw that Chow Tai Shu was still squatting inside and working. He walked in as well. Old Chow, didn't I tell you to go home earlier? Xia Ruofei smiled and asked, You're not going to prepare New Year's Eve dinner? Hearing Xia Ruofei's voice, Chow Tai Shu stood up and smiled honestly. Boss, my wife will prepare the New Year's Eve dinner. I'll be on duty until the evening. No need. There's nothing on the farm right now except for the seeds you planted a few days ago. It's not worth it, so it's fine to go back early. Xia Ruofei said indifferently. Ai, all right. Thank you, boss. Chow Tai Shu said. Then, he hesitated and said, Boss, you were talking about the sewing. I was just about to report to you. After he finished speaking, Chow Tai Shu pointed to the nursery and said, Look, these seeds have been planted for less than 3 days, and they're all sprouting, and these sprouts are not small. I've been farming for my entire life, but I've never seen anyone sprout so quickly. Is there a problem? Xia Ruofei knew that it must be, because the seed had been soaked in the petal solution, so he smiled and said, Old Chow, I was wondering what you were doing here alone just now. Wasn't it a good thing to sprout quickly? What was there to worry about? Don't worry. This is a high-tech vegetable seed. It grows faster and has better quality than ordinary seeds. I'm relieved to hear you say that, Chow Tai Shu laughed awkwardly as he scratched his head. I reckon that before I start work on the 7th, I'll be able to transplant the plants on the 3rd and 4th. Should I inform everyone to come over and work overtime on the 4th day of the new year? Xia Ruofei thought for a while and said, That's fine. You can ask everyone who's free. This isn't mandatory. If you're free, come help me. I'll pay you 3 times your salary. All right. Chow Tai Shu said, Everyone will definitely be free. Isn't the new year just about visiting relatives and playing cards? It won't be a problem to take a day out. Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded. He then told Chow Tai Shu to hurry home and Xia Ruofei's philosophy from the beginning to the end was to take the high-end route. Even the ordinary vegetables he grew were several grades higher than the ones on the market. Xia Ruofei had considered many factors when it came to choosing the species of the fruit tree. He sat on a big rock at the foot of the mountain for a long time before he thought of two types of fruit trees, lychee and cherry. The prices of these two fruits were relatively high, and the viewing pleasure of the fruit trees was very strong after they formed a forest. There was no need to talk about lychees. They were commonly planted in the south. There were many lychees in Sanshan City. In the 1,000-year-old West Zen temple, there was an ancient phoenix from the Song dynasty. Every summer, it would still bear bright red fruits. Therefore, there was no problem planting lychees here. As for cherries, Xia Ruofei liked to eat them. Furthermore, they were very expensive on the market. A kilogram of ordinary cherries cost tens of yuan. However, most of the cherries were planted in the north. He didn't know if the climate in the south was suitable for the growth of cherry trees. Xia Ruofei was not in a hurry to go back, so he took out his phone and searched for information online. Indeed, some places in the southeast province had a tradition of planting cherry trees, but most of them were in the northern mountainous areas. Sanshan City was located on the eastern coast of the southeast province. The climate was hot and humid, so it might not be suitable for the planting of cherry trees. This was especially true for Big Cherry, who basically came from Shandong. However, Xia Ruofei still decided to give it a try. He was confident in the spirit map space, and believed that with the help of the space pool and the petals of the strange flower, he would definitely succeed. Furthermore, if the cherry plantation in Sanshan City was successful, the advantage would be obvious. Cherries could only be stored for a short time. They could only be stored for 3 days at most after being picked. Even if they were stored in the refrigerator, they would not last more than a week. Therefore, if cherries from other places wanted to enter the Sanshan market, they could only rely on air transport or cold chain transportation. In this case, the local high-quality cherries naturally had an unparalleled advantage. Xia Ruofei still maintained his military habits. Since he had already made up his mind to fight, he would not think about it anymore and just put it into action. He decided to settle the matter of the fruit tree seedlings after the new year. Xia Ruofei had already woken up a little late. After walking around for a long time, it was almost lunchtime. Hence, he walked back home while taking a walk. It was the New Year's Eve dinner in the evening, so everyone had a simple lunch. After eating, they went back to their rooms to rest for a while. They got up at 3 in the afternoon and made dumplings together in the restaurant on the first floor. The Chinese New Year's Eve dinner in the south was usually held earlier than in the north, where people would not have dinner while watching the spring festival gala. Most of the time, after everyone finished eating and cleaned up the dishes, the family would sit together to watch the party. When it was past 5 o'clock, Hu Zi's mother had already prepared the New Year's Eve dinner. Plates of delicious-looking dishes were served on the table. Then, she took the dumplings that everyone had made to the kitchen. When Hu Zi's mother was still cooking the dumplings, Lin Qiao couldn't help but secretly grab a piece of beef and put it in her mouth. Yi Lingyun, on the other hand, sat upright and still. He was still standing and sitting like a bell, just like he was in the army. Even when he was sitting, his back was straight. When Hu Zi's mother served the dumplings that she had cooked, everyone went to the table and started eating. Xia Ruofei had specially opened a bottle of red wine. It was given to Xia Ruofei by the purchasing agent of President Xing of West River Moon. Xia Ruofei did not know much about wine, but President Xing's red wine was definitely not cheap. Last time, at Xia Ruofei's class gathering, President Xing's gift of a bottle of 1985 Petrus cost more than $1,000. This bottle would definitely not be any worse than the wine from that day. As he was pouring wine for everyone, Xia Ruofei suddenly had an idea. The time in the Swan and Ice space was 30 times faster, and there was a unique environment. If the wine was well preserved, especially white wine, it would be more fragrant as it aged. If he could get some wine and put it in there, wouldn't he be able to get super old wine very quickly? Those 30-year-old and 50-year-old wines that were sold at sky-high prices on the market were too weak. With this thought in mind, Xia Ruofei couldn't wait to go buy. He resisted the urge to pour everyone's wine. Xia Ruofei raised his glass and smiled. Auntie, Chao, Ling Yun, it's fate that we're all gathered together for the new year. Let's have a toast. I also wish all of us a smooth and prosperous coming year. Cheers. Cheers. Everyone raised their glasses and clinked them together before drinking. Even Hu Zi's mother took a small sip, while Lin Xiao took a big gulp. As soon as the wine entered her stomach, her little face immediately blushed, looking very moving. Slow down, Hu Zi's mother said as she stared at Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao stuck out her tongue mischievously and said, I know. Come. Everyone, have some food, Hu Zi's mother called out. Let's see if what I've made is to your taste. Xia Ruofei smiled. Auntie, Ling Yun and I don't have any other relatives now. In the past few years in the army, we had to prepare for combat during the New Year and other festivals. We would sometimes have to take a few bites at the sentry post for the New Year's Eve dinner. So, this sumptuous New Year's Eve dinner that you have prepared is definitely the best we have had in all these years. Yi Lin Yun nodded in agreement. Xia Ruofei took a piece of braised carp and tasted it. Delicious. Auntie, this is the taste of the home we've always dreamed of, you really know how to talk. Hu Zi's mother's eyes turned red again. If you like it, Auntie will make it for you often in the future. Hu Zi used to like my braised fish the most. Lin Xiao glanced at her mother and said, Mom, it's the new year, so let's not talk about these sad things. Hu Zi's mother wiped the corners of her eyes and said with a smile, Don't worry, Mom's fine. I'm happy. Even though Hu is no longer around, Ruofei is taking care of us now. I'm feeling better now, and you've solved your problem of going to school. Life is so good now. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, Auntie is right. In the future, we must be happy. Hu Zi will definitely feel gratified even if he is in heaven. Let's celebrate the new year together every year from now on, and everyone will be so happy. After that, Xia Ruofei turned to Yi Ling Yun and said, Ling Yun, class monitor Lin took great care of you when he was still around. Please give Auntie and Chao a toast on his behalf. Yes. Yi Lin Yun immediately stood up with his glass. P.S. Announcing the VIP reader group. Number 295848872. Welcome to the group. Screenshot of full subscription needed to be verified. Please continue to ask for everyone's support, monthly votes, tips, recommendations. Steel Gun needs everyone's support. Auntie, I'll toast you on behalf of Class Monitor Lin. Yi Lingyun said, Class Monitor Lin is no longer around. brother. Xia and I will take care of you on his behalf. Good. Good child, Hu Zi's mother raised her wine glass with red eyes. Come, Qiao, let's have a drink too. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, from now on, we're a family. Lin Qiao's eyes were also a little wet. In her memory, she had never had such a warm spring festival since her brother's death. Every New Year, it was just her and her mother. When she heard the laughter from other people's houses and the sound of firecrackers in the distance, her house seemed especially cold and lonely. Therefore, ever since her brother's death, Lin Qiao was particularly afraid of festivals, especially when the whole country was happy and celebrated like the Spring Festival. This year was different. She felt the warmth of a family and the joy of the new year. After everyone clinked their glasses and drank, they ate and chatted. From time to time, laughter could be heard in the dining room. Even Yi Lingyun, who was not good with words, said a lot. After the Chinese New Year's Eve dinner, Xia Ruofei wanted to help Hu Zi's mother with the dishes, but was stopped by Hu Zi's mother. She said that with her around, Xia Ruofei did not need to do anything. Lin Qiao, on the other hand, couldn't wait to set off some firecrackers. In fact, the sky had just turned dark, but seeing that Lin Qiao was so excited, Xia Ruofei didn't want to dampen her spirits. He laughed and called Yi Lingyun along. The three of them carried a large pile of firecrackers to the farm. Outside, the dazzling fireworks bloomed in the night sky, illuminating the three smiling faces and bringing a festive atmosphere to the relatively quiet farm. After a while, more than half of the fireworks were set off. Lin Qiao wanted to continue, but Xia Ruofei hurriedly told her to save some for the New Year's Eve. Only then did she reluctantly stop. The Spring Festival Gala was about to begin, so everyone went to the living room and sat in front of the TV. There were fruits and snacks on the coffee table in the living room. The four of them chatted and watched TV as they ate, and the atmosphere was harmonious. Hu Zi's mother was also in good spirits. She didn't go back to her room to rest until the New Year bell rang on TV. In the distance, the sound of firecrackers could be heard. In the direction of Sanshan City, the entire night sky was lit up. Xia Ruofei, Lin Qiao, and Yi Lingyun also took the remaining fireworks and went out to set them off. Half an hour later, Xia Ruofei and the rest had finished setting off all the fireworks. From afar, they could still see colorful fireworks blooming in the sky. Xia Ruofei, Yi Lingyun, and the unsatisfied Lin Qiao returned to the villa. Lin Qiao went back to her room to sleep under Hu Zi's mother's urging, while Xia Ruofei and Yi Lingyun went back to their respective rooms. After Xia Ruofei returned to his room, he took out his phone and started to make New Year calls. Of course, he guessed that Professor Tian Huilan, Ma Xiong, and the other elders had already gone to rest, so he mainly called the younger ones. Liang Qichao, President Xing of Shijiangyue, Guozhan of Lone Wolf Commando, Niao Meng of the Provincial Military Region, Wu Liqian, the Executive Deputy County Head of Chongping County. Xia Ruofei's social circle was not complicated after he retired, so he didn't have to make many calls. The leader of the Lone Wolf Assault Team, Guozhan, was very happy to receive Xia Ruofei's call. He even asked about his condition over the phone. Xia Ruofei told him that he had been using traditional Chinese medicine therapy after he retired and his condition had been effectively controlled. Guozhan was also very happy when he learned about it. Xia Ruofei also told him about Yi Lingyun. Guozhan had an impression of this soldier who had performed outstandingly during the group training. After listening to him, he was deeply moved and expressed his appreciation for Xia Ruofei's help to his comrades. Xia Ruofei and Guizhan talked about many things in the army and both of them sighed. As for Liang Qichao and the others, Xia Ruofei greeted them out of courtesy. He hung up the phone after a short chat. After making a round of calls, he was ready to call Ling Qingxue. In Xia Ruofei's heart, Ling Qingxue was still different from the others. The two of them had not yet broken through that layer of window paper, but they were far more intimate than ordinary good friends. That was why Xia Ruofei had left his call to Ling Qingxue for last. Just as Xia Ruofei was about to make the call, his phone rang. He looked at the caller ID and saw that it was an unfamiliar number. It's already midnight, who would call? Xia Ruofei muttered to himself. Hello, who is this? He answered the call. A shy voice came from the other end of the phone. Brother Xia? I'm Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei felt that the voice was familiar, but he couldn't recall who it was. He asked, May I know who you are? Big brother Xia, I'm Jiangyu. The voice on the other end of the phone had a hint of joy. Yu's classmate. The last time at the pharmacy. In front of the school, oh. So it was you. Hello. Xia Ruofei suddenly remembered that easily embarrassed girl. A few days after he left the military, he had saved her in an alley in the shanty town. Hello, brother Xia. Seeing that Xia Ruofei had recalled, Jiangyu was elated. It's nothing much. I just called to wish you a happy new year and wish you a happy new year, thank you. I wish you a happy new year too. Xia Ruofei said with a smile. I heard from Yu that you have a farm in the suburbs? Jiangyu asked, Big brother Xia, can we come and take a look after school reopens? No problem. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, but our farm has just been completed. We haven't planted anything yet. You'll probably be disappointed. If you come, no, I just wanted to come and see you, huh? Look at your farm, Jiangyu said in a flustered manner. All right. Give me a call when you feel like it. Xia Ruofei said with a smile. He thought to himself, why is this lady panting when she's talking? Goodbye, big brother Xia. Jiangyu quickly replied. Goodbye. Xia Ruofei ended the call. In a small mountain village in Gannan Province, a few hundred kilometers away, Jiangyu's face was flushed red. She held her phone to her chest with a shy smile on her face, and her bright eyes were shining with joy. After Xia Ruofei ended the call with Jiangyu, it was almost 8 o'clock. However, he considered that Ling Qingxue should still be awake on New Year's Eve, so he gave her a call. The call was picked up after one ring. Then, Xia Ruofei heard Ling Qingxue's voice. Why do I always have to call you? Is it because there are too many girls and you're too busy to call for New Year greetings? Ling Qingxue asked teasingly. Xia Ruofei broke out in a cold sweat. A girl's sixth sense was really scary. Fortunately, he had a clear conscience. He didn't call the girl. It was the girl who called. P.S. Announcing the VIP reader group number 2958488872. Welcome to the group. Screenshot of full subscription needed to be verified. Please continue to ask for everyone's support, monthly votes, tips, recommendations. Steel gun needs everyone's support. It's true, but I don't have any girls. Why don't you send me a few? Xia Ruofei said with a Smile. You wish. Ling Qingxue pouted and said, if one is not enough, how many more do you want? I don't even have one, okay? Xia Ruofei cried out, full of grievances. After he said this, the two of them fell into silence, because they all thought of the meaning behind the words that Ling Qingxue had blurted out. Xia Ruofei broke the awkward silence. Dumbo. Ling Qingxue lowered her eyes and said, Happy New Year. Happy New Year. Xia Ruofei said subconsciously. As soon as he finished speaking, Ling Qingxue quickly hung up the phone. Xia Ruofei sat there with his phone in his hand for a long time. He was thinking that he should be more proactive after the new year. The lady's intentions were already very obvious. Xia Ruofei also had feelings for Ling Qingxue. Thinking of this, Xia Ruofei picked up his phone and sent a WeChat message to Ling Qingxue. Qingxue, do you have time during the new year? Come to my farm to play. After a while, a WeChat notification rang. Xia Ruofei opened it and saw Ling Qingxue's one-word reply, MMH. Xia Ruofei grinned and put his phone aside. He didn't plan to enter the spirit map space again. He went to the bathroom to take a shower and then fell asleep. Xia Ruofei slept soundly that night. Even the firecrackers in the morning of the first day of the new year did not wake him up. He only woke up at Nini o'clock. The precise biological clock that he had developed in the army seemed to have begun to degenerate, but this was nothing. Sleeping until he woke up naturally and counting money until his hands cramped, wasn't this the life that many people dreamed of? If he were to return home after retiring and still live strictly according to the army's work and rest schedule, that would be old-fashioned. After washing up, Xia Ruofei put on his slippers and went downstairs. Hu Zi's mother had already prepared breakfast. Yi Lingyun had already woken up and was practicing military boxing in the courtyard. His head was steaming, and he had obviously been practicing for a while. In this aspect, Xia Ruofei could not compare to Yi Lingyun. This kid had always stuck to the army's daily routine. He would get up at 6 in the morning and go to the courtyard for physical training. In his own words, he was now the head of security at the Paradise Corporation, so he couldn't neglect his culinary skills. Xia Ruofei suspected that if it wasn't for the fact that guns couldn't be bought in the country, this kid would probably not even skip his shooting training. Hu Zi's mother saw Xia Ruofei coming down and greeted him with a smile. If it flies, come and have breakfast. All right. Xia Ruofei smiled and replied, Auntie, where's Qiao Er? This girl is still sleeping. Ignore her, let's eat first. Hu Zi's mother said. Woof. You still dared to call me a lazy bum yesterday, Xia Ruofei said with a smile. You actually woke up later than me. This girl had a lot of fun last night and didn't go to bed until 1. She hasn't been this happy in a long time, Hu Zi's mother said with a smile. We'll all be happy in the future, Xia Ruofei said. Hu Zi's mother nodded and said, come and eat quickly. Otherwise, the congee will get cold. Then, Hu Zi's mother stuck her head out and shouted, Little Yi, stop practicing, let's eat. Auntie, please eat first. I'll be done soon, Yi Lingyun replied. Xia Ruofei turned around and saw that he had finished a set of military boxing and was now doing push-ups quickly. He smiled at Hu Zi's mother and said, Auntie, don't worry about him. This guy won't eat until he's done with his training. Let's eat, according to The custom of the Southeast Province, the first meal on the first day of the new year was vegetarian. Because it was difficult for most people to maintain the habit of vegetarian all year round, it was a symbolic meaning to vegetarian for the first meal of the new year, as if they had been vegetarian for the whole year. There were many similar customs. For example, on the first day of the new year, they couldn't sweep the floor and wash dishes. On the one hand, it was to gather wealth, so they couldn't sweep things out. On the other hand, it was also because they couldn't work hard on the first day, because it would indicate an entire year of hard work. However, Huzi's mother's cooking skills were very good. Furthermore, the ingredients were all Taoyuan vegetables. So even without any meat or fish, it was still very delicious. Xia Ruofei slurped down 3 bowls of porridge with the side dishes. At this time, Yi Lingyun had finished his physical training and returned. Xia Ruofei called him to wash up and come over for breakfast. Then, he took his phone and left the villa for the farm. Outside, he still had to make a few New Year calls, mainly to Professor Tian Huilan, and Ma Xiong from Hong Kong. Xia Ruofei called Professor Tian first. After the call was connected, Professor Tian's hearty voice came through. Happy New Year, Xiao Xia. Professor Tian, here's my New Year's greetings to you. Xia Ruofei chuckled and asked, how's your body recently? It's all thanks to you. My body is much tougher than it was in the past. Professor Tian said happily. Before the new year, the school organized for us old professors to go for a physical examination. All of my physical indicators are very good. Those old guys are so envious that they're all asking me what kind of health maintenance method I have. That's good, that's good. Xia Ruofei was also very happy. He continued to ask, oh right. Secretary Tian should be with you, right? Ha ha ha. That's right. Professor Tian said, she comes to my place every year at this time to get some peace and quiet. Xia Ruofei smiled and expressed his understanding. For a high-ranking official like Tian Huilan, if she didn't find a place to hide during the holidays, she would probably be trampled on. Not to mention, she had entered the ranks of the deputy, level and standing committee of the provincial party committee this year, so the situation was even worse than in previous years. Moreover, it was not good to drive her out during the new year, so the best way was to make sure that no one could find her. Professor Tian, please help me convey my New Year's greetings to Secretary Tian. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, I won't make another call. Only Xia Ruofei had a quiet personality. If it was anyone else, they would probably wake up laughing from their dreams if they could speak to Secretary Tian of the Municipal Party Committee. How could they let go of this opportunity so easily? Alright. She's right beside me, I've received your blessing. Professor Tian laughed and said, Xiao Xia, if you're free, come over and play. Alright. Xia Ruofei said with a smile. The two of them chatted for a while, before hanging up. Xia Ruofei was about to call Ma Xiong when his phone rang. Xia Ruofei saw that it was a Hong Kong number and couldn't help but laugh. Hello. Xia Ruofei answered the call. Happy New Year, Xia Xing. Ma Xiong's voice was heard from the other end of the phone. Thank you. Old Mr. Ma, I also wish you and your family a Happy New Year. Xia Ruofei smiled and asked, oh right. How's Huan's condition now? Huan is recovering very well. Huan's score on the autistic behavior scale is now normal. The professional said that Huan has already taken off her cap. Ma Xiong said excitedly. Taking off a hat was a term used in the industry. It referred to the recovery of an autistic patient. With the recognition of a professional organization, it further proved that Huan had completely recovered. That's great, Xia Ruofei said happily. Xia Sheng, I have you to thank for this. Ma Xiong sighed and continued, Huan missed you so much. She always talks about Uncle Xia. Then please tell Huan that I miss her too. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, I will come to Hong Kong to see her when I have time. Ma Xiong laughed. There's no need to wait. We'll be going back to the mainland in 2 days. You'll see Huan soon. Oh, really? That's great. I'll think about what kind of New Year's gift I should get her, Xia Ruofei said with a smile. The gift is fine. Huan will be very happy as long as she sees you. Ma Xiong said with a smile, by the way, Xiaoxing, I have another purpose for going to the mainland this time. I'm going to Xinqing City to attend a truffle tasting auction. I wonder if you're interested in joining me? When Xia Ruofei heard Ma Xiong mention the truffle auction, his heart skipped a beat. P.S. Announcing the VIP reader group number 2958488872. Welcome to the group. Screenshot of full subscription needed to be verified. Please continue to ask for everyone's support, monthly votes, tips, recommendations. Steel Gun needs everyone's support. Of course I'm interested. Xia Ruofei asked excitedly, Old Master Ma, when does the truffle tasting auction start? The 3rd day of the 1st month. Ma Xiong said, the traditional truffle production season in the Alba region of Italy is around November and December, but truffles grow in March. I heard that there will be white truffles of very good quality in this auction. It should be the last truffle auction this season. The next time we want to try it will be at the end of the year. That's why we can't miss it. Then all the more I want to participate, Xia Ruofei said with a smile. We'll arrive at Sancheon City tomorrow. We'll fly to Xinqing the day after tomorrow. Ma Xiong asked, Xiaoxing, is your schedule easy to arrange? I'm fine with it, Xia Ruofei said without hesitation. Ha ha ha. Then I'll see you tomorrow, Ma Xiong said happily. See you tomorrow. After hanging up the phone, Xia Ruofei's mind began to wander. According to the time in the medium, it had been almost a year since the last truffle cultivation. If his method worked and he successfully cultivated a high-quality truffle, he might be able to make a lot of money from this auction. Even if the truffle was not successfully cultivated, it would still be good to attend the tasting meeting with Ma Xiong. The taste of the truffle, especially the alluring fragrance, was still lingering in Xia Ruofei's mind. Xia Ruofei didn't want to wait any longer. He went straight back to the villa and locked the door and windows in his bedroom. After making sure it was safe, he summoned the spirit painting from his palm and entered the medium. He strode to the oak forest. The oak trees grew very quickly. They were all about 20 centimeters in diameter, and the whole forest was lush. Xia Ruofei came to an oak tree and started digging with a shovel. Truffles were actually a type of fungus. They were associated with the roots of oak and beech trees. Hence, if Xia Ruofei wanted to find truffles, he had to dig down and find the roots. Truffles produced in winter usually grew half a meter to 1 meter deep under the soil. Xia Ruofei dug a few spots and found the roots. However, he did not find any truffles. When there were no truffles around a meter, he would fill the hole with soil and continue digging in another place. On the fifth time, when Xia Ruofei had dug more than 70 centimeters, he suddenly found a black block at the root of the oak tree. He quickly stopped and carefully pushed away the surrounding soil with his hands. Very quickly, a black lump the size of a tennis ball appeared in front of Xia Ruofei. He carefully pulled it out and cleaned the dirt. On its surface was uneven and looked like a pine fruit, but its texture was finer and not as hard as a pine fruit. The most obvious thing was the smell. After digging it out, Xia Ruofei smelled a special fragrance. People who liked it would be fascinated by it, and those who didn't would feel nauseated. Xia Ruofei had only touched truffles in Hong Kong previously. Obviously, he was one of the former. Without a doubt, it was a piece of black truffle. Xia Ruofei's mood relaxed. Although this black truffle was of average size and weight, its appearance confirmed one thing: the soil method he used to cultivate truffles previously was effective. Since he had found one, it meant that there were more and better ones underground. On this point, Xia Ruofei had an almost superstitious belief in the spirit map space. Moreover, the roots would be infected with truffle fungus, so they would be able to produce truffles continuously in the future. However, Xia Ruofei was a little worried. Truffles were half a meter to a meter deep underground. It was too inefficient to dig aimlessly, and he might miss a lot. No matter what, Xia Ruofei could not accept letting the precious truffles rot underground. He had done some research before. In foreign countries, truffle hunters would bring specially trained truffle dogs to look for truffles. In the early days, some people took sows to search for it, because the hormonal smell of truffles was a fatal temptation to sows. Even if it was buried 1 meter deep underground, it still could not escape the noses of sows. However, once truffles were found, the sows would dig up the soil with all their might. Many times, the truffle hunters were unable to stop them in time, and the precious truffles would be eaten by the sows. As a result, they slowly switched to using specially trained truffle dogs. A better truffle could be sold for thousands of dollars. Xia Ruofei thought for a while and decided to let Lightning try. Although Lightning was not a professional truffle dog, it had absorbed the petals of a strange flower and was more intelligent than ordinary dogs. Its sense of smell must be more sensitive than ordinary dogs. Xia Ruofei placed the black truffle in an empty box and left the spirit map space. He didn't store the painting in his body. Instead, he put it in his pocket. Then, he opened the door and walked to the balcony. He whistled toward the courtyard. Lightning, who was basking in the sun by the wall, heard Xia Ruofei's whistle and immediately stood up. She looked up at the second floor. Xia Ruofei beckoned to Lightning. Lightning immediately understood and rushed into the villa. It ran up the stairs to the second floor. Xia Ruofei opened the door and Lightning immediately rushed in. It stood up and pounced on Xia Ruofei affectionately. Xia Ruofei patted Lightning's head and said, "Come down, come down. Wait for me to lock the door. I have an important task for you." Lightning let go of Xia Ruofei obediently and lay on the floor. Xia Ruofei went over to lock the door and draw the curtains. Then, he took out the spirit map scroll and entered the spirit map space with Lightning in his arms. Lightning had been to the spirit map space before, so when it entered and felt the rich spiritual energy, it was very happy. It began to run around Xia Ruofei's feet and wagged its tail at Xia Ruofei, expressing its excitement. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Follow me. I have work to do." With that, Xia Ruofei walked towards the oak forest with Lightning following closely behind him. Xia Ruofei walked to the box and picked up the black truffle. He put it in front of Lightning's nose and smiled. "Take a good sniff of this smell. It's all up to you. If you can find all the truffles underground." Lightning could understand such simple instructions. It sniffed the truffle very carefully, then looked at Xia Ruofei and wagged its tail a few times. "This is it?" Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Then let's go. Find all the truffles in this forest." Lightning immediately sneaked out and circled around an oak tree a few times, sniffing with its nose. Soon, it came to a position and started to dig with its front paws. I'll do it. You just have to be responsible for finding the location," Xia Ruofei quickly said. He picked up the shovel and began to dig at the spot where Lightning was digging, while Lightning lay quietly on the side. 10 centimeters, 20 centimeters. This time, Xia Ruofei dug for a full meter and finally saw a huge truffle. This time, it was the more precious white truffle. P.S. Announcing the VIP reader group number 2958488872. Welcome to the group. Screenshot of full subscription needed to be verified. Please continue to ask for everyone's support. Monthly votes, tips, recommendations. Steel gun needs everyone's support. Xia Ruofei carefully dug the soil beside the truffle with a shovel and finally dug out the white truffle with his bare hands. After roughly cleaning the soil on the surface of the truffle, Xia Ruofei weighed the truffle in his hand. It was about 400 to 500 grams and the size of a pomelo. What a good start. Xia Ruofei was very happy. He knew that the heavier the weight of truffle, the more precious it was. In 2015, a piece of 900 grams of white truffle was sold at an auction for 100,000 euros, which was equivalent to 680000 Chinese dollars. This piece of white truffle was about 500 grams. Compared to the price of a piece of white truffle that was about the same weight as the one sold at the auction, it was worth about 200,000 Chinese dollars. And this was under the condition that the quality was the same. Xia Ruofei would never believe that the white truffle produced in his interspace would be inferior to the white truffle grown in the outside world. It was already a great honor that the white truffle did not surpass them by a few streets. The white truffle greatly boosted Xia Ruofei's confidence. He thought for a moment and left the medium with Lightning. He asked Lightning to wait in the room, then went downstairs to the small storage room, locked the door, and put a few bags of rice into the medium. After returning to his bedroom, Xia Ruofei brought Lightning into the medium again. He tore open the rice bag and poured a layer of rice into the 2 large sorting boxes. Then, he carefully brushed off the soil on the 2 truffles with a small brush and buried them in the rice in the 2 boxes. The reason why Xia Ruofei did this was because the truffle was constantly emitting a strong fragrance. Although he knew that things would not go bad in the interspace, he did not know if the fragrance would dissipate. Therefore, it was safer to store it in the rice and seal it in the sorting box. After that, Xia Ruofei brought Lightning to search for the next location of the truffles. Although Lightning had not been trained, its sense of smell was far better than truffle dogs. It could understand humans and could understand Xia Ruofei's orders. Therefore, it was very efficient in finding truffles. It was Xia Ruofei who had slowed down the progress. This was because he had to be very careful every time he dug. After the truffle was dug out, he had to carefully clean the soil on the surface and put it into the tidying box. So every time lightning found a place to rest, Xia Ruofei would be busy. Pieces of truffles were dug out from the ground by Xia Ruofei. There were black truffles and even more precious white truffles. After they were cleaned, they were put into tidying boxes continuously. Soon, the 2 large tidying boxes were full. Xia Ruofei found another 2 tidying boxes and poured in the rice. After more than 10 hours, Xia Ruofei finally dug out the last piece of black truffle. He asked lightning and confirmed that there was no truffle left in the oak forest. He then heaved a sigh of relief. This work not only tested one's physical strength, but also one's patience. Although Xia Ruofei was exhausted and covered in mud, he felt a sense of achievement when he saw the 4 boxes of truffles. The amount of black truffles and white truffles was basically the same. The 2 large boxes were full, and the other 2 were also half filled. As for how much harvest they had, they would only know after weighing it on a scale. However, Xia Ruofei could roughly estimate it. Among the truffles, there were 7 or 8 of them that were as big as the first white truffle that lightning had found. According to last year's auction market, they were worth at least 2 million. In addition, there were 3 pieces of truffles that could be considered giant. The largest piece was slightly bigger than a basketball and weighed about 4 pounds. The other 2 pieces were about 2 to 3 pounds. If Xia Ruofei remembered correctly, the largest piece was probably bigger than the world's largest white truffle in 14 years. The white truffle was 4.16 pounds, or about 1.89 kilograms. The piece that Xia Ruofei had dug out was definitely a giant. The value of such truffles could no longer be measured by the market price, especially if they were to participate in an auction. It was even more likely to be sold for a sky-high price. The black truffle was in a similar situation, but black truffles were generally smaller than white truffles. The largest piece of black truffle that Xia Ruofei found was nearly 1.5 kilograms, which was also very rare. Xia Ruofei pondered for a while in the space. He felt that there was too much truffle this time and it was not appropriate to sell it all at once. Otherwise, the auction price would not go up. He was even considering moving the oak trees to the new space. This kind of thing could only be produced in a specific season of the year, and there was no way to preserve it for a long time, so it was meaningless to produce more of it in the space. Although the original dimension could keep truffles absolutely fresh, truffles were precious when they were rare. If they were released in large quantities, it would definitely cause market turmoil, and the price would eventually fall. It was definitely not worth it. Moreover, it was extremely suspicious to suddenly sell truffles that couldn't be preserved for a long time in a season without truffle production. It would easily expose his secret. Of course, Xia Ruofei was not in a hurry to decide if he should transplant them. The harvest this time was just in time for the end of the truffle season. This batch of truffles could still be sold as usual. Therefore, the most important thing now was to plan the sales of this batch of truffles. When he went to Xinqing City in 2 days, the biggest truffles would definitely be auctioned. The most suitable place for truffles of this level would be the auction. The rest of the medium-sized ones could also be used as a foil. Then, he would keep the rest for now. When he returned to the 3 mountains, he would sell truffles of such good quality through other channels. Now that it was the end of truffle sale season, he definitely wouldn't have to worry about sales. After making up his mind, Xia Ruofei took a new tidying box and picked out the largest pieces of black truffles and white truffles. He also picked out a dozen pieces of medium-sized truffles and put them all into the tidying box. Then, he poured in the rice. Then, Xia Ruofei sealed the sides of the boxes with tape. There were 5 big truffles. In this batch, 3 white truffles and 2 black truffles. The white truffles were more than 3 caddies, and the black truffles were more than 2 caddies. There were also 13 ordinary truffles, which weighed 300 pounds and 500 grams. Xia Ruofei sealed the rest of them and left the original space with lightning. Although he had been busy in the interspace for more than 10 hours, only a short time had passed in the outside world. Xia Ruofei went to the bathroom to wash off the dirt on his body and changed into clean clothes. Then, he opened the door and brought lightning downstairs. Xia Ruofei didn't see Lin Xiao. After asking who's Zi's mother, he found out that the girl was still sleeping. Yi Lingyun, on the other hand, went to the farm to patrol. This was something he had to do every day. As the head of security, he was very responsible. Xia Ruofei had nothing to do, so he brought lightning over to the farm. Before he reached the vegetable greenhouse, he saw Cao Taishu hurriedly walking out of the greenhouse from a distance. P.S. Announcing the VIP reader group number 2958488872. Welcome to the group. Screenshot of full subscription needed to be verified. Please continue to ask for everyone's support, monthly votes, tips, recommendations. Steel gun needs everyone's support. Xia Ruofei saw the anxious look on Cao Taishu's face and quickly walked up to him. He asked, "Old Cao, what's wrong?" "Boss, my wife just called me, saying that she fell while shopping at the temple fair. I was just about to ask you for leave," Cao Taishu said. "I'm afraid I can't be on duty today, yo." "Why? Would he fall? Is it serious?" Xia Ruofei quickly asked. It was really depressing for such a thing to happen on the first day of the first month of the lunar year. "Eh?" Cao Taishu said. "Who knows? That woman just likes to join in the fun. There are so many people at the temple fair, it's easy to get into trouble. She's still in the county hospital. It seems like his bones are injured, but it shouldn't be a big problem if he can make a phone call. Then hurry over. You don't have to worry about the shift. Ling Yun is at the farm too," Xia Ruofei said. "Okay, thank you, boss," Cao Taishu said. "I will rush over on the 4th day of the new year when you are transplanting the vegetable seedlings." Xia Ruofei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "You old Cao. At a time like this, you still care about this. Hurry up and go see your wife. I've granted you leave. You're not allowed to go to work before your wife recovers, or I'll deduct your salary." This, Cao Taishu hesitated. "Why are you still here and there? Hurry up and go," Xia Ruofei said. "Oh. Okay. Thank you, boss," Cao Taishu said. Then, he ran to the shed, got his motorcycle, and rushed to the county hospital. Xia Ruofei thought about it. Since he had nothing to do today, he might as well go to the temple fair. Moreover, as Cao Taishu's boss, he knew that something had happened to his family. Moreover, it was the first day of the new year. It was only right for him to go and visit. Hence, Xia Ruofei returned to the villa, informed Hu Zi's mother, and drove away from Taoyuan farm. Xia Ruofei did not use the Night 15. Instead, he drove a pickup. The Night 15 was too ostentatious, and there were many people at the temple fair on the first day of the Lunar New Year. Xia Ruofei did not want to be watched like a monkey in a zoo. Some people liked to be in the limelight, while others preferred to keep a low profile. Xia Ruofei happened to be the latter. The temple fair in Chongqing County was located at the county cultural square. Xia Ruofei had been to the county several times and was familiar with the place. He quickly found a parking space nearby and parked his car. Then, he walked towards the temple fair. On the streets of Chongqing County on the first day of the new year, red lanterns were hung on the trees on both sides of the road. The street lamps were also decorated with beautiful Fu characters. On the road to the cultural square, colorful flags were also placed along the road, giving off a festive atmosphere. Xia Ruofei was prepared to walk around the temple fair and buy some gifts to visit Chao Tieshu's wife at the county hospital. When he walked near the entrance of the temple fair, his eyes were attracted by a man who had a stall. There was a big basket in front of the man, and there were 5 or 6 furry puppies in it. Xia Ruofei's heart skipped a beat. He was just about to raise some animals in the new space after the evolution. Dogs were undoubtedly a good choice. This was because dogs had higher intelligence. It was said that the border collie with the highest IQ could reach the intelligence level of a 7-year-old child. A dog that had been kept in the spirit map space for a long time would definitely have higher intelligence and would be of great help to Xia Ruofei in the future. Moreover, dogs were a relatively common animal, and it was very convenient to use them in the outside world. Xia Ruofei strode towards the man's stall. "Boss? How much are you selling this dog for?" Xia Ruofei looked at the dog in the basket and asked, casually. The man quickly said, 50 yuan each, no bargaining. "What breed is your dog?" Xia Ruofei asked. "This is a Chinese countryside dog." Xia Ruofei couldn't help but laugh. He joked, "Isn't that a mutt? Why are they still so expensive?" The man quickly explained, "Sir, to tell you the truth, these little dogs were given birth to by my big yellow dog, so their breed might be a little ordinary. But their father is amazing. That was the big wolf dog raised by Boschan of the Dafa Abalone farm. These dogs will definitely be very fierce when they grow up, and they'll definitely be good at guarding the house. So there's still a bloodline." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "All right. I'll take all of them, AI." Okay, the man said happily when he heard that Xia Ruofei would buy all of them. "Sir, there are 7 in total. If you give me 350 yuan, I'll give you this basket as a gift." Xia Ruofei was stunned. He looked at the puppy in the basket and asked, "Aren't there 6 of them here?" The boss was a little embarrassed as he took out a little black dog from under his chair. This little dog was even smaller than the ones in the basket. It looked listless and had some wounds on its body. It looked like it was on the verge of death. The boss smiled apologetically. "Sir, this is also a litter of puppies. It's just that it was a little weak when it was born, and it's always bullied by the other puppies, so it's not a loss for you to buy it back. You can definitely raise it. And didn't I give you a basket?" Xia Ruofei looked at the puppy and felt a little sympathetic. Besides, a few hundred yuan was nothing to him now. Naturally, he would not be so calculative. He nodded and said, "All right, deal. Thank you. Sir, you're really a forthright person," the boss said happily. Xia Ruofei took out 350 yuan from his wallet and handed it to the owner. Then, he carried the basket in one hand and the black puppy in the other and walked back. When they arrived at his pickup, Xia Ruofei placed the wicker basket inside. Xia Ruofei thought for a while. He couldn't just leave the puppy in the car. It would be a disaster if it were to freeze in such a cold weather. These were 7 little lives. Hence, he simply drove out of the city and stopped at an empty roadside. Xia Ruofei summoned the spirit map scroll from his palm and kept the basket that contained the 6 puppies and the black puppy into the new space. The new space had the same flow of time as the outside world, so Xia Ruofei did not have to worry about the time in the new space passing by quickly and the puppy starving to death. He kept the painting in his body and drove back to the county. After walking around the temple fair for a while, Xia Ruofei bought some New Year's toys to give to Lin Xiao. He also bought a few bags of milk powder for the puppies. Then, Xia Ruofei went to a nearby pharmacy to buy some nutritional supplements before driving to the county hospital. After parking the car at the county hospital, Xia Ruofei carried the gifts and went straight to the inpatient department. He heard from Chow Tai-shu that his wife had injured her bone, so she must be hospitalized. After Xia Ruofei entered the inpatient department, he took out his phone and was about to call Chow Tai-shu to ask which ward he was in. At this moment, Xia Ruofei heard a commotion from the corridor on the first floor of the inpatient department. Among them was Chow Tai-shu's angry and loud voice. P.S. Announcing the VIP reader group. Number 295848872. Welcome to the group. Screenshot of full subscription needed to be verified. Please continue to ask for everyone's support, monthly votes, tips, recommendations. Steel gun needs everyone's support. Xia Ruofei's expression changed slightly. He quickly followed the voice. Very quickly, he arrived at the door of a hospital ward. He saw that this hospital ward was packed with 7 to 8 people. Chow Tai-shu and a few people who looked like farmers were in a confrontation with a few people in police uniforms. A middle-aged woman was lying on the bed with a pained expression. Her leg was in a thick cast and there were bruises on her face. Xia Ruofei noticed that the men in uniforms did not have official ranks. From their armbands, he could tell that they were auxiliary police officers. The leading auxiliary police officer was in his early 20s. He didn't wear a police hat and had long hair. His black police uniform jacket was unbuttoned, and the tie on his shirt was crooked. With a cigarette in his mouth, he didn't look like a police officer, but more like a bandit. The auxiliary police officer took a puff of his cigarette and frivolously blew the smoke in his mouth towards Chow Tai-shu. Then, he pointed at Chow Tai-shu with the cigarette between his fingers and said, "Old man, don't be so ungrateful. It's already very easy for you to pay. If you continue to talk nonsense, I'll arrest all of you." Chow Tai-shu straightened his neck, and his eyes were about to spew fire. He was so angry that his body trembled and he shouted, "If you have the ability, then arrest all of us. I don't believe that there's no place for reasoning. Yo. You're quite unreasonable, aren't you?" The auxiliary police officer threw away the cigarette butt, pointed at Chow Tai-shu, and said, "Come with us to the police station. Motherfucker, I can't deal with you. Brothers, handcuff him." A few auxiliary police officers behind him immediately came forward to arrest Chow Tai-shu. Xia Ruofei couldn't take it anymore and shouted, "Stop. What are you guys doing?" After he finished speaking, he strode into the ward and stood between Chow Tai-shu and the other police officers. Chow Tai-shu was also surprised to see Xia Ruofei. He asked, "Boss, what are you doing here?" Xia Ruofei nodded at Chow Tai-shu, then looked at the police officers and coldly asked, "What are you guys doing?" The leader of the police officers glanced at Xia Ruofei and asked, "Who are you?" "I'm warning you. Don't get in the way of our official duties, or we'll arrest you as well." Xia Ruofei's lips twitched and he asked, "Executing official duties? You still want to arrest people? Do you have the relevant documents? Did the auxiliary police have the power to independently enforce the law? Where's your police captain? Also, he's disheveled and isn't well dressed. He's smoking in the ward while wearing a police uniform. What kind of character is this? Is this how your leader leads his team?" The series of questions confused the leader of the auxiliary police. He saw that Xia Ruofei's manner was extraordinary, and he spoke with a sense of justice, so he suddenly lost his confidence. "Who are you?" he asked hesitantly. Xia Ruofei smiled faintly and pointed at Chow Tai-shu. "Didn't you hear me just now? I'm his boss." "Boss? Where are you from?" One of the auxiliary police officers behind the leading police officer asked bravely. "We're from Taoyuan Farm," Chow Tai-shu said with his head held high. The leading police officer was stunned for a moment. He opened his eyes wide and then sneered, "Fuck. I thought it was some big shot. So you're just a fucking farmer? Why are you pretending to be a big-tailed wolf? That big tone. People who don't know you might think you're the director of the Public Security Bureau." Fuck, at first, he was not sure about Xia Ruofei's background, so he was a little apprehensive. Now that he heard that the other party was the owner of a small farm that he had never heard of, he suddenly felt that he had been too careful. When he thought about how he had been intimidated by a farmer, the leader of the auxiliary police felt that he had lost a lot of face in front of his brothers, so he also became angry from embarrassment and began to curse. The group of auxiliary police officers behind him also laughed. "I thought you were some big boss. So you're a vegetable farmer. This guy is really quite scary." "Haha, farm owner, I'm so scared." Xia Ruofei looked at the group of police officers quietly, as if he was watching a group of clowns. "Hey, big boss, listen up. These few people killed my Alsatian." The leader of the auxiliary police said loudly, "You're such a big boss, why don't you help them pay? It's not expensive, only 50,000 yuan. Xia Ruofei said indifferently, "So it's a private matter? Then, you brought so many people here in police uniforms, and just now you were shouting about taking them to the police station. Is this considered private use?" "Private, your mother. Do you really think you're a big leader?" The leader of the auxiliary police officer's expression changed and he cursed, "Get out if you don't have money to pay. I'll catch you as well if you continue to talk nonsense." Xia Ruofei's expression turned cold as he chided, "You're the ones who should get out. This is a hospital, you can't do as you please. Motherfucker. You refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit." The leader of the auxiliary police said with a fierce look, "Brothers, handcuff this kid first. Didn't he like to talk big? Let him slowly tell you at the bureau." The auxiliary police officers agreed and surrounded Xia Ruofei. One of them was holding a pair of handcuffs. Seeing this, Chow Tai-shu also became anxious. He loudly said, "Stop. What right do you have to arrest my boss? Those auxiliary police, naturally, did not pay attention to Cao Taishu's shouts. Xia Ruofei remained calm. Until one of the auxiliary police officers reached out to grab his arm. He shook his hand lightly, and his body flashed like a ghost. Muffled sounds of fists hitting bodies could be heard. No one could even see Xia Ruofei's movements clearly. It felt like in a few blinks of an eye, the police officers were lying on the ground and groaning in pain. All of them had bruises on their faces, and they looked extremely miserable. Xia Ruofei calmly clapped his hands, walked over, grabbed one person in each hand, and threw them all out of the ward. In no time, the leader of the police officers stood at the side and could not believe his eyes. It was only when Xia Ruofei walked towards him that he shuddered and shouted, "You dare to attack a police officer? You think too highly of yourself. Are you a police officer? It's not even enough to assault a police officer." Xia Ruofei pouted and said, "Besides. So what if I assault a police officer?" Xia Ruofei said as he walked towards the police officer. With every step he took, the police officer felt more pressured and couldn't help but take a few steps back. "Don't come over. Don't come over." Xia Ruofei's display of skill had scared the police out of their wits. Xia Ruofei looked at him in disgust and said, "Your mouth is too smelly. Slap yourself 10 times and then get lost." "What? You don't go too far," the auxiliary police officer said as he retreated. He was no longer as arrogant and domineering as before. Now, he was just thinking about how to escape. Xia Ruofei snorted and said, "Since you're so unconscious, I'll do it for you." With that, he rushed forward, grabbed the assistant policeman's collar with one hand, and quickly waved his other hand. Pili pa la. The crisp sound of a slap was heard. Xia Ruofei slapped the police officer 10 times, and the police officer's face swelled up at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. He was stunned by the 10 slaps and even forgot the pain on his face. He just stood there in a daze, with a look of disbelief on his face. Xia Ruofei threw him out of the door and said indifferently, "Get lost." The auxiliary police officers looked at each other and showed a look of fear. Then, they helped each other and fled. At the end of the corridor, the leading auxiliary police officer turned around and shouted, "Just you wait. Don't run if you have the guts." Xia Ruofei did not care about his hollering. He turned around and looked at Cao Taishu, asking, "Old Cao, tell me, what's going on?" P.S. Announcing the VIP reader group number 2958488872. Welcome to the group. Screenshot of full subscription needed to be verified. Please continue to ask for everyone's support, monthly votes, tips, recommendations. Steel Gun needs everyone's support. Cao Taishu did not answer Xia Ruofei's question. Instead, he said worriedly, "Boss, you hit Chen Gang. This is not a small problem." The other villagers in the ward also said, "Yes, Boss Xia. Chen Gang is the son of Chen Jinbo, the owner of the abalone farm in the county. He has a lot of power in the county." Chen Jinbo is also a committee member of the county's government association. He knows many important people. "Boss Xia, please think of a way to resolve this. Stop. Xia Ruofei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "I have my ways. You don't have to worry about me. Even if the sky is falling, you should at least let me know what happened, right?" Cao Taishu glared at his wife on the bed and said, "It's all because of this woman. Why are you joining in the fun? What's there to visit at a temple? Fair?" Now that we've caused such a huge disaster, Chao Tieshu's wife said, feeling wronged, I didn't know that this would happen. There were at least a few thousand people at the temple fair, so why didn't they get involved? I'm just so unlucky. You still dare to talk back. Chao Tieshu's eyes widened as he spoke. Xia Ruofei forced a smile and advised, Old Chao, what's done is done. What's the point of blaming sister-in-law? What had happened? I'm still confused. Chao Taishu sighed and told Xia Ruofei everything. It turned out that Chao Tieshu's wife and a few villagers had made an appointment to go to the temple fair in the county. Not long after entering the county, a large wolfhound suddenly rushed out from the vicinity of the police station in the west of the city. Chao Tieshu's wife was so frightened that she fell heavily from her bicycle. She just happened to hit the stone along the road, and her tibia was fractured on the spot. That large wolfhound was still aggressively pouncing towards Chao Tieshu's wife. Her leg was fractured, and she couldn't run away. As a result, her face was scratched and had several bloody marks. The villagers who went to the temple fair with him hurried forward to chase the dog away, but the dog seemed to have gone mad. The situation was urgent at the time, and if this mad dog was allowed to go crazy, Chao Tieshu's wife might have lost her life. One of the villagers happened to have a hoe on his tricycle, so he raised it to hit the dog. At that time, the scene was chaotic, and they couldn't remember the specific situation. They only remembered that they had hit the hose a few times, and maybe one of them had hit the big wolf dog's vital point. The big wolf dog was killed on the spot. At this time, the place where Chao Tieshu's wife's bones were fractured was already very swollen. There were also many bruises and scratches that were bleeding. The villagers did not care about finding the dog's owner to pay for the medical expenses. They quickly sent Chao Tieshu's wife to the hospital and asked Chao Tieshu's wife to call and inform Chao Taishu. The emergency and hospitalization fees were paid by a few villagers. Unexpectedly, after dealing with the fractures and wounds, Chao Taishu arrived at the inpatient department. Not long after he arrived, Qin Gang came to the door with a few auxiliary police officers. It was only then that everyone knew that the Alsatian was Qin Gang's. Qin Gang's family owned the largest abalone farm in the county. His father, Qin Jinbo, was a member of the county government's administrative association and was considered a famous local private entrepreneur. Qin Gang had been mischievous since he was a child, and his academic results were terrible. After graduating from high school, he was transferred to the city's west police station as an auxiliary police officer through some connections in his family. With his family's power and the skin of a police officer, Qin Gang was even more arrogant and domineering. His bad reputation was known all over the country. The Alsatian was raised by Qin Jinbo in the abalone farm, and Qin Gang often brought it to the police station. He didn't know why he had run out of the police station today. Qin Gang, who was on duty today, was playing cards in the office with a few of his bad friends, so he didn't know anything. After the wolfhound ran out, it ran towards Chao Tieshu's wife. In the end, it was accidentally killed by a villager, and Qin Gang was completely unaware of it. Later, some of Qin Gang's acquaintances recognized that it was his dog and quickly ran to the police station to inform him. When Qin Gang saw his beloved dog lying dead on the spot, he immediately exploded and asked around with a few auxiliary police officers. Many people had seen what had happened, so Qin Gang and the others quickly found the hospital. When they met, not only did Qin Gang not apologize for his dog hurting people, but he also asked Qiao Taishu to compensate him for his dog. He even asked for 50,000 yuan. Qiao Taishu's stomach was filled with anger when his wife got into such a situation in the first day of the new year. Hence, both parties started quarreling and Xia Ruofei arrived. Finally, Qiao Taishu said indignantly, "I've long heard that the Qin family is overbearing. I've finally witnessed it today, ai. Taishu, what? Do we common people have to fight with him?" An elderly villager sighed and said, "I think you'd better get out of the hospital with your sister-in-law and find a place to hide. And this boss Xia, you should also quickly think of a solution. If you can go out and hide for a few days." The others also tried to persuade him. "Yep. We can't afford to offend the Qin family. Boss Xia, a wise man knows when to retreat. Let's hide for a while." Xia Ruofei's brows furrowed as he listened to Qiao Taishu's story. Although it was only a few words, it was clear how arrogant and despotic Qin Gang was. Moreover, all the villagers were so afraid. It was clear how powerful the Qin family was in Chongqing County. Qin Gang's behavior today was simply lawless. Xia Ruofei was not a nosy person. However, since something like this happened to his farm employee, he had to step in. Thinking of this, Xia Ruofei said to Qiao Taishu and the villagers, "Old Qiao, sister-in-law, fellow villagers, you can rest assured. Sister-in-law can't get out of bed right now, so you just stay here and recuperate. Don't worry, with me around, no one will dare to touch a single hair on you." Boss Xia, Qin Jinbo has a good relationship with some of the leaders in the county. "You," the elderly villager said hesitantly. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "No matter how powerful you are, you can't beat the law. No matter how powerful you are, you can't beat the organization. Don't worry." The senior villager looked at Xia Ruofei. To put it nicely, this young man was like a newborn calf that was not afraid of a tiger. To put it bluntly, he was a little dazed. Qin Jinbo has been in the Chongqing district for more than 10 years and has many connections. You're just a young man who started a small farm in the village. How can you fight against such a big shot? The other villagers also wanted to persuade Xia Ruofei. But Qiao Taishu listened to Xia Ruofei's words and said firmly, "Boss, since you've said so, I'll listen to you. Let's not go anywhere and just recuperate in this hospital. I don't believe that the Qin family can be above the law." Xia Ruofei nodded in appreciation. The villagers saw that the person involved had such an attitude, so they no longer tried to persuade him. After saying a few words of comfort, they left one after another. They were also afraid of getting into trouble. Although Qin Gang had already identified Qiao Taishu's family, they had killed the dog together after all. After the villagers left, Xia Ruofei saw that Qiao Taishu's wife was still worried. He smiled and said, "Sister-in-law, don't be afraid. I'll make a call now. Don't worry, I also know a few people from the top. Boss Xia, then you should quickly look for the higher-ups and settle this matter," Qiao Taishu's wife quickly said. People from the countryside did not know much, but when she heard Xia Ruofei say that she had connections, she seemed to be more at ease. "Boss, I'm really sorry. I didn't expect that you would be implicated in this matter," Qiao Taishu said guiltily. "Old Qiao, don't say such things." Xia Ruofei said, "It's fine if I don't know about this, but since I know, I have to do something about it. You're an employee of our company, and you're even a middle-rank backbone. The company must make decisions For your family. Chow Tai-shu revealed a touched expression and said, "Thank you, boss." Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded. He reached out and patted Chow Tai-shu's shoulder. Then, he took out his phone and walked to the corridor outside the ward. The most effective way to deal with the matter in Chongqing County was to look for the newly appointed Wu Liqian. If even Wu Liqian couldn't handle it herself, she would naturally turn to her old superior, Tian Huilan, for help. However, the possibility of this happening was very low. If a local boss could make Wu Liqian, the executive deputy county head, feel helpless, then she wasn't worthy of Tian Huilan's trust and heavy responsibility. Hence, Xia Ruofei took out his phone and dialed Wu Liqian's number. P.S. Announcing the VIP reader group number, 2958488872, welcome to the group. Screenshot of full subscription needed to be verified. Please continue to ask for everyone's support, monthly votes, tips, recommendations. Steel Gun needs everyone's support. The phone rang a few times before Wu Liqian picked it up. Happy New Year, Xiao Xia. Wu Liqian said. Xia Ruofei heard some noise on the other end of the phone and asked, Sis Wu, did I disturb you from work? It's nothing, I'm just visiting some units in the county. Wu Liqian smiled lightly. We were in the meeting room just now, but we're out now. If you have anything to say, just say it. It's more convenient to talk now. During the new year, the leaders of several groups in the county would go to various units to visit and express their condolences. They would pay their New Year's greetings to the cadres and people who still insisted on their posts during the new year. This was already a tradition in China. Parties and governments at all levels had this tradition. As the fourth in command in the leadership team, Wu Liqian was definitely very busy today. She had to go to all the units and work the whole day. Hence, Xia Ruofei didn't stand on ceremony and said directly, Sis Wu, there's something I need your help with. Then, Xia Ruofei told Wu Liqian everything that had happened that day, including how he had beaten up a few police officers after he had arrived at the hospital. In fact, Xia Ruofei had even beaten up the deputy director of the County Public Security Bureau in front of Tian Huilan at the Chongqing County's Linhai Town Police Station. Wu Liqian had been there as well, and she had been Tian Huilan's secretary at the time. After hearing Xia Ruofei's words, Wu Liqian said angrily, There's such a thing? This was simply lawless. Xiao Xia, are you still in the hospital? Yes, I'm worried that after I leave, Qin Gang will do something bad to the CAO couple. Xia Ruofei said, They are all honest farmers. They are already out of their minds after such a thing happened on the first day of the new year. Don't worry, just wait for a while in the hospital. I'll definitely give you a satisfactory explanation. Wu Liqian said without hesitation. Okay. Thank you, Sis Wu, Xia Ruofei said, I'm sorry. It's the new year and I'm giving you trouble, you even have to do this with Sis Wu? Wu Liqian said with a smile, develop your business well, and create more taxes and jobs for our county. That's the best way to thank me. Definitely, definitely. Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Since Wu Liqian still had to deal with this matter, the two didn't talk much and hung up the phone quickly. The County Water Resources Bureau. Wu Liqian put her phone away, a thoughtful look on her face. She glanced at Su Jianba, the director of the County Public Security Bureau, who was sitting on the side. During the Spring Festival visit, several groups in the county were divided into several groups and acted separately. Su Jianba happened to be in the group led by Wu Liqian. Basically, the leader would walk around and thank the staff on duty for their hard work. He would then give them some gifts, and the leader would say a few words to them. The greetings at the Water Conservancy Bureau had basically ended. However, Wu Liqian had just gone out to take a call, so everyone was still waiting here. Wu Liqian nodded to everyone, then said to the deputy director of the government office, "Our next stop is Quake City Hospital." In fact, health, water conservancy, and public security were all under Wu Liqian's jurisdiction, so she had to visit these places during the spring festival this year. The county government offices. Deputy director was stunned for a moment before he reminded her in a low voice, "Mayor Wu, according to our plan, our next stop is the Public Security Bureau. The county hospital is arranged to be in the afternoon. The notice has already been sent out. If we go now, I'm afraid the hospital won't be prepared." Wu Liqian frowned and said, "What do we need to prepare? It's New Year's, so we'll go and visit the front line medical workers. It's fine as long as they work normally. It's not like we're going to inspect them." "All right. I'll inform them immediately." The deputy director of the government office saw that Wu Liqian was a little unhappy and quickly agreed. The director of the Public Security Bureau, Su Jianba, asked in a half-joking, half-serious manner, "Mayor Wu, why did you suddenly change to the county hospital? Is the tea in our Public Security Bureau not good?" Su Jianba was a member of the Visit and Comfort Group, but if they were to go to the Public Security Bureau, he was also the host, so what he said was not considered out of line. "Director Su," Wu Liqian said with a smile, "our colleagues in the Public Security Bureau are all working very hard. We have more time in the afternoon. We can talk more with everyone." "Haha." Su Jianba laughed and said, "I feel much better now that you've said that, Mayor Wu." Wu Liqian's eyes were clouded. Su Jianba had indeed been showing signs of a bad trend recently, and this was also directly reflected in his words and actions. His words just now seemed casual, but in reality, there was a faint sense of challenge. However, Wu Liqian had already cultivated to the point where she could not show her emotions. She just said indifferently, "Let's go." The group of people left the Water Conservancy Bureau and got into their own cars. The motorcade then headed in the direction of the county hospital. At the county hospital, before Wu Liqian arrived, a group of menacing people came. "P.S. The monthly votes list has been hidden. The ass again. I beg everyone to support me with monthly votes, gifts, recommendations. Steel Gun urgently needs everyone's support." In addition, he would also announce the VIP reader group number, 2958488872. Genuine readers are welcome to join the group. Screenshot of full subscription is required to verify. After Xia Ruofei finished his call, he sat in the ward and chatted with Cao Taishu and his wife. The two of them were still a little uneasy, so Xia Ruofei kept trying to comfort them. After about 20 minutes, the sound of noisy footsteps could be heard from the corridor. Cao Taishu and his wife's expression suddenly changed, revealing an extremely worried expression. "Boss, it must be Qin Gang. You should leave first," Cao Taishu said. Xia Ruofei's expression was still calm. He smiled and said, "Old Cao, don't be impatient. If he's coming, then so be it. What's there to be afraid of? Boss, I know you're good at fighting, but they're from the government. We can't afford to offend them." Cao Taishu anxiously said. "If you call again, things will get out of hand." You'd better leave quickly. At this moment, a resentful voice came from the door. You want to leave now? It's too late. The person was Qin Gang. When Chow Tai-shu heard Qin Gang's voice, his face immediately turned pale. He thought to himself, this is really bad. Boss is implicated. Qin Gang was standing at the door with a smug look, but his face was swollen like a pig's head, and he looked ferocious. Brat, you really didn't run. You've got guts. Qin Gang stared at Xia Ruofei with hatred. At this time, two people in police uniforms came out from behind Qin Gang. They were two official police officers with police ranks and numbers, completely different from Qin Gang and the other auxiliary police officers. One of the police officers, who was tall and thin, looked at Xia Ruofei and said, we are from the Criminal Police Unit of the County Public Security Bureau. You are suspected of assaulting a police officer and causing trouble. Come with us. Xia Ruofei looked at the policeman calmly and said, everything needs evidence. The police can't arrest people randomly. You said that I attacked the police and provoked trouble. Show me the evidence. Evidence? The tall and thin police officer sneered. You beat up Qin Gang and the other policeman from the West City Police Station. The witnesses are here, and the injuries on their bodies are the evidence. Those people are auxiliary police officers, not official police officers. Xia Ruofei immediately said. The young officer next to the tall and thin officer glared at him and said, you think you can beat up the auxiliary police as you please? You've eaten the heart of a bear and the guts of a leopard. Xia Ruofei glared at the young police officer coldly and said, watch your mouth. Wearing this uniform, you represent the image of the people's police. You curse and swear every time you open your mouth. Is this the quality of a police officer? Fuck, the young police officer rolled up his sleeves and was about to teach Xia Ruofei a lesson. Little Wu. The tall and thin police officer reached out and stopped him. Then the tall and thin police officer squinted at Xia Ruofei and said, I didn't expect you to be so good at talking. But even if you have a glib tongue, you can't cover up the fact that you beat up Qin Gang and his men. They were injured by you when they were performing official duties. We are summoning you on the grounds of stirring up trouble and assaulting a police officer, which is completely in line with the regulations. The young police officer, Little Wu, also sneered and said in a strange tone, if you refuse to cooperate, then don't blame us for not being polite. At that time, you'll be charged with resisting arrest, and you'll have to stay in the servant room for several years. Xia Ruofei pouted and said, I didn't expect the police to be so good at twisting the truth and turning black into white. Qin Gang had obviously gathered the auxiliary police to cause trouble for his family's private affairs, but it became official business here. They were the ones who started the fight, and I was just defending myself. In your eyes, this is assault on a police officer. The tall and thin police officer said with a fake smile, the police will naturally investigate the truth. You're suspected of assaulting a police officer and of causing trouble. I'm officially summoning you according to the procedure. You must cooperate. The tall and thin police officer deliberately emphasized the word suspected. Xia Ruofei snorted and said, summon? All right. Show your police badges and your summons. I'll definitely cooperate. Qin Gang's round trip only took more than 20 minutes. It was still the first day of the new year. How could they have gotten an official summon? Xia Ruofei was sure that these two police officers were Qin gang's bad friends. They were here to support him. To put it bluntly, they were doing private work without any formal procedures. Sure enough, the tall and thin police officer's face darkened and said, "I'm calling you verbally. We'll make up the relevant procedures after this. Now, please come with us." "Oh. I forgot there's a verbal summons." Xia Ruofei pretended to suddenly realize something and then asked with a confused expression, "But I remember that we can only summon verbally under special circumstances." "Excuse me, officer, what kind of special situation am I in?" Xia Ruofei looked at Qin Gang with disdain and said, "There are signs of escape? After they left, I still stayed here for more than 20 minutes. If I wanted to escape, I would have done so long ago." "You sure talk a lot of nonsense." The young police officer couldn't help but curse. "If you don't want to suffer, then come with us. Otherwise, you'll be in for it when you're in the police station." "Are you threatening me?" Xia Ruofei's expression turned cold. "Fuck your mother." "So what? If I threaten you?" The young police officer cursed, "I'm going to hit you." Then, the young policeman took out his rubber baton and smashed it on Xia Ruofei's head. This time, the thin and tall policeman did not stop the young policeman from teasing him. His patience had run out. In this small county, they rarely talked reason with suspects. Sometimes, even if they did not follow the procedures, they would just arrest them without anyone daring to say anything. Xia Ruofei's expression did not change. He just slightly turned his body and stretched out his hand, seemingly moving slowly. However, he avoided the baton and accurately grabbed the young policeman's wrist. The young policeman suddenly felt as if he was being clamped by a pair of iron pincers. He tried to pull back a few times, but Xia Ruofei did not move at all. Xia Ruofei only used a little force, but the young policeman suddenly felt as if his wrist was going to split open. He could not help but scream in pain. The tall and thin police officer was on guard. He took a step back, pulled out his gun from his waist, and pointed it at Xia Ruofei. He shouted, "Stop. Let go of little Wu immediately. You're suspected of resisting arrest and assaulting a police officer. If you don't let go, I'll shoot." Xia Ruofei faced the black muzzle of the gun and his eyes suddenly became extremely sharp. His whole body released a cold murderous aura, and the temperature of the entire ward seemed to have dropped by a lot. However, when he tilted his ears to listen, the aura on his body suddenly retracted. Xia Ruofei's hearing was far better than the people at the scene. Hence, when the police were unaware, he had already heard the footsteps and voices outside the inpatient department. Xia Ruofei sneered and let go of his hand. The young policeman, Xiao Wu, immediately broke free from his control. Xiao Wu quickly stepped back. The tall and thin police officer was still pointing his gun at Xia Ruofei as if he was facing a great enemy. He had heard from Qin Gang that the man in front of him was very skilled, so he had brought a gun. In fact, this was already illegal. "Little Wu, handcuff him," the tall and thin man said. "All right," Lil Wu said with a smile. He massaged his red and swollen wrist, took out a pair of handcuffs from his waist, and walked towards Xia Ruofei. He said, "Show me how awesome you can be." "Fuck your mother." Xia Ruofei just looked at Lil Wu coldly. He did not resist and let him handcuff his hands. Boss, Chow Tai Shu, who was at the side, said anxiously. Xia Ruofei gave him a consoling smile, indicating for him not to panic. "Take him away." The tall and thin police officer said proudly. He was very satisfied with the current outcome. So what if you're good at fighting? I have a gun. If you dare to resist, I'll shoot you. Even if you die, it'll be in vain. Seeing that Xia Ruofei was cuffed, Chen Gang also became cocky. He walked to Xia Ruofei and pushed him, saying, "Run." Damn it, wasn't he very impressive just now? I'll see how awesome you can be when we get to the police station. Xia Ruofei sneered and walked out with his hands cuffed. Just then, a group of county cadres and hospital leaders surrounded Wu Liqian and walked to the door of the ward. When Wu Liqian saw the scene in front of her, her pretty face immediately showed an extremely angry expression. She angrily rebuked, "What are you guys doing? Why did you arrest him? P.S. The monthly votes list has been hit in the ass again. I beg everyone to support me with monthly votes, gifts, recommendations. Steel Gun urgently needs everyone's support." In addition, he would also announce the VIP reader group number 2958488872. Genuine readers are welcome to join the group. Screenshot of full subscription is required to verify. When the accompanying director of the Public Security Bureau, Su Jianba, saw the scene before him, his heart could not help but skip a beat. Just now, he had felt that Wu Liqian's behavior was a little strange. Qianqian's next stop was the Public Security Bureau, but she changed her schedule at the last minute. She didn't even go to the Health Bureau, but came directly to the county hospital. When she arrived at the county hospital, she didn't even greet the hospital leaders. Instead, she walked straight to the inpatient department building. Now that he saw the scene in the ward, even if Su Jianba was slow to realize it, he already knew that Wu Liqian must have received the news in advance, which was why she had rushed over without stopping. Now, Su Jianba could only hope that there were no problems with the procedures of these police officers. Otherwise, with Wu Liqian's attitude, a beating today would be inevitable. Wu Liqian did not even have the time to think about the politics of the government. The handcuff on Xia Ruofei's wrist was so glaring that it made her angry. The tall and thin police officer saw a group of leaders suddenly appearing at the door of the ward and panicked. The people in the system naturally knew the newly appointed beautiful deputy county head, Su Jianba, who was next to Wu Liqian, was their direct superior and the boss of the bureau. The tall and thin police officer forced himself to remain calm and saluted the leaders. Reporting to County Head Wu, the County Public Security Bureau's Criminal Police Department's police officer, Chen Tai, is currently on an arrest mission. Wu Liqian looked at Chen Tai coldly and pointed at Xia Ruofei. "This is the target you want to capture? Xiao Xia is a private entrepreneur that I personally introduced to Chongping County. At the same time, he's also a retired soldier with outstanding military achievements. May I ask what heinous crime he has committed? Do you need to point your guns at him and handcuff him?" Both Su Jianba and Chen Tai's faces turned pale at the same time. Their hearts also thumped, knowing that this was bad. Su Jianba saw that Chen Tai was so scared that he stammered for a long time and could not come up with a reason. He could not help but frown and said, "Little Chen, what's the situation?" "Just report it to County Head Wu as it is." County Head Wu has always been impartial and would never side with anyone. When Chen Tai heard Su Jianba's words, he suddenly had an idea and quickly said, "Yes, Chief." "Mayor Wu," he said to Wu Liqian, "this is the situation. We were on duty at the criminal police unit today and received a call from Qingxi police station. They said that one of their policemen was injured during law enforcement and asked for our help. We followed the comrades of the West City Institute to the county hospital. After the identification of the comrades of the West City Institute, the person suspected of injuring the police is this Mr. Xia, so I summoned him according to the law and asked him to go to the brigade for interrogation. However, this gentleman wasn't very cooperative and injured our brigade's police officer, Wu Liben. We had no choice but to use firearms and take coercive measures against him. Chen Tai's words were very clever. He avoided the important points and shifted the focus to Xia Ruofei's assault, police assault, and non-cooperation. If Wu Liqian did not know Xia Ruofei and did not receive his call beforehand, she might have been able to get away with this. When Su Jianba heard this, his heart immediately relaxed. He thought to himself, so that kid attacked a police officer, then things will be easy. With this in mind, Su Jianba cleared his throat and said, Little Chen, although the situation is special, you can't use firearms at will. Especially in the hospital. The process of law enforcement still had to pay attention to the methods. Hurry up and uncuff me. Hearing this, Chen Tai was delighted and quickly said, Yes. Director, I'll definitely reflect on this when I get back. Then, he quickly went forward to unlock Xia Ruofei's handcuffs. Su Jianba nodded in satisfaction, then turned to Wu Liqian and said politely, County Head Wu, I think this is most likely a misunderstanding. The few comrades from the West City police station are not seriously injured, and this Mr. Xia is an investor in our county. Why don't we just let this matter go? The criminal police force will not file a case. What do you think? He felt that Wu Liqian should stop while she could. After all, Xia Ruofei was the one who was in the wrong. He didn't expect Wu Liqian to just look at him indifferently and say to Xia Ruofei, Little Xia, tell me about the situation. I won't listen to one side of the story. A trace of darkness flashed in Su Jianba's eyes. He had not expected Wu Liqian to be so disrespectful in public. He had clearly given her a way out, but she still refused to give in. Xia Ruofei looked at Public Security Bureau Director Su Jianba thoughtfully before he said, County Head Wu, it's a long story. I'll first report to you what happened near the Qingxi police station this morning. Chen Gang, the auxiliary police officer of Qingxi police station. At this point, Xia Ruofei suddenly stopped and looked at Chen Gang and Chen Tai. He smiled meaningfully and said, Chen Gang, Chen Tai. Are you two brothers? Chen Tai's face turned red and white. He quickly glanced at Wu Liqian and said, Mr. Xia, this has nothing to do with the case. Su Jianba also had a bad feeling. He was very clear that Chen Gang and Chen Tai were cousins. He had also heard that Chen Gang from the West City Institute had always caused trouble because of his father's power. However, those were all minor mistakes. That did not matter much. He would not offend Chen Jinbo for this. Now that Xia Ruofei was suddenly hinting at something, Su Jianba felt that this matter might not be as simple as it seemed on the surface. If he did not handle it well, he might suffer a loss in the dark. Xia Ruofei didn't press on with the issue of their relationship. He continued, Chen Gang, the assistant police officer of the West City police station, brought the wolfhound to the station for duty. He did not fulfill his duty of watching over it, causing the dog to run out and hurt people. This is the injured person at the time. Xia Ruofei pointed at Chao Tieshu's wife, who was lying on the bed. When Chao Tieshu's wife saw so many leaders, she was so nervous that she couldn't speak. Xia Ruofei continued. At that time, in order to save the injured person, the villagers had no choice but to accidentally kill the dog. They didn't even have time to ask the dog's owner for compensation. They just sent the injured person to the hospital for emergency treatment. Xia Ruofei paused and looked at Chen Gang coldly. Then, the auxiliary police officer quickly found the hospital. As the owner of the dog, not only did he not apologize or compensate for the medical and nutrition expenses, but he also made a false accusation and asked for 50,000 yuan. And he even threatened to take him to the police station. This is what the police officer just said. I can't help but ask, for your family's personal matters, you brought a few auxiliary police officers, wore police uniforms to the hospital to threaten the victims, and extorted a huge amount of compensation. Is this your official duty? Xia Ruofei raised his voice and said, the auxiliary police don't have independent law enforcement power. The few of you keep saying that you want to handcuff this one and arrest that one. Who gave you the confidence to do so? P.S. The ranking on the monthly rankings has been sliding down. I beg for everyone's support. Monthly votes, gifts, recommendations. Steel gun urgently needs everyone's support. In addition, he would also announce the VIP reader group number, 2958488872, genuine readers are welcome. To join the group, screenshot of full subscription is required to verify. Xia Ruofei's words were loud and clear, and every sentence was straight to the point. Chen Gang's heart couldn't help but tremble, and Chen Tai, who had come to help his cousin, also turned pale. Wu Liqian looked at Xia Ruofei with admiration. Obviously, Xia Ruofei could tell that the director of the Public Security Bureau was a bit of a thorn in his side, so he had spoken righteously and pointed out the problems in the management and style of the Public Security Bureau. The two of them had never discussed it in advance, but Wu Liqian felt that they had a tacit understanding. Wu Liqian thought for a moment, then turned around and said to the officials and officers who had come with her, comrades, I'm going to handle some things here. Please go to the hospital's conference room and wait for a while. Under the guidance of the hospital's leaders, the accompanying cadres all left the inpatient department and went to the hospital office building. Wu Liqian looked at Su Jianba indifferently, then said to Xia Ruofei, Little Xia. Continue. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, Okay. County Head Wu, the victim's husband is an employee of my company, so when I learned that she was injured, I came to visit. I didn't expect to see these auxiliary police officers cuffing our employee as soon as I entered the door. I went up to speak a few words of justice, but they even wanted to arrest me. They're simply lawless. Xia Ruofei paused and continued, I immediately said that the auxiliary police had no power to enforce the law, and that what they did was against the law. However, they were so rude that they wanted to handcuff me by force, so I had no choice but to defend myself. This is the entire process of Officer Chen's so-called police assault. You're full of nonsense. Chen Gang said loudly, Do you have any evidence to slander me? Evidence? Now you're asking for evidence? Xia Ruofei looked at Chen Gang with disdain and said, When Officer Chen wanted to arrest me, he didn't give me any evidence and didn't even listen to my explanation. Xia Ruofei paused for a moment before continuing, Many people have seen the dog hurting people. There must be surveillance cameras near the police station. Won't the truth be revealed if we pull up the surveillance cameras? As for what You did in the ward, many villagers saw it, and they can all testify. The villagers were afraid of trouble and did not dare to provoke the Chen family, but that was during normal times. If they had the backing of the deputy county head, these people would definitely be willing to come out and testify. You're all on the same side, so it doesn't count, Chen Gang said angrily. Nonsense. You're still in cahoots. How did he become a witness in Officer Chen's eyes? Xia Ruofei retorted rudely. After that, Xia Ruofei ignored Chen Gang's final struggle and continued, County Head Wu, not long after I chased away these police officers, these two police officers came to my door. They claimed that I attacked a police officer and started a fight. They wanted to cuff me without showing my police badge and summon badge. Then, Xia Ruofei pointed at the young police officer, Wu Liben, and said, this officer. Wu even took out a rubber baton to hit me. If I wasn't agile, I'm afraid I would have been injured. You saw what happened after that. Officer Chen took out his gun and pointed it at me. He handcuffed me and tried to arrest me. Xia Ruofei said all this in one breath, then shrugged and shut his mouth. Su Jianba's expression became very ugly. The Chen brothers, Chen Gang and Chen Tai, were even paler. Wu Liben and several other auxiliary police officers also did not dare to breathe. After hearing Xia Ruofei's words, Wu Liqian's face turned as cold as ice. When she looked at someone in the ward, that person couldn't help but lower his eyes. Su Jianba felt a great deal of pressure. He glared at Chen Tai in a somewhat resentful manner and asked, Xiao Chen, is this what happened? Chen Tai's body trembled slightly as he stuttered, Director. This? I don't know. What happened before? After that. Su Jianba was so angry that he almost cursed. Mayor Wu, Su Jianba lowered his stance and said to Wu Liqian, as the bureau chief, I have the responsibility of leading this matter. Director Su, I don't think there's a need to rush the self-reflection. Wu Liqian said, the most important thing now is to investigate the matter clearly. I know Xiao Xia. He has always been a law-abiding citizen. Even Secretary Tian often praises him. If it's really the police's fault, we should give them an explanation, right? When Su Jianba heard the words Secretary Tian, his eyes could not help but narrow, and his heart skipped a beat. He knew all too well the weight of these three words. He also knew that even if Wu Liqian and Tian Huilan had a close relationship, she wouldn't dare to speak carelessly about this kind of thing. Since she had said so, there was at least a 70 to 80% chance of it being true. If this young man could really get on Tian Huilan's good side, then the police officers' actions today were simply seeking their own deaths, and it was very likely that they would even be implicated. Just as Su Jianba's mind was racing, Wu Liqian said indifferently, Director Su, it shouldn't be difficult to get the surveillance cameras around the City West Police Station, right? Also, he had to check the records of Qingxi Police Station and the Criminal Police Force to see if they were performing official duties or using them for private use. Also, could a police officer's gun be brought out so easily now? I think it's necessary to check the registration of the gun warehouse to see if there are any violations. I believe that after this investigation, the truth will be revealed to the world. After Wu Liqian finished speaking, she thought for a while and continued, by the way, if Director Su feels that it's inconvenient, I can coordinate with the comrades of the Municipal Supervision Detachment to come and investigate. County Head Wu, there's no need to Trouble the higher ups with this matter, right? Su Jianba said with a bitter smile. After saying that, he glared at Chen Tai and said sternly, Chen Tai, immediately report the situation to County Head Wu. If you dare to hide anything, I'll definitely punish you severely. Su Jianba knew very well that he was bound to suffer today. If he did not give in now, Wu Liqian would only use this as an excuse to make a fuss, and he would be even more passive then. This little county head Wu was not simple. She was a woman who usually looked soft and weak, but her methods in officialdom were very experienced and flexible. Even he, a wily old fox who had been in officialdom for decades, had unknowingly suffered. Su Jianba sighed in his heart. Now, it seemed that it was necessary to wait and see. It was even appropriate to express goodwill to County Head Little Wu. Chen Tai didn't dare to hide anything and told him everything. Just as Xia Ruofei had expected, they had acted on their own accord this time. Even their guns had been brought out on their own. Neither the police station nor the criminal police force had any record of them going out. The more Su Jianba listened, the uglier his expression became. After Chen Tai finished, he could not help but berate, "You're all bastards. P.S. The ranking on the monthly rankings has been sliding down. I beg for everyone's support. Monthly votes, gifts, recommendations. Steel gun urgently. Needs everyone's support." In addition, he would also announce the VIP reader group number, 2958488872. Genuine readers are welcome to join the group. Screenshot of full subscription is required to verify. Chen Tai quivered in fear and lowered his head, not daring to speak. At this time, his intestines were about to turn green with regret. If he had known that he would get into such big trouble, he would not have stepped into this muddy water even if he was beaten to death. How cool would it be to comfortably stay at home, warm a fire, and play cards? Now that the matter had blown up, his future was bleak. Su Jianba looked at the pair of cousins in front of him, and his eyes were about to spit fire. These two fellows who could do nothing but ruin things had caused such a ruckus on the first day of the new year. They were simply adding to the trouble. It could be said that he even wanted to bury them alive. Su Jianba took a deep breath and quickly adjusted his facial expression. He said to Wu Liqian, "Sincerely, Mayor Wu, I want to reflect on this matter. The County Public Security Bureau has problems in its administrative management and work style. This is my responsibility. I will definitely do a deep reflection in the Bureau's party committee and immediately carry out a major rectification of work style and discipline within the Public Security Bureau." Wu Liqian waved her hand and said, "Director Su, it's right for us to investigate, reflect, and rectify the problem. However, things should be prioritized. It's the Spring Festival holiday now, and everyone has worked hard for a year. Wouldn't it be a panic if we were to rectify it now? I suggest that after the holiday is over, we can conduct a discipline inspection in the Public Security Bureau. Let's forget about the holiday." When Su Jianba heard that, he immediately revealed a grateful expression and said, "Yes. Thank you for your understanding, Mayor Wu." He was also secretly impressed by Wu Liqian's beautiful play. If Wu Liqian had not relented, he could imagine how chaotic the Public Security Bureau's internal department would be during the Spring Festival holiday. All sorts of inspections, self-examination, discussions, and learning could drive people crazy. Moreover, so many people had seen what had happened today. By then, the entire county would know that he, Su Jianba, had been incompetent and severely criticized by County Head Wu. He had even implicated the entire Public Security Bureau. The result would definitely be his prestige being destroyed. Wu Liqian's current way of handling things was basically giving Su Jianba a warning. Not only had she achieved her goal of beating Su Jianba down, but she had also left him some face to a certain extent. Wu Liqian had even sent away the accompanying personnel in advance. It could be said that only a few people in the ward knew the final outcome of today's incident. This way, Su Jianba's prestige would at least be preserved. In other words, although Su Jianba had been beaten up by Wu Liqian, today, he still had to thank her in secret. Su Jianba could not help but secretly admire Secretary Tian's methods. He felt that the person who had been trained by Secretary Tian's side was indeed extraordinary. And the more powerful Wu Liqian's methods were, the more the scales in Su Jianba's heart would naturally tilt in her favor. This was what Wu Liqian wanted to achieve. Wu Liqian showed a gentle smile and said, "Director Su, the reorganization can be delayed. But this matter cannot be delayed. Little Xia has been wronged for no reason, and this sister-in-law has also suffered such serious injuries. All of these have to be dealt with immediately to give the parties involved an explanation." Yes, Su Jianba said. He suddenly realized that he still had to deal with Xia Ruofei, the god. This was someone who had a say in Secretary Tian. Su Jianba quickly said to Xia Ruofei, "Mr. Xia, I'm really sorry for what happened today. I apologize to you on behalf of the Public Security Bureau." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Director Su, you're being too serious. It's inevitable that there will be black sheep in every unit. I just hope that your bureau can severely deal with the relevant people responsible. Also, I hope that the medical expenses, nutrition expenses, and delay in work of the family members of our employees during their recovery period can be properly resolved." Xia Ruofei had vaguely guessed Wu Liqian's intention, so he did not give Su Jianba a hard time. Of course, Su Jianba said quickly. There is no doubt that the responsibility for this matter has been determined. All the responsibility lies with Chen Gang. We will definitely deal with the local police and auxiliary police seriously. We will also urge the compensation to be paid as soon as possible. Before the compensation is paid, the medical expenses of the injured will be paid by our Public Security Bureau in advance. Is this okay? Sure, I'll thank Director Su on behalf of Chao and his wife. Xia Ruofei said with a smile. No, we should be the ones saying sorry. Su Jianba said quickly. Then, he sincerely apologized to Chao Taishu and his wife. He then said to Wu Liqian, "Mayor Wu, I'd like to ask for a leave of absence. I won't be participating in the visits later. I have to go back to the bureau to deal with today's matter." Wu Liqian smiled and nodded, "Thank you for your hard work, Director Su." Su Jianba nodded at Wu Liqian, then glared at Chen Tai and Chen Gang and said, "Hurry up and leave." What an embarrassing thing. After he finished speaking, he walked straight out of the door, while Chen Gang and the others followed behind Su Jianba with ashen faces, as if they had lost their parents, and left the ward in a sorry state. After Su Jianba left, Wu Liqian personally came to the bed. Again. With a gentle smile on her face, she said, "Sister-in-law, I'm sorry for what happened today. I apologize to you on behalf of the county party committee and the county government." Chao Taishu and his wife both knew that this beautiful young woman in front of them was a county head. In their eyes, she was an extraordinary official, so the two of them were somewhat in fear and trepidation. Chow Tai-shu also said, Mayor Wu, thank you for standing up for us. You're the Lord of the Clear Sky. Chow Tai-shu's wife also thanked her profusely, which made Wu Liqian feel a little embarrassed. At the same time, she also felt that Yingluo's actions were originally Qin Gang's outrageous and lawless actions. She had only upheld justice, and the people were already so grateful. Looking at this simple farmer couple, she once again felt the heavy weight of the words as an official, you can benefit the people. After saying a few words, Wu Liqian was about to leave as well. A large group of people were still waiting for her to give her condolences in the conference room. Xia Ruofei personally sent her to the door, then stopped and said, Sis Wu, thank you for today. Wu Liqian gave Xia Ruofei a meaningful look and chuckled. Little Xia, I have to thank you too. Xia Ruofei pretended to be confused and said, Why are you thanking me? I've been causing trouble for you all day. I guess you're afraid of answering my calls now. Wu Liqian laughed and glared at Xia Ruofei. Don't give me that. I can't wait for you to get into trouble like this a few more times. Alright, I'll stop talking to you. I still have work to do. Alright, you can go back to your work. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, You're welcome to come to our farm for inspection and guidance when you're free. Alright. I'll definitely give you some good guidance. Wu Liqian chuckled. After she finished speaking, she waved at Xia Ruofei and walked out of the hospital. At this moment, Xia Ruofei suddenly thought of something and quickly called out to Wu Liqian. P.S. The ranking on the monthly rankings has been sliding down. I beg for everyone's support. Monthly votes, gifts, recommendations. Steel Gun urgently needs everyone's support. In addition, he would also announce the VIP reader group number 2958488872. Genuine readers are welcome to join the group. Screenshot of full subscription is required to verify. Sis Wu, there's one more thing I need your help with, Xia Ruofei said. It's the villa that I'm renting. Now, you know that the entire farm is surrounded by it, so I want to buy it. Can you help me ask your relatives when you're free? When Wu Liqian's relatives had first migrated overseas, they had been planning to sell the villa. It was only after Wu Liqian had spoken to them that they had rented it to Xia Ruofei. Wu Liqian laughed and said, You're going to run out of villas so soon? It seems that business has been good recently. Xia Ruofei chuckled in embarrassment. No problem. When I'm done in the morning, I'll call and ask. When I get home in the afternoon. It shouldn't be a big problem. Wu Liqian said. Alright. Then I'll thank Sis Wu in advance. Xia Ruofei grinned. After sending Wu Liqian to the hospital, Xia Ruofei returned to the ward. Chow Tai-shu and his wife naturally said many words of thanks, especially Chow Tai-shu, who expressed that he would definitely work hard on the farm and not let Xia Ruofei down. Xia Ruofei stayed for a while before leaving the hospital. Before he left, he told Chow Tai-shu to take care of his wife and to call him if anything happened. After leaving the hospital, Xia Ruofei drove back to the pharmacy where he had bought the nutritional supplements. He decided to help Chow Tai-shu's wife by telling her that she had injured her bones. As the saying goes, it takes 100 days for a bone to be injured. In addition, their son was studying at a university in another city. He would probably leave in a dozen days. At that time, it would definitely affect Chow Tai-shu's work. When they were buying nutritional products, Xia Ruofei saw that this pharmacy sold a kind of ointment for bruises and injuries. It was not a regular ointment, but a paste-like ointment. He was planning to buy some. And then mix in a very small amount of petal solution, which would presumably be of great help to the recovery of his injuries. Xia Ruofei would provide ginseng, Phoebe Jianan, and the red arowana fish pond with a small amount of petal solution every once in a while. As long as he left a little of the petal solution and added it to the ointment, he would not waste the petals of the exotic flower. Moreover, this would only help with the recovery of broken bones. It would also reduce the recovery time appropriately and not easily arouse suspicion. After buying the ointment, Xia Ruofei drove back to the farm. It was almost noon and Lin Xiao was already up. She had heard from Hu Zi's mother that Xia Ruofei had gone to the temple fair. Hence, when she saw Xia Ruofei, Lin Xiao complained, "Brother Ruofei, why didn't you bring me along when you went to the temple fair?" Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Who asked you to be so lazy? It's already late in the morning and you're still not up." "I don't care. You can take me there in the afternoon." Lin Xiao pouted and said, All right. All right. I'll go again in the afternoon," Xia Ruofei said affectionately. Then, he gave Lin Xiao some trinkets that he bought from the temple fair and went upstairs with the ointment for bruises and injuries that he bought from the pharmacy. After returning to his room, Xia Ruofei carefully locked the door and summoned the spirit map scroll from his palm. He brought the ointment into the spirit map space. He poured about a spoonful of the flower petal solution into the ointment for bruises and injuries. After stirring it well, he placed the ointment in the space. Then, he took a wooden bucket and a few bowls from the original space, along with a few bags of milk powder that he had bought in the morning, and entered the new space from the original space. The puppies were still obediently staying in the basket, their spirits looking very good. Obviously, the environment with rich spiritual energy in the space made them very comfortable. The black puppy that was left alone outside was originally sickly and on the verge of dying, but now it was much more energetic and could even stand up, stumbling around in the medium. When Xia Ruofei saw the group of puppies, he suddenly remembered something. When he was buying the dogs, the owner said that these puppies were born from the mating of Boss Chen's wolf dog and his mother dog. Didn't that mean that the wolf dog that bit Chao Tieshu's wife and was killed by the villagers, and the main culprit that caused the series of events after that, was the father of these little guys? Xia Ruofei was also a little shocked. There were really no stories without coincidences in this world. After sighing a little, Xia Ruofei took half a bucket of water from the spatial spirit pool from the stream and poured in the milk powder. Then, Xia Ruofei dropped a few drops of the flower petal solution in and mixed them well. Since the things in the interspace would not go bad, Xia Ruofei decided to make a big bucket of milk powder. Then, he scooped a few bowls of milk and placed them on the ground. He waved at the black puppy. The puppy was probably hungry as well. As soon as it smelled the milk, it immediately ran over and gulped down the milk. Xia Ruofei carried the puppies out of the basket one by one. They also rushed to the bowls of milk. They looked much stronger than the little black dog. The little black dog, who was drinking milk in big gulps, saw the puppies running over and immediately barked at them. Xia Ruofei was happy when he saw it. This little guy was the weakest, but he still wanted to protect his food. He looked quite fierce. The puppies hesitated for a moment, but the aroma of the milk was obviously very tempting to them, so they immediately rushed forward together. The little black dog was not afraid of the 6 dogs that were much stronger than it. It immediately barked and rushed over. Hey! Hey, hey, harmony is the most important thing, harmony is the most important thing, Xia Ruofei quickly called out, as he carried the little black dog. Then, he scooped up a big bowl of milk and walked far away. With the black puppy in his arms, he placed the bowl of milk on the ground and put the black puppy down. Xia Ruofei said, "Little guy, you're full of fighting spirit. But a wise man knows when to retreat. You can't beat them now. Drink up, drink up. This is special treatment. Only the sick and wounded can enjoy this in the army." Naturally, the black puppy did not understand Xia Ruofei's words. However, it was now far away from the other puppies, and there was a big bowl of milk here. It shook its head and lowered its head to drink big mouthfuls. Xia Ruofei looked at the little black dog with interest. At first, he had listened to the shop owner and thought that the little dog had been bullied because it was weak since it was young. However, after seeing the scene just now, he felt that it was the exact opposite. The little black dog was full of fighting spirit and charged forward fearlessly even when it was obviously at a disadvantage. Perhaps it was because of this that it was repeatedly bullied. Xia Ruofei suddenly had a wicked idea. If he put the black puppy in the original space, the 6 puppies here would only grow for a few days, while the black puppy would grow for a few months. He wondered if it would be interesting to put it back in the original space. Xia Ruofei quickly decided to put this idea into practice. Among the 7 puppies, Xia Ruofei had a preference for black puppy. Although it was so sick that it could not even walk steadily, Xia Ruofei liked its stubborn eyes and unyielding spirit. Black puppy was still happily drinking the milk in its bowl, not knowing that it had become Xia Ruofei's main training target. P.S. Announcing the VIP reader group number 2958488872. Genuine readers are welcome to join the group. After joining the group, you need to verify the screenshot of the full subscription. Xia Ruofei left the new space, took his wallet, and went downstairs. He drove the pickup truck straight to the county. He found a Yonghui supermarket and bought a few bags of milk powder. At the same time, he also bought 5 or 6 bags of dog food that was 1 kilogram in weight. Then, he went to the meat section on the first floor and bought dozens of kilograms of beef and mutton. Xia Ruofei threw all these things into the pickup truck and drove back. On the way, Xia Ruofei found a deserted place and stopped the car. He took out the spirit map scroll and kept all the things he had bought into the original space. Then, he continued to drive back to the farm. He parked his car in the yard of the villa. Lin Qiao was playing with lightning in the yard. When she saw Xia Ruofei, she immediately called out, "Brother Ruofei, you left me behind and sneaked out to play again. I was wondering why there was no one in the room." Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "I didn't go play. I just went out to do something. Besides, didn't I promise to take you to the temple fair this afternoon? Then you're not allowed to sneak away in the afternoon." Lin Qiao said. "Don't worry." Xia Ruofei chuckled. "But I'll have to take a nap first. Shall we release it at 2:30? Still taking an afternoon nap? Nonsense. You naturally woke up late in the morning, but I woke up early in the morning." Xia Ruofei yawned exaggeratedly and said, "I'm so sleepy." All right, all right." Lin Qiao pouted and said, "What a big lazy worm." She even made a cute face at Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei smiled bitterly and shook his head. He locked the car door and entered the villa. Huzi's mother had already prepared lunch. When she saw that Xia Ruofei had returned, she called him over to eat with her. The four of them sat around the dining table and ate lunch. They could already start eating meat for lunch. There were still many dishes left from yesterday's New Year's Eve dinner, and they wouldn't go bad in the winter. Huzi's mother heated them up and then made 2 new green dishes. Everyone also ate with relish. Lin Qiao kept pestering Xia Ruofei while eating, asking him if there was anything fun to do at the temple fair. Xia Ruofei had not really shopped much, so he could not say anything. He could only say that she would experience it herself in the afternoon. After lunch, Xia Ruofei immediately used the excuse of taking a nap and quickly went upstairs under Lin Qiao's disdainful gaze. As soon as he returned to his bedroom, Xia Ruofei immediately locked the door and drew the curtains. Then, he summoned the spirit map space from his palm and entered the original space. Xia Ruofei laid a plastic sheet on the ground and placed the sliced beef and mutton on it. Then, he found a big basin, opened 2 big bags of dog food, and poured them all into the basin. Then, Xia Ruofei found a shallow basin and used the spatial spirit pond to fill it with milk. He even dripped a few drops of the flower petal solution into it. Xia Ruofei's love for the black puppy was evident from this. The 7 puppies had only dripped a few drops of milk. After he was done, Xia Ruofei considered that the black puppy's intelligence was definitely not as good as Lightning's. He was worried that it would break the precious things in the space. So after a moment's thought, he went to the vegetable field and found some bamboo poles. Previously, he had used them to plant vegetables and set up many shelves. Now that the scale of the planting had been reduced, many bamboo poles had been left idle. Xia Ruofei cut the bamboo poles into sections that were half a meter long and formed a small fence. Although it was not very high or strong, it was enough to restrict the black puppy's movements. After everything was done, Xia Ruofei had an idea and went to the new space from the original space. The puppies were minding their own business. The 6 puppies had drunk a lot and were playing with each other. On the other side, the little black dog was also full and was lying on the ground to rest. It was mainly because the distance between the 2 sides was quite far. The little black dog, who had eaten and drunk its fill, was probably too lazy to fight with its few brothers. Xia Ruofei walked over and picked up the black puppy. He smiled and said, "Let's go, let's go. I'll take you to a good place." Although the black dog did not understand Xia Ruofei's words, it had drunk the milk that Xia Ruofei had given it. Furthermore, the milk had a small amount of flower petal solution mixed in it. Hence, it was much smarter than the average dog. At least it knew that. Xia Ruofei was not hostile to it. Hence, the black puppy did not resist Xia Ruofei and obediently snuggled in his arms. With a thought, Xia Ruofei brought the black puppy from the new space to the original space. He strolled toward the fence that had just been built and said as he walked, "During this period of time, you should stay here obediently. If you're hungry, eat by yourself. This is a buffet. Milk, dog food, and meat are all prepared. Eat whatever you want, just don't overeat." Xia Ruofei lowered the black puppy to the fence. The fence had a diameter of about 3 meters, which was enough for a small dog. Probably because it had just eaten its fill. The little black dog was not very interested in the food inside the fence. It only went over to sniff at it lightly before walking away. Xia Ruofei stood outside the fence and looked at the black puppy. He said, "Right. I still have to give you a name. Your senior was also a black dog. I wanted to call him Little Black, but he didn't like it and insisted on calling it Lightning. I think I'll call you Little Black from now on. Do you have a different opinion? The black puppy listened to Xia Ruofei's long-winded speech and stared at him with its black eyes. However, it obviously did not understand what Xia Ruofei was talking about, and only barked twice. No objections, then it's decided. From now on, you're Little Black, Xia Ruofei said. He shamelessly gave Little Black this name when it was unable to object. Xia Ruofei went to the new space and named the other 6 puppies. However, they were treated worse than Blackie. Xia Ruofei was too lazy to think and just called them Fluffy 1, Fluffy 2, until Fluffy 6. He also remembered certain characteristics of the puppy. For example, the one with a black right ear was called De Mao, the one with a pure white tail was called Mao, and so on. Xia Ruofei then left the medium. After taking a short nap in his room, he got up and brought Lin Qiao to the county to visit the temple fair. Lin Qiao was in high spirits and hummed songs along the way. She was like a child who had not grown up at the temple fair and was fascinated by everything she saw. However, she was also very sensible. Throughout the whole shopping trip, she saw more than she bought. Sometimes, Xia Ruofei saw something she liked and wanted to buy it for her, but she kept rejecting it, thinking it was a waste of money. Xia Ruofei didn't have anything to do, so he accompanied Lin Qiao and let her have a good time. Before returning to the farm, Xia Ruofei brought Lin Qiao to. The next morning, after Xia Ruofei woke up, he summoned the spirit map scroll in his palm and entered the space. He went to both spaces and saw that the puppies were normal. Blackie was also staying inside the fence. Obediently, he was relieved. Of course, Blackie had actually been in the medium for more than 10 days, so it was obviously bigger than yesterday. Xia Ruofei took another bag of dog food and brought it to the new space. He scooped a few bowls of milk for Fluffy 1 and Fluffy 2 and poured the dog food into a shallow plate. Then, he left the space to wash up and get dressed. Considering that they were going to Qing City tomorrow, Xia Ruofei gave Ling Qingxue a call. Although Ling Qingxue was not his girlfriend yet, he had just invited her to his farm to play the day before yesterday. It would be unreasonable for him to go to Qing City without telling her. Fortunately, Ling Qingxue was a reasonable person. Moreover, the first month of the lunar year was the busiest time for the food and beverage industry. There were many feasts. She had originally planned to come to the farm to look for Xia Ruofei after finishing her work. Hence, Ling Qingxue only reminded Xia Ruofei to take care of his health and safety when he went out. She did not show any signs of unhappiness. After the call with Ling Qingxue, Xia Ruofei went downstairs for breakfast. Knowing that Ma Xiong's family would be flying to the 3 mountains from Hong Kong, Xia Ruofei stayed in the mansion. As expected, when it was close to noon, Xia Ruofei heard the sound of a car's engine coming from outside the villa. When he got up and walked out of the villa, he saw a black Mercedes, Benz, and a Toyota Nanny car already parked at the entrance of the courtyard. Xia Ruofei used the remote control to open the gate, and 2 cars entered. The electric door of the nanny van made a beeping sound as it slowly opened. Xia Ruofei first saw little Huan, who was wearing a pink princess dress, getting out of the car. She then ran towards him with a happy expression. Uncle Xia. The little girl's voice was filled with irrepressible joy. Swish. Xia Ruofei revealed a warm smile. He squatted down and opened his arms. Huan rushed into his arms. Xia Ruofei planted a big kiss on Huan's pink face. Then, he picked her up and spun her around, making her laugh. Huan, I've missed you so much. Xia Ruofei hugged Huan with one hand and used the other to gently brush her nose. He asked, did you miss Uncle Xia? Of course. I even dreamed of you a few days ago. Huan said seriously. At this moment, Ma Xiong, Ma Jiming, Tian Huixin, Professor Tian, and Lu Yu all got out of the car. Xia Ruofei smiled and greeted them, then continued to ask, oh, really? What did Huan dream about? I dreamed that Uncle Xia took me to Disneyland. Huan replied. Xia Ruofei could clearly feel that Huan's pronunciation was clear, and the two of them answered each other's questions in a very organized manner. If someone who was not aware of Huan's previous state was standing here, they would never have thought that not long ago, Huan was still a star child who was completely immersed in her own world. At this moment, Huan looked at Xia Ruofei with her innocent eyes and asked seriously, Uncle Xia, is this the dream telling that they say on TV? Huh? Xia Ruofei was stunned. When Lu Yu saw this, she couldn't help but burst out laughing. After hearing Huan's words, Tian Huixin did not know whether to laugh or cry. Huan, don't talk nonsense. Only the dead or the gods could appear in her dreams, and Xia Ruofei was not a god. It was truly inauspicious to say such words during the new year. But that's how it is on TV, Huan said, feeling wronged. You still dare to say that? Tian Huixin said with a fierce expression. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, it's fine, it's fine. Children's words carry no harm. Why are you taking a child so seriously? Xia Ruofei gently pinched Huan's pink face and said, Huan, let me teach you. This is not called dreaming. It's called what you think in the day, what you dream of at night, you know? What you think in the day, you dream of at night. Huan looked puzzled. Xia Ruofei thought for a while and said, it means Huan misses Uncle Xia very much during the day. That's why she dreams of me at night. Do you understand? Huan nodded her head and said, I understand. Good girl. Xia Ruofei said. Xia Ruofei looked at Lu Yu, who was laughing so hard that she was shaking. He rolled his eyes and smiled evilly. He reached into his pocket and took out the red packet that he had prepared earlier and handed it to Huan. Huan, here, this is your New Year's money. Xia Ruofei said. Huan turned to look at Tian Huixin. After seeing Tian Huixin nod slightly, she reached out to take the red packet and said very sensibly, thank you, Uncle Xia. You're welcome. The elders all give red packets to the younger generation during the new year. Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Xia Ruofei even emphasized the word elder. After he finished speaking, he looked at Lu Yu. Lu Yu didn't react in the beginning. She only felt that Xia Ruofei's gaze was a little strange. When she came back to her senses, the smile on her face froze. Huan had always called Xia Ruofei uncle. If she and Huan were cousins, then wouldn't Xia Ruofei be her elder? Lu Yu was instantly indignant. She looked at Xia Ruofei unhappily and then said to Huan, quickly return the red packet to him. Also, you can't call him uncle in the future, you have to call him brother. Do you know that? Huan looked at Lu Yu. innocently and asked with a puzzled expression, Sister Yu, why? I've always called him uncle. Why did Uncle Xia suddenly change? To big brother? Xia Ruofei laughed and said, Huan, don't listen to your sister. Let's just call him uncle. That's good. Lu Yu glared at Xia Ruofei and snatched Huan from his arms. Then, she said to Huan, let's go. And find lightning to play with. Ignore him. Yu carried Huan and walked towards lightning. At the same time, she kept instilling into lightning, remember, call me big brother from now on, don't call me uncle, oh. Huan said, but why? There's no why. Yu said helplessly, you just have to remember, Professor Tian, Ma Xiong, and the others couldn't help but laugh. However, they naturally wouldn't get involved in the young man's bickering. When Huan saw lightning, she immediately jumped down from Yu's arms and ran over to play with it. Lightning was quite intelligent. It had already known Huan last time, so it was very docile. With Yu watching by the side, Tian Huixin and the others were naturally very assured. After Xia Ruofei beckoned Ma Xiong and the rest to enter the house, he introduced Hu Zi's mother, Lin Xiao, and Yi Lingyun. Ma Xiong didn't put on any airs as a rich man. He greeted them with a big smile and even gave Xia Ruofei, Lin Xiao, and Yi Lingyun a big red packet each as per Hong Kong's custom. These were really big red packets, Ing Luo. Each red packet contained a whole 10,000 Hong Kong dollars. Lin Xiao and Yi Lingyun hurriedly declined when they saw the amount of money in the red packet. They didn't dare to accept it. Xiaoer, Lingyun, this is from old Master Ma. Just accept it, Xia Ruofei said with a smile. In the eyes of a billionaire, 10,000 Hong Kong dollars was not even a drop in the ocean. There was no need to be pretentious when people gave out red packets on New Year's Eve. Lin Xiao and Yi Lingyun only accepted the red packets after hearing Xia Ruofei's words. Lin Xiao even obediently paid her New Year greetings to Ma Xiong and said some auspicious words. Ma Xiong also smiled and expressed his gratitude. Lin Xiao and Hu Zi's mother served tea to the guests, and they sat down in their respective seats. Ma Xiong smiled at Xia Ruofei and said, Xia Sheng, I'll be honest with you. Other than inviting you to the truffle tasting auction, I also have something I need your help with. P.S. Announcing the VIP reader group number 2958488872. Genuine readers are welcome to join the group. After joining the group, you need to verify the screenshot of the full subscription. Oh? Please go ahead, old Mr. Ma. Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Xia Sheng, I heard from Jiming that your farm has developed a variety of vegetables with very unique tastes and excellent appearances. Ma Xiong said, we also have a few restaurants in Hong Kong, 2 of which are Michelin star restaurants. In addition, we have many 5-star hotels around the world, so we also hope that these high-quality ingredients can appear on the tables of the restaurants and hotels under the Hengfeng Group. So it's this matter. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, Old Mr. Ma, you're helping the younger generation and taking care of my business. I should be the one thanking you. Where? The supply of the best ingredients will definitely be in short supply. Ma Xiong said seriously, Jiming's eyes are very accurate. I believe that your ingredients will definitely shine in Hengfeng. Since old Mr. Ma trusts our Paradise Corporation so much, I naturally have no reason to reject you. I can agree to this matter right now. Xia Ruofei said with a smile. That's great. Ma Xiong said happily, Xiaxing, we'll discuss the details on the plane to Shenzhen City. We're just visiting friends today, let's not talk about business. Ha ha ha. Good, 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 Xia Ruofei said. Old master. Ma, let's all stay for lunch. While you're at it, you can also try my paradise vegetables. Professor Tian smiled. And said, in law, we must stay. Xiaoxia's peach garden vegetables, only those who have tasted it know that. It's really indescribable. I wouldn't dare to ask even if it was my wish. In law, we'll stay and disturb Xiaxing. Ma Xiong laughed and said, by the way, on the way here, I noticed that Xiaxing's farm is very modern. It seems like you're interested in making a big splash in this industry. It's just a small matter. So it's hard for you to take notice of it, old sir. Xia Ruofei smiled. Everyone began to chat in the living room. In front of his savior, Ma Xiong didn't put on airs at all. The atmosphere was very relaxed. Knowing that the guests would stay for dinner, Hu Zi's mother also went to the kitchen early to prepare. Lin Qiao also went in to help sensibly. The ingredients were already made. Xia Ruofei would store the ingredients produced in the interspace into the double-door refrigerator in the kitchen from time to time. Hu Zi's mother only needed to use them directly. Everyone chatted in the living room for a while, before Tian Huixin suddenly asked, Xia, there's something I want to ask you. Is it possible to mass-produce the Chinese medicine that you used to treat Huan's autism? At this point, Tian Huixin quickly explained, don't misunderstand. We've kept the fact that you've treated Huan a secret, but I've brought her through so many years of suffering and have seen the pain of many families with autistic children. I thought that if this medicine could be mass-produced, it would definitely be a matter of boundless merit. Xia Ruofei thought for a while and said, it's still difficult for now. First of all, the cost of the medicine was very high, which was not something that ordinary families could afford. Secondly, one of the main ingredients is very rare, and you might not be able to find it even if you have the money. If you want to mass-produce it, you'll need to find a substitute herb, which can't be done in the short term. Oh, I see. Tian Huixin was a little disappointed, but she quickly smiled and said, I was just asking. I really can't bear to see those autistic children, I understand. In the future, if the conditions allow it, I will focus on the development of drugs to treat autism. Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Ma Xiong said, if you're poor, you'll be good to yourself. If you're good, you'll be good to the world. What Xiaxing did was right. We have to be merciful, but we must also do what we can. Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded. He pondered for a moment and said to Tian Huixin, Ms. Tian, if it's not a large scale production, it's not a big problem to make 1 or 2 doses of that Chinese medicine occasionally. If you have a very good friend who needs it, you can come to me, but the quantity should not be too much, and it must be kept absolutely confidential. Tian Huixin was overjoyed and quickly said, all right, all right. Xia, I met a good friend when I took Huan to the rehabilitation training. Her child is also autistic and has epilepsy symptoms. Much more serious than Huan's. She veils her face all day, and I feel bad seeing her, Xia Ruofei said, how about this? After a while, you can ask her to bring the child to me. I'll see how it goes. Okay, thank you, thank you. Tian Huixin said excitedly, I'll thank you on behalf of my sister. Don't worry. I'll definitely tell her not to tell anyone about this. Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded. Very soon, it was Almost time for dinner. Lu Yu also brought Huan Huan into the villa. As soon as Huan Huan entered, she shouted happily, "Uncle Xia, Uncle Xia." At this moment, Lu Yu gently nudged Huan Huan. Huan Huan turned around and glanced at Lu Yu. Then, she hesitantly changed her words and said, "Brother Xia." Brother, he did not know what method Lu Yu used to successfully convince Huan Huan. Although she still looked a little reluctant, she had really changed the way she addressed him. Xia Ruofei looked at Lu Yu, who had a smug look on his face, and said in a self-deprecating manner, "Well, after the new year, I'm still a generation younger." Professor Tian, Ma Xiong, and the others couldn't help but laugh. Tian Huixin also smiled and said, "Little Xia, why don't we let Huan Huan call you uncle? Little aunt. Why are you siding with an outsider?" Lu Yu immediately shouted in dissatisfaction. Xia Ruofei was only a few years older than her. If he became her elder, she would not be able to accept it. The last time Huan Huan returned to the mainland, everyone was immersed in the ecstasy of hope that Huan Huan's autism could be cured. Lu Yu did not realize this problem. It was Xia Ruofei who reminded her today. Xia Ruofei chuckled. Okay. Huan Huan, you'll be like that big sister from now on." Xia Ruofei pointed at Lin Xiao, who was coming out of the kitchen with the dishes and said, "You can call me Brother Ruofei like she does." N. Huan. Huan nodded and said, "Hello, Brother Ruofei." Then, Huan Huan took out the red packet that Xia Ruofei had given her and said seriously, "Then, Brother Ruofei, should I return this red packet to you? You just said that only the elders give the younger generation New Year's money." Huan Huan's innocent words made everyone burst into laughter again, especially when she was still holding the red packet tightly. It was obvious that she was not willing to return the red packet that Xia Ruofei had given her. Xia Ruofei laughed. No need. An older brother can give his younger sister red packet money too. That's great. Thank you, Brother Ruofei. Huan Huan kept the red packet happily and ran over. She stood on her tiptoes and kissed Xia Ruofei on the cheek. Looking at the adorable Huan Huan, Xia Ruofei felt as if his heart was about to melt. He also felt that his decision to save Huan Huan the last time was the right one. At this moment, Huzi's mother walked out of the kitchen and said with a smile, "Everyone, come over and eat." P.S. Announcing the VIP reader group number 295848872. Genuine readers are welcome to join the group. After joining the group, you need to verify the screenshot of the full subscription. There were many people having lunch at noon, and the long dining table in the restaurant was not big enough to fit everyone. Xia Ruofei and Yi Lingyun moved the long dining table to the side and went to the garage to bring out the round table that the landlord had kept as a spare. There were not enough dining chairs, so they used all the plastic stools and folding chairs in the house. The dining environment was simple, but Ma Xiong and the others didn't care. They sat around and started eating. The dishes were all home-cooked. There was fish head tofu soup, braised carp, sweet and sour ribs, tomato fried eggs, stir-fried spinach. There were more than a dozen dishes in total, and most of the ingredients were produced in the spirit map space. The dishes were all ordinary, and Huzi's mother's cooking skills were naturally not as good as the top chef hired by the Ma family. However, Ma Xiong was very satisfied with the ingredients. Professor Tian, Ma Jiming, and the others who had tasted the vegetables from paradise before were even more so. Even Lu Yu did not care. about her image and ate heartily. After the meal, Ma Xiong was even more determined to work with Xia Ruofei. In the beginning, he more or less had the intention of helping Xia Ruofei. After all, if these ingredients could enter Michelin-starred restaurants and global chain 5-star hotels, it would greatly improve the brand image of Paradise Corporation. However, after tasting the ingredients from Paradise, Ma Xiong felt that these ingredients were fully qualified to enter the food and beverage companies under Hengfeng. He even believed that in time, Paradise's ingredients would definitely become the first target of all the major food and beverage giants. In this sense, Hengfeng had seized the first opportunity. After lunch, Ma Xiong, Professor Tian, and the others bade farewell and left. Naturally, little Huan was reluctant to leave. When she heard Tian Huixin say that she would be able to see Xia Ruofei again the next day, and that Xia Ruofei would go to Xinqing City with them, Huan's mood improved a little. After seeing Ma Xiong and his men off, Xia Ruofei started to make arrangements for the next few days. First, he contacted the West River Moon Club and Lingji restaurant, asking them to send a car to transport all the vegetables that needed to be supplied in the next few days. Then, Xia Ruofei gave Cao Taishu a call. They had previously agreed to start transplanting the vegetable seedlings on the 4th day of the new year. Although Cao Taishu's wife was currently recuperating, Xia Ruofei still entrusted this matter to Cao Taishu. However, he had repeatedly reminded Cao Taishu not to come over on the 4th day of the new year. It was enough to just organize the manpower. Xia Ruofei even hung up on Pang Hao and asked him to come down on the 4th day of the new year to help keep an eye on the farm. With Yi Lingyun and Lightning around to ensure the safety of the farm, Xia Ruofei was very assured. He only gave Yi Lingyun a few simple instructions and left him a few $1,000s in cash in case of emergency. The online Taoyuan Roadie had put up a notice to close before the Spring Festival, so Xia Ruofei didn't need to care about it. However, he still used the night to enter the spirit map space and cut the mother plant that had almost recovered. When he returned from Xinqing, these seedlings could be sold. The next morning, Xia Ruofei carried a small suitcase and said goodbye to Hu Zi's mother and the rest. He got into a Mercedes-Benz that Hengfeng Group's Sanshan office had sent and went straight to Sanshan International Airport. They took the private jet lane. After the symbolic security check, Xia Ruofei was led into the restricted area by the airport's VIP customer service. Ma Xiong's family had just arrived at the airport. What surprised Xia Ruofei was that other than Ma Xiong's family, he also saw Lu Yu. Lu Yu was wearing a black double-breasted long coat with a white shirt on the inside. Her pencil gray skinny jeans accentuated her tall figure and long legs. She was wearing a pair of big sunglasses and had her hands in the pockets of her coat. She still had a cool expression. Xia Ruofei was only stunned for a moment, but he immediately came back to his senses. Lu Yu probably had nothing to do during the winter break, so she followed Tian Huixin and the others to Xinqing City to relax. He greeted Ma Xiong and the rest, then smiled and nodded at Lu Yu. For a super-rich man like Ma Xiong, even after he returned to the mainland, he still had to deal with all kinds of affairs every day, and his schedule was very tight. Compared to civilian flights, private planes were much more comfortable. For business people, efficiency was also very important. This kind of public jet had a flight route that could be applied in advance. Basically, the take-off time could be precise to the minute, and the passenger only needed to arrive on time. There was no need to be like taking a civil flight, which Required at least an hour in advance to change the boarding pass at the airport, and boarding half an hour in advance. Then, there was the possibility of facing the flow control that would end at any time, and sitting on the plane and waiting all kinds of times. Time was precious to high-end business people. Xia Ruofei and the rest arrived at the luxuriously decorated VIP lounge. After exchanging a few words, they boarded the plane. It was still the Gulfstream G650. This was also the Gulfstream company's latest model of the commercial plane. It was definitely the top among the medium-sized jet commercial planes. Although Xia Ruofei had already experienced it once, the luxury of the Gulfstream G650 was still shocking to him. Not long after everyone boarded the plane was allowed to take off. After taxiing on the runway of Sanshan International Airport for a while, the Gulfstream plane took off lightly and went straight into the cloudless blue sky. Tian Huixin and Lu Yu brought Huan to the seats near the back of the plane while Ma Xiong, his son, and Xia Ruofei sat in the middle of the plane. The three of them sat on the wide, soft, handmade leather seats and talked about work while drinking coffee. The flight from Sanshan to Shenzhen was about an hour and a half by a civilian flight, while the Gulfstream business plane only took a little more than an hour. Within an hour, Xia Ruofei and Ma Xiong had finalized many details of the cooperation. The supply was set to be a month later. By that time, Taoyuan farm would definitely be in full production. Every day, Taoyuan company would provide 100 kilograms of various vegetables to Hengfeng Group with a floating price of 15 times the average market price on that day. Hengfeng Group's Sanshan office would send vehicles to Taoyuan farm every 3 days to transport the vegetables to their special cold storage warehouse. Then, relying on their developed own logistics channels, they would air transport the vegetables to restaurants and hotels around the world according to the rations. Xia Ruofei roughly estimated that the cooperation with Hengfeng Group would bring in at least 500,000 yuan of income for Paradise Corporation every month. Considering the low cost, the net profit would be more than 400,000 yuan per month. Of course, to a super-rich man like Ma Xiong, such a small business was not worth his attention. He was more interested in future, in-depth cooperation. Therefore, the two sides also agreed that in the future, after the peach blossom farm expanded its scale and increased its production, they would increase the supply accordingly. At the same time, Ma Xiong also specifically mentioned that the future Paradise Farm should also give priority to Hengfeng Group when developing new top-grade ingredients. Xia Ruofei was more than happy to work with the world's richest man, Ma Xiong, so he agreed without much consideration. Ma Xiong's business secretary quickly printed out the memorandum of this discussion through the automatic office system on the plane for both parties to sign. The formal contract would naturally be signed after the end of this trip to Shenzhen City. There were still many details that needed to be finalized by both parties. Of course, Ma Xiong wouldn't participate in the rest of the discussion. There would be a professional team to handle the matter. He was able to attend the meeting in person mostly because of Xia Ruofei. Otherwise, any small manager in the Hengfeng Group's many subsidiaries could make the decision. The discussion at an altitude of 10,000 meters ended in a relaxed and happy atmosphere. At this time, the Gulfstream business plane also slowly descended. From the porthole, they could already see the rows of high-rise buildings in Shenzhen. P.S. Announcing the VIP reader group number 2958488872. Genuine readers are welcome to join the group. After joining the group, you need to verify the screenshot of the full subscription. The Gulfstream G650 commercial plane landed smoothly at Pudong International Airport. When the plane taxied to the bus stop, several luxury business cars sent by Hengfeng Group's Shenzhen office were already waiting on the tarmac. The manager of the Shenzhen office came to greet the big boss in person. He stood respectfully beside the plane. After Ma Xiong got off the plane, the manager immediately bowed and greeted him. He also instructed several employees to come forward and move the luggage. A super rich man like Ma Xiong owned countless properties all over the world. In an international city like Shenzhen City, Ma Xiong's property was naturally present. In fact, the luxury villa he had bought a few years ago was located in the bustling outer beach. Their entire family, including Lu Yu, naturally stayed in that villa. Ma Xiong also asked for Xia Ruofei's opinion with a smile and invited him to stay with them. Xia Ruofei considered the fact that it was someone else's house and that he had two women with him. It would be inconvenient for him to live with them and he would feel uncomfortable, so he politely declined. Ma Xiong respected Xia Ruofei's wishes and immediately arranged for a car to send Xia Ruofei to the hotel. His family and Lu Yu got into another car to go home. When little Huan heard that Xia Ruofei was not staying with them, she seemed a little depressed and almost cried. It was only when Xia Ruofei promised to take her to visit the bund that her mood turned into joy. She obediently followed Tian Huixin and the others into the car. The business car brought Xia Ruofei to Hengfeng Jiehua Hotel, which was also located in the outer beach. Jiehua was Hengfeng Group's most high-end hotel brand. It was positioned as the top luxury hotel. So far, the Hengfeng Group had only opened 5 Jiehua hotels in the world. The Jiehua Hotel, located in the outer beach of Shenzhen, was the latest one. The media used a 7-star hotel to describe Hengfeng Jiehua's beach house because the standard was far higher than a 5-star hotel. The total investment of this hotel reached 3.5 billion Chinese dollars. And there were a total of 200 rooms. After conversion, the average cost of each room was as high as 17 million yuan, and the cost of one room was almost enough to buy any outer beach mansion. Every guest room here was equipped with an intelligent control system. The ground and ceiling of the hotel's public area were all decorated with colored glass and jade. It was said that an entire mine was mined just for this Jiehua hotel. When they arrived at the hotel, Xia Ruofei found out that Ma Xiong had specially asked the hotel to reserve the presidential suite on the highest floor after knowing that Xia Ruofei would come to Shenzhen. Obviously, if Xia Ruofei had chosen to stay at Ma Xiong's villa today, the presidential suite, which cost as much as 128,888 yuan per night, would be left empty. The rich were just so willful. Xia Ruofei had no choice but to accept Ma Xiong's arrangement with a bitter smile. He knew clearly that even if he called and asked for a normal suite, Ma Xiong would never agree. When they arrived at the hotel, a well-proportioned private butler in a black business suit greeted Xia Ruofei with a smile at the door. The welcoming angel served welcoming tea on a tray. Even the clothes on the welcoming angel were made by the famous designer Lawrence Su. The luxury of the Jiehua Hotel was reflected in every detail. All the check-in procedures had been completed in advance. The beautiful private butler led Xia Ruofei through a special elevator to the presidential suite on the 20th floor of the hotel, which was also the highest floor of the room. The presidential suite room number was 2088, and it covered an area of 288 square meters. It also represented the ultimate luxurious accommodation experience of Hengfingjihua Hotel. It had a living room, dining room, bar, study room, and dining room. There was a custom sauna room and a super large massage bathtub in the bathroom. The entire suite space was matched with a full set of custom-made expensive furniture and gorgeous, three-dimensional golden silk Su embroidery. The concept of ultimate luxury was reflected everywhere. The private butler gently introduced Xia Ruofei to the various parts of the presidential suite. After carefully questioning Xia Ruofei, she politely left. The private butler only served Xia Ruofei during the entire stay. If Xia Ruofei had any requests, she would be the first to appear. After the private butler left, Xia Ruofei strolled around the ridiculously large presidential suite. Alone. He could not help but be amazed by the luxury of this presidential suite of a 7-star hotel. Such luxury was reflected in every detail. For example, the bedroom was equipped with the Hengfingjihua bed made by the United States' Talalea latex. The comfort level was first class, and the pillowcase was actually embroidered with Xia Ruofei's name in advance. Next to the bed was the most high-end Ogawa full-body massage chair. Sitting on the massage chair and enjoying the most comfortable massage while looking out of the floor, too. Ceiling window at the ships coming and going on the Huangpu River and the bustling outer beach in the distance. It was definitely a supreme enjoyment. There were many other similar details. The faucet in the bathroom was made of pure gold, the sink was inlaid with crystals, the faucet of the super-large jacuzzi was the only pure gold swan faucet in the entire hotel, and the toiletries were all from Hermes. There were also precious works of art everywhere in the suite, as well as smart room facilities controlled by an iPad. Everything that he saw refreshed Xia Ruofei's understanding of luxury. It was true that people could not pursue material things as their ultimate goal, but it was undeniable that money could bring high quality of life enjoyment. All of this opened Xia Ruofei's eyes and touched him greatly. Even with Xia Ruofei's current earning speed, the presidential suite that cost more than 120,000 a night was not easy to stay in. Of course, Xia Ruofei, who had the spirit map space, would not be affected by this. Instead, this experience filled Xia Ruofei with the motivation to move forward. He believed that in the near future, it would not be just a dream for the Paradise Corporation to become a $10 billion financial group like the Hengfin Group. Xia Ruofei's lunch was settled in the presidential suite. The executive head chef from the hotel's top-floor restaurant, the legendary France Michelin star chef, Mr. Marc, personally made an exquisite French meal and sent it directly to the restaurant in the presidential suite. After lunch, Xia Ruofei took an hour's nap in his large and comfortable custom-made latex bed. He changed into a bathrobe and went to the hotel's swimming pool. Jihua Hotel's swimming pool had a unique, intelligent starlight control system. The ceiling was like a starry sky, enough to pass off as the real thing. The entire swimming pool was shrouded in a dreamy glow and was beautiful beyond words. Xia Ruofei swam 2,000 meters to his heart's content. Then, he returned to the presidential suite for a nice sauna and a shower. He changed his clothes and prepared to head to Ma Xiong's villa on the Bund. Ma Xiong had invited him to have dinner with him and he had promised to take Huan on a night tour on the Bund. The private butler had prepared everything in advance. When Xia Ruofei arrived at the entrance of the hotel and saw the car prepared for him, he was once again shocked. It was a Rolls-Royce Phantom. According to the private butler, this car was not specially prepared for Xia Ruofei. It was the standard of a presidential suite, which meant that anyone who was staying in the presidential suite could enjoy the shuttle service. Of this Rolls-Royce Phantom, Xia Ruofei couldn't help but sigh. Hengfeng Jiehua is really rich. P.S. Announcing the VIP. Reader group number 2958488872. Genuine readers are welcome to join the group. After joining the group, you need to verify the screenshot of the full subscription. Ma Xiong's family dinner was as luxurious as ever, but Xia Ruofei was already immune to it. Although he was facing a billionaire, Xia Ruofei also had a god-defying item like the spirit painting scroll. Moreover, he was Ma Xiong's savior, so he was relatively calm. After the banquet, Xia Ruofei brought Huan on a night tour of the outer beach. Tian Huixin and Lu Yu were also with them. Of course, their trip was different from that of ordinary people. They boarded a medium-sized yacht from the private yacht dock next to Ma Xiong's villa and took a night tour of the Huangpu River. Ever since Huan had recovered, she liked to spend time with Xia Ruofei. Perhaps the child knew that Xia Ruofei had brought her out of her lonely world, so she had a natural sense of closeness to Xia Ruofei. Even Tian Huixin, who was Huan's mother, and Lu Yu, who was Huan's cousin, could not compare to her in this aspect. During the entire night tour, Huan stuck to Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei carried Huan as they stood on the deck of the yacht and looked at the night view of Shenzhen. To prevent the child from getting sick from the cold wind, Xia Ruofei even wrapped Huan in his coat. Lu Yu looked down from the second deck. She was envious when she saw this heartwarming scene. She had always liked Huan. Although she was very close to Huan now, Lu Yu could feel that her position in Huan's heart was far inferior to Xia Ruofei's. This also made Lu Yu a little depressed. She looked at the two figures on the lower deck and muttered in her heart, I really don't know what's so good about this guy. Why does Huan like to be with him? The yacht went upstream. After stopping at another dock, the group went ashore again and strolled along the river for a long time before returning to their own homes. Naturally, Xia Ruofei returned to Hengfeng Jiehua Hotel. The Rolls-Royce Phantom exclusive to the presidential suite was in charge of sending him off. At the dinner, Xia Ruofei did not mention that he wanted to bring some truffles for the auction. This was because Ma Xiong had already told him that the truffle tasting auction would be held tomorrow night. The auction was held in the Grand Banquet Hall on the third floor of Hengfeng Jiehua Hotel. The preservation of truffles was a problem. The truffles provided by Xia Ruofei were stored in the spirit map space, so they were definitely fresh. Hence, Xia Ruofei decided to wait until tomorrow to take them out. If he were to tell Ma Xiong today, he would have to leave the truffles in the outside world. Although it was fine to leave them in the outside world for a day, the taste and fragrance were not as good as fresh truffles that had just been unearthed. After returning to the hotel, Xia Ruofei went to the Michelin-starred restaurant on the top floor to have some supper. Sitting on the large balcony on the top floor, Xia Ruofei looked down at the boats coming and going on the Huangpu River and the brightly lit Oriental Pearl Tower opposite him. He tasted the best red wine and the most authentic French cuisine. Xia Ruofei realized that he was gradually falling in love with such a high-quality life. Of course, this wasn't a bad thing. In a sense, it was also a driving force for him to keep moving forward. After returning to the presidential suite on the 20th floor, Xia Ruofei took a hot, comfortable bath in the two-person jacuzzi and lay down on the big bed in The bedroom. He fell asleep peacefully with the mesmerizing fragrance and soothing music. The next day, the auction would only start at night. Xia Ruofei enjoyed a Japanese-style breakfast prepared by one of the hotel's top Japanese chefs, Watanabe Ono, in the presidential suite. After resting for a while, he changed his clothes and went to the hotel's gym. Xia Ruofei had been absorbing the petals of the exotic flower for a long time. His physical fitness was far better than when he was at the peak of his service in the army. Naturally, he did not need to go to the gym to train his body. When he was in Sanshan City, Xia Ruofei would at most practice a few moves of Tai Chi in the morning. It was more to cultivate his body than to strengthen his body. In fact, Xia Ruofei did not think that the fancy equipment in the gym could train one's body well. In his opinion, the targeted muscles in the gym looked good but were useless. Hence, Xia Ruofei only went to the gym to kill time. He found the Nike sportswear that he had prepared in advance in the separate cloakroom of the presidential suite and changed into it. He put on the professional running shoes of Arthur and took the elevator to the gym on the 8th floor of the hotel. Hengfeng Jiehua Hotel was mainly for luxury, and the gym was no exception. The facilities were world-class and they had a strong team of professional trainers. When Xia Ruofei showed his room card to the presidential suite, the person in charge of the gym sent the best trainers to serve Xia Ruofei. However, Xia Ruofei tactfully rejected the offer of the red belt regarding his expertise in muscle training. Xia Ruofei, who had been in the special forces, was more than capable of beating these fitness trainers. Besides, Xia Ruofei was just trying to kill time. He went to a corner of the gym and did some simple stretching exercises. Then, he found an empty treadmill. Xia Ruofei took off his sports jacket first. He was only wearing an army green sports vest and black Nike running shorts. After absorbing many petals, Xia Ruofei's originally dark skin became very fair. The muscles that he had trained in the army were not so obvious. Hence, his figure was not very eye-catching in the gym. But only Xia Ruofei himself knew that this seemingly unremarkable figure contained a terrifying explosive power. This power seemed to have penetrated into every cell. It was usually hidden, but once it exploded, it would be thunderous. Xia Ruofei stood on the treadmill. At first, he set a speed of 10 kilometers per hour. However, after running for a while, Xia Ruofei felt that it was too slow. He did not sweat even after running for a few hours. In fact, this speed was not considered slow. Most people who ran to lose weight would set their speed between 8 and 10. If the heart and lungs were slightly worse, it might be even slower. Xia Ruofei's body was too strong. Hence, he increased the speed slowly as he ran. When he increased the speed to 13 kilometers per hour, Xia Ruofei started to feel it. Although it was still a little slow, he was afraid that the treadmill would not be able to take it if he increased the speed any further. Hence, he decided to slow down and run at this speed. Xia Ruofei clicked on a movie on the LED screen in front of him. He watched the movie with his headphones on as he ran on the treadmill with ease. "Hello." A voice came from beside Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei looked away from the screen and took off his headphones. He saw a blonde, blue-eyed Western beauty jogging on the treadmill next door while smiling at him. P.S. Announcing the VIP reader group number 295848872. Genuine readers are welcome to join the group. After joining the group, you need to verify the screenshot of the full subscription. This Caucasian girl was wearing a sexy 3-point sportswear, and a large area of her skin was exposed, showing a healthy wheat color. She had a head of beautiful golden hair and a pair of bright and pure blue eyes. Compared to the well-defined faces of the Europeans and Americans, her facial contours were a little more oriental and appeared gentler. The 3-point sportswear outlined her perfect body and incredible curves. The tight-fitting sports singlet bound her bulging chest, and it bounced gently as she ran. Her waist, which was completely exposed, was very slender, and the waistline was quite clear. A pair of slender legs ran at a steady frequency, and the muscle lines of her legs changed constantly as she ran, full of the beauty of exercise. Even with Xia Ruofei's Oriental beauty standards, the foreign girl next door was definitely a beauty. Xia Ruofei even thought that she was prettier than the few foreign female stars he knew. This kind of beauty made Xia Ruofei lose his focus for a moment. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and returned a friendly smile to the other party. "Hello." Xia Ruofei spoke in English, because he could tell that the other party's Chinese was very awkward. He must have learned it not long ago. English and Japanese were compulsory courses for the Lone Wolf Commando team. Although not everyone could reach a high standard, Xia Ruofei had no problem with daily conversations. As for the reason why the Special Combat Commando team had to learn these two languages, it was naturally well known. It was related to the special mission they were on. The foreign girl's face was filled with a warm smile as she said, "Nice to meet you, I'm Monica." "Hello, Monica. I'm Xia Ruofei, Chinese." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Please let me guess. Which country did such a beautiful lady come from?" Monica laughed and said, "Sure. Take a guess, let me think," Xia Ruofei said seriously. "Only the humid sea breeze of the Mediterranean Sea, olive oil, wine, and the sun at 40 degrees north latitude can give birth to a beautiful woman like you." Monica laughed even more after hearing that. Fortunately, the speed of the treadmill was not set to be fast. Otherwise, she would not be able to stabilize her body. "Your mouth is really sweet." Monica smiled brightly and said, "You're the most talkative Chinese I've ever seen." "Oh, really? I'll be honored." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Oh. Right, I haven't given you an answer yet. In fact, you have an elegance inherited from the Renaissance period, so you must be Italian, right?" "Correct." "What a smart Chinese kid." Monica gave Xia Ruofei a charming smile. Then, Monica looked at Xia Ruofei's legs that were moving quickly. She was amazed that Xia Ruofei could still speak so calmly while running at such a high speed. "Xia," she said, "you're not only the most talkative Chinese I've ever seen, you're also the strongest Chinese." Monica's watery blue eyes sized Xia Ruofei up and down. In contrast to the Western girls' boldness, Xia Ruofei felt a little embarrassed. He smiled shyly and said, "Thank you." The two of them chatted as they ran, and they got along very well. Monica was very outgoing, and Xia Ruofei had a natural affinity with her. When he was running, he could chat with a beautiful woman and practice his spoken English. It was a great thing. Monica's speed on the treadmill was set between 8 to 10 kilometers per hour. After running for more than half an hour, she was already drenched in sweat. Xia Ruofei, who was running at 13 kilometers per hour, still maintained a very stable speed. There were only a few beads of sweat on his forehead. Monica was amazed. She lowered the speed of the treadmill As she jogged, she glanced at Xia Ruofei from time to time, her deep blue eyes shining with splendor. At this moment, a young white man in a tight sports vest, showing off his proportioned muscles, walked over. He first looked warily at Xia Ruofei, who was chatting happily with Monica, then smiled at Monica charmingly. "Monica," the young white man said, "I've been looking for you everywhere. So you're in the gym." "Hello, Mr. Blake." Monica also smiled. "Monica, you can call me George." Blake looked at Xia Ruofei and asked, "By the way, is this your new friend? Why don't you introduce me to him?" Monica obviously didn't have a particularly close relationship with Blake, so she still insisted on calling him by his last name. "Mr. Blake, this is my new Chinese friend, Xia." Then, Monica said to Xia Ruofei, "Xia, this is Mr. George Blake, the senior vice president of the Blake Group, a France restaurant chain." Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded at Blake. Blake also smiled elegantly and nodded at Xia Ruofei. "Mr. Xia, Monica and I have some work matters to discuss. If you don't mind, can you let me use this treadmill?" Blake asked politely. Although his tone was very gentle, there was an unquestionable sense of superiority in his bones. Xia Ruofei frowned, but before he could say anything, Monica said, "Mr. Blake, I think you're mistaken. I never talk about work during my leisure time. Besides, there are many treadmills here, and Mr. Xia is already using it. There's a Chinese saying. First. Second, Monica's last sentence was in Chinese. She stammered a few times, but could not finish it. First come, first served. Xia Ruofei smiled and reminded her. Yes, 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 first come, first served. Monica said, "Mr. Blake, I don't think your behavior just now was polite." Blake didn't get angry. He just shrugged and said, "Okay, I'm sorry. Mr. Xia, I'm sorry." "It's fine," Xia Ruofei said indifferently. Blake looked at the settings on Xia Ruofei's treadmill and walked to the treadmill next to Xia Ruofei's. He put the towel and cup aside and got on the treadmill as well. "I hope that when Mr. Xia is tired and needs to rest, I can use your treadmill," Blake said to Xia Ruofei with confidence. After a series of beeping sounds, Blake also set the speed to 13 kilometers per hour and started running. Xia Ruofei shrugged his shoulders and didn't respond to Blake. While Blake was running fast, he would look at Xia Ruofei from time to time. Xia Ruofei was just calmly running at a constant speed. Occasionally, he would turn his head to talk to Monica easily and ignored Blake's competition. Monica naturally knew that Blake was competing with her. As she jogged leisurely, she turned her head to look at the two men with interest, especially Xia Ruofei. She knew that Xia Ruofei had been running at such a high speed for more than half an hour. A speed of 13 kilometers per hour was actually very fast. Most people would not use such a fast speed for long-distance running. Xia Ruofei had been running at such a high speed for half an hour, at least 6 to 7 kilometers. Blake had just started running on the treadmill and was full of energy. Would this Chinese guy lose to Blake? Monica was interested. Little did she know that Xia Ruofei did not take Blake's competition seriously and had no intention of competing with him. He just kept running because he had not had enough running and was not even sweating. As for when he would be able to escape to his heart's content, only God knew. 10 minutes passed. Xia Ruofei's expression did not change, and his rhythm was steady. Blake's face was covered in sweat. 20 minutes had passed. Xia Ruofei's expression did not change and his rhythm was steady. Blake's breathing became more and more rapid. 30 minutes passed. Xia Ruofei's expression did not change and his rhythm was steady. Blake was already panting like a bull, sweating like rain, and his pace couldn't keep up with the rhythm. 40 minutes. P.S. Announcing the VIP reader group number, 2958488872, genuine. Readers are welcome to join the group. After joining the group, you need to verify the screenshot of the full subscription. Monica simply stopped and ran for more than an hour. She had already completed the target amount of exercise. She walked to the side and sat down. As she wiped the sweat off her body with a towel, she looked at the two men on the treadmill with great interest. Xia Ruofei was no different from when he first started running. His breathing was still steady, his pace was still steady, and there was not much sweat on his body. Monica's beautiful eyes bloomed with a strange light. She loved sports. When she was on business trips around the world, the hotel gym was a must-go place for her. She had seen many fitness experts, but she had never seen someone like Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei's body did not look strong. He even looked like a weak scholar. However, it was as if he would never die from running. Looking at Xia Ruofei's state, Monica had the illusion that he could keep running. Could it be a mysterious force from the ancient East? Monica muttered in her heart. Blake, who was beside him, was in an extremely sorry state. He was sweating profusely, and his mouth was wide open like a fish that lacked oxygen. He gasped for air, and his face had become very pale. He could no longer maintain a steady pace, and he could barely keep up with the speed of the treadmill. In the beginning, Blake would turn his head from time to time to look at Xia Ruofei provocatively. Now, he was too busy to take care of himself. He gritted his teeth and forced himself to hold on, because he could see Xia Ruofei running nonstop from the corner of his eye. On one side, Blake, who was in a difficult situation, was still holding on. On the other side, Xia Ruofei was still calm and composed. He even had the time to remind Monica, I think you'd better take a shower first. Otherwise, you'll catch a cold easily. Are you showing concern for me? Monica asked with a smile. Xia Ruofei scratched his head and said, a friendly reminder. Ha ha ha. Dongfeng Boulder S. Shy. Monica pointed at Xia Ruofei and laughed. Bolt of the East? Xia Ruofei was stunned. You can run so well, aren't you the same as Bolt? He's a sprinter. Okay? Xia Ruofei said, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. It's all the same, Monica said, overjoyed. Blake was already at his limit. When he saw Xia Ruofei and Monica chatting happily, he felt exhausted and anxious. He couldn't help but feel weak in his legs and fell on the treadmill. The treadmill changed into a conveyor belt in seconds, and Blake was directly transported to the back. Then he rolled to the ground and gritted his teeth in pain. Monica laughed even harder when she saw this. The staff of the gym quickly came over to help Blake up and asked him if he was injured. Blake was in so much pain that he kept gasping for cold air. He pointed at his ankle. The staff quickly called the sports doctors in the fitness center, and several people helped Blake to the side to treat his wounds. Blake and Xia Ruofei's competition had been seen by the people on treadmills and other equipment nearby. Now that Blake was in such a sorry state, while Xia Ruofei was still running at a steady speed, they couldn't help but look at Xia Ruofei. Most of the guests in the hotel were Chinese. Most of them were secretly cheering for Xia Ruofei, thinking that he had a strong Chinese spirit. Monica smiled and said, "Xia, run slowly. I'm going to take a shower first. I'll come and see you later, alright?" "I'll see you later," Xia Ruofei said as he ran. After Monica left, Xia Ruofei increased the speed of the treadmill and ran at a faster speed. All the facilities in the Jiehua Hotel were first class. The treadmill was the latest model from Igong. Its performance was definitely the best. However, after running at such a high speed for a long time, the sound of the motor became a little heavy, as if it could not bear the weight. 10 minutes, 20 minutes. Xia Ruofei kept running tirelessly. He had been running for almost 2 hours, and was running at an average speed of more than 13 kilometers per hour. Slowly, Xia Ruofei attracted the attention of many people. Some people saw Xia Ruofei running when they first entered the gym. When he was done with his preparation, Xia Ruofei was still running. All kinds of equipment had been practiced. Xia Ruofei was running. Xia Ruofei was running on the treadmill, sweating profusely. Xia Ruofei was still running when she came back from the shower. It was just a simple run, but because of the continuous running, the shock it brought to people was far greater than that of the strong men who did bend lifts and somersaults. Everyone looked at the seemingly tireless Xia Ruofei as if he was a monster. Some people were even discussing in low voices, "This person is really fierce. He was already running when I came in, so it must have been an hour. Such a fast speed, an hour? It had already been more than 2 hours. And it's always been this fast. Awesome." Just now, a white man challenged him, and he ran until he was disabled. "I'll go to raise the prestige of our country." Monica returned to the gym after her shower. Xia Ruofei was still running tirelessly. After treating his injured ankle, Blake returned to the gym after a shower. When he saw Xia Ruofei still running on the treadmill, he could not help but touch his forehead. What kind of monster was this? Why did she provoke him for no reason? Blake wailed in his heart. He picked up his coat and backpack and limped out of the gym without a word. Monica had already changed into a light pink sports jacket. She was sitting on the leather chair opposite Xia Ruofei's treadmill, her hands supporting her face as she watched Xia Ruofei run. Xia Ruofei could feel that many people were looking at him, especially Monica's beautiful blue eyes, which were staring at him without moving. He felt a little uncomfortable. After running for another 10 minutes, Xia Ruofei reached out and pressed the switch. The speed of the treadmill gradually slowed down and finally stopped. In fact, if Xia Ruofei wanted to run, he could still continue running for a long time. Xia Ruofei jumped down from the treadmill easily. He reached for the towel on the pole beside him and symbolically wiped the sweat off his face. In fact, he did not sweat much. Xia Ruofei could easily complete this kind of exercise when he was in the army, but he was not as calm and relaxed as he was now. After running 20 to 30 kilometers of off-road carrying weights, his clothes must be wet inside and out. How could he be as relaxed as he was now? All of this was naturally brought about by the petals of the strange flower. When Xia Ruofei finished his run, there was even a burst of applause. In the gym, Xia Ruofei picked up his coat and said goodbye to Monica. He was going back to the presidential suite to take a bath. The conditions there were much better than the gym. Monica smiled at Xia Ruofei and said, "Xia, aren't you going to treat me to a cup of coffee?" P.S. Announcing the VIP reader group number 2958488872. Genuine readers are welcome to join the group. After joining the group, you need to verify the screenshot of the full subscription. Xia Ruofei was a little embarrassed as he said, I can't ask for more, but I still have something to do today. I hope I can have the honor tomorrow. Xia Ruofei was indeed busy. The auction was going to start at night. He had asked Ma Xiong to come to the hotel in the afternoon. He said that he had something to talk to him about. In fact, he wanted to talk to Ma Xiong about the truffles. Before that, Xia Ruofei still had some preparation work to do. Monica looked at Xia Ruofei and smiled. Not an excuse? Of course not. Xia Ruofei said, give me your phone number. I'll look for you tomorrow. Then, Xia Ruofei smiled and added, actually, I wanted to take the opportunity to ask for her phone number. Monica laughed. She took out a business card from her bag and handed it to Xia Ruofei. This is my phone number from China. I'll be in Xinqing City until the day after tomorrow. I'll be waiting for your call. Xia Ruofei took the business card and made an okay gesture. I'm also looking forward to having dinner with you. The two of them walked out of the gym and said goodbye to each other at the entrance. Monica looked at Xia Ruofei's back as he walked towards the presidential suite's elevator. A strange light flashed in her beautiful eyes. She was getting more and more interested in this mysterious Eastern young man. Xia Ruofei returned to the presidential suite and took a bath in the super large jacuzzi. After changing his clothes, Xia Ruofei left the hotel alone. He didn't use the hotel's Rolls-Royce Phantom because he needed to avoid people's eyes and ears for this trip. Xia Ruofei strolled around Xinqing for about an hour. When he returned to the hotel, he was already carrying 2 plastic boxes in his hands. He had found an empty place and taken them out from the spirit map space. The truffles that he was going to auction tonight were in the boxes. The reason why Xia Ruofei went through so much trouble was naturally out of careful consideration. There were surveillance cameras everywhere in the hotel. If Xia Ruofei had taken the truffle out of the presidential suite, Ma Xiong would have easily found out that Xia Ruofei's truffle had appeared out of thin air if he had checked the surveillance cameras. Although the possibility was low, Xia Ruofei did not dare to be careless when it came to his biggest secret, the spirit map scroll. If he had gone out for a walk and brought it back, everything would make sense. Back in the presidential suite, Xia Ruofei placed the 2 tidying boxes in the large refrigerator in the suite to try to keep the truffles fresh. Ma Xiong arrived at Xia Ruofei's room at around 4 in the afternoon. Ma Jiming was also with him. As for Tian Huixin, Huan Huan, and Lu Yu, they did not appear. Xia Sheng, have you gotten used to living here these past 2 days? Ma Xiong asked with a smile the moment he entered. Xia Ruofei smiled bitterly. Old Mr. Ma, to be honest, I'm not really used to it. Your presidential suite is too luxurious. I'm feeling uncomfortable. Ha ha ha. Ma Xiong laughed and said, Xia Sheng, you're so funny. This is a hotel owned by our Hengfeng group. You're at home here, what's there to be uncomfortable about? Everyone came to the living room of the presidential suite and sat down. After the private butler made tea for the 3 of them, he politely bowed and left. Xiaoxing, why did you call me here? Ma Xiong asked with a smile. Mr. Ma, I would like to ask you if the organizer of tonight's truffle auction can accept additional truffles? Xia Ruofei went straight to the point. I have a friend who just happened to provide me with a batch of truffles of very good quality. I hope that this batch of truffles can also be put up for auction. Ma Xiong was slightly stunned when he heard that. He pondered for a moment before he said, Xia Xing, this tasting auction is organized by the Greo family of Italy. All the truffles for auction are their own Alba white truffles. I'm afraid it'll be a little difficult to convince them to accept other truffles for auction, so that's how it is. Xia Ruofei was slightly disappointed. However, Ma Xiong could not be blamed for this. Xia Ruofei had not asked about the situation in advance. He had always thought that the auction was organized by a third party. He did not expect the organizer to be the owner of the auction item. People in the same trade were enemies, so they naturally had no reason to accept other truffles at their auction. Ma Xiong thought for a moment. Xiaoxing, we have many restaurants and hotels under Hengfeng. Your friend can sell her truffles directly to our restaurants. There's no need to go through the trouble of going to the auction. In fact, Ma Xiong had misunderstood. He had assumed that the truffles provided by Xia Ruofei's friends were from southern Yunnan province of China. In fact, China's truffles were not well known internationally. Their price was more than 10 times lower than authentic Italy truffles. The auction was for high-end customers who pursued the highest quality. If such truffles were put up for auction, no one would be interested in them. Ma Xiong's offer to buy the truffles from Hengfeng restaurant was naturally for Xia Ruofei's sake. Xia Ruofei smiled. Mr. Ma, I thank you for my friend's kindness. However, his truffles are of good quality. He hopes to maximize the value of his truffles through auctions. Oh? I wonder where the truffles are now. Can I take a look first? Ma Xiong was interested and asked. Truffles could not be kept fresh for a long time, so Ma Xiong knew that since Xia Ruofei's friends wanted to auction the truffles tonight, they must be in Xinqing City by now. Of course. I went to get the truffle this afternoon, Xia Ruofei said with a smile. After that, he stood up and walked to the pantry. He opened the refrigerator and took out the 2 tidying boxes. He then carried them back to the living room. Mr. Ma, my friend's truffles are all here. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, one of them is black truffle, and the other is white truffle. As he spoke, Xia Ruofei tore off the tape on the box and opened the lid. Instantly, the unique fragrance of truffle gradually filled the presidential suite. Ma Xiong was a glutton himself, and he had a special liking for truffles. Therefore, he was invigorated when he smelled the fragrance. Ma Xiong reached into the box and quickly took out a piece of white truffle from the rice. When Ma Xiong saw the truffle that was close to 500 grams, he couldn't help but stare at it. The larger the truffle, the higher its value. Not to mention, the truffle's fragrance was so pure. Ma Xiong carefully picked up the truffle and observed it carefully. He even sniffed the special fragrance of the truffle from time to time. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, Mr. Ma, the quality of this truffle is considered average. The largest piece in the box is nearly 4 caddies. P.S. Announcing the VIP reader group number 295848872. Genuine readers are welcome to join the group. After joining the group, you need to verify the screenshot of the full subscription. What? Ma Xiong cried out. Ma Xiong was really shocked by the number. He quickly put down the piece of white truffle and continued to rummage through the box. After searching for 4 pieces in a row, the biggest giant Truffle was finally found. Ma Xiong's eyes were filled with disbelief as he placed the white truffle, which was the size of a basketball, on the coffee table carefully. He rubbed his eyes hard and almost threw himself onto the truffle. After a long time, Ma Xiong said loudly, "Jiming, quickly inform Mr. Lawrence to come over." Ma Jiming was also in shock. He only came back to his senses after hearing Ma Xiong's words. He quickly got up and walked out of the living room with his phone. Xia Ruofei simply took out all the truffles from the tidying box and arranged them neatly on the super-large coffee table in the living room. There were so many truffles, and each of them was of excellent quality. There were even 5 extra-large truffles. The largest white truffle and black truffle could undoubtedly break the world record. The visual impact was extremely strong. Ma Xiong stared at the truffles for a long time before he muttered, "This is unbelievable, unbelievable. Xia Sheng, where did your friend find such high quality truffles? This is the taste of pure Italy truffle." Xia Ruofei smiled, but did not answer Ma Xiong. Ma Xiong immediately came back to his senses. He smiled in embarrassment and said, "I'm being presumptuous, Xia Sheng," he quickly said. "If your friend has any truffles of similar quality, Hengfeng will take them all." Ma Xiong did not mention the purchase of the truffles because he knew that no one would be willing to sell such high-quality truffles directly. The only way to maximize the profit was through an auction. "I can ask, but it's the end of truffle season now. Even if there shouldn't be many left," Xia Ruofei said with a smile. "No matter how many there are, I'm taking them all," Ma Xiong said without any hesitation. Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded. After a while, Ma Jiming led the head chef of the hotel's top-floor restaurant, the Michelin star chef, Mark Lawrence, into the living room of the presidential suite. As soon as Lawrence walked into the living room, he smelled the unique smell of top-quality truffles in the air. Then he saw the neat rows of truffles on the coffee table. Lawrence's mouth was wide open, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. He shouted, "Oh God! What am I seeing? Mr. Ma, could it be that the stingy Grayo family has already given you their auction item in advance?" "Of course not." Ma Xiong chuckled and said, "Lawrence, let me introduce you. This is my friend, Xia Ruofei, Mr. Xia. He's also the owner of this batch of truffles." "Hello, Mr. Lawrence." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "I've already tried your cooking yesterday. It's super good." "Thank you for your compliment, Mr. Xia." Lawrence absent-mindedly thanked Xia Ruofei for his praise. Then, he quickly asked, "If I didn't hear wrongly," Mr. Ma said, "you're the owner of this batch of truffles?" "To be precise, I'm the representative of the truffles owner." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "But I have full authority to deal with this batch of truffles." "Lawrence," Ma Xiong said, "I invited you here to take a look at the quality of these truffles. Mr. Ma, even if you didn't ask me, I would still have to take a good look." Lawrence immediately said, "God! Is this really white truffle? I've never seen such a huge white truffle before." As he spoke, Lawrence began to carefully observe every detail of the truffles, especially the few extra-large truffles. He looked at them repeatedly for a long time. "Mr. Ma," he said, raising his head, "there is no doubt that the truffles are of the best quality. Even the most picky chef can't find any flaws." "Yes," Lawrence continued, "I'm sure that the truffles that the Greo family is auctioning tonight will definitely pale in comparison to this batch. Ma. Xiong was already an expert in truffles, and now that he had the opinion of a top chef, his judgment was further confirmed. Thank you, Lawrence. He smiled and nodded. I should be the one thanking you, Mr. Ma. Lawrence said, if you didn't invite me here, how would I have the chance to see such a perfect top truffle? Lawrence suddenly thought of something and quickly said, Mr. Ma, since these truffles are not going to be auctioned tonight, can you buy them directly? The top floor restaurant was in urgent need of such high-quality truffles. Especially the biggest piece of white truffle. It fits Hingfeng Jiehua's position as the top luxury. Lawrence, I understand how you feel. Ma Xiong said with a smile. But I can't let Xiaoxing's friend suffer a loss. This truffle must be auctioned. Then Ma Xiong said to Xia Ruofei, Xiaoxing, it's not appropriate for us to get involved in the Greo family's auction. However, I can contact the guests who will be attending tonight's auction right now and choose some of the more powerful and high-quality customers. After the Greo family's auction, we will immediately hold a small-scale auction to auction your batch of top-grade truffles. What do you think? That's great. Xia Ruofei said happily, old Mr. Ma. Thank you. Ma Xiong had spared no effort in helping Xia Ruofei. Even if he had to hold a small auction after the auction of others, it was still a taboo. After all, those customers were invited by the Grasso family to participate in the auction. It wasn't easy for Ma Xiong to achieve this. Xiaoxing, you should keep these truffles in the cold storage first. Ma Xiong said, it's not good to be exposed to the outside for a long time. Yes, quickly put it away. Lawrence quickly said. Everyone packed the black truffle and white truffle into the respective boxes, and Xia Ruofei and the others put them back into the refrigerator. Lawrence looked at the refrigerator reluctantly, as if he suddenly had X-ray eyes that could see through the refrigerator door and see the truffles inside. Ma Xiong needed to visit his business friends who were also participating in the auction and promote Xia Ruofei's small auction. Therefore, the three of them quickly took their leave. In the evening, Xia Ruofei ordered dinner and brought it to the presidential suite. After he was done, he went to the dressing room and changed into a full suit. All the clothes here were prepared in advance, and they were all top brands. For example, the dark gray suit that Xia Ruofei was wearing was from the high-end Italy men's clothing brand Brioni. Although it was not tailor-made, it was still sold for more than $5,000. Clothes make the man. Xia Ruofei, who had absorbed many exotic flower petals, had a natural affinity with nature. After he put on the Brioni suit, he looked even more handsome and charming. After changing into a formal suit, Xia Ruofei strode out of the presidential suite in high spirits. He couldn't help but feel excited. Tonight was destined to be a night of harvest for him. P.S. Announcing the VIP reader group number 2958488872. Genuine readers are welcome to join the group. After joining the group, you need to verify the screenshot of the full subscription. Xia Ruofei took the special elevator to the third floor. Tonight, the Greo family's truffle auction would be held in the grand banquet hall on the third floor of the hotel. The elevator reached the third floor and Xia Ruofei strode towards the banquet hall. Along the way, the decorations were magnificent, and precious works of art could be seen. Inadvertently, the crystal lamps everywhere were all custom, made from Czech Republic, and only Hingfeng Jiehua Hotel had them in the world. Xia Ruofei had stayed there for more than a day and was already immune to the luxury. That was everywhere. He did not stop along the way. Xia Ruofei walked along the corridor paved with jade and colored glass. After turning a corner, he saw a huge hall. The auction hadn't started yet, but the well-dressed guests were standing in the hall and talking. "Brother, are you Ruofei?" Xia Ruofei heard a clear child's voice. He looked in the direction of the voice and saw Huan Huan waving at him with a happy face. Huan Huan was wearing a custom-made cheongsam with a blue and white porcelain pattern on it. Tian Huixin, who was beside her, was also wearing a cheongsam of the same style. It was obvious that they were wearing a mother and daughter outfit. When the two of them stood together, they immediately exuded a strong Chinese style. Lu Yu was also with Tian Huixin and her daughter. Tonight, she was wearing a black off-shoulder evening dress. Her beautiful collarbones were faintly visible, and a pure, colored emerald on her white chest exuded a charming halo. Her tall black hair was in a perfect match with her beautiful swan-like neck. Her slender waist was tightly wrapped in the fitting long dress, outlining an alluring curve. It was Xia Ruofei's first time seeing Lu Yu in a formal suit. This kind of noble and cold temperament made him take a deep breath and take a second look. Lu Yu also felt Xia Ruofei's gaze and turned to look at him. Xia Ruofei quickly looked away and subconsciously tidied his clothes to hide his embarrassment. Lu Yu saw Xia Ruofei's actions, and her lips curled up into a beautiful smile. Xia Ruofei took a deep breath and adjusted his emotions. Then, he walked towards Huan Huan with a smile on his face. "Huan Huan, you're so beautiful today," Xia Ruofei said with a smile. "Thank you, Brother Ruofei." Huan said happily. Then, she asked, "Brother Ruofei, who do you think is more beautiful, Sister Yu or Huan Huan?" A few uncles came over to talk to Sister Yu just now and praised her for her beauty. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but be stunned. Tian Huixin chuckled as she watched the show from the side. Lu Yu also revealed a half-smile as she glanced at Xia Ruofei. "You two are both beautiful." Xia Ruofei had no other choice but to give a mediocre answer. "Sister Yu is a great beauty, and Huan Huan is a little beauty. When Huan Huan grows up, she will become a great beauty," he added. Lu Yu's pretty face couldn't help but blush slightly as she spat. "Really?" Huan Huan asked happily. "Of course. When has Brother Ruofei ever lied to you?" Xia Ruofei said with a smile. "N." Huan Huan nodded heavily. "Xia Sheng." Not far away, Ma Xiong waved at Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei greeted Tian Huixin and Lu Yu and walked towards Ma Xiong. Ma Xiong even walked up to them personally and introduced Xia Ruofei to his business friends. Anyone who could stand beside Ma Xiong and exchange pleasantries with him was no ordinary person. Anyone here was worth billions. Since Ma Xiong valued Xia Ruofei so much, these people would not neglect him. They all smiled and greeted Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei did not have stage fright and responded to them in a neither humble nor arrogant manner. These people were all curious about Xia Ruofei because it was rare for Ma Xiong to pay so much attention to a young man. However, Ma Xiong had only introduced Xia Ruofei as a friend from the mainland. He did not go into details, so it was not convenient for them to ask. After some small talk in the hall, it was almost time to enter. Everyone walked into the Largest banquet hall of the Jihua Hotel. The banquet hall was about 700 square meters in area and had a column, less design. Anyone in the hall could see the main stage in front of them. The banquet hall was 8 meters high and had a 180-degree river view. At the front, it was equipped with an 82 square meter super high definition LED screen and a high NB and Q sound system. The giant crystal lamp on the ceiling was also a custom-made product from Czech Republic. As the owner of Hengfeng Jihua and one of the biggest buyers of the past truffle auctions, Ma Xiong naturally had the best seats. The 5 seats in the middle of the front row were reserved for Ma Xiong and his team. Xia Ruofei followed Ma Xiong and everyone sat down. Ma Xiong sat in the middle while Ma Jiming and Xia Ruofei sat on either side of him. Tian Huixin carried Huan Huan and sat beside Ma Jiming while Lu Yu sat beside Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei could feel a faint fragrance entering his nose. He felt his body stiffen and he couldn't help but look straight ahead. Xia Ruofei, who could joke around with billionaires like Ma Xiong, now felt a little nervous. Fortunately, the large LED screen in front of them began to play the promotional video of the truffle auction. The truffle hunter and the truffle dog stepped on the morning dew and walked into the oak forest. Pieces of truffles with the fragrance of the earth were dug out from the ground. Then, the image flashed, and the truffles appeared on the table, along with the intoxicated faces of the guests. Xia Ruofei gradually relaxed and focused on the promotional video. After a very well-shot promotional video, the host in a formal suit came on stage. Welcome, distinguished guests, to the Grayo family's truffle auction. I'm your host, Johnson. The host was also speaking in English, but each seat was equipped with a simultaneous interpretation headset, which could be used to choose different languages through the multi-function button on the armrest. Xia Ruofei was not using his headphones. He realized that Lu Yu, who was beside him, was not wearing headphones either. It seemed that her English listening and speaking skills were not weak either. After a simple self-introduction, the host said in an infectious voice, "Next, let us welcome the third in-line successor of the Grasso family, the senior vice president of the Grasso Group, Ms. Monica Grasso, to the stage for her speech." In the midst of everyone's applause, the spotlight shone at the entrance of the stage, and a slim figure appeared. She was wearing a sapphire blue evening dress inlaid with crystals, and her white and slender feet looked as gentle as jade under the contrast of the black string high heels. Monica Grasso walked up the stage leisurely. Her dress glowed brightly under the spotlight. Every step she took had a kind of swaying beauty, and her white and charming legs seemed to bloom with silent temptation. When Xia Ruofei saw the successor of the Grasso family, he opened his mouth wide in shock and almost stood up from his seat. It was her. P.S. Announcing the VIP reader group number 2958488872. Genuine readers are welcome to join the group. After joining the group, you need to verify the screenshot of the full subscription. Xia Ruofei really could not associate the sexy lady in the 3-point sportswear at the gym this morning with this noble, generous, and alluring heir of the Grasso family. But that was the truth. Monica Grasso was the same sexy Caucasian woman who had chatted with Xia Ruofei in the gym this morning. In fact, Monica noticed that Xia Ruofei's seat was too eye-catching as soon as she got on the stage. It was almost the center of the first row, and beside him was the world-class billionaire, Ma Xiong. When Monica saw Xia Ruofei, she was also slightly surprised. However, she was in a much better state than Xia Ruofei. When they had bade each other goodbye at the entrance of the gym today, Monica had seen Xia Ruofei walk towards the presidential suite's elevator with her own eyes. At that time, she had a feeling that Xia Ruofei's identity was not ordinary. Monica's beautiful dark blue eyes glowed. Her gaze stopped on Xia Ruofei for a moment and even gave him an elegant smile. Then, she looked around the audience. Monica's sexy red lips opened slightly as she said, "Ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, everyone, for taking the time out of your busy schedules to attend our Grayo family's truffle auction. Our Grayo family has always attached great importance to the Chinese market. This time, we have specially placed the finale of this season's truffle auction in China. The Grayo family has been managing truffles for more than 150 years, and we have always adhered to." Monica spoke with fervor and assurance on this stage, exuding the innate confidence of a noble. With such an eye-catching beauty standing on stage, everyone naturally wouldn't be impatient. Furthermore, Westerners were not used to giving long speeches. Monica briefly introduced the truffles at the auction and handed the microphone to the host. Of course, she didn't get off the stage. Instead, she walked to a chair at the side and sat down. Monica sat down and tidied up her dress. She looked up at Xia Ruofei and smiled charmingly. Xia Ruofei nodded back at her. At this moment, Lu Yu, who was standing beside Xia Ruofei, moved closer to him and asked in a low voice, "You know that Caucasian girl?" Xia Ruofei was stunned for a moment. Although he had exchanged glances with Monica on the stage a few times, he thought that they were very secretive. He did not expect Lu Yu to discover him so quickly. Xia Ruofei turned to look at Lu Yu and said, "We met at the gym today. There was no need to hide this." He was open and honest, and he had not done anything wrong. "I'll tell Jiang Yu when we get back." Lu Yu pouted. Xia Ruofei was confused. He was even stunned for a second or two before he remembered that Jiang Yu was the college student he had saved, Lu Yu's best friend from the same dormitory. Xia Ruofei smiled bitterly. "Why did you suddenly mention Jiang Yu? What does this have to do with her?" "You're playing dumb," Lu Yu said indifferently, and then sat up straight. Xia Ruofei felt as if 10,000 alpacas were running over him. This lady's thoughts were too erratic, and she was not willing to speak clearly. It was so difficult to communicate. However, it was obviously not appropriate to ask anything at this time. He could only ask after he came down. The auction had already started. In all fairness, the quality of the truffles that the Grayo family had flown to China for auction this time was actually very good. For example, the white truffle on the stage now weighed about 300 grams. Once the transparent lid was lifted, the unique and rich fragrance of the white truffle immediately filled the air. This year, the price of white truffle was about $5,000 per kilogram. However, when the 300-gram white truffle was put up for auction, the buyers were very enthusiastic. The starting price of $1,000 was quickly raised to $5,000, which was more than 3 times the market price. Of course, the quality of the truffles that the Grayo family had brought for auction this time was very good. So it was natural that the price would be higher. Furthermore, the Grayo family's tradition was that they would donate 5% of their profits from each auction to charity. This time, the money from the auction in China would be directly donated to the Chinese Charity Foundation. Those who were invited to such an auction were all business elites with considerable net worth. Some of them were particularly fond of truffles, and with the intention of doing charity, they didn't particularly care about the price. In the end, the 300-gram truffle was sold for $5,888. From the final price, it could be seen that the buyer was a Chinese. A middle-aged man in his early 40s, dressed in a suit and leather shoes, won the bid for the truffle and went to the staff to pay for it with a smile on his face. He had also brought a good start to the auction. The following auction went smoothly. More than a dozen truffles were sold for more than $5,000. These truffles generally weighed about 300 grams. Most of the buyers were from Huaxia. Of course, some of the truly important tycoons had yet to bid. Most of the bidders were small and medium-sized enterprises or food and beverage industries. As the auction went on, the truffles taken out became heavier and heavier. White truffles above 500 grams also began to appear. Everyone's enthusiasm was completely aroused, and some chefs of famous Western restaurants also began to participate in the auction. A white truffle like Ying could definitely become the treasure of a Western restaurant. Although it would only last for 2 or 3 days, it could definitely bring great popularity and a loud reputation to the restaurant. The price also rose rapidly. And soon, a 580-gram white truffle was sold for more than $10,000. However, some people noticed that. As a loyal fan of the white truffle, Ma Xiong did not even bid once. He just sat there with a smile on his face. It was understandable that Ma Xiong didn't bid. After all, as a super-rich person, he had very high standards. The truffles on auction might be very precious in the eyes of others, but Ma Xiong might not even think much of them. However, even the chef of the French restaurant on the top floor of Hengfeng Jiehua Hotel, Mark Lawrence, had no intention of participating in the bidding at all, which made everyone a little puzzled. By right, at this stage of the auction, the competition between those high-end Western restaurants should be the fiercest. Of course, many people only felt that it was a little strange. The auction atmosphere in the hall was very lively, and everyone's attention was still more on the stage. As the auction continued, Xia Ruofei did a rough calculation. The total price of the truffles should have reached about $300,000. Finally, the auctioneer used an extremely infectious tone and exaggeratedly said, "Ladies and gentlemen, up next is today's grand finale." This was also the largest single white truffle collected by the Grayo family in this truffle season. It weighed 1.45 kilograms. This is a weight that almost sets a world record. As soon as the auctioneer said this, the crowd instantly boiled over. P.S. Announcing the VIP reader group number 2958488872. Genuine readers are welcome to join the group. After joining the group, you need to verify the screenshot of the full subscription. As if a bomb had been thrown into the calm water, a buzzing sound was heard in the venue. For a moment, various languages were spoken at the same time. Oh my God! It's actually 1.45 kilograms, I didn't hear wrong, did I? Oh my God! This is a miracle. I swear, this is probably the biggest truffle I've ever seen in my life, he said. The auctioneer was also very experienced. He stood on the stage with a professional smile until everyone's discussion gradually died down. He then continued, "This truffle was found 18 hours ago in the Alba region of Italy. It was just in time for the flight to China, so it was actually added to the auction at the last minute." After that, the auctioneer gestured, and a lady in a cheongsam walked up to the stage with a large tray. She placed the tray on the display stage in the middle of the stage, and the auctioneer walked over and tore off the red silk covering it, revealing the huge truffle. Everyone, including Xia Ruofei, looked over. They saw a white truffle the size of a volleyball in a sealed container. The huge truffle was visually striking under the spotlight. The auctioneer continued to lift the transparent cover. Instantly, the hall that was already filled with the fragrance of truffles seemed to be filled with this special fragrance. The Grayo family's reputation was undoubted, and this was no doubt a top-grade white truffle. Even Ma Xiong couldn't help but be moved. The auctioneer smiled. This is the biggest white truffle of the year. The starting price is $100,000, and each bid must be no less than $5,000. Interested friends may start bidding. This level of white truffle obviously couldn't be measured by the average market price. The starting price of $100,000 seemed very expensive, but almost no one present would take it seriously. This was the biggest white truffle of the year. Just the name alone was worth the price. Therefore, almost as soon as the auctioneer's voice fell, someone below raised a sign and reported the price. $110,000. This friend, number 59, bid $110,000. The auctioneer said quickly. 115,000. 125,000. 130,000. The bids came one after another, and the auctioneer didn't even have time to repeat the bids. Very soon, a new bid would be announced. The price continued to rise, and it soon broke through $200,000. Many people looked at Ma Xiong, thinking that such a big piece of truffle should be enough to catch his eyes. Moreover, this was also today's grand finale. If he still didn't make a move, it would be equivalent to coming here to do nothing. However, Ma Xiong still sat firmly in his seat and had no intention of bidding. At this moment, a voice came from the right side of the third row. $250,000. Xia Ruofei felt that the voice was familiar. He could not help but turn around and look at the source of the voice. He immediately revealed a strange smile. It turned out that the person who had raised the price by $50,000 was Blake, who had competed with Xia Ruofei in the gym this morning and had crippled himself. Blake's bid immediately stopped the bidding. A one-time increase of $50,000 was a bit intimidating. Number 23, Mr. Blake, bids $250,000. The auctioneer took the opportunity to repeat Blake's bid loudly. Obviously, $250,000 was far from what many people wanted, so the bidding only stopped for a moment. $260,000. Someone quickly added. $270,000. Blake raised the price without any hesitation. The other party thought for a moment, but before he could speak, someone from the other side of the hall made a new bid. $275,000. Blake calmly raised his board and said, $300,000. Another $25,000 bid was raised, and the auctioneer immediately repeated, Mr. Blake has bid $300,000. Is there any higher bid? Blake stood up and said with an elegant smile, Monica, this top-grade truffle is just as mesmerizing as you. I'm determined to get it. Monica kept a polite smile on her face and did not respond to Blake's words. However, Xia Ruofei could see a trace of disgust in her eyes. Blake's bid made the atmosphere even more heated, as the price was basically close to the limit. There was no clear price for this rare truffle. In 2007, a 1.497 kilogram white truffle was sold for $330,000. In 2014, a 1.89 kilogram white truffle was sold for $60,000. This was the largest white truffle found so far. Someone once offered $1 million to buy it, but it was rejected. So, the deal price of $60,000 was not enough to explain the problem. The truffle today weighed 1.45 kilograms, and it was a very high-yield year, so it was reasonable to use the auction price of 2007 as a reference. Blake's bid was now close to the final price of the 1.49 kilograms white truffle. Some of the entrepreneurs and top chefs who were eager to compete also began to weigh the pros and cons. It wasn't that they couldn't afford it, but rich people wouldn't be willing to be a spendthrift. $305,000. Finally, someone made a higher bid. The smile on Blake's face froze, but he also knew that he could not hesitate at this moment, so he immediately followed up with a bid, $310,000. Increasing the price without any hesitation after the other party had made a bid was also a psychological strategy to show one's determination to win. Sure enough, when Blake's bid was out, the other party shrugged and sat down, obviously not going to compete anymore. After the auctioneer asked a few times, he finally began to count down. In fact, the price had already exceeded their expectations. $310,000. Going once. $310,000 going twice. At this moment, Ma Xiong, who was standing beside Xia Ruofei, suddenly raised his sign and said unhurriedly, $320,000. Xia Ruofei was shocked. He quickly turned around and asked in a low voice, "Old Master Ma, why did you?" Ma Xiong knew that Xia Ruofei was going to auction off a batch of white truffles. He had seen the truffles with his own eyes. There was no doubt that Xia Ruofei's batch of truffles was of a higher quality. Furthermore, they were generally heavier than the ones sold by the Grasso family. There was no need for Ma Xiong to compete for the white truffle at such a high price. "Xia Sheng, it's fine. I just don't like him," Ma Xiong smiled. "Ah?" Xia Ruofei was even more surprised. Ma Xiong's eyes were still fixed on the white truffle on the stage in front of him. He said with a faint smile, "Because this kid wants to steal your woman, Xia Sheng. Of course, I can't let him be in the limelight. A few $100,000 is nothing." Xia Ruofei's face darkened, and he was completely speechless. Of course, Ma Xiong was not so bored as to care about Xia Ruofei's gossip. However, he valued Xia Ruofei very much, so he personally told the hotel to provide all the services and to report to him if anything happened. The hotel did not dare to delay the matter of Xia Ruofei beating up Blake in the gym. They immediately reported it to Ma Xiong, as it was a small conflict after all. Besides, when Monica went on stage just now, she made eye contact with Xia Ruofei a few times and even smiled at each other. Even Liu Yu sharply noticed it, and the experienced Ma Xiong naturally saw it clearly as well. Xia Ruofei forced a smile and whispered to Ma Xiong, "Mr. Ma, I have nothing to do with Monica. It's none of my business how Blake is in the limelight. You don't have to waste this money. It's just a few $100,000. It's nothing." Ma Xiong laughed. "Xia Sheng, I bought this truffle for a reason. Jiehua's top-floor French restaurant is preparing for a truffle feast, and it'll come in handy." Xia Ruofei smiled bitterly and shut his mouth. He knew that Ma Xiong was just making an excuse. It was true that the French restaurant needed truffles, but they could have waited for Xia Ruofei's truffle to be brought out before they participated in the auction. There was no need to spend so much money on this truffle. However, since Ma Xiong had decided to participate in the competition, Xia Ruofei knew that he could not persuade him to back out now. On the other side, Blake's facial muscles twitched when Ma Xiong made the bid. He naturally recognized the world-class tycoon Ma Xiong. What made him even more nervous was that he looked in the direction of the voice and saw Xia Ruofei sitting beside Ma Xiong. The two of them were still conversing in low voices. In terms of financial resources, Blake's group was far inferior to Hengfeng Group. Moreover, Blake was not the head of the group, so he couldn't offer a high price as he pleased. If he bought the truffle with a price that was far beyond the actual value, he would definitely be unable to explain it to the Hengfeng Group when he went back. Ma Xiong, on the other hand, didn't have such concerns. He was the boss of the group, and as long as he was willing, no one would dare to say anything even if he took out $100 million to buy it. Of course, this was just an extreme example. In reality, it was impossible for such a situation to happen. Ma Xiong was not an idiot. Thank you for your generosity, Chairman Ma of Hengfeng Group. Chairman Ma has bid $320,000. The auctioneer was so excited that his face was a little red. Is there anyone who would like to bid a higher price? If not, the biggest truffle of the year will go to Chairman Ma. Blake's expression kept changing. He was struggling with his thoughts. After a long time, he gritted his teeth and raised the sign, shouting, $330,000. This price was basically the same as the final price of the 1.49 kilograms white truffle in 2007. However, Ma Xiong didn't hesitate at all. He raised his sign as soon as Blake finished his words and said calmly, $350,000. A one-time increase of $20,000, and it was such a high price at that, Blake immediately sat back in his seat like a deflated ball. This price was beyond his authority. Moreover, he knew very well that even if he continued to raise the price, he would not be able to compete with Ma Xiong if he was determined to buy it. As a matter of fact, Blake had thought of raising the price, but he didn't do it to buy the truffle. He just wanted Ma Xiong to spend more money. However, he did not have the courage to do so in the end, especially when he saw Xia Ruofei and Ma Xiong whispering to each other. He did not dare to take the risk. If Ma Xiong gave up after he raised the bid, he would be in trouble. Seeing that Blake had given up, the auctioneer started the countdown. Unsurprisingly, the 1.45 kilogram giant white truffle was bought by Ma Xiong at a sky-high price of $350,000. The audience burst into a warm round of applause. Ma Xiong stood up with a smile and waved to the guests behind him. Monica stood up and walked to the front of the stage. She smiled and said, "Thank you, Chairman Ma of Hengfeng Group, for your generosity." Although Monica was thanking Ma Xiong, she was looking at Xia Ruofei with a faint smile. Xia Ruofei returned her a bitter smile. As the gavel fell on the sky-high white truffle, the Grayo family's truffle auction came to an end. Monica then expressed her gratitude to all the guests who had participated in the auction. At the same time, she also gave a preview of several business exchanges that the Grasso Group would be having in Xinqing City in the next 2 days. As the third-in-line successor of the Grasso family, she naturally did not come to China just for the auction that only had a total transaction amount of 600,000 to 700,000 US dollars. The Grasso Group had also arranged other business activities during their trip to China. At the same time, Monica also announced that she would donate 5% of the total transaction amount, which was about 35,000 US dollars, to the Huaxia Charity Foundation. This was also a tradition of the Grasso family. Although it wasn't a lot of money, there was no big or small difference in charity, so the audience still gave a warm applause. After the auction ended, Ma Xiong and the others left the banquet hall and went to a medium-sized banquet hall on the same floor. It was about 200 square meters in size. They had already made all the preparations for Xia Ruofei's truffles. All the guests who had been notified in advance also went to the banquet hall to meet Ma Xiong's invitation. Naturally, no one would reject it. At this moment, Monica walked over quickly. She looked at Xia Ruofei with a smile and said to Ma Xiong, "Mr. Ma, I heard that you're going to hold an auction soon. I wonder if I have the honor to attend?" Ma Xiong was stunned for a moment before he replied, "Miss Grasso, to be honest, this auction I prepared for my friend is also for truffles. I don't think you'll need to buy it, right? However, if you wish to participate, we will naturally welcome you." Monica was slightly stunned. She obviously didn't expect truffles to be auctioned as well. However, she quickly chuckled and said, "Then, thank you, Mr. Ma." Then, she naturally walked side by side with Xia Ruofei towards the medium-sized banquet hall. Lu Yu, who was at the side, could not help but frown slightly when she saw this. However, she bit her lower lip lightly and did not say anything. She just silently followed them. When they arrived at the medium-sized banquet hall, the guests took their seats. The invited guests were about a third of the people from the previous auction. When Ma Xiong and Xia Ruofei saw Blake, they were stunned. However, their expressions quickly returned to normal. Ma Jiming was the one who invited the guests. Except for a few people who had similar status in the business world. As Ma Xiong personally greeted them. The rest of the guests were selected by Ma Jiming according to their economic strength and social status. Blake's group was quite well known in the global food and beverage industry. So it was not surprising that Blake was invited. In fact, other than Ma Xiong, Xia Ruofei, Ma Jiming, the head chef of the French restaurant on the top floor, Mark Lawrence, and Monica, who had just found out about the situation, the others, including Tian Huixin and Lu Yu, did not know the specific content of this press conference. Ma Xiong and Xia Ruofei looked at each other and walked up to the stage together. After the two of them walked onto the stage, the sound of small talk and conversation in the venue suddenly quieted down. Everyone's eyes were focused on the stage. Ma Xiongxian picked up the microphone and said with a smile, "Thank you, everyone, for your love. Today's auction was decided on the spot, mainly for my little friend Xia Ruofei, Xia Sheng. Thank you for your support. I believe that no one will regret coming to this auction." After he finished speaking, Ma Xiong passed the microphone to Xia Ruofei and cupped his hands at everyone. He walked off the stage and sat down in an empty seat in the first row. Tian Huixin and Lu Yu, who were at the side, were very curious. Tian Huixin couldn't help but turn to her husband and ask, "Jiming, what is Xia going to auction?" "You'll know soon enough," Ma Jiming said with a smile. "Xia Xing is always full of surprises, and this time will definitely be no exception." "Uncle, why are you still keeping us in suspense? What good things can that guy have for auction? Lu Youjiao asked. Even if he were to sell his entire farm, that bit of money wouldn't be enough to catch the eyes of these rich people. Ma Jiming laughed and said, Yu, don't look down on Xia. Sheng. My dad is also looking forward to the auction. Lu Yu looked at Xia Ruofei, who was on the stage, and pouted. I don't believe you. Xia Ruofei was dressed in a well-ironed Brioni suit, looking rather suave. Under everyone's gaze, he didn't have stage fright at all. He raised his hand slightly to the side of the stage, and a row of tall and beautiful ceremonial ladies, each holding a tray, walked up to the stage. In a row. Just like the auction just now, the items on the trays were covered with red silk. The waitresses placed the trays neatly on 2 rows of long display tables, and then left in an orderly manner from the other side. Xia Ruofei picked up the microphone and said with a smile, Hello, everyone. I'm the CEO of Paradise Corporation, Xia Ruofei. Thank you for your presence, and thank you for old Mr. Ma's unreserved support. Thank you, Jiehua Hotel, for providing me with such a great venue and service. Then, Xia Ruofei said directly, the guests who have come today are all from the Grayo family's truffle auction. I'm sure everyone is a loyal fan of truffles. Our Paradise Corporation also happens to have a batch of very good truffles, so we hope to take this opportunity to hold an auction. Friends who didn't manage to get the Grayo family's white truffle just now, don't miss this opportunity. As soon as Xia Ruofei finished his sentence, the guests started to discuss among themselves. Many of them looked disappointed. They had come for Ma Xiong's name, but they did not expect that the person in question was a young man. And the item was truffles. What truffles could be of a higher quality than Grotzo truffles? The people present were all very picky, and ordinary goods simply wouldn't catch their eyes. Moreover, the owner of the truffle on the stage was Chinese. Chinese truffles were not very popular internationally, and their prices were even 10 to 20 times lower than authentic Italy truffles. To put it bluntly, they were cheap goods, and these upper-class people would definitely not buy them. Most of the people were still whispering, but Blake, who had been defeated by Xia Ruofei twice, stood up immediately. He had a teasing smile on his face and asked loudly, Mr. Xia, do you think these people here are enough to buy the cheap Chinese truffle in your hands? I suggest you cancel the auction. Otherwise, if all the items were to be left unsold, that would really be the biggest joke in the world. Xia Ruofei's expression did not change. He looked at Blake and said, Mr. Blake, what makes you think that I'll be auctioning cheap truffles? We haven't even seen the auction item yet. Do you have X-ray eyes? Is there a need to see? Blake said contemptuously, Huaxia truffles are just trash that can't be shown on stage. The Western mainstream market doesn't even recognize China truffle. Although many people had the same thought as Blake and did not think highly of Xia Ruofei's truffle, they were still very confident. Although what Blake said was mostly true, all the Chinese people present couldn't help but feel angry when they heard Blake's contemptuous tone toward the truffle. On the other hand, Xia Ruofei was still very calm. He said unhurriedly, due to the time taken to collect truffles and the environment it grows in, it doesn't suit the taste of Europeans and Americans, so it's a fact that the price is low. But no matter what, truffles are a top-class ingredient, a gift from God. Why is it garbage in Mr. Blake's mouth? Is this how Blake's F&B group treats precious ingredients? Blake's expression changed slightly. Most of the people present were rich, and many of them were Chinese. Xia Ruofei's actions would not be good for Blake's restaurant group's reputation. I didn't, he quickly said. Moreover, I've been talking about Paradise brand truffles from the beginning to the end. I don't think I've ever said that our company's truffles are produced in China, right? Xia Ruofei did not give Blake a chance to explain and interrupted him. How did Mr. Blake come to the conclusion that I was going to auction the Huaxia truffle? Or are you just talking nonsense? Xia Ruofei's voice became sterner and sterner as he spoke, and his eyes turned cold. In the audience, Monica's eyes were shining. She was the first to applaud. The rich Chinese people in the audience also applauded, secretly cheering for Xia Ruofei's series of wonderful counterattacks. Blake's face turned even uglier when he saw Monica clapping first. He sneered and said, "Where else can it be produced if not Huaxia? Could it be Italy? France?" The traditional truffle production areas are all monopolized by a few large groups, including the Grayo family. The annual production of truffles in the world is limited, so where are you going to find these so-called high-quality truffles? This is our business secret, no comment. Xia Ruofei's lips curled up as he spoke. Then, he looked around the room and said loudly, as the saying goes, what you hear is false, but what you see is true. I believe that not everyone is as ignorant as Mr. Blake. The next little segment should be able to let everyone make the correct judgment. With that, Xia Ruofei walked to the long display stand and pulled down the red silk at the edge. A transparent sealed container appeared in front of everyone. There was a large piece of white truffle in it. Xia Ruofei opened the transparent cover and took the white truffle to a small display stand in the middle of the stage. An electronic scale was already placed there. Xia Ruofei placed the white truffle on the scale, and the reading was quickly displayed. One of the hotel staff took a video camera and took a picture of the reading. The next moment, the big screen showed the video. 512 grams. Everyone in the audience saw this number through the big screen at the same time. The sound of discussion immediately rang out. The truffles of Huaxia were usually relatively small, but this white truffle was already more than half a kilogram. It was even bigger than the dozen truffles that the Grasso family had brought out at the start of the auction. This was indeed beyond the expectations of many people. Blake's expression changed slightly, but he quickly comforted himself, this must be the biggest truffles he had in this batch. Although China truffles were trash, it wasn't impossible for them to produce one or two larger truffles every year. Xia Ruofei said unhurriedly, an old leader of Huaxia once said, practice was the only standard to test the truth. So, the quality of truffles can only be known by personally experiencing it. With that, Xia Ruofei clapped his hands twice, and the doors of the banquet hall were pushed open at the same time. Rows of tall and beautiful waitresses filed in. Each of them was holding a tray with 3 to 4 plates on it. The waiters shuttled back and forth in the venue like butterflies, handing out plates to every guest. Soon, everyone received a copy. Xia Ruofei smiled. Now, everyone has received an egg roll made by the head chef of the French restaurant on the top floor, Mr. Mark Lawrence. But please don't be in a hurry to eat it, because the good show is yet to come. Xia Ruofei nodded to the side of the stage. The Michelin star chef, Mark Lawrence, walked up to the stage in a white chef's uniform and a tall chef's hat. He came to Xia Ruofei and turned to look at Xia Ruofei with a questioning look. Xia Ruofei nodded. After getting Xia Ruofei's confirmation, Mark Lawrence immediately picked up the large piece of truffle on the electronic scale and walked down the stage to the guest seats. Xia Ruofei stood on the stage and said with a smile, "Yes, everyone's right. Next, I'll invite everyone in the banquet hall to taste this white truffle." As soon as Xia Ruofei finished speaking, the crowd was in an uproar. This was definitely a huge sum of money. It's almost 8 o'clock in the morning when I finished writing this chapter. Today is the traditional mid-autumn festival, so I'll release the first chapter in advance. I wish all my readers peace, joy, and a happy family. After publishing this chapter, Steel Gun still had to continue writing. Recently, in order to rush his manuscript, he went to sleep at 2 or 3 o'clock every day. Writing part-time was indeed very, very hard. So, seeing that Steel Gun was still working hard, could the students use their monthly votes to encourage him? Such a large piece of truffle was directly divided and eaten? Everyone was in disbelief. One had to know that at the Grayo family's truffle auction, that 580-gram truffle had been sold for $10,000. This truffle was also more than 500 grams, but Xia Ruofei had actually taken it out for everyone to share. Regarding the preciousness of white truffle, someone had once described a scene in a Western restaurant with an elegant environment. A truffle fanatic sat upright and still, and beside him stood an Italy chef with a serious expression. There was a bowl of Italy in front of the customer. He reached out and gestured to the chef. The chef took a piece of white truffle and used the truffle to peel off 4 pieces of truffle that were as thin as paper. Then, the chef said expressionlessly, $100, sir. The customer's facial muscles twitched. He took a deep breath of the strong smell of the truffle and gestured again. The chef then scraped off another 4 light truffle slices and said, $200, sir. The special truffle slices could cut the truffle into extremely thin slices. These 4 pieces of truffle were almost weightless, and they cost $100 in Western restaurants. The preciousness of white truffle could be seen clearly. And Xia Ruofei had actually taken out a whole truffle of more than 500 grams for everyone to taste for free. How generous was that? Everyone thought of one possibility, and that was that the remaining truffles still covered under the red silk on the stage would not be any lighter than this piece. However, everyone felt that it was a little unbelievable. Even at the auction held by the Grayo family, it was impossible to make all the truffles more than 500 grams. Such a large truffle was usually hard to come by. How could so many of them appear at once? This Mr. Xia is really generous. My God. 512 grams of white truffle, free to taste. I'm suddenly filled with anticipation for this auction. The guests were discussing spiritedly. At this time, the Michelin star chef, Mark Lawrence, had already arrived below the stage. He first came to Mei Xiong, took out a small truffle from the pocket of his chef's suit, and continuously peeled 6 or 7 pieces of truffle and put them on Mei Xiong's plate. The truffle came to the crowd at a close distance. Especially after it was cut open, the special smell immediately permeated the crowd. The glutton sniffed at the same time, and then revealed an intoxicated look. In terms of appearance, quality, and fragrance, Xia Ruofei's truffle was not inferior to the Alajuo family's Alba truffle. In fact, it might even be better. At first, some people had the same idea as Blake. They thought that even if Xia Ruofei's truffles were heavy, they were not as good as the Grazzo truffles. Many people even thought that Xia Ruofei's truffles were the so-called cheap Chinese truffles. Now, these people's thoughts had begun to waver. Blake's face was getting more and more unsightly. Mark Lawrence's movements were very skillful. He quickly added truffles to Ma Xiong, Ma Jiming, Tian Huixin, Lu Yu, and even Huan Huan's plates. Then, he shuttled through the guests without stopping and added pieces of white truffles to everyone's plates. The unique smell of the white truffle was getting stronger and stronger, and the entire banquet hall was filled with this special fragrance. Soon, Mark Lawrence came to Blake. Mark Lawrence's movements were smooth and natural, but he stopped when he reached Blake. Mark Lawrence shrugged and said, "I'm sure Mr. Blake wouldn't want to taste such cheap truffles." After that, Mark Lawrence walked past Blake and went to the next guest. Seeing this, the guests from China all laughed. Lu Yu even took the lead to applaud, although Lu Yu often did not. Like Xia Ruofei, when Xia Ruofei was taunted by Blake on the stage just now, Lu Yu was extremely angry and almost stood up to scold Blake without caring about her image. Mark Lawrence's actions made Lu Yu and the Chinese people present feel very relieved. Blake's face turned extremely ugly. He put down the unsightly plate and was about to leave the table in anger, but he sat back down with a livid face after a few changes of expression. Blake gritted his teeth and said in his heart, "I'd like to see how much this cheap truffle of yours can fetch." Under everyone's mocking gaze, Blake refused to leave. He still stubbornly believed that Xia Ruofei's truffle was not presentable. Other than Blake, the entire hall was filled with a happy atmosphere. Soon, everyone was given 6 or 7 truffles. Mark Lawrence still had half of the truffles left, so he didn't hesitate and started the second round of distribution. In the end, all the truffles were distributed, and everyone got about 10 truffles on average. Everyone saw that the white truffle slices cut by Mark Lawrence had marble-like patterns on the surface. The unique fragrance of the top-grade truffle was extremely rich. After adding a few pieces of truffle to an ordinary omelette, it had the effect of turning stone into gold, making all the gluttons drool with desire. "Please enjoy the taste," Xia Ruofei said with a smile. There were at least 100 people in the entire hall. Everyone was tasting a piece of white truffle together. The scene was spectacular, especially in the midst of the rich truffle fragrance. Everyone revealed an intoxicated expression. Many people picked up their plates and took a deep breath first. They started to taste the white truffle omelette amidst the strong aroma. Soon, the hall was filled with gasps of admiration. An unparalleled pure flavor. "I swear to God that this is the most delicious white truffle I've ever tasted in my 20 years of being in the industry." This was the sigh of a chef from a top Western restaurant. "What an incredible taste. I feel like my taste buds are going to explode. This white truffle is definitely a top-grade item." The rising and falling praises made Blake's face turn uglier and uglier. In his eyes, this was absolutely impossible. Blake's face turned green as he thought, could it be that these people were hired by that kid? Of course. This thought only flashed through her mind for a moment. Anyone with even a little bit of rationality would know that this was absolutely impossible. Everyone in the room was a super, rich and famous chef. No one in the world would be able to buy all of them over. Soon, this small segment was coming to an end. Xia Ruofei saw that everyone was almost done eating and smiled. He walked straight to the 2 long display tables and pulled down the red silk cloth covering them one by one, leaving only 5 truffles in the middle. The rest of the truffles were revealed. Looking at the huge truffles neatly arranged on the stage, the guests were all silent. It was as if they had stopped breathing. Even though some people had guessed this before, when they really saw the truffles on the stage, it was still a very shocking visual impact. There were a total of 12 truffles, 7 of which were white truffles, each of which was no smaller than the one that everyone had just shared. The remaining 5 black truffles were not much smaller than the white truffle. If the organizer of the auction was a traditional truffle dealer like the Grayo family, perhaps everyone would be less surprised. However, Xia Ruofei was just an unknown young man, and the Paradise Corporation was even more so a small, unknown company. It was really unbelievable that they could produce so many huge truffles at once. Moreover, many people had noticed that in the middle of the display stage, there were 5 sealed containers covered under the red silk, not directly seen to everyone. This also made people's imagination run wild. The truffles displayed in front of everyone were already big enough, could the remaining pieces be even bigger? According to normal thinking, this was definitely the case. Good stuff sank to the bottom. However, everyone felt that this was too shocking. For a time, the sound of discussion was endless. Everyone's anticipation for this auction was getting stronger and stronger. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "I'll start with the auction of these 12 truffles. I can guarantee that all the white truffles come from the same place, and the black truffles are of the highest quality." With that, Xia Ruofei gestured to the side, and a professional auctioneer strolled onto the stage. There were specializations in every field, and professional things should be left to the professionals. Xia Ruofei walked down the stage and sat beside Ma Xiong. "Xia Sheng, the effect is very good." Ma Xiong laughed and gave him a thumbs up. To be able to come up with such a complete marketing plan in just a few hours, Xia Sheng is really good at business. Xia Ruofei smiled humbly and said, "It's all thanks to Mr. Ma's rich resources. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to realize my ideas no matter how much I wanted to." As the two of them chatted, the auction, which had attracted a lot of attention from the beginning, finally officially began. The first item up for auction was the 5 pieces of black truffles. The auctioneer picked up a piece and placed it on the electronic scale. Then, he smiled and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, the next black truffle is 356 grams. The starting price is $300, and each increment must not be less than $50. Please place your bids." The price of black truffle was generally lower than that of white truffle. It was 1/5 or even 1/10 of the price of white truffle. The price of an authentic France black truffle was about $500 per kilogram. However, Xia Ruofei's black truffle weighed more than 300 grams and was of high quality. Hence, the starting price was not considered expensive. Of course, compared to the truffles that would be auctioned later, this was only an appetizer. Perhaps the tasting session was too exciting, but in fact, when everyone was sharing the white truffle, the price was more than $300 in a high-class Western restaurant, so everyone's enthusiasm for bidding was quite high. In the end, the black truffle was sold for $800, which was far more than the market price of black truffle, and it was a good start to the press conference. The next 4 truffles gradually increased in weight. The heaviest truffle reached 538 grams and was sold for more than $1,000 each. The black truffle, that was more than 500 grams, reached $1,500. The 5 pieces of black truffles brought Xia Ruofei nearly $6,000 in income. Of course, this amount of money was nothing to Xia Ruofei. What he valued more was the enthusiasm of everyone. Seeing the black truffle's popularity, Xia Ruofei's heart was completely at ease. Next up was the auction of the white truffle. There were a total of 8 pieces of white truffle. The lightest piece had already been shared with everyone for free in the previous segment, and the remaining 7 pieces were all over 512 grams. The first piece of white truffle, which weighed 520 grams, was auctioned first. Ladies and gentlemen, next up is the exciting white truffle auction. The auctioneer said in a very infectious and exaggerated tone, "I believe that everyone has already tasted the incomparable taste of white gold just now. Just now, I was also very honored to have a share in the audience. It was really an unforgettable experience. This is the first time I've ever hated my job so much. If I wasn't the auctioneer today, I would be able to sit in the audience and participate in the bidding like everyone else. In order to taste the wonderful white truffle again, I'm willing to give up everything." The auctioneer's exaggerated expression caused the guests to laugh out of goodwill. At this time, the auctioneer's face turned serious and said, "Okay, let's get back to business. This 520 grams of white truffle has a starting price of $5,000, and each bid must be no less than $300. Please place your bids. $5,500. $5,800. $6,188. Perhaps it was because they had just tasted the same white truffle, but everyone's bids were much more enthusiastic than before. The competition for the first piece of white truffle was extremely intense, and the price quickly reached $8,000. After $800, the bidding momentum began to slow down a little, but it was still increasing bit by bit. Of course, Ma Xiong and the other super rich people didn't touch the truffles. Their target was the bigger truffles under the red silk. In the end, the first piece of white truffle was sold for $9,600. It was won by the boss of a restaurant chain from the capital. The following 6 pieces of white truffles were auctioned off. Everyone was bidding enthusiastically, and the final price did not disappoint Xia Ruofei. Each piece was more than $10,000. Especially the last piece of 878 grams of white truffle, which was sold for $50,000. It was far beyond Xia Ruofei's expectations. The explosive scene was also beyond Xia Ruofei's expectations. The 7 pieces of white truffles brought Xia Ruofei a total income of $130,000. On the stage, the auctioneer smiled. "Thank you for your enthusiasm. The auction for the first batch of truffles has ended. Next, let's welcome the CEO of the Paradise Corporation, Mr. Xia Ruofei." A round of applause immediately broke out in the auction hall. The auction of the first batch of truffles had completely stirred up everyone's enthusiasm, and everyone was full of anticipation for the next truffles. Xia Ruofei walked on stage with a smile and took the microphone. "We'll be auctioning 4 truffles for the second batch. I'm sure you won't be disappointed." Xia Ruofei didn't say much and directly walked to the long display stand. Other than the largest sealed container in the middle, Xia Ruofei had removed the red silk cloth covering the other 4 containers. 2 white truffles and 2 black truffles. Each piece was huge. Before Xia Ruofei could speak, there were already gasps from below. Even Monica's face was filled with disbelief. This was because just by looking at them, those 2 pieces of white truffle were not inferior to the final piece of truffle at the Grayo family's truffle auction. The white truffle on the right was even slightly bigger than the one they had. It was the same for the 2 black truffles. The black truffles were smaller than the white truffles, but these two truffles were probably more than 1,000 grams. Any of these 4 truffles would cause a sensation at an auction, but they all appeared at the same time today. Besides, Monica also noticed that there was an even bigger sealed container beside Xia Ruofei. The red silk on it had not been removed. It was obvious that it was the finale of the press conference. She couldn't help but cover her mouth with her hand. As expected, Xia Ruofei smiled confidently and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, the second batch of items will be these 4 truffles. I hope that we will not disappoint you. Of course, even if these 4 truffles can't satisfy your needs, it's fine. I believe that our grand finale will definitely surprise everyone." After that, Xia Ruofei handed the microphone to the auctioneer and walked down the stage. The auction for the giant truffle officially began. The first item on the stage was a 1,100-gram black truffle with a starting price of $10,000. Black truffles of this size were very rare, so the price skyrocketed at the beginning of the auction. Many people who felt that they could not compete for the white truffle focused their attention on the 2 black truffles. In a short while, the price of the black truffle had reached $30,000. In the end, the black truffle was sold for $33,000. The second piece of black truffle weighed 1,300 grams, and the final price was as high as $50,000. After the 2 black truffles were sold, the auction for the white truffle finally began. The auctioneer placed the first piece of truffle on the electronic scale. The big screen displayed the scales reading in real time 1.46 kg. It was exactly 0.01 kilograms heavier than the one the Grayo family had auctioned off previously. With a boom, the audience immediately boiled over. God, the record for the largest white truffle of the year was broken again in just half an hour. Unbelievable, this is simply unbelievable. I can't believe what kind of record will be set in the subsequent auctions. The experienced auctioneer waited for everyone's exclamations and discussions to gradually die down before he said, 1.46 kilograms of premium white truffle. The starting price is $100,000, and each bid must be no less than $5,000. Let the bidding begin. The auctioneer didn't say any provocative words, because he knew very well that there was no need for him to incite at this moment. Everyone's enthusiasm had completely boiled over. Sure enough, as soon as his voice fell, the bidding sounds rang out one after another. $150,000. $180,000. $200,000. Although the minimum bid was $5,000, the guests who had just gone through the last auction raised the bid by tens of thousands. It was not until the price reached $300,000 that the momentum of the bidding began to slow down. After all, in the last auction, the price of the white truffle was a little high. However, at this moment, Ma Xiong made his move again. He raised the sign in his hand and said, $350,000. Then, he smiled and explained, at Ms. Grasso's auction just now, I offered $350,000 for a white truffle of the same weight. Xiaxing is my good friend, so I can't favor one over the other. Ma Xiong's words caused a burst of laughter. Many people looked at Xia Ruofei enviously. This young man must be very lucky to have the support of a world-class rich man like Ma Xiong. After Ma Xiong made this bid, everyone gave him face and didn't raise the price any further. In fact, this was the limit of the price. If they raised it any higher, they would be seen as a spendthrift. As a result, the first piece of white truffle which weighed 1.46 kilograms, was successfully sold for $350,000. When the auctioneer went to get the second piece of truffle, Xia Ruofei picked up the microphone and said with a bitter smile, "Mr. Ma, can you take a break for the next auction and not bid? You've already gotten 2 pieces of top-grade white truffle. Today, shouldn't you leave some for others? You see, once you bid, no one else dares to compete with you." The guests in the audience burst into laughter. Many of them felt that Xia Ruofei had spoken their minds. With Ma Xiong's wealth, no one could compete with him if he was determined to compete. Sure. Ma Xiong laughed. Xia Sheng, if it doesn't reach your ideal price, you can't blame me anymore. Thank you, thank you. Xia Ruofei cupped his hands and said, I definitely don't blame you. In fact, Xia Ruofei was very grateful. He knew very well that Ma Xiong had set a benchmark. The price of the first piece of white truffle was the same as the one from the Grasso family. In Ma Xiong's mind, Xia Ruofei's truffle was not inferior to the one from the Grasso family. With such a standard, the following auctions would have a reference. Besides, Xia Ruofei did not want Ma Xiong to spend any more money. With Ma Xiong's wealth, it would be easy for him to buy his truffles at 10 times the price. However, it would lose the meaning of the auction and would be a favor to him. This was not the result Xia Ruofei wanted. The auctioneer placed the second piece of white truffle on the electronic scale. From the outside, it looked slightly bigger than the first piece, so everyone was waiting for the result with anticipation. Sure enough, the reading of the electronic scale was displayed on the big screen, 1.53 kilograms. He had once again broken the record for the largest white truffle of the year. However, by now, everyone had already developed a certain level of immunity. Although they were still exclaiming in surprise, at least there were no more exaggerated exclamations. That's right, the auctioneer said with a smile. This white truffle weighs 1.53 kilograms. It's also the largest truffle produced this year so far. The auctioneer emphasized the word currently. Many people could hear it, and the answer was obvious. Everyone's eyes fell on the only sealed container on the stage that was covered by red silk. The auctioneer quickly announced the price of the truffle. The starting price is $150,000, and each increment must not be less than $5,000. The bidding starts now. $200,000. Someone directly added $50,000. The previous truffle had been sold for $350,000, so everyone knew that this truffle would not be lower than that price, so they decided not to increase the price any further. And most of the people in the hall knew that this was the only chance they had today to buy the best truffle. As for the last item, although Ma Xiong had clearly stated that he would not participate in the bidding, there were at least 3 other people who were as rich as Ma Xiong. They had not made a single bid so far, and it was obvious that they were all after the truffle. $250,000. As soon as the bid of $200,000 was called, someone immediately added another $50,000. $280,000. $300,000. $330,000. $340,000. The bids were quickly called out one by one. The auctioneer did not even have time to repeat their bids. In a short time, the price of the white truffle had reached $340,000, which was very close to the price that Ma Xiong had bid for the last truffle. Finally, a voice said loudly, $350,000. This was a Chinese man. Many people present knew him, Chen Haoxing, the president of the Golden Cauldron Group, a rich man with a net worth of more than $5 billion. 360,000 US dollars. A crisp voice rang out. This time, it was a beautiful young woman in her early 30s who was also famous. Her name was Yuan Qingqing, the owner of the Fair Lady Health Club. This health club was a high-end health and beauty agency that specialized in female customers. Yuan Qingqing was also a rich man with a net worth of billions. As soon as these two bid, many people gave up. Chen Haoxing thought for a moment, then raised his sign again and shouted, $370,000. President Yuan, why don't you take a step back? After I bid for this truffle, I can invite you to share it with me. It's absolutely free. Many guests revealed a smile of understanding. Yuan Qingqing could be considered a great beauty, and a woman in her early 30s had a mature charm. Moreover, she was also a rich man, who wouldn't want to get close to her. $400,000. Yuan Qingqing's expression didn't change as she directly added another $30,000, and then said lightly, I'm sorry. I don't lack money, and I like to enjoy the good things alone. Chen Haoxing laughed embarrassedly and shrugged his shoulders. A gentleman doesn't take what others like. President Yuan, I give up. Yuan Qingqing's bid was too fierce, and Chen Haoxing directly gave up the competition. Only a glutton who loved truffles would spend a lot more than its value on a truffle. Businessmen were rich, but it was the most rational to weigh the pros and cons. Boss Yuan bid 400,000 US dollars. Seeing this, the auctioneer said, is there anyone else who wants to bid? $400,000 going once. $400,000 going twice. $400,000 going thrice. With a clang, the gavel fell, and the 1.53 kilograms white truffle was sold for 400,000 US dollars. So far, Xia Ruofei had earned nearly 970,000 US dollars. There was still a giant truffle that was not auctioned. Today was destined to be Xia Ruofei's day of profit. As Xia Ruofei walked up the stage, the guests held their breaths, waiting for Xia Ruofei to reveal the final answer. Xia Ruofei didn't beat around the bush. He picked up the microphone and said with a smile, I believe everyone has been waiting for this moment for a long time. Then, I announce that the last round of the auction has officially begun. Our final item is, at this point, Xia Ruofei tore off the last piece of red silk cloth and pointed at the giant white truffle in the sealed container. This giant white truffle weighs 2.05 kilograms. He said. As soon as Xia Ruofei finished speaking, the crowd went into an uproar. Some people even stood up and stretched their necks to look at the stage. Oh my God, this is unbelievable. Is this the biggest white truffle ever found? The world record. It was definitely a world record. We're actually witnessing the birth of a world record today. This is indeed the biggest surprise. This trip was really worth it. Everyone was excited, except for one person, Blake. Blake felt like he was being slapped in the face when he saw the truffles that Xia Ruofei took out being sold at such high prices. When the truffle was revealed, Blake felt as if he was struck by lightning. This is impossible. Blake suddenly stood up and shouted, it must be fake. White truffles can't grow to this size, it must have been forged with other similar fungi. Ma Xiong snorted and stood up. He turned around and said to Blake coldly, young man, it's not a good habit to speak without thinking. This batch of truffles was personally guaranteed by me. Are you saying that I, Ma Xiong, am lying to everyone? Blake was at a loss for words. He had completely lost his mind just now, and now he was starting to regret it. More and more people started to criticize Blake. Some of them had successfully bid for the white truffle, while others were empty-handed. However, they had all tasted the white truffle that Xia Ruofei had given away for free, so they all stood up to speak for him. All the accusations were like arrows that were shot at Blake. He stood there with a pale face and couldn't say a word. In the end, Blake chose to leave the studio with his tail between his legs. No matter how thick-skinned he was, he couldn't stay there any longer. Just as Blake reached the door, Xia Ruofei said loudly, "Everyone, before the official auction, I will invite a few guests to the stage to appraise this white truffle. Paradise Corporation's reputation cannot be slandered. If there is no problem with our truffle, I hope to see Mr. Blake's apology on the mainstream media in Xinqing City. Otherwise, you will soon receive our lawyer's letter." Blake's footsteps stopped for a moment. He snorted coldly with an ashen face and left the auction site. Although Xia Ruofei was still smiling, the way he looked at Blake's back had become cold. Soon, the representatives selected by the guests came to the stage. They were either famous Western chefs or business leaders, all of whom were highly respected. When everyone was on the stage, Xia Ruofei opened the lid of the giant truffle. The group of people surrounded the truffle and looked at it carefully for a long time. The final conclusion was unsurprisingly that it was a whole piece of white truffle. The quality was top-notch and could be called the best. Xia Ruofei said in the midst of the applause, "I now announce that the auction for this 2.05 kilograms white truffle will officially begin." After Xia Ruofei finished speaking, he passed the microphone to the auctioneer and walked down the stage confidently. The auction had been going according to Xia Ruofei's plan from the very beginning. Even an unexpected factor like Blake did not cause any impact. Now that everyone's enthusiasm had been completely aroused, the atmosphere of the auction had also reached its peak. Everything would naturally come to fruition. The auctioneer was also in high spirits. It was rare to see such a high-tide auction. He said in an infectious voice, "All right, ladies and gentlemen, the auction for the heaviest white truffle in history officially begins. The starting price is..." The auctioneer paused for a second or two, then said, "€0. Everyone can make any bid. Each increment must be no less than $10,000. The auctioneer said. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a moment of silence. Then, a silver-haired Chinese old man smiled and raised his sign, saying, "Then I'll give you a price to explore the way, $800,000. Immediately, many people in the auction hall let out a sigh. The moment the old man made his bid, many people who still had a glimmer of hope were now completely destroyed. Sure enough, the starting bid of €0 was a gimmick. In the end, it was a game for the super rich, so it was impossible to pick up scraps. It seems like you're determined to get it, Manager Gu. Ma Xiong laughed. There's an imposing matter. The silver-haired old man was called Gu Hongyang, the chairman of the Renchu Real Estate Group. As the boss of one of the top 3 real estate companies in China, he was as rich as Ma Xiong. $800,000 was nothing to him. Hearing Ma Xiong's words, Gu Hongyang laughed and said, "Didn't we hear that Boss Ma is not going to fight with us? The world record-breaking white truffle. I want to try it too." Ma Xiong burst into laughter. At this time, a middle-aged man with a big belly raised his sign and said with a smile, "Since old Gu has made his move, I'll join in the fun. 850,000 US dollars. Ma. Xiong couldn't help but laugh when he saw this. He knew that there would be a show to watch today. He also glanced at Xia Ruofei beside him and thought to himself, Xia Xing is really lucky. This white truffle will definitely be auctioned off for a high price today. The fat man's name was Ji Long, and he also ran a real estate company. Jiulong Real Estate Group, under his name, was also ranked in the top 10 in the country. Those in the same industry were enemies. Ji Long and Gu Hongyang perfectly illustrated this saying. When the two companies were still small, the competition between them was already very fierce. Now that both companies had become real estate giants, the two were still fighting with each other. It wasn't that enemies didn't meet, but with these two people together, it was impossible for the auction price to not be high. As expected, Gu Hongyang's face darkened as he snorted and raised his sign, 900,000 US dollars. Instantly, some guests who were not powerful had completely become spectators before they even had the chance to bid. Ji Long was still smiling like a Maitreya Buddha. He raised his sign unhurriedly and said, $910,000. Old Gu, no matter how much you bid, I'll bid 10,000 more than you. It was obvious that Ji Long was more sophisticated and did not show his emotions. Gu Hongyang, on the other hand, seemed to be a little short-tempered and his emotions were written all over his face. Then what? If I offer 100 million US dollars? Gu Hongyang said angrily. Then you pay, Ji Long said with a smile. Everyone burst into laughter. Gu Hongyang was just saying that out of anger. How could he really offer such an outrageous price? If he really called out this price, Ji Long would definitely not follow. Then Gu Hongyang would really become the biggest laughingstock. At this moment, a Westerner wearing an exquisitely tailored chiton suit smiled gently and said in fluent Chinese, "The two of you have been fighting for so many years, why don't you both take a step back this time? I'll pay $1 million. I thought you wanted to be the peacemaker, President in Ma. Xiong laughed. I didn't expect you to interfere. Haha. The Westerner who spoke fluent Chinese was called Zai. In fact, he grew up in Macau. Although he looked like a foreigner, he was actually a native of Macau. And Zaihua's identity was also extraordinary. He was the son, in law of gambling King He of Macau, and was highly regarded by gambling King He. He managed several casinos in Macau and could be said to be unparalleled. And Zaihua smiled and said, Chairman Ma, I'm helping the two of them out. Otherwise, if we fight over it, won't it end up in the hands of that little brother, by your side? Thank you for your kind offer. Mr. In, Gu Hongyang snorted and said, but I don't care about a mere $1 or $2 million. President In, let's compete with our own abilities, Ji Long said with a smile. And Zaihua shrugged his shoulders. He obviously didn't expect his words to persuade the two to leave. Ji Long looked at Gu Hongyang. Seeing that Gu Hongyang had no intention to speak, he directly said with a smile, since President In is so generous, I'll add a little more. $1.05 million. The atmosphere in the hall became more and more lively. $1.05 million was definitely the highest price in the history of truffle auction. Before Xia Ruofei took out the white truffle, the world's largest piece of truffle, weighing 1.89 kilograms, was finally sold for a shocking 60,000 US dollars. However, that was definitely an accident in the auction. In fact, there was a buyer who had offered $1 million before the auction, but the owner of the white truffle wanted to maximize the profit, so he insisted on auctioning it. In the end, he lost money. However, even if the previous buyer of the truffle had bid 1 million, Xia Ruofei's white truffle had been sold for 1.05 million, which was definitely a sky-high price. This time, it was Gu Hongyang's turn to be disgusted by Ji Long. He raised his board and coldly said, $1.06 million US. Ji Long, just 10,000 more than you. 1.08 million. And Zai-Hua thought for a moment and raised a sign to bid. It was obvious that Ji Long and Gu Hongyang were competing with each other, but Zai-Hua really wanted to get the white truffle now. And Zai-Hua was also a little annoyed. After Ji Long and Gu Hongyang's fight, the price couldn't be low even if he wanted to. 1.1 million. Gu Hongyang shouted. Ji Long immediately followed with a smile, $1.11 million. Old Gu. I won't give up so easily. 1.12 million. Gu Hongyang didn't want to show weakness. 1.13 million. Ji Long raised the price without hesitation. And Zai-Hua was speechless. He thought for a while and decided that he really did not want to continue watching the two of them compete like roosters. So he simply raised his sign, gritted his teeth, and said, $1.2 million. This is the highest price I'm willing to offer. If you're willing to offer a higher price, then I'll admit defeat. P.S. I've been working overtime today and only got home at almost 11 p.m. I quickly turned on my computer to write, but I still finished it after midnight. I'm really sorry to have made everyone wait for so long. This chapter is the third update on the 16th. The number of updates on the 17th will not change. Thank you for your understanding and support. And Zai-Hua was also a little depressed. He had expected that he would be able to get the white truffle for $1.1 million US at most after Ma Xiong had announced that he would not be participating in the auction. However, he was now offered $1.2 million US. Now that the two old enemies were competing with each other, the price had already gone out of control. $100,000 in itself was nothing, but it was too much money to spend. And Zai-Hua had also made up his mind. If Ji Long and Gu Hongyang continued to compete, he would really withdraw from the competition. He could be the spendthrift if he wanted to. Ji Long and Gu Hongyang looked at each other and then snorted in unison. Gu Hongyang cleared his throat and asked, Ji Long, do you still dare to bid? As long as you bid, I'll definitely bid 10,000 more than you. It's only $1 or $2 million. Old Gu, said Ji Long with a smile. What's the problem with being brave or not? The point is, I said that. No matter how much you bid, I'll bid 10,000 more than you. I have no grudges with Olden, so what's the point of arguing with him? Why don't you give me a price and try? Nonsense, Gu Hongyang snorted coldly and said, do I have any grudges with President N? A gentleman doesn't take what others like. Unless you, G.E. Long, dare to bid, then I'll definitely accompany you to the end. The auctioneer was also stunned when he saw the two rich men with tens of billions of dollars fighting like children. He almost forgot his job. It was only when Zai-Hua coughed unhappily that the auctioneer came back to his senses. He quickly said, Mr. N has bid $1.2 million. Are there any higher bids? This white truffle is the largest one we've ever found, and we've all tasted it from the same place. It's of the best quality, and if you miss it, you might Never get another chance in your life. The auctioneer waited for a while and saw Ji Long and Gu Hongyang staring at each other with no intention to continue bidding. Thus, he started the countdown, $1.2 million going once. Ji Long and Gu Hongyang looked at each other and snorted at the same time. They sat back in their seats. Apparently, the two enemies had reached a tacit understanding and were not going to compete with each other. $1.2 million going twice, the auctioneer continued to shout. A smile appeared on Nzaihua's face. It seemed that this giant piece of white truffle was going to be his. Although he had spent $1.2 million, it was definitely worth it to taste the world record-breaking white truffle. The auctioneer looked around the stage and waited for a few more seconds before finally saying, $1.2 million USD. At this moment, an elegant female voice was heard, wait. I bid $1.21 million. And Zaihua's smile froze on his face. He didn't expect that someone would come out to compete at the last moment. When everyone looked toward the source of the voice, they were even more puzzled. The person who had just made the bid was none other than the successor of the Grayo family, Monica Grayo. And Zaihua couldn't help but rub his forehead. Did he have to be so calculative? You're a truffle seller, why? Are you fighting with us for truffles? Ma Xiong was stunned for a moment before he laughed out loud. President N. It seems like good things always come to an end. Miss Grasso, and Zaihua said with a bitter smile. Don't tell me your family is lacking truffles? Aren't you being a little unkind? Everyone laughed out of goodwill. Of course, no. One doubted Monica's financial ability just because the Grayo family's total transaction amount in the last auction was only $600,000 to $700,000 US. After all, the Grayo family didn't come to China just for that small auction. In terms of wealth, although the Grayo family couldn't compare to Ma Xiong and the others, they could still take out $1 to $2 million USD for fun. Monica pursed her lips and smiled. Mr. N, although our family doesn't lack truffles, we do lack truffles that can break world records. It's precisely because we're a century-old truffle family that I'm interested in this rare truffle. And Zaihua shrugged his shoulders and thought for a moment before he raised his voice. All right, $1.22 million. Although Nzaihua had said that he didn't want the truffle to exceed $1.2 million, he couldn't help but add $10,000 to Monica's offer when he saw that the truffle was about to be in his hands. Monica seemed to be determined to compete for the white truffle, and she immediately announced her price. $1.23 million. Mr. N, she chuckled. There's a Chinese saying that a good man doesn't fight with a woman. Why don't you just show some mercy? And Zaihua smiled bitterly and said, Miss Grasso isn't a weak woman. You're a woman who doesn't lose to men at all. With the way things had developed, Xia Ruofei, who was in the audience, was also in a state of confusion. He would never have thought that Monica would actually participate in the auction. Wasn't she just here to watch the fun? In Xia Ruofei's mind, Monica was the least likely to participate in the competition. But the truth was right in front of him. Xia Ruofei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. At this moment, he suddenly felt a sharp pain on his arm and could not help but gasp. He turned his head and saw Lu Yu sitting upright and looking in front of him. Her expression was very natural, but Xia Ruofei could see two very obvious nail marks on his arm. Why did you pinch me? Xia Ruofei asked in a low voice. Lu Yu looked straight ahead and said, I couldn't tell that you really have a way with women. I think highly of you. You have the potential to be a gigolo. Xia Ruofei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What does this have to do with me? What does it have to do with me if she wants to bid? Lu Yu pouted lightly and couldn't be bothered to talk to Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei could only laugh and cry. And Zihua thought for a while and said, $1.24 million. Miss Grasso, if you have a higher bid, I'll give up. On one hand, and Zihua had set a bottom line for himself. At the same time, he was also hinting to Monica that if she was deliberately raising the price, she should stop. If they gave up on the white truffle, she would get the white truffle. Unexpectedly, Monica said very seriously, Mr. N, thank you for letting me win. Then, Monica said firmly, $1.25 million. And Zihua spread out his hands and shrugged to show that he had given up on the competition. The auctioneer didn't dawdle any longer. After asking once, he started counting down. After counting down 3 times, the hammer fell. This 2.05 kilograms truffle, which had broken the world record, was dramatically bought by Monica, the third heir of the traditional truffle family, the Grayo family, at a sky-high price of $1.25 million US. The 3 rich men, who had been competing fiercely from the beginning, had actually lost one after another. The auction finally came to an end, and thunderous applause rang out in the hall. P.S. Announcing the VIP reader group. Number 295848872. Genuine readers are welcome to join the group. After joining the group, you need to verify the screenshot of the full subscription. Xia Ruofei walked onto the stage and expressed his gratitude to everyone. He also announced the new truffle season at the end of the year. Peach Blossom Company would still launch high-quality truffles to the market and would gradually enter the field of other high-end ingredients. He welcomed everyone's cooperation. The contact number of Paradise Corporation and the QR code of Xia Ruofei's work WeChat were displayed on the big screen. Many people in the F&B industry took out their phones to record the number and scanned the code to add Xia Ruofei's work WeChat. Gu Hongyang, Ji Long, and the other rich people also took note of the numbers. The truffle auction this time had left a deep impression on them. They knew that top-class ingredients could only be encountered by luck and not sought after. The Paradise Corporation was already qualified to get their attention. The total transaction amount of this auction had reached about $2.2 million US. After deducting the venue, personnel, and other related expenses, the net profit should be able to reach about $2.17 million US, which was equivalent to more than 14 million Chinese dollars. This was the largest single income that Xia Ruofei had ever earned. However, Xia Ruofei did not think that this was the biggest gain. In his opinion, the biggest gain from this trip was to make Paradise Corporation's name known. Moreover, it had directly made its name known in the high-end food and beverage industry and among the super rich, and had also successfully established the high-end and high-quality image of Paradise Corporation. This could be said to be infinitely beneficial for their future development. Everyone chatted as they slowly left the stage. Xia Ruofei also walked down the stage. Monica was smiling and chatting with Ma Xiong and the others. Lu Yu was also standing at the side with a playful expression. Xia Ruofei walked over with a bitter smile and asked, Monica, what are you doing? Monica asked, smiling. There's no law that states that truffles can't be bought, right? No, but Xia Ruofei was speechless. The point is, what are you buying it for? Your family doesn't lack this, Monica smiled. It's My grandfather's birthday in 2 days. He's been running the truffle business his whole life. I believe he'll be very happy to see this super white truffle at his birthday party. I see, Xia Ruofei nodded and said, then it's not hard to understand. Lu Yu turned her head to the side and pursed her lips discreetly. She seemed to think that this reason was not very convincing. At this moment, Monica asked with a smile, Xia, is our agreement from this morning still in effect? Ma Xiong and the rest immediately looked at Xia Ruofei in unison, revealing a tacit smile. Lu Yu's beautiful eyes also moved and glanced at Xia Ruofei in disdain. Xia Ruofei suddenly felt that he could not speak clearly. Monica was still smiling at him, waiting for his answer. He could only smile bitterly and say, of course. We're returning tomorrow afternoon, Xia Ruofei continued. I wonder if I have the honor to invite you to lunch. I'd be very happy to. Monica smiled charmingly and said, then I'll wait for your call? Okay, Xia Ruofei felt that the gazes of Ma Xiong and the others were making him feel uncomfortable. He quickly replied. Monica chuckled and nodded to Ma Xiong politely. Then, she turned around and left. Ma Xiong looked at Monica's graceful back and laughed. He gave Xia Ruofei a thumbs up and said, Xia Sheng, it's indeed an advantage to be handsome. I'm impressed. Ma Jiming also joined in the fun and said, I've long heard that Miss Grasso has very high standards. Many rich children want to get close to her, but they return in failure. Xia Sheng is amazing. Xia Ruofei forced a smile. Don't make fun of me. There's really nothing between us. We just met when we were working out. We just chatted for a while. Don't be so humble, Lu Yu said. You must be feeling so happy now. I'm not, Aunt, Uncle, I'm a little tired. Can we go back now? Lu Yu said directly. Ah? Tian Huixin was stunned for a moment and quickly replied, oh. Go back, go back. I'm fine now, N. After Lu Yu finished speaking, she took the lead and walked forward. Tian Huixin carried Huan and quickly followed. Xia Ruofei forced a smile and walked out of the door with Ma Xiong. Xia Sheng, how do you plan to deal with Blake? Ma Xiong asked with a serious expression. Xia Ruofei's expression turned cold as he said, he slandered our Paradise Corporation in public. This matter won't end so easily. Unless he issues an apology on the mainstream media, I'll see you in court. All right, I know your attitude, said Ma Xiong with a nod. Xia Sheng, I'll contact a few of my good friends who will be attending tonight's auction later. We'll work together to put pressure on Blake's dining group and make him come out and apologize. This young man is really outrageous. Xia Ruofei was touched and said, Old Mr. Ma. Thank you. Ma Xiong really had nothing to say about him. If this matter were to get serious, there would definitely be wrangling. Even if Blake had said those slanderous words in public, there were many super rich people and high-end gastronomists present today. How many of them would be willing to testify for Xia Ruofei? Especially those in the food and beverage industry, they definitely wouldn't want to offend the well-known black dining group. If Ma Xiong joined hands with a few super rich people to put pressure on Blake's group, the situation would definitely be different. Under the pressure, it was possible that Blake would come out and apologize. Xia Ruofei knew very well that the reason why Ma Xiong was so nice to him was largely due to his superb medical skills. Everyone was afraid of death, especially the super rich. However, in society, it was impossible for people to not have interests. If you had something that was worthy of others' attention, it was also considered your ability. Besides, Ma Xiong was not just using Xia Ruofei. He was also grateful. Xia Ruofei had saved Ma Xiong's life and cured Huan Huan's illness. He had given both of them a second life. Ma Xiong was also a grateful person, which suited Xia Ruofei's temperament. The two of them chatted as they walked. Tian Huixin and the others, who were not far away, were also chatting. Yu, why do I feel like you're a little unhappy? Tian Huixin said with a smile. No, auntie, is it because of Xiao Xia and that Italy girl? Tian Huixin smiled and asked, I think it's quite good. If little Xia has the ability to win over that girl, it would be considered as bringing glory to the country. Lu Yu's expression turned even uglier. Tian Hui looked at Lu Yu thoughtfully and asked half jokingly, Yu, don't tell me you've fallen for Xia? How is that possible? What are you thinking, aunt? Lu Yu's reaction was very big. Do you think I'd like someone like him? One of my besties has been secretly in love with him for a long time. I really didn't expect this guy to be such a womanizer. I just feel bad for my bestie. Tian Huixin smiled meaningfully and asked, really? Of course. At this moment, Huan Huan, who was in Tian Huixin's arms, suddenly pointed at Lu Yu and said, Mom, Dad, Sister Yu is jealous. Tian Huixin and Ma Jiming looked at each other and couldn't help but burst into laughter. Lu Yu's face turned red and she said angrily, Huan, what are you talking about? You little girl, do you even know what it means to eat that? Huan looked up and said seriously, I understand. It's always like this in TV shows, look. You're blushing. I really regret watching those TV dramas with you. Lu Yu held her forehead and said, I swear. I will never let you watch those messy idol dramas again. Tian Huixin, who was standing at the side, was overjoyed. She almost couldn't hold Huan steadily. Ma Jiming quickly came over to support her. At this moment, Xia Ruofei and Ma Xiong had already walked up to them. Seeing this, Xia Ruofei smiled and asked, what's the matter? That made you so happy? They're all overjoyed. Tian Huixin laughed as she glanced at Lu Yu. Then, she said, nothing. Huan just said, little aunt. Lu Youjiao stomped her feet and said, are you still leaving? Okay. Let's go, Tian Huixin said with a smile. By the way, Xiao Xia, you already have a date with a beauty tomorrow, so we'll come to pick you up in the afternoon. All right. Xia Ruofei replied, take care. I won't be sending you down. Lu Yu couldn't wait any longer and walked towards the elevator. Ma Xiong and the rest also left after bidding Xia Ruofei farewell. Xia Ruofei stood on the spot and thought for a while. He felt that the smile of Tian Huixin and her husband was very strange. However, he could not figure it out after thinking for a long time. He could only shake his head and walk back to the presidential suites. Special elevator. P.S. Announcing the VIP reader group number 2958488872. Genuine readers are welcome to join the group. After joining the group, you need to verify the screenshot of the full subscription. Not long after Xia Ruofei returned to his room, the Hengfeng Jiehua hotel staff came to his door with a check. It was a total of 14 million Huaxia dollars. Ma Xiong had helped to organize the auction tonight, including the final funds. He had converted the money to HXB according to the exchange rate of that day and paid Xia Ruofei directly. However, under Xia Ruofei's strong request, the venue usage fees, the auctioneer's remuneration, and other expenses were still paid as usual. The only difference was that the hotel had given Xia Ruofei a big discount. The check could be redeemed at any time. After the staff left, Xia Ruofei immediately summoned the spirit map scroll and put the check in the space. There was no safer place than this. Xia Ruofei ordered the private butler of the presidential suite to forbid anyone from entering the room and then locked the door. To be on the safe side, he went straight to the bathroom attached to the master bedroom. After locking the door and pulling the curtains, he took out the spirit map scroll and entered the medium. Xia Ruofei came to the original space and appeared beside the simple fence. When Blackie saw Xia Ruofei, it immediately wagged its tail happily. Compared to when he first came in, Little Black had obviously grown a lot. More than 2 days had passed in the outside world, and it had already stayed in the original space for almost 3 months. It lived in an environment with dense spiritual energy. Every day, and the milk it drank contained flower petal solution. Naturally, it grew extremely fast. Xia Ruofei noticed that most of the food he had prepared had been eaten up by Blackie. Xia Ruofei opened the fence and Blackie immediately jumped out. It pounced on him and rubbed its face against Xia Ruofei's. It was very intimate with him. Xia Ruofei had always been fond of Blackie. He reached out and patted Blackie's head, chuckling. "Little guy, you must be very lonely these days." Blackie could not understand Xia Ruofei's words and only whimpered. "You should be much smarter." Now. Xia Ruofei stood up and said with a smile, "Come, Blackie. Roll 3 times on the ground." Hearing that, Blackie rolled 3 times on the ground and wagged its tail at Xia Ruofei. "Bring me that basin." Xia Ruofei pointed at the shallow basin that was filled with milk for Black. Blackie immediately ran into the fence, held the basin in its mouth, and moved out. The basin was not small, and it was not light either. With great difficulty, Blackie carried it to Xia Ruofei's side and barked twice, as if asking for credit. "Sure." Xia Ruofei was amused. He then gave Xiaohei some relatively more complicated instructions, and found that Xiaohei could understand and execute them accurately. Xia Ruofei made a comparison and felt that Blackie's intelligence was comparable to Lightning's. It was probably because the spiritual chi in the spirit map space was very rich. Blackie had stayed inside for much longer than Lightning. This time, Xia Ruofei was completely relieved. Time passed too quickly in the original space. Naturally, Xia Ruofei could not let Blackie stay here for too long. He picked up Blackie and entered the new space with a thought. There were 6 other puppies in the new space. Since there was nothing here, they were all in a free-range state. The moment Xia Ruofei appeared, he saw 6 puppies chasing each other on the grass. Because only a little more than 2 days had passed, these puppies naturally didn't have any obvious changes. The weakest one, Harry 6, was still walking unsteadily, swaying behind the puppies. Blackie also shook its head and looked at the puppies, then looked down at itself. It seemed to be wondering why its brothers and sisters didn't grow taller. But its limited spiritual intelligence obviously couldn't understand this complicated problem. Xia Ruofei smiled mischievously and put Blackie down. "Woof. Woof. Woof." Blackie howled and ran towards Fluffy 1 and Fluffy 2. If there's a grudge, then take revenge. Its voice was full of energy. And its speed was as fast as lightning. Xia Ruofei could only see a black shadow flash by. After a while, Blackie had already arrived in front of Fluffy 1 and Fluffy 2. The 6 puppies were all shocked. Seeing the fierce and powerful little Black, who was a whole circle bigger than them, these puppies who had bullied little Black very badly in the past, ran away in fear. Blackie jumped up and pressed Mao, who was the slowest, to the ground with its paw. Mao immediately started wailing. De Mao and the other 4 puppies only dared to bark from a distance, but they did not dare to take a step closer. They were even more unable to understand how Blackie, the weakest of them all, could grow so much in such a short time and become so awe-inspiring. Now, even if the 6 of them attacked together, they wouldn't be enough to beat Little Black. Xia Ruofei was also afraid that Blackie would hurt Mao, so he quickly shouted, "Xiao Hei, that's enough. Let go of Mao." Blackie heard Xia Ruofei's voice and released his claws. As soon as Mao regained its freedom, it immediately ran far away, looking back at Blackie from time to time, afraid that it would pounce on it again. "All right. You've finally gotten your revenge." Xia Ruofei smiled. "Blackie, these are your brothers and sisters. You have to be a good boss in the future. Don't bully them anymore, understand?" Blackie whimpered, indicating that it understood what Xia Ruofei meant. Xia Ruofei waved at De Mao and Mao again. The 6 puppies looked at Blackie with lingering fear and did not dare to come over. The intelligence of these 6 little dogs was naturally far inferior to that of Blackie, so they were only dodging out of instinct. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but laugh. He said to Blackie, "Fine, you can go and conquer your little brothers yourself. Little Black, go." When Blackie heard this, it immediately jumped out excitedly. Xia Ruofei shouted from behind, "Don't hurt them." Blackie barked twice and charged at the 6 puppies without looking back. The 6 dogs were scared out of their wits and began to run in all directions. But how could their small bodies outrun Blackie? Xia Ruofei crossed his arms and stood at the side, watching the show. Blackie really showed off his power this time. It didn't take long for him to lead the dejected Fluffy 1 and Fluffy 2 back. Blackie raised his head slightly, like a general who had returned in triumph. Fluffy 1 and Fluffy 2 were in a sorry state. Their fur was messy and covered in dust. They looked like frosted eggplants. It was obvious that they had been subdued by Blackie in just a short time. Xia Ruofei laughed, "That's quite efficient. Little Black, you'll be their boss from now on, so don't bully them anymore." Blackie wagged its tail. Xia Ruofei then said to Fluffy 1 and Fluffy 2, "From now on, you'll live here with Blackie. I'll let you out when I need you. You'll have to listen to Blackie's orders here and don't cause trouble, understand?" De Mao and Mao were not very intelligent, so they did not understand what Xia Ruofei was saying. However, after Blackie's deep roar, they trembled and quickly followed Blackie's example, wagging their tails at Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei also laughed out loud. It seemed that Blackie was starting to act like a boss. Since he was not at home, Xia Ruofei did not stay in the medium for long. He checked the puppy's food, opened another bag of dog food, and poured it into the big basin. Then, Xia Ruofei left the spirit map space in a flash after giving a few words to Blackie. After keeping the spirit map, Xia Ruofei took a bath in the bathroom and went to sleep in the spacious master bedroom. The next morning, Xia Ruofei did not have any other plans. After waking up, he ordered breakfast and went to the presidential suite. After breakfast, Xia Ruofei sat on the deck chair on the balcony and read a book leisurely. The winter sun shone on his body and the distant whistle of the Huangpu River rang in his ears from time to time. Xia Ruofei lazily passed the time for most of the day. During this time, he gave Monica a call and made an appointment to have lunch at the French restaurant on the top floor of the hotel. Xia Ruofei only got up and changed into his suit when the appointed time was approaching. He left the presidential suite and took the special elevator to the top floor. P.S. Announcing the VIP reader group. Number 295848872. Genuine readers are welcome to join the group. After joining the group, you need to verify the screenshot of the full subscription. Xia Ruofei arrived at the restaurant on the top floor 10 minutes earlier than the agreed time. To his surprise, Monica had arrived earlier than him. She was standing on the huge balcony of the restaurant, looking at the river view. Monica was wearing an elegant and fashionable suit jacket. The top had a ruffled design, and with a belt, it perfectly highlighted her small waist. With black wide-legged pants and stiletto heels, she had a fashionable workplace style. "I'm sorry. I think I'm late," Xia Ruofei said. When she heard Xia Ruofei's voice, Monica turned around. She took off her sunglasses and smiled. "Xia, I should be the one who arrived early. I just like the beautiful scenery on the top floor, so." Huh. Monica shrugged her shoulders. Xia Ruofei smiled. "It just so happens that the seat I reserved is on this balcony. It has a 360-degree river view with no dead angle." "That's great," Monica said happily. At this moment, the restaurant waiter walked over and politely led the two to the table that Xia Ruofei had reserved. Xia Ruofei pulled out a chair for Monica. "Thank you." Monica smiled and sat down. After Xia Ruofei sat down across the table, the waiter brought the menu over. Xia Ruofei gestured to the waiter and said, "Ladies first." "Very gentlemanly." Monica chuckled. "Actually, I'm just an uncouth fellow." Xia Ruofei grinned. "I went online to read up on it just to have lunch with you." Monica, who was looking down at the menu, suddenly laughed. Actually, Xia Ruofei was not joking. He really did not know much about Western food etiquette. He was just an uncouth retired soldier. Before he joined the army, his family was also ordinary. He had no chance to come into contact with such knowledge. The two of them ordered the dishes very quickly, and the dishes were served in a short while. Appetizer, soup, appetizer. They were served one by one. Xia Ruofei and Monica chatted in a low voice while enjoying the delicious French food on the balcony. At this moment, the restaurant's chef, Mark Lawrence, came to the two of them with two main dishes. Lawrence said enthusiastically, "Ms. Grasso, Mr. Xia, welcome to the top floor restaurant of Jiahua. The main course is the Rossini steak that I personally cooked. Please have a taste." At the auction last night, Ma Xiong had won 2 huge pieces of white truffle. The one he won from the Grayo family's auction was reserved for the top floor restaurant. Therefore, Lawrence was quite enthusiastic when he saw Xia Ruofei and Monica. "To be able to taste a Michelin star chef's cooking, my trip today was really worth it," Xia Ruofei said with a smile. "Thank you, Mr. Lawrence." Monica also smiled. Rossini steak was a famous dish in French and Western cuisine. Xia Ruofei saw a slice of foie gras on top of the well. Fried beef tenderloin. After it was paired with the black fungus juice, the fragrance assailed his nose. Just the smell of it made him hungry. The main ingredients of this dish are the best filet steak and the most authentic Strasbourg foie gras, said Mark Lawrence. They're cooked with black fungus juice. I'm going to complete the last step of the cooking process. Then, Lawrence opened the lid of a sealed container on the food cart. Xia Ruofei and Monica smelled a familiar fragrance. It was the white truffle that the Grayo family had auctioned off last night. Lawrence picked up the white truffle and took it out of the pocket of his chef's suit. After he put a few pieces of truffle on their plates, he said, "Please enjoy your meal." Lawrence carefully put the white truffle back on the dining cart, covered it, and stood aside. Xia Ruofei and Monica picked up their forks and knives and started to enjoy the main course. "It tastes very good. The steak is just right," said Monica with a smile. Xia Ruofei, on the other hand, was more focused on the foie gras. He said to Lawrence, "Mr. Lawrence, this foie gras is really delicious. The taste is extremely rich, smooth, and extremely delicious." Lawrence said, "Thank you for liking my cooking, Mr. Xia. This foie gras is Strasbourg foie gras that we shipped directly from France. More than 200 years ago. Our king, Louis XVI, tasted foie gras and exclaimed that it was the world's top delicacy. Since then, foie gras has gradually become well known to the world. And the dish that His Majesty Louis XVI was tasting was Strasbourg foie gras. So there's such a story behind it." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "This foie gras must be very precious, right?" Monica smiled and continued the conversation. "Authentic France foie gras is quite precious. It's one of the 3 top delicacies along with the truffle and caviar that were auctioned yesterday. Strasbourg foie gras is the top dish for French foie gras, followed by land foie gras and Toulouse foie gras. Among the caviar, the most precious is the caviar made from the eggs of beluga sturgeons. This is also the rarest caviar in the world. Less than 100 beluga sturgeons are caught every year, and its caviar is extremely precious. They're known as the pearl of the Caspian Sea." Speaking of delicacies, Monica was also very familiar with them. It had indeed opened Xia Ruofei's eyes and allowed him to have a very direct understanding of the world's top food. After tasting the best Strasbourg foie gras, Xia Ruofei also had the idea of exploring new ingredients. After all, among the 3 most delicious foods in the world, he could basically produce top-grade truffles every year. As for caviar, sturgeon grew in the sea, and the current environment in the realm was obviously not suitable for raising it, so foie gras was the most likely choice for the time being. Of course, Xia Ruofei only had a preliminary idea. He did not know the breeding process of foie gras in France. Foie gras was not like truffle, which was expensive because it required a large number of geese. This meant that Xia Ruofei had to find a way to raise them in the outside world. If not, even if he were to die of exhaustion, he would not be able to complete such heavy work, let alone the problem of whether the space could accommodate them. Therefore, he still needed to explore step by step to realize this initial idea. Chef Lawrence's cooking skills had been acknowledged by the distinguished guests, and he went down happily. Xia Ruofei also put aside his thoughts and started chatting with Monica. Monica smiled and said, "Xia, I've carefully looked at the white truffle we bid for yesterday. The quality is even higher than the top white truffles produced in the Alba area. So, I really want to know, where did the Paradise Corporation find those top, quality truffles? Before Xia Ruofei could react, Monica immediately smiled and said, but I know that this must be your company's core trade secret, so. Please don't worry, I won't ask around, thank you for understanding. Xia Ruofei said with a smile. But I still hope that we can have some business cooperation. Monica said. P.S. Announcing the VIP reader group number, 2958488872, genuine. Readers are welcome to join the group. After joining the group, you need to verify the screenshot of the full subscription. 176, Chapter 173, Little Fairy, 1, Oh? Monica, forgive me for being blunt. Shouldn't we be competing with each other? Xia Ruofei asked with a smile. No, Xia, we can definitely work together. Monica said, our Greo family is a truffle dealer. In Italy, especially in the Alba region, we buy high-quality truffles from truffle hunters to sell. I think, we can also sell truffles for the Paradise Corporation, can't we? Xia Ruofei smiled. You're right. However, high-end truffles are a seller's market. As long as there's good stuff, there's no need to worry about sales. That may be the case, Monica chuckled. But it's undeniable that our Grasso Group's advantage in sales channels is unparalleled. Of course, I know that you don't have to worry about the sales of your truffles, but I guess you don't just care about the profits from selling truffles, right? Monica paused and looked at Xia Ruofei. Xia, if we work together, as long as you provide truffles, we can label them as from the Paradise Corporation when we sell them. Xia Ruofei raised his eyebrows and was slightly tempted. Monica's suggestion was indeed sincere. She could also see that Xia Ruofei was more concerned about the company's brand awareness. There was no doubt that the auction was very successful. However, the Paradise Corporation did not have much of a background, while the Grasso Group was completely different. They had the world's top customer base, including the super-rich, various politicians, and even the royal family of the Middle East. If Xia Ruofei had to rely on the Paradise Corporation to open up these channels, it would naturally take a long time and effort. One choosing to work with the Grasso company was indeed a shortcut. Monica smiled and said, how is it? Xia, what do you think of my suggestion? I can consider it. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, if we can work together in this way, it'll be a win-win situation. Xia Ruofei thought for a while and suddenly smiled. Monica, it seems like you didn't bid for our truffle yesterday, just for grandfather's birthday party, right? There would definitely be all sorts of schemes and intrigues within a large family. Xia Ruofei guessed that Monica also had her own limitations in the Grasso Group. The bid for the truffle was probably to use the most direct and shocking way to convince the opposition and facilitate this cooperation. Can you see that I'm good to you? Monica smiled and said, how is it? Don't you feel honored? It's my honor. Xia Ruofei laughed. All right. It's not easy to get a date with a handsome guy. I don't want to talk about work the whole afternoon. Monica looked at Xia Ruofei with a smile. After she finished speaking, Monica gently tidied up her golden hair. Then, she held her chin and stared straight at Xia Ruofei. The burning gaze made Xia Ruofei feel uncomfortable. He changed his sitting position unnaturally and asked, then what do you want to talk about? Of course we're talking about romance. Monica giggled at This moment, Xia Ruofei felt a smooth foot stepping on the back of his foot. Then, it slowly moved up his calf. Xia Ruofei's whole body could not help but freeze. It turned out that Monica had taken off her high heels at some point in time and was now secretly stretching her feet out from under the table. Although they were separated by her pants, Xia Ruofei could still feel the smoothness of Monica's feet. On the balcony of this high-end Western restaurant, both of them were dressed in elegant formal clothes. Under the table, it was a different scene. This kind of feeling made Xia Ruofei feel excited. Of course, he was more embarrassed. Seeing Xia Ruofei's expression, Monica burst out laughing. She retracted her foot and said, "Xia, you seem to be shy." "Did I?" Xia Ruofei looked at Monica with wide eyes. "What do you think?" Monica asked back with a smile. Xia Ruofei shrugged and smiled bitterly. "The fiery passion of the Italy girl does make me a little." Xia Ruofei couldn't find a suitable word to describe it. Monica was still holding her chin with both hands. She looked at Xia Ruofei with her big eyes and said in a sexy nasal voice, "Huh? I'm a little overwhelmed." Xia Ruofei said. Monica laughed and said, all right, I won't tease you anymore. Cute little man." Hearing this, Xia Ruofei couldn't take it anymore. This was a matter of a man's dignity. How could he not tolerate this? "Monica, I'm not a little man," Xia Ruofei said seriously. "There's still some time before my plane takes off. Why don't you come back to my room with me? We'll know once we try." Monica's eyes slowly widened. Her beautiful eyes were filled with surprise. She did not expect Xia Ruofei to be so bold. Especially after Xia Ruofei finished speaking, he still had a faint smile on his face and stared at her without blinking. A trace of panic flashed in her eyes. However, Monica's panic only lasted for a moment. Soon, she revealed a charming smile, stood up, and said, "All right. I also want to know how it feels to go on a date with a Chinese man. I believe that the strong Xia will definitely not let me down." This time, it was Xia Ruofei's turn to be dumbfounded. Wasn't Monica always teasing him? Didn't Ma Jiming say that Monica didn't even care about the pursuits of those rich young masters in Europe? Why did he get serious all of a sudden? Seeing Xia Ruofei's dumbfounded look, Monica laughed and said, "I'm just joking. I still have a business appointment at noon. Time is a little tight, so I'll take my leave first. Thank you for your hospitality, a little man." Then, Monica smiled at Xia Ruofei, picked up the lady's bag, and left. After taking a few steps, Monica turned back and walked to Xia Ruofei's side. She leaned close to his ear and said, "Next time when I have time, I will definitely come and try it out. At that time, you are not allowed to run away." After she finished speaking, Monica turned around and left with a charming smile, bringing with her a fragrant wind. A bitter smile appeared on Xia Ruofei's face. This Monica was simply a mesmerizing demon. She was emitting a fatal seduction from head to toe, but her mouth was too unreliable. One could not tell which was true and which was not. After Monica left, Xia Ruofei still felt an itch on his calf. The faint fragrance in the air had not completely dissipated. There seemed to be a fire burning in his heart that could not be extinguished for a long time. She was really a little demon. That could cause a disaster. Kill, not bury, Xia Ruofei thought with a bitter smile. After leaving the top floor restaurant, Xia Ruofei returned to the presidential suite to pack up and wait for Ma Xiong and the rest to return. Just as Xia Ruofei had finished packing, his phone suddenly rang. P.S. Announcing the VIP reader group. Number 295848872. Genuine readers are welcome to join the group. After joining the group, you need to verify the screenshot of the full subscription. It was Ma Xiong who called. He said apologetically, "Xia Sheng, I'm really sorry. There's an emergency at the company, so we have to fly back to Hong Kong. I've already asked someone to book an afternoon flight for you and you back to Sanshan City. I'm really sorry." Xia Ruofei quickly said, it's okay. Old Mr. Ma, is your company's matter urgent? It's fine, it's still under control. I'm just sorry that you have to take the commercial plane, Ma Xiong said with a smile. What does it matter? Xia Ruofei said, actually, we can book our own tickets. If you have something urgent, you can go back directly. I've already arranged for someone to make the reservation. The hotel car will send you directly to the airport in a while. Ma Xiong said with a bright smile. His voice was very calm. It seemed that even though the company's matters were more urgent, he was still confident. Besides, they were a world-class financial group. Even if there were problems that they could not solve, Xia Ruofei could not help much, so he did not ask. I've discussed with a few of my friends about Blake. We'll keep an eye on him when we return to the port. I'll let you know as soon as I get any news, Ma Xiong said. Xia Ruofei was touched to see that Ma Xiong did not forget about this small matter even though he had an urgent matter to attend to. Mr. Ma, it's more important for you to deal with the company's affairs. You don't have to worry about this, he said. Ha ha ha. I, Ma Xiong, have never given up halfway. Ma Xiong laughed heartily. You don't have to worry about this. Just wait for my news. Alright, old Mr. Ma, thank you, Xia Ruofei said. Not long after he hung up, the private butler of the presidential suite came to the room and respectfully informed Xia Ruofei that the car to send him to the airport had been arranged and he could leave now. Hence, Xia Ruofei went downstairs. The private butler had already completed the check-out procedures. Xia Ruofei only needed to sign when he left the presidential suite. As for his simple luggage, it was naturally carried downstairs by someone. When they reached the first floor, the Rolls-Royce Phantom for the presidential suite was already parked at the entrance of the hotel. The private butler opened the door for Xia Ruofei. After Xia Ruofei got in, she opened the door to the passenger seat and got in. The Rolls-Royce Phantom started and drove directly to Hongqiao International Airport. A black Mercedes-Benz had just arrived at the entrance of the airport departure hall. The private butler opened the car door for Xia Ruofei. When Xia Ruofei lowered his head and got out of the Rolls-Royce Phantom, he saw Lu Yu getting out of the Mercedes-Benz. Next to him, Lu Yu. Xia Ruofei smiled and greeted him. Lu Yu also saw Xia Ruofei at the same time. The corner of her mouth twitched slightly, and she nodded her head lightly in response to Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei was also used to Lu Yu's attitude. He just smiled and did not take it to heart. The private butler took Xia Ruofei's luggage from the trunk and handed it to Lu Yu's entourage. Then, he respectfully bade Xia Ruofei farewell and left. On the other side, Ma Xiong's entourage was carrying their luggage and leading them into the airport departure hall. They took Xia Ruofei and Lu Yu's identity cards and went straight to the VIP check-in counter to check in. Meanwhile, Xia Ruofei and Lu Yu stood at the side and waited. Xia Ruofei wanted to find something to chat about, but Lu Yu kept her head lowered and fiddled with her phone. She had no intention of responding to Xia Ruofei, so Xia Ruofei did not ask for a rebuff. As both of them only had their carry-on luggage, they didn't need to go through the check-in procedures, so the entourage quickly got their boarding passes. A uniformed personnel in ground clothes led Xia Ruofei and Lu Yu through the security check through the VIP passage. The entourage could only send them to the security check and wave goodbye to the two. When Xia Ruofei saw Lu Yu bidding farewell to the Hengfeng Group staff, he revealed a smile and was quite polite. The ground service staff led the two of them to the VIP waiting room, then politely left. There were only 3 to 5 people in the empty VIP lounge. Lu Yu pushed her luggage and found a seat far away from Xia Ruofei. She sat down and continued to play with her phone. Xia Ruofei smiled bitterly and shook his head. He didn't know how he had offended this girl again. He felt that Lu Yu's attitude towards him had improved a lot. Why did she back off now? A girl's thoughts were really hard to guess. Monica and Lu Yu were the same. Naturally, Xia Ruofei would not invite ridicule on himself. He found a seat nearby and sat down. He took out a book from his suitcase and read it while waiting to board the plane. The two of them had met at the entrance of the airport hall, but they had not spoken a word. The atmosphere was strange and awkward. After waiting for more than 20 minutes in the quiet VIP lounge, the boarding for Xia Ruofei's flight began. Hence, Xia Ruofei put the book back into his small suitcase and walked towards the gate with his boarding pass. Xia Ruofei saw Lu Yu walking over with her luggage, but he didn't stop to wait. Instead, he took his boarding pass and passed through the gate and walked onto the covered bridge. This was his temper. Since Lu Yu wasn't willing to talk to him, he naturally wouldn't be in a hurry to court her. Xia Ruofei did not look at the boarding pass carefully just now. He only realized that Ma Xiong had booked a first-class ticket for him when he arrived at the cabin entrance. No wonder he had boarded earlier than the usual time. Furthermore, there was a first-class flight attendant who immediately served him and led him to the first-class cabin. Xia Ruofei took out the books that he wanted to read during the journey and stuffed the small suitcase into the upper luggage compartment. The first-class seats were very spacious, and Xia Ruofei got a seat by the window. After he sat down, he adjusted the angle of the seat and found the most comfortable position. He leaned on the seat and casually flipped through the book. At this moment, Xia Ruofei smelled a fragrance. He turned around and saw Lu Yu walking over under the guidance of the air stewardess. Lu Yu's seat was actually right next to Xia Ruofei's. Xia Ruofei thought about it and felt at ease. Their tickets were booked together, and the same person had helped to change the boarding passes, so their seats were definitely connected. Seeing that Xia Ruofei's seat was next to hers, Lu Yu didn't say anything. She just frowned slightly and put her luggage away. She sat quietly beside Xia Ruofei and started to play with her phone. One of them was reading a book while the other was on her phone. Neither of them said a word. About half an hour after boarding, the passengers in the economy class had all boarded and the cabin door closed. After waiting for a while, the plane started to slide out. When the plane was moving forward on the runway, Xia Ruofei put the book aside, leaned back in the chair, and closed his eyes to rest. The plane entered the runway, accelerated, and took off. When the plane was still rising at a higher angle, Xia Ruofei opened his eyes. and saw that Lu Yu's phone screen was still lit from the corner of his eye. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but turn around and remind her softly, Lu Yu, you have to turn off your phone during the flight. Xia Ruofei's expression changed when he was halfway through his sentence. He saw that Lu Yu was not playing with her phone. Instead, her face was pale and her brows were slightly furrowed as she leaned back in her seat. There was even a pained expression on her face. P.S. Announcing the VIP reader group number, 2958488872, genuine readers are welcome. To join the group, after joining the group, you need to verify the screenshot of the full subscription. Xia Ruofei was shocked when he saw Lu Yu's pale face. He quickly asked, Lu Yu, what's wrong? Lu Yu's eyes were initially slightly closed. When she heard Xia Ruofei's voice, she opened her eyes and glanced at him. Then, she waved her hand weakly to show that she was fine. However, the more she acted this way, the more worried Xia Ruofei was. Could it be that he had some kind of acute illness? The plane had just taken off. It would be very dangerous if she were to catch an acute illness in the sky. Moreover, Lu Yu's face was really too scary. There was almost no color in it. Lu Yu, what's wrong with you? Xia Ruofei asked anxiously, where do you feel uncomfortable? Lu Yu frowned and said weakly, I already said I'm fine, don't worry about me. How can we do that? Your face is very pale, are you not feeling well? Xia Ruofei said, if it's serious, it's very dangerous in the sky. The plane has just taken off. If you really can't handle it, report to the crew. If you have to return, you have to return. You're so annoying. I already said it's fine. Can you let me rest for a while? Lu Yu's voice finally became louder. However, after she finished speaking, her brows furrowed even more tightly. She reached out to hold her lower abdomen, and the pained expression on her face became even more apparent. Xia Ruofei's gaze landed on Lu Yu's hand and he had a guess. Lu Yu could feel Xia Ruofei's gaze and her pale face started to blush. She glared at Xia Ruofei and said, where are you looking? Lu Yu, do you have a stomachache? Xia Ruofei tried to probe. Lu Yu's face turned red again. She avoided his gaze and said, you don't need to care. When Xia Ruofei saw Lu Yu's reaction, he basically confirmed his guess. He didn't mind Lu Yu's bad attitude. Wanwan had never been nice to him before. Besides, her relatives were here. It was normal for her to be in a bad mood. However, Xia Ruofei felt that Lu Yu's menstrual pain was not just serious. From her pale face and the beads of sweat on her forehead, he knew that she must be in great pain. During the take-off phase, as the plane climbed higher, the air pressure in the cabin would change. This would already bring about some discomfort, not to mention that Lu Yu's symptoms were so serious. This made things even worse. Seeing Lu Yu clutching her stomach in pain, Xia Ruofei's heart softened. He unbuckled his seatbelt and stood up. There was an air stewardess sitting not far from the first-class cabin. When she saw Xia Ruofei stand up, she quickly said, Sir, the plane is still in the climbing phase. The captain has not removed the seatbelt warning light. Please stay in your seat and fasten your seatbelt to avoid any danger. Xia Ruofei could only sit down helplessly. He said to Lu Yu in a low voice, just bear with it for a while. I'll go get you some medicine after the plane levels down. Lu Yu's eyes were slightly closed, and her brows were tightly knitted. She raised her hand weakly at Xia Ruofei to show that she understood. Xia Ruofei looked at Lu Yu worriedly and then fastened his seat belt again. It was not his first time on a plane, but he felt that today's climb was particularly long. The plane's angle of elevation slowly decreased until it was finally flat. After a while, the safety belt warning light went off with a ding. Xia Ruofei unbuckled his seat belt and stood up almost immediately. Lu Yu raised her head slightly and looked at Xia Ruofei. She felt a warm current in her heart. The first-class seats were more spacious. Xia Ruofei quietly stepped over Lu Yu's legs and walked to the pantry in front. The air stewardesses had also unbuckled their seat belts and were busy preparing meals. The flight from Xincheng to Sanshan was not long, so they had to hurry up and provide food for the passengers. The purser saw Xia Ruofei walking over and quickly stepped forward to greet him. With a professional smile on his face, he asked softly, "Sir, what can I do for you?" "Hello, do you have red sugar here?" Xia Ruofei asked. "My friend isn't feeling well, please make me a cup of brown sugar water." The purser immediately understood and nodded with a smile. "All right, please wait a moment." Xia Ruofei thought for a while and said, "Sorry to trouble you. You can just put it here after you're done. I'll go to the bathroom and bring it over later." "All right," he said. "Thank you." After Xia Ruofei finished speaking, he pushed open the door and walked into the first-class washroom that was one aisle away from the lunchbox. After locking the door, Xia Ruofei quickly summoned the spirit map scroll from his palm. Then, he used his mind to communicate with the space. Very quickly, he retrieved the stainless steel, flat wine pot that was filled with the petal solution. Xia Ruofei kept the painting in his palm and hid the stainless steel wine pot in his sleeve. He then pushed open the bathroom door and walked out. The stewardess had already prepared the brown sugar water. A glass was filled with warm water mixed with brown sugar. Xia Ruofei expressed his gratitude to her, then took the glass of brown sugar water and walked back. Other than Xia Ruofei and Lu Yu, there was only a fatty in the first-class cabin. At this moment, the fatty had fallen asleep in his seat. There was a curtain separating the first class and economy class, so when Xia Ruofei's back was facing the air stewardesses, it almost blocked all their vision. He moved his arm without a trace, and the stainless steel wine pot slid into his palm. Xia Ruofei used his thumb to push the wine pot open slightly, while paying attention to the movements in front and behind him. He dripped 5 or 6 drops of the flower petal solution into the glass. Then, he used his thumb to adjust the mouth of the wine pot and put his hand in his pocket. The stainless steel wine pot fell into his pocket without a sound. Xia Ruofei stepped over Lu Yu's legs and returned to his seat. Then, he turned around and placed the brown sugar water on the small table in front of Lu Yu. He said softly, "Lu Yu, drink some water." Warm water with red sugar. Lu Yu looked at the cup of hot brown sugar water and said to Xia Ruofei with a complicated expression, "Thank you. Don't talk so much. Drink it while it's hot." Xia Ruofei smiled. Lu Yu nodded. She reached out for the cup of brown sugar water and drank it all in small sips. Seeing that Lu Yu had finished it all, Xia Ruofei felt a little more at ease. Even if it could not completely cure Lu Yu's problem, it could at least alleviate the pain. Xia Ruofei picked up the book beside him and started reading quietly. After Lu Yu drank the red sugar water that was mixed with the flower petal solution, she soon felt a small stream of heat in her stomach. The warm feeling was very comfortable. This heat gradually spread from his lower abdomen to his entire body. Unknowingly, the waves of bone-piercing pain began to slowly ease. After a while, Lu Yu could no longer feel any pain. She also found it very magical. This illness had been with her for many years. During these few days of each month, she would be in so much pain that she would wish she were dead. She had used the beginner trick of brown sugar water countless times, but the effect was minimal each time. Why did the brown sugar water become a panacea today? Could it be because of him? Lu Yu thought about it and couldn't help but turn to look at Xia Ruofei. At this moment, Xia Ruofei was reading a book and did not notice Lu Yu's gaze. Lu Yu saw that Xia Ruofei was reading a book very seriously. The sunlight from the porthole shone in, covering his side profile with a layer of light. It was like a silhouette, and the lines on his face were much gentler. Lu Yu tilted her head and thought for a while. She was still a little embarrassed to ask. She twisted her body slightly, and her expression changed slightly. She quickly picked up her handbag, unbuckled her seat belt, got up, and walked to the bathroom. Xia Ruofei only raised his eyes to look at Lu Yu before he immersed himself in his book again. Very soon, Lu Yu came out of the bathroom and returned to her seat. Ever since she boarded the plane today, the excruciating pain had been with her almost all the time, making her feel very tired. Now that the pain was gone, Lu Yu soon felt sleepy. She leaned back in her chair and slowly closed her eyes. Soon, she fell into a deep sleep. Xia Ruofei was very confident in his flower petal solution. Hence, after seeing Lu Yu drink the brown sugar water, he did not observe her condition. Just as Xia Ruofei was engrossed in reading, he suddenly felt a light touch on his right shoulder. Then, a head leaned on his shoulder. Xia Ruofei turned his head and realized that Lu Yu had fallen asleep. For some reason, she was sitting in such a spacious and well-wrapped first-class seat, but she could turn half of her body upside down. Now, her head was resting on Xia Ruofei's shoulder. Xia Ruofei knew that Lu Yu was also very tired, so he did not dare to move at all, afraid that he would wake her up. It was not comfortable to keep the same position, but Xia Ruofei had taken part in the sniper's ambush training when he was in the army. He had passed the hellish training where he had to lie on the ground for a whole day in a hot and humid camouflage suit. This situation was nothing to him. Xia Ruofei kept his upper body still and put down the book with his left hand. Then, he pressed the summon button on the armrest of his chair. Soon, a first-class flight attendant came to their seats and asked Xia Ruofei what he needed. "My friend is asleep. Please get me a blanket, thank you," Xia Ruofei said softly. The air stewardess immediately nodded, and the blanket was quickly sent over. Xia Ruofei could not move his body easily, so he asked the stewardess to cover Lu Yu with the blanket carefully. The rest of the journey was boring. Xia Ruofei couldn't move at all. After sitting for a while, he couldn't help but lower his head and look at Lu Yu. Lu Yu's breathing was very stable, and her expression was rather calm. It was obvious that her lower abdomen no longer hurt. At such a close distance, Xia Ruofei could clearly see the snow-white skin and long eyelashes on Lu Yu's face. All of a sudden, the plane that had been flying steadily all this time suddenly sank without any warning. P.S. Reporting to my brothers and sisters, from today onwards, it will be changed to a 3,000 word chapter, with 2 chapters a day. One steel gun had always been writing 3,000 word chapters. This New book was still not used to 2,000-word chapters after more than 2 months, so he decided to change it back. This way, even though there was one less chapter, the word count would still be at least 6,000 words, which was the same as before. Please understand. Thank you. By the way, this chapter was a large, turbulent flow in the clear sky. This caught everyone off guard, because the flight was very stable, and the sky was clear. Therefore, the sudden fall was quite sudden, and no one was mentally prepared. What was worse was that, because the plane was flying steadily, the seatbelt warning light was not lit up, so many people had to unbuckle their seatbelts. For example, Xia Ruofei and Lu Yu had stood up and left their seats after the plane ride. They did not put on their seatbelts when they returned. The plane was falling at a great speed. Under the effect of inertia, many passengers who did not wear their seat belts and the busy flight attendants were directly lifted into the air. Naturally, Xia Ruofei and Lu Yu could not resist the force of inertia and were instantly sent flying from their seats. Xia Ruofei's reaction was still far beyond that of an ordinary person. In that split second, he almost subconsciously reached out to hug Lu Yu, because he knew that Lu Yu was in a sleeping state without any defense and was most likely to be seriously injured. At this moment, Xia Ruofei did not have time to think. It was all done subconsciously. He only had time to hold Lu Yu tightly before he was slammed into the ceiling of the cabin. Even though Xia Ruofei's physical fitness was outstanding, such a crash still made him dizzy. Especially since he only had time to take care of Lu Yu. He didn't have the time to make any self-protection actions. Therefore, the back of his head hit the ceiling. For a moment, he saw stars and almost fainted. And he was hugging Lu Yu. Lu Yu's head also hit his chest heavily. And he almost fainted. In such a situation, Lu Yu naturally woke up immediately. In her daze, she didn't realize what had happened at all. She felt that her body was already in the air, and a pair of big hands were holding her tightly. A masculine aura hit her in the face. Then, the seats in the cabin appeared in her field of vision. These seats were all below her, and all kinds of hysterical screams rang in her ears. The next moment, the cabin seats began to rapidly enlarge in his eyes. This was because the plane had already stopped falling. The force of inertia had disappeared, and gravity was back in effect. All the people who had been directly and ruthlessly stuck to the ceiling just now began to fall back down to the ground. Xia Ruofei gritted his teeth and endured the pain all over his body. He twisted his waist in the air and forcefully turned his body around. He was now in a position where Lu Yu was on top and he was on the bottom. Then, the two of them fell down heavily. With a thud, Xia Ruofei's waist hit the mahogany arm of the chair. It was so painful that tears almost came out of his eyes. Furthermore, he had once again become Lu Yu's meat cushion. The two of them didn't have any time to react. Lu Yu was on top of Xia Ruofei, and their lips were even touching. However, there was no romantic atmosphere. Xia Ruofei only felt a burning pain on his lips. It was obvious that Lu Yu's teeth had knocked against his. As for what it felt like when Lu Yu's red lips landed on his, Xia Ruofei had no memory of it at all. Not only that, but Lu Yu's entire body was on top of Xia Ruofei. This time, Xia Ruofei felt something soft to the touch. However, he was not in the mood to let his imagination run wild, because he felt that his waist was about to break. Lu Yu, who looked so slim, seemed to be as heavy as 1,000 pounds at this moment. Xia Ruofei was almost out of breath. It might take a long time to describe, but in fact, this series of accidents happened in just 2 or 3 seconds. As a man, protecting the woman beside him was a subconscious reaction, Xia Ruofei included. Lu Yu only came back to her senses after she was heavily pressed against Xia Ruofei. At this time, the cabin was a mess. All kinds of painful moans and cries were heard one after another. Many people in the flight crew were injured, and Ying Luo and the others were all working standing, unlike some passengers who had their seat belts on. So when the sudden fall happened, almost all of them were thrown up by inertia. What frightened everyone more was not the pain on their bodies. The plane was now at an altitude of 10,000 meters, and the sudden fall just now had made them lose their souls. Could there be something wrong with the plane? If anything happened at this height, he would die without an intact body. At this moment, the cabin's broadcast rang out. Everyone heard the captain's calm voice, "Dear passengers, the plane just encountered turbulence in the clear sky, so there was a huge jolt. We have now flown out of the turbulence zone, so please do not panic. The plane is in normal condition." The captain paused for a moment and continued, "Flight crew, please check the passengers' injuries and treat them immediately. Passengers with medical experience, please assist the flight crew, thank you." The captain's announcement calmed many people down. It also made Lu Yu realize that she was still on top of Xia Ruofei. At this moment, their bodies were very close, almost face to face and mouth to mouth. Lu Yu's face heated up, and she quickly got off Xia Ruofei. It was only then that Lu Yu realized that Xia Ruofei's waist was firmly pressed against the solid wood arm of the chair. At this moment, he was already grimacing in pain and his face was a little pale. Although everything had happened in a flash, Lu Yu had already realized that Xia Ruofei had protected her. She was unscathed, but Xia Ruofei had fallen so badly. Suddenly, she felt the softest part of her heart being touched. "Xia Ruofei, how are you?" Lu Yu asked with concern. Then, she went forward to help him up. Xia Ruofei quickly called out, Don T, don't touch me first. I might hurt my lumbar spine." Lu Yu was so frightened that she retracted her hand and asked, "Then what should we do?" Xia Ruofei tried to move on his own and suddenly felt a sharp pain from the back of his waist. It was so painful that he gasped. It was possible that his bones were really injured. Lu Yu was at a loss. At this moment, she suddenly saw that the back of the seat Xia Ruofei was leaning against was stained with blood. She was so frightened that she cried out, "Xia Ruofei, your head is bleeding too." "I'm fine. Don't be afraid," Xia Ruofei forced a smile and said to Lu Yu. Lu Yu was already crying. She said, I'll get someone to help." "Don't," Xia Ruofei said. "You help me slowly. I want to get up first." "Your waist," Lu Yu hesitated and said. If his lumbar spine was injured, he definitely couldn't move it at will, or it could easily cause more serious damage. "Don't worry, slow down," Xia Ruofei said. Oh, Lu Yu walked over. Xia Ruofei also reached out and slowly supported himself on the seat. Lu Yu hugged Xia Ruofei's upper body from behind and slowly helped him up. Xia Ruofei's entire weight fell on Lu Yu. Xia Ruofei could feel the soft elasticity. Although his waist was in excruciating pain, he could not help but feel his heart flutter. However, Lu Yu was completely unaware. All her attention was on Xia Ruofei as she carefully supported him. Xia Ruofei slowly exerted his strength and moved bit by bit. Finally, with Lu Yu's help, he sat on the chair. "I'll go get the flight attendant," Lu Yu said. After saying that, Lu Yu immediately got up and walked to the flight attendant's lunchbox. As she walked, she shouted, "Flight attendant, someone's injured." Xia Ruofei took the opportunity when Lu Yu left to take out the flat wine bottle from his pocket. He opened the lid and took a few big gulps of the flower petal solution. Then, Xia Ruofei quickly closed the bottle cap and stuffed the small jug into his pocket. Very quickly, an air stewardess followed Lu Yu over. The air stewardess's face was also bruised. It was obvious that she had also been injured during the fall. "Teacher, how are you?" the air stewardess asked. "He injured the back of his head and his waist," Lu Yu replied. "His head is still bleeding, and his waist injury seems to be very serious. Quickly get a doctor to take a look," the air stewardess said. "We've already made the announcement twice. There are no professional doctors among the passengers on this flight, but we've all learned first aid knowledge. Let me deal with this gentleman first. The captain has already contacted the ground. There will be doctors and an ambulance as soon as we land. Then hurry up. The back of his head is bleeding," Lu Yu said anxiously. "All right." The air stewardess walked over and said, "Sir, let me check your wound." Xia Ruofei squeezed out a smile and said, "Thank you for your hard work. I think I got injured when I hit the ceiling just now. It's at the back of my head. Just get me some hemostatic and bandage it." With that, Xia Ruofei lifted his head slightly. Lu Yu hurriedly squeezed in front of Xia Ruofei and held his shoulders. This way, Xia Ruofei's face was buried in Lu Yu's collarbone. He instantly felt a delicate fragrance assail his nose. After taking the petal solution, the pain started to ease. The components of the strange flower petals entered his body and quickly began to repair Xia Ruofei's injured parts. Hence, Xia Ruofei began to have the leisure to let his thoughts run wild. Being held in the arms of a young and beautiful woman, his nose filled with the delicate fragrance of her body, and his shoulders touching her body from time to time, any normal man would be tempted at this moment. The air stewardess quickly found the wound. After applying the hemostatic, she wrapped a white bandage around Xia Ruofei. At first glance, Xia Ruofei looked like a brave and wounded soldier in a revolutionary movie. Fortunately, the air stewardess came in time. If she had waited a little longer, the small wound would have healed by itself. The effect of the petals of the red mist flower was indeed so heaven-defying. After treating the wound on her head, the flight attendant said with some difficulty, "Sir, we don't dare to treat your back injury easily. And we don't have the medical facilities to do so. You'll have to bear with it for a while. When the plane lands, there will be a specialized surgeon coming on the plane to treat you. How can you guys be like this?" Lu Yu was anxious when she heard this. "Are you just going to leave him behind like this? You're too irresponsible. We really don't have the ability to handle it," the stewardess quickly explained. Xia Ruofei waved his hand and said, "Lu Yu, forget it. Let's understand each other. After all, the conditions on the plane are limited, and you see, this stewardess is also injured. Just now, they were working while standing, so I'm afraid her injuries are not lighter than ours." The air stewardess almost burst into tears when she heard that. Almost all of them were injured. One of them had a fracture and another had a cervical spine injury. they were all very serious. However, the lightly injured passengers were busy dealing with the aftermath, and many of the passengers with minor injuries were very agitated. They were very harsh to them, and they criticized and even cursed them for no reason. Even though this was their job, they naturally felt very aggrieved. Xia Ruofei's words seemed to have hit the nail on the head. She sobbed and said, "Thank you for your understanding." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Hurry up and do your other things." Thank you. Thank you," the air stewardess said. She bowed to Xia Ruofei seriously and then turned to leave. Xia Ruofei smiled at Lu Yu and said, "Actually, communication between people can be very simple. Put yourself in my shoes and understand each other, right?" If it was in the past, Lu Yu would definitely refute Xia Ruofei subconsciously. However, this time, she only nodded silently. Lu Yu also sat down beside Xia Ruofei. She looked at Xia Ruofei with a complicated expression and asked, "You were in the army before, and your physical fitness is so good. If you didn't protect me, you wouldn't have suffered such serious injuries, right? Why did you save me when your attitude towards me is so bad?" The second chapter is a 3,600 word. Those who still have monthly votes, please support Steel Gun. Thank you. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "It's a subconscious reaction. Why do you have so many whys? Besides, isn't it natural for a boy to take care of a girl?" Lu Yu nodded silently. After a while, she said softly, "Thank you." Xia Ruofei grinned. He felt that this half-lying position was a little uncomfortable. He held the armrest and wanted to adjust it a little. However, with just a slight movement, he immediately felt a pain in the back of his waist. He couldn't help but gasp. Looks like he's really hurt, Xia Ruofei thought. It had been 2 or 3 minutes since he had drunk the petal solution. If it was an ordinary injury, he would have been much better. Now, he had only recovered slightly, but the pain was still very intense. This meant that the collision just now was very serious, and it was very likely that his bone was broken or even fractured. Seeing this, Lu Yu quickly asked, "How are you? Will it work? Should I get the air stewardess to come over and take a look?" Don't, Xia Ruofei said hurriedly. "They're so busy now. Don't bother them. Besides, they can't do anything even if they come." "You're pretty good at protecting women," Lu Yu looked at Xia Ruofei and said. "This is one of my few good points," Xia Ruofei chuckled. Tisk. Lu Yu looked at Xia Ruofei with disdain and couldn't help but burst out laughing. "I'm fine, don't worry," Xia Ruofei said. "I think it's just a hard injury. I feel better now. I don't think my bones are hurt, really?" Lu Yu didn't quite believe it. Xia Ruofei did not look like he was suffering from a serious injury. It was as if his lumbar spine had been fractured and he could not move at all. "I know medicine, why would I lie to you?" Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "I saw that you were quite tired just now. You should take a nap now." "Right, remember to put on your seat belt first." "No, I'm not sleeping anymore. I was scared just now. So I'm not sleepy anymore." Lu Yu said, "I can take care of you if I'm awake. What if you need to go to the toilet or something, can you help me in?" Xia Ruofei chuckled as he looked at Lu Yu. Lu Yu's face blushed. She immediately stood up and said, "Sure. Who asked you to get injured while trying to save me?" Do you want to go to the bathroom now? I can help you there now. Xia Ruofei quickly waved his hand. No, no, no. I need to rest a little longer. It's not easy for me to recover. A little. Don't break my back again. When Xia Ruofei said this, he suddenly felt that it was inappropriate. This sentence was ambiguous. He hurriedly stole a glance at Lu Yu, but Lu Yu didn't seem to hear anything. She just replied with an "oh" and sat back down. Man, it's a good thing this girl is innocent. Xia Ruofei thought. Then why don't you sleep for a while? Lu Yu said, it doesn't hurt so much when I'm asleep. Alright, I'll close my eyes for a while. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, you should rest too. Even if you can't sleep, you can just close your eyes and rest. Xia Ruofei closed his eyes. After a while, he felt uncomfortable all over and could not help but open his eyes. As expected, he realized that Lu Yu was staring at him. Seeing Xia Ruofei suddenly open his eyes, Lu Yu blushed and quickly looked away. Xia Ruofei smiled and asked, why are you looking at me? Didn't I ask you to rest for a while? I'm just afraid that something might happen to you. Lu Yu's face was slightly red as she said this. I'll call you if I need anything. I can't sleep with you staring at me like this, Xia Ruofei said, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. I know, you should go to sleep, Lu Yu said. After she finished speaking, she leaned back in her chair and closed her eyes. Xia Ruofei shook his head with a bitter smile and continued to rest. As time passed, Xia Ruofei could not fall asleep. He could feel the petal solution entering his body and healing his injuries. The back of his head and the other parts of his body that had been injured were basically no longer in pain. As for the back of his waist, which was the most seriously injured, the pain had also been greatly alleviated. There should not be any major problems. The plane finally descended slowly and finally landed smoothly at Chongqing International Airport. Probably taking into account the number of injured people on board, the captain was particularly careful with today's landing. The landing process was very smooth, and there was almost no bump at the moment of contact. After the plane landed, a burst of applause sounded in the cabin when they encountered the turbulence in the clear sky at an altitude of 10,000 meters. Many people thought that they would die here. After experiencing those thrilling seconds, everyone felt like they had survived a disaster. The plane went through the runway and returned to the parking spot that was arranged in advance. Through the porthole, he could see that several ambulances had already stopped on the tarmac, and the gangway car was also the first to approach. After the cabin door opened, a group of medical staff in white coats quickly boarded the plane with first aid kits and stretchers. The air stewardess who had come over to dress Xia Ruofei's wound quickly brought a doctor over and said, Doctor, this gentleman has injured his waist. Please give him a check. Lu Yu also quickly stood up to make room for the doctor. In fact, Xia Ruofei had already recovered by 70 to 80%. There was only a dull pain in the back of his waist. It was no longer as unbearable as the previous injury. His injured lower back spine must have recovered. Hence, Xia Ruofei said, Doctor, I don't think it's a big deal. It was really painful when I hit my head. I'm much better now. I don't think I hurt my bones. How can it be no big deal? Lu Yu, who was at the side, immediately shouted, You couldn't even move just now. The doctor immediately took it seriously and said, Sir, let me check it first. This waist injury can be light or heavy. If it's not treated in time, it may aggravate the injury and cause half of the body to be paralyzed. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, I'm really fine. It's probably just a minor injury. You see, there's no problem for me to act now. Xia Ruofei slowly stood up. With the help of the armrest, the doctor came over and asked Xia Ruofei where he was injured. He pressed down on his wound and asked Xia Ruofei to do a few movements. Xia Ruofei completed them easily and did not feel any pain. The doctor was also slightly relieved and said, I don't think your bones are injured, but to be safe, you should come back with us to the hospital for a checkup. Even if it's just a normal muscle strain, it still needs to be treated. Forget it. It's not a big deal, Xia Ruofei said. How can we do that? You must go to the hospital, Lu Yu said. The air stewardess also advised, Sir, you should go to the hospital for a check-up. Our airline will bear all the related expenses. There's really no need for that. I've studied Chinese medicine before. I'll probably be fine after applying some ointment for injuries caused by falls and bruises. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, It's too troublesome to go to the hospital. I still have things to do when I get home. Xia Ruofei, Lu Yu still wanted to persuade her, but Xia Ruofei interrupted her and said, Lu Yu, you still don't believe in my medical skills? I said I'm fine, so don't worry. Lu Yu also thought of Xia Ruofei's miraculous treatment of Huan's autism and how he saved Ma Xiong from a deep coma, from a severe cerebral hemorrhage. She felt more at ease. After hesitating for a while, she nodded slightly to show that she respected Xia Ruofei's opinion. The doctor had examined Xia Ruofei's waist and had a general idea of the situation. He knew that the problem should not be too serious, so when he saw that Xia Ruofei insisted on not going to the hospital, he did not try to persuade him anymore. There were still many injured people waiting to be treated. The air stewardess took the doctor directly to economy class. Before she left, the air stewardess even registered Xia Ruofei and Lu Yu's contact details. She said that when the investigation results were out, the airline would compensate the injured passengers. Although the air accident insurance would not necessarily compensate for the injuries caused by force majeure, as an airline company, it would definitely give an explanation to the injured passengers. Otherwise, it would really be the target of thousands of people. After the air stewardess and the doctor left, Lu Yu stared blankly at the mahogany armrests of the first-class seats. She was in disbelief. She had fallen from such a high place and hit the edge of the armrests. Furthermore, both of their weights were on Xia Ruofei. How could he be fine? The pained expression from before was not an act. Could it really be the hard wound that Xia Ruofei had mentioned? A heart injury was a very painful injury, but it did not hurt the root. The pain would be greatly relieved after a while. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, Why are you in a daze? We can get off now. Oh, Lu Yu finally came back to her senses. My back still feels a little uncomfortable. Please help me take my luggage down, Xia Ruofei said. All right, wait a moment, Lu Yu said. She stepped over Xia Ruofei's legs and opened the luggage compartment. She took Xia Ruofei's small suitcase down and then her own suitcase. She helped Xia Ruofei to the seat at the cabin door and sat down. Then, she walked back to her seat and pushed their small luggage toward the cabin door. An air stewardess saw this and quickly came over to help with the luggage. Lu Yu supported Xia Ruofei and carefully walked down the accommodation ladder. Lu Yu grabbed Xia Ruofei's wrist. with one hand and supported the other under his armpit. This way, Xia Ruofei's large arm and half of his back were tightly pressed against Lu Yu's chest. However, Lu Yu was completely unaware. She was afraid that Xia Ruofei would fall again, so her body was very close to him. On one hand, Xia Ruofei was reminiscing about the soft and bouncy touch. On the other hand, he felt a little guilty. His injuries had recovered faster than Lu Yu had imagined. Actually, if he was a little slower now, it should not be a problem for him to walk down the accommodation ladder alone. However, his current state was already unbelievable to Lu Yu. She felt that Xia Ruofei's injuries couldn't be so light. If he appeared to be more relaxed, he would really scare her. Hence, Xia Ruofei had to pretend to the end. Just like that, they got down the accommodation ladder and got on the shuttle bus. Then, they walked to the exit passageway. Along the way, Xia Ruofei walked over with Lu Yu's help. Their luggage was pushed over by the ground service personnel. As first-class passengers, they were already entitled to VIP treatment. When they walked out of the departure hall, a Toyota nanny car sent by Hengfeng Group's Sanshan office was already waiting at the door. The driver was standing next to the car and looking around. When he saw Xia Ruofei's state, he quickly came over to help. The two of them helped Xia Ruofei into the car. Xia Ruofei's farm and the airport were both in Chongping County, so the car naturally dropped him off first and then sent Lu Yu back to the city. The Toyota was driving steadily on the way to Taoyuan Farm. Lu Yu looked at Xia Ruofei and suddenly said, "By the way, after school reopens, Yaya would like to visit your farm." "No problem. You're always welcome to come." Xia Ruofei smiled and asked, "Oh right, why did you mention Jiangyu at the auction yesterday?" Lu Yu glanced at Xia Ruofei and asked, "Did I say that? Why are you acting dumb?" Xia Ruofei said, "I heard it from you last night, okay?" Lu Yu looked at Xia Ruofei with a half-smile and suddenly asked, "What? If I say that Yaya has a crush on you? What would you do?" Xia Ruofei was stunned for a moment and said, "Are you kidding me? I've only met her twice, and the other time was in the pharmacy, where you were there. What secret love? But you've only met that Caucasian girl once. Didn't they also get along well?" Lu Yu pouted. "What does this have to do with anything?" Xia Ruofei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Monica and I are just ordinary friends." As Xia Ruofei spoke, he couldn't help but think of the amorous scene at the top-floor restaurant in the afternoon, and his voice became unconfident. "Feeling guilty?" Lu Yu laughed. "Who's guilty? Who's guilty?" Xia Ruofei was stubborn. Then, he said seriously, "I've been educated by the party for many years. I'm famous for being upright. In the army, I even had to study ideology and politics to be an advanced individual. Say, how could a person with such upright values fool around with a foreign girl?" Lu Yu rolled her eyes and said, "Continue." "All right, actually, I'm a normal person too," Xia Ruofei sighed. "But Monica and I are really innocent. Heaven and earth can bear witness." All right. You're going to swear to the heavens later, right?" Lu Yu said, "In any case, I already knew that not many of a man's words are true. It's already good enough if you can believe 1 in 10. You see," Lu Yu said, "the moment I mentioned Yaya, you deliberately changed the topic. How cunning." Xia Ruofei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "You're the one who's blaming Monica, okay? How did I change the topic? Did I?" Too much. Try to recall carefully, who was it that changed the topic? Xia Ruofei said. Even if it's me, it's because of you. Lu Yu argued irrationally. If you didn't flirt with that Caucasian girl, would I have thought of this? Fine. Xia Ruofei finally understood that he could never win by reasoning with a woman. He wisely shut his mouth. However, Lu Yu continued to ask, you haven't said anything yet. What would you do if Yaya really had a crush on you? This is impossible, I'm saying if. What else can I do? He pretended not to know. I don't even know her well. To be honest, I don't even remember what she looks like. Xia Ruofei said seriously. You're so heartless. Lu Yu glanced at Xia Ruofei and said. Xia Ruofei was completely speechless. It just didn't seem right. Either you're heartless, or you're a playboy. There must be one that suits you. The road from the airport to Taoyuan Farm was not far. The Toyota nanny car arrived at the villa's entrance. Very quickly. The driver got out of the car and jogged around the front of the car, ready to help Xia Ruofei out. Lu Yu had also stood up in advance to help Xia Ruofei. I'm fine, I'm fine. I'm much better now. You don't have to help me, Xia Ruofei said hurriedly. Are you sure you can do it? Lu Yu asked doubtfully. How can a man say no? Xia Ruofei blurted. TSK. Hooligan, Lu Yu lowered his head and said. Hence, she did not bother about Xia Ruofei. She handed Xia Ruofei's luggage to the driver and sat down. Xia Ruofei got out of the car slowly. At this time, Yi Lingyun and Peng Hao, who were both in the villa, heard the sound of the car and came out. When they saw Xia Ruofei's head wrapped in bandages and staggering, they could not help but be shocked and quickly went up to him. Brother Xia, what's wrong? Yi Lingyun asked immediately. Seeing Xia Ruofei's sorry state, Peng Hao could not help but laugh. Ruofei, how did you become like this after you went to Shenqing City? Your sister. Xia Ruofei said, little fatty, you're too heartless. I'm so injured, and you're still laughing? I'm sorry, Peng Hao said with a smile. I wanted to make a pained expression, but I couldn't help but laugh when I saw your heroic appearance. I'll deduct your salary if you keep laughing. Xia Ruofei said, aren't you going to help me with my luggage? Peng Hao took the luggage from the chauffeur with a smile while Yi Lingyun came forward to help Xia Ruofei. It's fine, Lingyun, you don't need to help me, Xia Ruofei waved his hand. He thought for a while and turned back to Lu Yu, who was in the car, and said, Lu Yu, wait for me. I have something to give you, oh. Xia Ruofei walked back to the mansion with Peng Hao and Yi Lingyun. He asked Peng Hao to help carry the luggage upstairs to the bedroom and told them to go about their own business. He locked the doors and windows and summoned the spirit map scroll from his palm. Xia Ruofei connected to the space with his mind and quickly took out a porcelain bottle and a bottle of herbal tea. Xia Ruofei had prepared these in advance in the medium for emergency preparation. The herbal tea was the kind of common red jar herbal tea sold in the market. The porcelain bottle contained a concentrated petal solution. The volume of this bottle was about 300 to 400 milliliters. And it directly integrated an entire strange flower petal. However, Xia Ruofei had divided the concentrated petal solution into 3 porcelain bottles, so it contained about 1/3 of the flower petal. Xia Ruofei opened the can and poured the herbal tea into the porcelain bottle until it was almost full. Then, he closed the lid and shook it. Gently. Xia Ruofei kept the painting in his body, then slowly walked downstairs with the porcelain bottle in hand. He came to the Toyota nanny car outside the villa. Lu, you didn't stay in the car the entire time. She had already gotten out of the car and was looking at the scenery of the farm in boredom. Xia Ruofei passed the porcelain bottle to Lu Yu and said, "Take it." "What's this?" Lu Yu took the porcelain bottle and asked, in confusion. "Once a day," Xia Ruofei said. "Drink it 3 times. Then, your stomachache will be solved." With that, Xia Ruofei turned around and walked back. Lu Yu's face was a little hot. She held the porcelain bottle tightly in her hand, and a strange light flashed in her beautiful eyes. She looked at Xia Ruofei's back, which was still staggering, and muttered to herself, "Is it really that godly? You can even cure this kind of illness?" Lu Yu returned to the car, and the Toyota started again and drove toward the city. Lu Yu looked at the porcelain bottle in her hand again, and a warm current flowed through her heart. She couldn't help but think of the dangerous scene that happened 10,000 meters in the air. She thought of the thick arms that hugged her tightly after she woke up from her sleep, and the body of flesh and blood that did all she could to protect her. A layer of mist covered her eyes. Just as Xia Ruofei was about to enter the courtyard, he heard someone call out from behind him, "Boss, you're back." He turned around and saw Cao Taishu striding toward him. Seeing Xia Ruofei's current state, Cao Taishu couldn't help but be stunned. He quickly asked, "Yo, boss, what's wrong? How did you get injured like this?" "Oh, I'm fine. I was jolted on the plane and accidentally hit my head," Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Then, he frowned and asked, "Old Chow, why are you at the farm? Didn't I ask you to take care of sister-in-law in the hospital? What are you doing here?" Cao Taishu scratched his head and laughed, "Boss, today's the vegetable transplanting day, how can I not come? My wife is fine. My son hasn't started school yet. He's taking care of him in the hospital. That won't do. You have to be more concerned about sister-in-law at this time." Xia Ruofei said, "The farm will be fine without you. Let's go back, boss, I'm really fine." Cao Taishu quickly said, "The ointment you gave me 2 days ago was very effective. My wife's recovery speed is so fast that even the doctor said it was incredible. My wife asked me to come back and help today. She even told me to thank you properly." The ointment that Xia Ruofei had given Cao Taishu was mixed with flower petal solution. Although it was not a lot, it would definitely increase the recovery speed of broken bones. Xia Ruofei did not dare to put too much in it. Otherwise, it would be like what happened today. If his fractured lumbar spine could recover more or less in just over an hour, that would be too shocking. It's good that it's effective. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "By the way, have you finished the ointment? If it's not enough, I'll make you some more." "No need, boss. There's enough," Cao Taishu said. "Alright, tell me when you're done," Xia Ruofei said and continued to ask, "Oh right, how's the transplanting going today?" "Everything is going smoothly. We have 10 people here, and we are almost done with our work." Cao Taishu said, "Boss, those vegetable seedlings are really growing too well and too quickly. It's a good thing that we transplanted them today. Otherwise, they would definitely be too big on the 7th or 8th day of the new year." "So fast? You're done transplanting them all?" Xia Ruofei was also surprised. "You guys are too efficient." Hee, the boss has a high salary and good benefits. Everyone has endless energy. Chow Tai-shu chuckled and said, we came here at 6 in the morning. We didn't go home in the afternoon. We ate something and continued to work, so, sigh. You guys are too hard on yourselves. Xia Ruofei shook his head. With that, Xia Ruofei turned around and shouted, little fatty. Come out for a moment. They're coming. Peng Hao's chubby figure appeared at the villa's entrance and quickly walked out of the courtyard. Little fatty, old Chow and the others are working overtime on New Year's Day. It's been very hard on them. Xia Ruofei said, go and prepare 10 red packets, 500 yuan each. Go to the greenhouse and distribute them to everyone. Also, when you're making the wage list, don't forget to include today's overtime pay. All right. Peng Hao replied. Boss, you can't do that, Chow Tai-shu quickly said, you already gave me a red packet during the new year. Xia Ruofei waved his hand and said, old Chow, this is just a small token of my appreciation. You don't have to reject it. Everyone has plenty of food and drink at home during the new year. I won't treat everyone to a meal. Also, I'm still injured, so I won't be going to the greenhouse. Help me keep an eye on it. Don't worry, boss. I'll be at the greenhouse. Chow Tai-shu said, but this red packet, this matter is settled. Old Chow, I have to go back to rest. You go back to the greenhouse. Let's finish this quickly and go home. Xia Ruofei said. After saying that, he turned around and walked back. This, Chow Tai-shu said helplessly, then thank you, boss. Xia Ruofei turned around and waved at Chow Tai-shu. Then walked back to the villa. Peng Hao took care of the red packets, and Xia Ruofei went straight upstairs to his bedroom. Ying Ying's injuries had not healed yet, and he had to drink some more petal solution. He had not taken care of his space for the past 2 to 3 days, so he had to go in and patrol. P.S. He wanted to cry but had no tears. He was attacked in the ass all the way. Today, after working overtime at the company, he realized that his ranking on the monthly votes ranking had dropped by 1 place. Brothers and sisters, can you be more aggressive? Steel Gun has been so busy recently that he has no free time in the day. In order to ensure that he could update more than 6,000 chapters a day, he only slept at 2 or 3 o'clock every day. Give him some encouragement. Thank you, thank you. Back in the bedroom, Xia Ruofei carefully locked the door and windows. Then, he took out the spiritual map and entered the original space. He first took the flat wine bottle, opened the bottle cap, and gulped down a few mouthfuls of the petal solution. His back was still aching. Xia Ruofei felt that the few mouthfuls of petal solution he had on the plane might not be enough. As for the wound on the back of his head and the other bruises on his body, they had already healed. When he entered the house earlier, Xia Ruofei had casually removed the bandage on his head and thrown it into the trash can. From this, it could be seen that the injury on Xia Ruofei's lower back was actually very serious. If he did not have the petals of the strange flower, he would have been lying in bed for a long time and might even have some residual effects. Xia Ruofei always kept some petal solution in his interspace. The concentration was not too high. A strange flower petal was mixed with a few liters of water in the interspace pool. When he came in, he would occasionally pour some petal solution on precious plants such as the Phoebe Jinnan and ginseng. This included the 2 fish ponds of the red arowana. Xia Ruofei would drip a few drops every time he came in. He shook the small jug and felt that there was not much left, so he walked to the tidying box that contained the low concentration petal solution and filled the jug with it. After covering the lid, he carefully put it aside in case of an emergency. Xia Ruofei started to patrol the space. He was the first to arrive at the nameless plant. It had been 3 days since he last came here. The 5 petals of the strange flower had regrown, but there were no fruits. Xia Ruofei was slightly disappointed. There were 2 possibilities. First, the fruit's growth cycle was longer than the petals, so it would take some time. Second, the fruit could not be regrown. The only fruit that could be grown was the one from last time. No matter which possibility it was, Xia Ruofei could only wait and observe. Perhaps there would be a surprise the next time the space evolved. Xia Ruofei used a pair of tweezers to pick the 5 newly grown petals and carefully stored them in a Tupperware. The nameless plant was constantly growing new petals, but they were also constantly being consumed to plant, cure, and absorb by Xia Ruofei. There were still 17 petals left in the container. With them, Xia Ruofei had more confidence. It had been 2 to 3 days since he last absorbed a petal of the exotic flower in Shenqing City. Xia Ruofei thought for a while and decided to absorb one today. He used a pair of tweezers to pick up a green petal and directly stuck it on the back of his hand. The petals were instantly absorbed into his body. That familiar heat flow was produced in the dantian in his lower abdomen, and then quickly spread to his limbs and bones. Xia Ruofei's waist injury was slowly recovering and was also healing at an extremely fast speed. In at most a minute, Xia Ruofei felt that all his injuries had healed. After getting rid of the waist injury that had troubled him for 2 to 3 hours, Xia Ruofei felt relaxed all over. Even his steps were much lighter. Not only that, every time he finished absorbing the petals of the strange flower, Xia Ruofei's spiritual connection with the spirit map space would become closer. Although it was not very obvious, it was still a considerable amount. As for the strengthening of his physical fitness, there was no need to even mention it. Even Xia Ruofei did not know how strong his physical fitness was now. It was evident from the last run in the gym. Xia Ruofei conservatively estimated that if he participated in the Army's 10-kilometer cross-country loaded armed cross-country run, he could definitely win first place easily. Even the Wolf King, Guozhan, would not be his match. After recovering from his waist injury, Xia Ruofei went to take care of the vegetable field. Now that the scale of the vegetable field had been reduced a lot, they only needed to ensure the daily needs of the 2 catering companies. Hence, Xia Ruofei quickly tidied up. He had already gotten the harvest and sowed the seeds. He was already very familiar with these things. Then, Xia Ruofei went to the fish pond where the red arowana were raised. The color of the 2 big red arowana became more and more intense. There was no doubt that they were top-tier blood red dragons. The small red arowana had obviously grown a lot. Xia Ruofei had left about 20 small red arowana in the small fish pond last time, but it looked a little crowded now. Hence, Xia Ruofei used his mind to control the red arowana and carefully transferred them to the big fish pond that he had dug previously. There was enough space here. However, the more Xia Ruofei looked at the 2 big red arowana, the more he liked them. He decided to order a big fish tank when he was free in 2 days and bring them to outside world to raise them. Firstly, it was so that he could admire it more often. Secondly, the flow of Time in the original space was getting faster and faster. Although red arowana could only live for 40 to 50 years, they would only be able to live for 1 or 2 years in the original space. By then, they would die of old age. Xia Ruofei poured some of the diluted petal solution into the large fish pond. The red arowana were instantly overjoyed and swam back and forth in the fish pond, greedily absorbing the petal solution. Then, Xia Ruofei went to the gold Phoebe Jiannan tree. The Phoebe Jiannan tree that had been transplanted into this place was now lush and green. It was obviously much thicker. Xia Ruofei roughly estimated that its diameter had grown to at least 80 to 90 centimeters. The growth of the smaller Phoebe Jiannan trees that had survived through cutting were even more obvious. When they first survived, most of them had thin branches. Now, the biggest one was as thick as a bowl. Xia Ruofei looked at the forest of Phoebe Jiannan trees in his boundless space as if he was looking at a bunch of red Chinese yuan. Naturally, Xia Ruofei wanted to keep the trees that needed hundreds or thousands of years to grow in the original space where time was 30 times faster. The ginsengs growing under the golden namu were also growing very well. Many of them had red seeds on the top, which looked bright red at first glance, giving people a sense of joy. Xia Ruofei didn't dig out the ginseng, since he didn't need them for the time being. Naturally, he let them grow. The longer they were planted, the more valuable they were. Looking at the seeds, Xia Ruofei could foresee that the scale of his ginseng garden would expand further. After watering the Phoebe Jiannan wood and the ginseng with a small amount of petal solution, Xia Ruofei fetched some water from the spatial spirit pond and watered the plants. Finally, Xia Ruofei arrived at the small oak forest. This oak forest was specially planted by Xia Ruofei to cultivate truffles. There were more than 20 of them, and now, each of them was more than 20 centimeters in diameter. In the spirit map space, which was rich in spiritual qi, the plants grew rapidly as if they had taken stimulants. Xia Ruofei stood in front of the oak forest and pondered for a long time. Finally, he made up his mind and decided to move them to a new space where time was in sync with the outside world. P.S. Alright, I'll temporarily restore one chapter to 2K, 3. These oak trees grew too fast in the original space, and because of the difference in time flow, every half a month in the outside world was a year in the space, which was equivalent to a batch of high quality truffles every half a month. However, truffles had a fixed season and could not be stored at all. After 1 or 2 months of truffles production, no matter how good the truffles were, they could not be sold. Otherwise, it would definitely attract the attention of people. Besides, truffles were precious when they were rare. If Xia Ruofei stored a large amount of truffles in his storage space and released them all, it would cause the annual production of truffles around the world to increase by a large amount, which would definitely cause the price to fall. And there was no point in existing in space. By then, he would be exhausted and not earn much money. Hence, Xia Ruofei decided to move the oak tree to the new space. The time there was in sync with the outside world. When the truffle season came, the truffles in his new space could be harvested. It would produce a steady stream of income every year. It was convenient to manage and would not occupy the precious land in the original space. After making up his mind, Xia Ruofei did not immediately take action. After all, the flow of time in the new space was the same as the outside world. It would take a lot of time to dig holes and plant trees there. It was almost dinner time, so he decided to go out for dinner first. Xia Ruofei left the medium and went downstairs. When they reached the first floor, Xia Ruofei saw Yi Lingyun preparing dinner in the open kitchen. Only then did he remember that he had been back for quite a while, but he didn't seem to see Hu Zi's mother and Lin Qiao. So he asked, "Oh right, Ling Yun, where are Auntie and Qiao Brother Xia, they went out early in the morning. They said that one of the neighbors in the village was having a wedding and they would only come back after eating." Yi Linyun said. "Oh. Then you can contact Xiao later. When it's about time, drive my car to pick her up." Xia Ruofei said, "Otherwise, I'll be a little worried if it's dark." "Alright. I'll call Lin Qiao later," Yi Linyun said. Xia Ruofei thought for a while and said, "Oh right. Don't tell Auntie and Qiao about my injury. Just tell them that I'm tired. I've gone back to my room to rest." "Alright, but tomorrow," Xia Ruofei waved his hand. "I'm fine. It's just a small injury. You won't be able to see it tomorrow." "Alright." Soon, Yi Lingyun finished preparing dinner. He urged Pang Hao to go back on his motorcycle in the evening. It was just the two of them for dinner, so they just had to make 2 dishes. Soon, the two finished their dinner. After Yi Lingyun contacted Lin Qiao, he drove Xia Ruofei's Night 15 to Xiaoyu village. Xia Ruofei, on the other hand, went to the farm to digest and pick up some farm tools from the shed. By then, the workers had finished their overtime shift and left. Yi Lingyun had already driven to Xiaoyu village. The entire farm was quiet. Xia Ruofei immediately took out the spirit map scroll and kept the shovel, pickaxe, hoe, and other tools into the medium. Back in the villa, Xia Ruofei went straight upstairs, carefully locked the door, closed the windows, and drew the curtains. Then, he took out the spirit painting scroll and entered the medium. Xia Ruofei first brought his tools to the new space. As soon as they entered the medium, Blackie, Fluffy 1, and Fluffy 2 pounced on them happily. Xia Ruofei played with them for a while and then brought his tools to a gentle slope at the foot of the mountain. This place was close to the stream and not far from the stone tablet. Xia Ruofei decided to plant the oak tree here. Xia Ruofei started to dig. The oak trees had grown a lot, and their roots were bigger. Hence, the hole that Xia Ruofei dug was not small. It took Xia Ruofei half an hour to dig out a 2-meter wide and 1-meter deep hole. Now that his physical fitness was abnormal, this speed was much faster than when he was in the army, digging a pit for scattered soldiers. Xia Ruofei knew that the flow of time here was the same as the outside world. Hence, he did not waste any time and chose another place to continue digging. He quickly waved the pickaxe like a tireless robot. Pieces of fertile soil in the space were turned up, and then he used the shovel to shovel out the floating soil. Xia Ruofei was busy all the time. When he felt a little tired, he would take out a small flat wine bottle from his pocket, take 2 sips of the diluted flower petal solution, and then continue working. After a full 10 hours, 20 large pits appeared on the gentle slope at the foot of the hill. Each of them was 2 meters in diameter and 1 meter deep. Xia Ruofei did not even take a break. He had been digging for 10 hours. If it was an ordinary person, they would have been exhausted. Xia Ruofei calculated the time. It should be past 4 in the morning in the outside world. He knew that he had to make the best use of his time, so he only rested for a while, before leaving the new space and returning to the original space. Before he left, Xia Ruofei specifically warned Blackie and the rest not to get close to the big pits he had just dug. He arrived at the original space. Xia Ruofei walked straight to the oak forest. The flow of time here was 30 times slower than the outside world, so there was plenty of time for work here. However, Xia Ruofei did not dawdle. He found an oak tree and started working. Before he started digging, he found a few pieces of wood to support himself. After fixing the supporting wood, Xia Ruofei started digging. He tried his best to avoid hurting the roots of the oak tree, so he was much slower than when he was digging in the new space. After nearly an hour, Xia Ruofei finally dug up an oak tree. The roots of the oak tree had not been completely dug out. There were still some small roots that were connected to the ground. Xia Ruofei looked at the oak tree. It was much smaller than the golden Nanmu. It seemed that it was easier to go from the original space to the new space than from the outside world. Besides, Xia Ruofei had been absorbing the petals of the strange flowers these days and had a closer connection with the space. He felt that it should not be a big problem. Xia Ruofei took a sip of the diluted petal solution to replenish his energy. Then, he reached out and grabbed the oak tree. His mind connected to the new space and locked onto one of the tree pits. With a thought. With a strong pulling force, all the tiny roots were pulled apart. Xia Ruofei. And the oak tree disappeared from the original space and appeared in a new space. The oak tree was stuck in the newly dug hole. It was almost exactly the same. Xia Ruofei was very satisfied. The supporting wood was tied to the oak tree, so they were brought into the new space. Xia Ruofei fixed them in place again to ensure that the oak tree would not fall. Then, he was not in a hurry to fill them with soil. In a flash, he returned to the original space. Xia Ruofei did the same thing and started to plant the second oak tree. Every time he dug out a tree, Xia Ruofei would bring the oak tree to the new space to support and fix it in place. After more than 10 hours in the original space, Xia Ruofei had moved 20 oak trees into the new space. There were only 2 trees left in the original space. Xia Ruofei had deliberately kept these red truffles. Although they could not be sold outside during the non-production season, it was not a problem for him to eat them himself. If he kept 1 or 2 trees, he could have fresh truffles to enjoy whenever he wanted. After moving the oak tree away and filling up the hole, Xia Ruofei brought a large box of petal solution, some black truffle, and white truffle to the new space. In order to ensure that truffles could be produced normally during the truffle season at the end of the year, Xia Ruofei decided to use truffles to artificially infect the oak tree roots before filling the soil back. Xia Ruofei was familiar with the process since he had already done it once. He took out a piece of white truffle and a piece of black truffle, which were relatively light, from the packing box and cut them into thin slices with a military dagger. Xia Ruofei made a few cuts on the roots of each oak tree and carefully stuck the truffle mushrooms on them. Finally, he filled the space with soil. The supporting wood would be put aside for the time being, and they could be removed after the oak trees had taken root. Xia Ruofei opened up the spiritual pond water from the stream and watered each tree. Then, he watered the roots of each tree with some diluted flower petal solution. Another 1 to 2 hours had passed. Xia Ruofei estimated that it was almost dawn outside. Fortunately, he had the petal solution and the spatial spirit pool water to replenish his energy. It was not a problem to stay up all night. Xia Ruofei was also covered in mud. He packed his things and prepared to Leave the medium. At this time, Blackie and the other puppies were looking at Xia Ruofei with eager eyes. They would turn their heads to look at the tidying box that contained the diluted petal solution from time to time. Xia Ruofei was amused and asked, "You want to drink?" Blackie immediately barked twice, and the 7 little dogs all wagged their tails. They naturally didn't know what the petal solution was. The reason why they desired it so much was entirely out of instinct. "All right. I'll improve your lives today," Xia Ruofei said with a smile. This whole box of solution only had 1 petal in it. He had only used half of it to water the oak forest, so Xia Ruofei did not feel much heartache. He found a shallow basin for feeding the puppies, carried a tidying box, and poured some flower petal solution into the basin. Then, he smiled and said, "Come and drink." The little dogs immediately pounced over impatiently. At that moment, Blackie let out a low woo-woo sound. The furry animals immediately fell silent and stopped in their tracks. Blackie wagged its tail in satisfaction. It slowly walked to the shallow basin and enjoyed the petal solution alone. Fluffy 1, Fluffy 2, and the other 6 puppies were very envious, but they did not dare to take a step further. They could only watch from the side. Blackie only stopped after drinking half of the petal solution. Then, it ran to Xia Ruofei's feet and licked his shoes gently. It even wagged its tail, looking very intimate. It was only after Blackie barked twice that Fluffy 1 and Fluffy 2 dared to take action. They all rushed to the shallow basin in fear and fought for the remaining petal solution in the shallow basin. Xia Ruofei saw this and laughed. "Little Black, your prestige is very high." Little Black whimpered proudly. Xia Ruofei gently patted Blackie's head and said, "You guys stay in the space, I have to go out, don't bully them too much." Woof woof. Blackie barked twice. It barked twice to show that it understood Xia Ruofei's order. With a thought, Xia Ruofei left the new space in a flash and returned to the outside world. The light of dawn shone through the curtains into the room. The sky outside was indeed starting to brighten. Xia Ruofei went to the bathroom to change out of her dirty clothes. She took a hot shower, changed into a clean set of clothes, and strolled downstairs. Yi Lingyun was already practicing military boxing in the yard, while Hu Zi's mother was busy preparing breakfast in the kitchen. Seeing Xia Ruofei come down, Hu Zi's mother greeted him with a smile. "Are you okay and fly? Why didn't you sleep a little longer?" "I've slept enough." Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "Auntie, I heard that you went back to the village to attend the wedding banquet yesterday? Did everything go smoothly?" "It's pretty good. I haven't been back in a long time. It feels pretty good to chat with my old neighbors," Hu Zi's mother said. "That's good. It's not bad to go back and take a look." "Ruofei, wait a moment. Breakfast will be ready soon," Hu Zi's mother said. "It's fine, I'll go to the farm first." Xia Ruofei said, "Thank you for your hard work, Auntie." "Hey, what's so hard about cooking?" Hu Zi's mother said with a smile. Xia Ruofei walked out of the mansion, greeted Yi Lingyun, and walked towards the shed. The morning air on the farm was very fresh, and the chirping of birds could be heard from afar from time to time, giving people a relaxed and happy feeling. Xia Ruofei went to the large shed and saw that no one was around. He summoned the spirit painting scroll from his palm and took out the farming tools he had taken yesterday and put them back in place. Then, Xia Ruofei patrolled around the greenhouse. After Chow Tai Shu and the others had worked overtime for a day yesterday, the greenhouse was now filled with vegetables. Although they were just some seedlings, they were still lush green and full of vitality. In less than a month, the first batch of vegetables would be harvested. By then, it would be enough to supply the 2 cooperative catering companies. And the cooperation with Hengfeng Group would also be fully launched. After Xia Ruofei walked around, he thought for a while and strolled towards the back of the mountain. He followed the newly built cement road up to the water tower at the top of the mountain. The water here was specially used for irrigation. When they were designing the farm, Xia Ruofei had specifically suggested to separate the domestic water and the irrigation water. Such requirements were normal. Irrigation water was generally drawn directly from the river, which could save costs. If all water was used, the monthly water bill would be a big expense. Therefore, Manager Li was not surprised by Xia Ruofei's request. He designed the current irrigation system, the Huanhuan Water Tower, according to his request. It was set up on the top of the mountain. Through the relay of several water pumps, the water from Shanqing Stream, which meandered through the foot of the mountain, was pumped into the water tower for the irrigation of the entire farm. In fact, Xia Ruofei's request was more for his own convenience. He only needed to add some petal solution into the water tower regularly to ensure the high quality of all the crops on the farm. Moreover, the water tower was located at the top of the mountain and was in a remote location. As long as Xia Ruofei paid more attention, the secret of the spirit map scroll would not be exposed. The vegetables from yesterday had already been planted, so this was Xia Ruofei's first time here. He was going to add the petal solution into the water tower. He carefully observed his surroundings. After making sure that there was no danger, he summoned the spirit map scroll from his palm and then took out the large tidying box that contained the diluted petal solution. Previously, he had watered half of the oak tree and fed a little to Blackie and the rest. Now, there was about a third of it left. Xia Ruofei opened the lid above the water tower and poured all the petal solution in. In this way, he would not have to worry about the crops in the farm for at least 1 or 2 months. Besides, there was only about 1/3 of the petals here. Xia Ruofei could still afford to consume such a small amount. After putting the box into the medium and keeping the painting, Xia Ruofei dusted his hands and prepared to go home for breakfast. When they were halfway up the mountain, Xia Ruofei's phone rang. Xia Ruofei took out his phone and saw that it was a call from Wu Liqian. He immediately answered, "Sis Wu. Happy New Year." It was only the 5th day of the first lunar month. According to the Chinese custom, it was the new year before the 15th day of the lunar month, so Wu Liqian also laughed and said, "Happy New Year, little Xia. If the county head has any instructions, please give them." Xia Ruofei laughed and teased. "I had good news to tell you, but since you're making fun of me, I've decided not to tell you, Wu Liqian said. "Don't mind me, sis Wu." Xia Ruofei quickly said, "Tell me the good news." "Don't worry that my heart won't be able to take it." Wu Liqian burst out laughing and said, "That mouth of yours. Okay, I'll stop joking with you. Last time you said you wanted to buy the villa, I helped you ask my relative. There's no problem on his side. He was planning to sell it before the immigration." "That's great," Xia Ruofei said happily, "Sis Wu, thank you. Aren't you going to ask about the price?" Wu Liqian asked with a faint smile. "Since Sis Wu is personally making an appearance, what problem could there be? Xia Ruofei chuckled and said, I don't need to ask. To know that the price is absolutely reasonable. Hey! What a sweet mouth. Wu Liqian laughed and said, my relative said that if you really want it, he will sell it to you for 2.2 million yuan. Although this villa is in the countryside, we thought of some ways to get the property rights, so the 2 certificates are complete. What? Do you think of the price? What else do you have to say? Xia Ruofei replied without hesitation, it's a super discount. I'm taking it. The price of 2.2 million yuan was about 5,000 yuan per square meter. The price of a house in Chongqing County was about 10,000 yuan. Although this was a remote rural area, it was actually very close to the county. A villa area had just been developed by the sea 4 kilometers away. The opening price was close to 7,000 yuan, so this was a really good price. Besides, Xia Ruofei had just earned 14 million from the truffle auction in Xinqing City. Now that he had plenty of money, he naturally decided to buy it without hesitation. All right. Then I'll give my relative a reply. Wu Liqian said, by the way, my relative's house doesn't have a mortgage loan from the bank, so if you don't have enough money, you can apply for a mortgage. No need, sis Wu, let's just pay in full. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, it's more convenient to go through the procedures this way. Yo! You're really rich and overbearing now. Wu Liqian teased, you paid 2.2 million in full, without even blinking? Hee hee. I made some money, but I'm still far from being rich. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, I will continue to work hard in that direction. You can continue. Oh right, sis Wu, your relatives have gone abroad, right? Xia Ruofei asked, will it be troublesome to handle the transfer of ownership? It's fine. I've already asked around. Before he went abroad, he had already entrusted a friend to help him deal with the property. Wu Liqian said, the power of attorney has been notarized. The real estate and land certificates are also in his friend's hands. There's no problem with the transfer. That's good. Xia Ruofei said, then it's decided. After the holiday, the real estate center will do the transfer of ownership. I'll ask his friend to contact you in the next 2 days. Wu Liqian said, you guys can discuss the details. With the power of attorney, it won't be a big problem to transfer the ownership. If there are any problems, just give me a call. The villa was located in Chongqing County, which was now under Wu Liqian's jurisdiction. Once she gave her order, even if it was slightly against the rules, as long as there was no problem with their principals, the housing authority would definitely give them the green light. All right. Thank you, sis Wu. Xia Ruofei said, if you have time, come to the farm and give me some guidance. Also, give me a chance to do my part as the host. All right. I'll come visit when I'm not busy with work. Wu Liqian said with a smile. The two of them chatted for a while more before ending the call. Xia Ruofei called his classmate, Guan Ping, as he walked towards the villa. Guan Ping worked in a real estate agency, so he was familiar with the transfer of ownership. Are you au fait? Guan Ping answered the phone. What are you doing? Is it convenient for you to talk? Xia Ruofei asked with a smile. He's playing games at home. Guan Ping replied. If you have anything to say, say it. I want to buy a house. We've already discussed the price, and everything else. Xia Ruofei went straight to the point. You're more familiar with the transaction contract and the transfer process. Help me run this. No problem. Guanping said readily and then asked, why do you have to settle the contract yourself when you buy a house? You didn't buy it through an agency? The process of buying a house was more complicated, especially for second-hand house transactions. Most people completed it through an intermediary company, and the situation of the buyer and the seller directly trading was very rare. The seller is an acquaintance. We can just discuss the price. Why do we need to find an agency? Xia Ruofei smiled and said, besides, aren't you here? There's no need to let the agency earn the money. That's true. Guanping laughed and said, this is simple. Later, I'll just change the company's transaction contract template and it'll be able to be used directly. The transfer of ownership will be even easier. I go to the real estate transaction center every 2 or 3 days, so I know the process inside. That's what I wanted you to say. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, I'll pay you the intermediary fee according to the market price. Are you Ruofei? Are you scolding me? Guanping pretended to be angry. Why would I charge you for such a small thing? Are we still brothers? It's because we're brothers that I can't let you do any voluntary work. I know that it's actually quite troublesome and tiring to transfer the ownership. Xia Ruofei said with a smile. No matter how troublesome it is, I can't take your money. Anyway, I'll go to the real estate center every day and help you with your business. Guanping insisted. All right, I'll treat you to a drink. Another day. Xia Ruofei said. He only had 2 good friends in middle school, Guanping and Peng Hao. Until now, they were very close. Since Guanping had said so, Xia Ruofei did not insist. That's the way. I'm still very happy to have a drink with you, Guanping said with a smile, and then asked, by the way, where did you buy the house? How much is the total price? It's a small villa on my farm. I used to rent it, but I've made some money recently, so I want to buy it. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, the houses in the suburbs are not expensive. An entire villa is only 2.2 million. Only 2.2 million. Your sister, Guanping shouted. Damn. Ruofei, you become a nouveau riche without saying anything. Following that, Guanping said. With a cheeky smile, can I take back what I just said? It's actually not a big deal to occasionally charge a good brother a middleman's fee. Get lost. P.S. Announcing the VIP reader group number, 295848872, genuine readers are welcome to join the group. After joining the group, you need to verify the screenshot of the full subscription. When Xia Ruofei returned to the villa, Lin Xiao, who always liked to sleep in, had already woken up and was watching Yi Lingyun do push-ups in the courtyard. As soon as she saw Xia Ruofei, Lin Xiao's face bloomed with a smile. Brother Ruofei, where did you go so early in the morning? I'm waiting for you to have breakfast. Yo! Did the sun rise from the west today? Xia Ruofei smiled and said, our little lazy bug is up so early? Lin Xiao blushed and said, you're the lazy worm. Quickly, go in and eat. Lin Xiao rolled her eyes at Xia Ruofei in disgust and turned to return to the villa. Xia Ruofei greeted Yi Lingyun with a smile and walked in as well. Huzi's mother had already prepared breakfast. When she saw Xia Ruofei enter, she smiled and invited him to have breakfast. During the meal, Lin Xiao pestered Xia Ruofei to ask him about Shen Chung. Xia Ruofei would pick some interesting things to tell her, such as the private jet, the presidential suite of a super 5-star hotel, and the auction. Of course, Xia Ruofei didn't tell them in detail about the auction that he had made 14 million yuan in one auction. He was afraid that he would scare the two of them. However, Lin Xiao was also interested in the luxurious planes and presidential suites that Xia Ruofei mentioned. She couldn't help but mumble, "Rich people really know how to enjoy life." Xia Ruofei laughed. "When we have money, we'll buy a private jet too. One that's even bigger than old Mr. Mas. Brother Ruofei. Then you have to work hard," Lin Xiao said with a smile. "Haha, you have to study hard too. When you graduate from college, come and help me." Xia Ruofei laughed. "All right. It's a deal." Lin Xiao said seriously. "It's a deal." After breakfast, Huzi's mother chased Lin Xiao back to her room to do her winter vacation homework. Soon, the last semester of high school began. Lin Xiao's homework was very heavy. Before the winter vacation, the teachers of various subjects gave out a lot of mock papers for everyone to do during the holiday. Meanwhile, Xia Ruofei drove the super SUV, Night 15, straight to the Sanshan city. Along the way, the armored monster naturally earned a lot of heads. Xia Ruofei drove along the winding highway into the city. Then, he followed the GPS and headed straight for the nearest industrial and commercial bank of China. Under normal circumstances, banks would only rest for 3 days. From the 4th day of the first lunar month onwards, all the bank branches would be open for business. It was the 5th day of the first lunar month today, so Xia Ruofei was prepared to cash the 14 million yuan check first. As the bank was closed during the new year, there were many people in the bank for business these 2 days. Xia Ruofei parked the car and went to look at the ICBC bank. There were at least 20 people on the bench waiting for their numbers to be called. Just as Xia Ruofei was about to go and get the number, he suddenly thought of something. He might as well look for the bank's lobby manager and show her the 14 million cash check. Then, he told her that he was here to cash in the money and that the money would be directly deposited into his ICBC account. In addition to maintaining order in the lobby, answering customers' questions, and promoting wealth management products, the lobby manager's responsibility was to find high-end customers. A business deal worth 14 million yuan was definitely a big customer. Hence, the lobby manager enthusiastically led Xia Ruofei to a counter with the words "service suspended" and quickly found a counter staff to help Xia Ruofei with the business. There was no problem with the check provided by Ma Xiong. It was quickly cashed in and the 14 million was all deposited into Xia Ruofei's account. The counter staff who was serving Xia Ruofei even took the initiative to upgrade Xia Ruofei's card to a platinum card. After settling his business at the bank, Xia Ruofei drove to the ornamental fish market. He parked his car and walked into the ornamental fish market. He strolled all the way to a store that sold fish tanks. As soon as Xia Ruofei entered the shop, the owner welcomed him warmly and asked, "Sir, do you need a fish tank?" "Yes, I want to buy a bigger fish tank." Xia Ruofei nodded. "Then may I ask what kind of fish you are raising?" "How big is it?" the boss asked. Xia Ruofei said, "Red dragon." "That's a big one. How big is your fish tank?" "Yo. It's a red arowana." The boss smiled and said, "The boss looks like a rich man." "Boss, the requirements for a dragon VAT are higher, so it's usually custom made," he introduced. "We provide professional fish tank customization services. Under normal circumstances, the length of the dragon tank is 3 times the length of the arowana and the width is 1.2 times the width of the arowana. There are not many restrictions on the height of the dragon tank, about 60 centimeters is enough." "How big do you need?" Xia Ruofei calculated silently and said, "Then it should be at least 2.8 to 3 meters long. And a little wider. 80 centimeters wide." The owner was taken aback. Very few people would order such a large fish tank. People who raised arowana would make 1.5 meters, 1.8 meters, and a bigger one would be 2 meters. This was already considered a big size, but Xia Ruofei wanted 2.8 to 3 meters. How big was his fish? Thinking of this, the boss said, "Yo, sir, your red dragon is almost 1 meter long? That's really the best. The red arowana are at most 80 to 90 centimeters long." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "It's not that long yet, but it'll grow up. Sooner or later." The fish tank was completed in one step. "By the way, can you make such a big fish tank here?" "Of course, no problem." The owner quickly said, "The quality of the custom-made fish tank in our store is absolutely first class. This one is one of the best in the entire ornamental fish market." "Don't worry." Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded. "Sir, please choose the style first," the boss said. "All right." Xia Ruofei followed the shop owner to the counter. The shop owner took out an album and showed it to Xia Ruofei. "Sir," the owner said, "here are all the fish tank styles that can be customized in our store. Take a look and see which one you like." Xia Ruofei casually flipped through it and asked, "Can you introduce me to a few high-end models?" "No problem, no problem," the boss said happily. Merchants loved customers who didn't lack money. Usually, such customers wouldn't be too calculative about the price as long as the quality of the items was good. The owner enthusiastically recommended 3 fish tanks to Xia Ruofei. The 3 fish tanks had different selling points, and of course, their prices were different as well. Xia Ruofei thought for a while and chose a fish tank that cost around 8,000. Among the 3 fish tanks recommended by the owner, this was the lowest price, while the other 2 cost around 10,000 to 20,000 each. The owner was a little surprised. He had thought that Xia Ruofei would choose the other 2 more expensive models. Although this model was made of exquisite materials, with complete filters and lighting, its selling point was the quality of the materials and the exquisite workmanship. The other 2 were different. One was equipped with a professional multi-layer filter system, which could significantly improve the water quality. The other introduced the concept of intelligence. Through the supporting app, one could check the water quality indicators at any time, and even remotely carry out the operation of filtering and changing water. Of course, the boss did not know that the water quality was the least of Xia Ruofei's concerns when he was raising red arowana. If he were to use the spiritual pond water to raise the fish, would he have to worry about the water quality? The materials and equipment were all ready. It would take about 3 days to order a fish tank. After Xia Ruofei paid the deposit, he left the address of the villa to the boss and agreed to pay the rest after the fish tank was delivered to his house in 3 days. After settling the fish tank, Xia Ruofei was ready to return to the farm. As he drove, he thought about the 14 million in his account and couldn't help but feel an unbearable itch in his heart. He wanted to get some more jade for the spirit map scroll to absorb. Xia Ruofei thought for a while and decided not to go to Lingyu House. In the past few months, he had bought too many jades from Spirit Jade House. It was fine if he didn't buy a lot in the early stages, but now, the jades he needed to upgrade the spirit map space were easily in the tens of millions, or even tens of millions. Spirit Jade House might not be able to provide them. In addition, he had been buying a lot of jade, which was quite abnormal in itself. It was easy to arouse suspicion after a long time. Xia Ruofei was thinking as he drove. He suddenly remembered that Ma Xiong had started his business by selling jewelry and jades. He was still known as the king of jewelry. Jewelry and jades were still an important business of Hengfeng Group. The difference between Spirit Jade House and Hengfeng Group was like the difference between a small beetle and a giant mammoth. The two were not on the same level at all. The jade that Xia Ruofei needed might be a big deal to Spirit Jade House. They might need to transfer goods everywhere to meet Xia Ruofei's needs, but to Hengfeng Group, it was insignificant. Thinking of this, Xia Ruofei took out his Bluetooth headset and put it on. He dialed Ma Jiming's phone while driving. "Nice to meet you, Xia Sheng." Ma Jiming was very enthusiastic. "Mr. Ma, you were in a hurry to return to Hong Kong 2 days ago. How did things go?" Xia Ruofei asked. "Oh, everything is going well. It's already been settled." Ma Jiming smiled gently and said, "Thank you for your concern, Xia Sheng." That's good, Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Mr. Ma, I'm looking for you today because I need your help with something." "Xia Sheng, please speak." "No matter what happens, we will do our best," Ma Jiming said without any hesitation. "It's like this. A friend of mine has recently started a jade and jewelry business. But he doesn't have any channels for raw materials, so he would like to ask you for help." Xia Ruofei said, "The main thing is that the quality of the jade has to be of the ice glutinous type." This was the excuse that Xia Ruofei had thought of in advance. Of course, it was also out of careful consideration. "That's not a problem," Ma Jiming agreed without even thinking. "Our Hengfeng jewelry has been in the jewelry and jade industry for decades. We have a rich supply of raw materials. Hengfeng Group couldn't guarantee that they would have the King's Green, which was a rare top-grade jade. But if it was the icy glutinous type, it was no problem." "Then I'll thank you on behalf of my friend," Xia Ruofei said. "Mr. Ma, the price will be according to the market price, including the transportation and storage costs. In addition, you will also have to include the profits that you deserve." Ma Jiming smiled and said, "Xia Sheng, since it's your friend's business, how are we going to earn his money?" "We'll just give him the cost price." Xia Ruofei said, "Mr. Ma, I'm already very grateful for your help. Let's set the price according to the market price. My friend hopes that we will mainly purchase jade from your company in the future. This is a long-term cooperation, how can we not make a profit?" "This, Mr. Ma. It's decided," Xia Ruofei said, "otherwise, I wouldn't dare to ask for your help." "All right then," Ma Jiming said helplessly. "Xia Sheng, we'll do as you say." "MMH. Mr. Ma, if it's convenient, we hope that we can get the supply as soon as possible." Xia Ruofei said, "I need jade that is worth about 10 million Chinese dollars. Do you have any problems with that?" "Yes, I can Ma Jiming said casually, the branch in the southeast province should have enough jade. If they don't have enough, I can transfer the goods directly from Hong Kong. The latest by tomorrow will be ready. If Xia Ruofei were to look for Boss Chen of the Spirit Jade House, he would be shocked. Even if he tried his best to coordinate, it would take more than 2 to 3 days to gather 10 million worth of jade. After Ma Jiming heard it, he didn't have any emotional fluctuations at all, as if it was no different from 1,000 yuan business. This was the foundation of a super financial group. Thank you so much, Mr. M.A. Just get someone to contact me directly after the goods are ready. Xia Ruofei said happily, if I need your help in the future, I'll still have to trouble you. It's just a small matter. Xia Sheng, you don't have to be so polite. If you need anything, just look for me. Ma Jiming chuckled and said, by the way, Xia Sheng, my daddy is also here. He has something to tell you. Soon, Ma Xiong's hearty laughter was heard from the phone. Happy New Year, Xia Sheng. Happy New Year, Happy New Year. Xia Ruofei asked, what is old Mr. Ma's order? I'm not worthy of your orders. Ma Xiong laughed. Xia Sheng, I just want to ask if you still have any of the truffle that was auctioned in Shenzhen a few days ago? Xia Ruofei thought for a while and said, there should be the last batch of goods for this year in the near future. However, I'm afraid that it won't be easy to find the highest quality items that weigh more than 500 grams like the ones at the auction. It doesn't matter if it's light. I'm more interested in the quality of the truffle. Ma Xiong said, the quality of your truffles is extremely high. The Western restaurants under Hengfeng are in great need of them. Xia Sheng, how about selling all of this truffles to our Hengfeng? Xia Ruofei smiled and said, no problem. It doesn't matter who I sell it to. I'm more than happy that old Mr. M.A. takes care of our business. Thank you, Xia Sheng. Ma Xiong said happily, Xia Sheng, when can we make the deal? In 2 days. Xia Ruofei thought for a moment and said, old Mr. M.A., there shouldn't be too many truffles left. After all, it's the end of the season. We'll take as many as you have. Ma Xiong said, as for the price, $5,000 per kilogram of white truffle and $900 per kilogram of black truffle. If it's over 400 grams, we'll refer to the prices from the auctions. This year, we'll settle the bill separately. What do you think, Xia Sheng? No problem, we'll do as you say. Xia Ruofei said without hesitation. This year was a high-yield year for truffles, and the international market price had dropped slightly compared to last year. Ma Xiong's purchase price was much higher than last year's price, and he was definitely sincere. Then it's a deal. Ma Xiong said happily, I'll send someone to your farm to pick up the goods the day after tomorrow. It's a deal. Xia Ruofei said with a smile. By the way, Xia Sheng, I've just dealt with some small problems regarding Blake the other day, and I'm about to contact a few friends who were there that day to put pressure on Blake's catering group and make Blake apologize publicly. Ma Xiong said, Xia Sheng, I'll let you know if there's any news. Anyway, you don't have to worry about this. All right. I've troubled you. Xia Ruofei said with a smile. As Xia Ruofei was still driving, he did not talk much after they were done. He hung up the phone after informing Ma Xiong. It seemed that he had to go back and tidy up the remaining truffles today. Xia Ruofei said in his heart. Although the remaining truffles were generally smaller than the truffles in the last auction, there was a lot of them. If he sold all of them to the Hengfeng Group, he should be able to make a good profit. The next morning, Xia Ruofei received a call from someone who claimed to be the manager of Hengfeng Jewelry's Southeast branch. The female manager, surnamed Feng, was very polite on the phone. She said that she had already prepared the jade according to the instructions of President Ma of the head office. Xia Ruofei immediately decided to trade the jade. He followed the address provided by manager Feng and drove to an office building at Huayun Road, CBD, in San Shan City. After Xia Ruofei parked the car, he saw a beautiful young lady in a black business suit waiting in the lobby of the office building. "Hello, Mr. Xia, I'm Feng Yun." The young woman greeted Xia Ruofei with great enthusiasm. "Hello, Manager Feng." Xia Ruofei smiled warmly and shook Feng Yun's hand. He then asked, curiously, "Manager Feng, have we met before?" "No, but Boss Ma was afraid that we would neglect you, so he sent me a photo of you," Feng Yun replied with a smile. Xia Ruofei was suddenly enlightened. He couldn't help but exclaim at how Ma Jiming handled things flawlessly. From such a small detail, he could see that Ma Jiming valued him very much. After the two of them exchanged pleasantries, Feng Yun led Xia Ruofei to the elevator and to the floor where their company was located. The office building was the headquarters of Hengfeng Jewelry's Southeast branch. They had counters and stores in all major shopping malls in the province. When she entered the company, the employees greeted Feng Yun respectfully from time to time. Everyone also looked at Xia Ruofei curiously. Feng Yun led Xia Ruofei to her office. "Mr. Xia, please sit." Feng Yun said, "What would you like to drink?" "I only have green tea and coffee here." "Manager Feng, I'm not thirsty." "You don't have to work. Let's just look at the jade directly," Xia Ruofei said with a smile. "All right, please wait a moment," Feng Yun said. She pushed open the door to the office suite and walked in. Soon, she came out with a large metal box. The metal box looked very sturdy, and it was also designed with wheels and rods, just that it was much larger than the average pulling rod box. Feng Yun unlocked the box, opened the lid, and said, "Mr. Xia, all the jade materials are here. Please check them." "All right. Thank you for your trouble." Xia Ruofei stood up and walked over. The box was filled with jades of all sizes. The jades were giving off a green glow, and it felt like their faces were glowing green. With so many precious jades placed together, it was still very visually impactful. Even Feng Yun, who dealt with jewelry and jade every day, couldn't help but feel a little lost. Feng Yun stood aside respectfully. Xia Ruofei reached out and picked up a piece of jade. As soon as his hand touched the jade, he could clearly feel a slight tremble in his palm. It was the reaction of the spirit map scroll after it sensed the jade. Hence, when Xia Ruofei was identifying jade, he could do it with 100% accuracy. Of course, if the quality of the jade was too low to cause the spirit map to shake, even Xia Ruofei would not be able to tell if it was real or not. Xia Ruofei looked through the jade pieces one by one, but he only touched them briefly. He would put them down after a few glances and pick up another piece, so he was actually quite fast. Very quickly, Xia Ruofei had checked all the jade. After buying jade so many times, he was very familiar with the price of jade. After looking at it, Xia Ruofei had a rough estimate in his heart. 10 million Chinese dollars. These jades were definitely more than that. Xia Ruofei nodded and closed the box again. There's no problem with the jade. Manager Feng, please give me your account number. Our company's bank account is at the Southeast Province branch of Industrial and Commercial Bank, Sanshan City Sub, Branch, Huayun Road Branch. The account number is 6222, Xia Ruofei quickly jotted down the account information that Feng Yun had given him. Then, he raised his head and said, Manager Feng. Transfers of more than 5 million can only be done at the counter, so you'll have to wait for me. For a while. I'll go to the bank to transfer the money now. Feng Yun quickly said, Mr. Xia, Boss Ma has told me that you can take the Imperial Jade first. The transfer is not urgent. You can do it when you have time. Xia Ruofei was stunned for a moment, then he smiled and said, That's fine. Then leave me the mailing address here. I'll send you the receipt after the transfer. Your finance department also needs to make a deposit. Feng Yun quickly took out a business card and handed it to Xia Ruofei with both hands. Mr. Xia, my contact number and address are here. All right, he said. Xia Ruofei took the name card and said, I'll take that thing with me. Please thank Mr. Ma for me. Definitely, definitely. Feng Yun said, By the way, Mr. Xia, do you need me to arrange for a few people to escort you back? The metal box contained jade that was worth tens of millions. If she were robbed on the way, it would be a big deal. When the head office's leaders were angry, she, as a small branch manager, would probably have to pack up and leave immediately. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, Thank you for your kindness, Manager Feng, but there's no need. I can do it alone. This. All right. Feng Yun personally sent Xia Ruofei out of the company all the way to the elevator. She only returned after the elevator door closed. Xia Ruofei, on the other hand, dragged the metal box to the underground parking lot on the basement first floor and found his Knight 15. After putting the box in the back seat, he drove to a blind spot in the underground parking lot and opened the box. After summoning the scroll, Xia Ruofei took the jade from the box and let the scroll absorb it. The speed at which the painting absorbed the jade was very fast. In a short while, a box full of jade worth 10 million yuan was completely absorbed. Xia Ruofei did not check on the condition of the painting. He kept it in his palm and returned to the driver's seat. He drove away from the office building. Although Ma Jiming had absolute trust in him, and Feng Yun had also said that he could transfer the money to her when he was free, Xia Ruofei did not want to delay. The money would have to be paid sooner or later. Anyway, he had nothing to do at the moment that required a large sum of money, so it was naturally better to pay the money as soon as possible. Hence, Xia Ruofei found an ICBC branch on the way and transferred 10 million HXB into the public account of Hengfeng Jewelry Southeast Branch. Then, Xia Ruofei realized that there was a post office not far from the bank. Hence, he decided to mail the documents as well. After leaving the post office, Xia Ruofei drove back to the farm eagerly. He couldn't wait to see what changes would happen to the spirit painting scroll after absorbing the jade worth 10 million yuan and whether it could evolve completely again. Xia Ruofei went straight to his room after he returned to the villa. After locking the door and windows, Xia Ruofei eagerly took out the spirit map scroll and entered the medium. He first arrived at the original space. Once he entered, Xia Ruofei was stunned for a moment because he realized that the size of the entire original space had not changed at all. This made him a little confused. The jade that was worth 10 million Chinese dollars had been absorbed by the spirit map scroll. Even if it couldn't completely evolve, it would definitely complete a part of the evolution. Why was there no movement at all? Soon, Xia Ruofei realized that the original space had changed. At least, the spiritual qi in the space was richer than before. Xia Ruofei could also feel that his spiritual connection with the spirit map space had become closer. His control over the entire original space had strengthened. But why? Didn't the space expand at all? Xia Ruofei walked toward the nameless plant with a hint of doubt and anticipation. The petals didn't regrow. He had just harvested the petals 2 days ago, and it wasn't time to harvest them again today. This also proved from another angle that the spirit map space didn't complete a complete evolution after the 10 million Chinese dollars was put in. According to the previous rules, after the evolution was complete, the petals of the wondrous flower would regrow whether or not 3 days had passed. Xia Ruofei's gaze was quickly attracted by a branch of the nameless plant. There was a small green fruit hanging on it. It was smaller than an ordinary date, but it gave off an alluring fragrance. Xia Ruofei was excited. After the last evolution, Xia Ruofei had harvested a ripe fruit. Although he had not used it until now, he knew that this fruit must be much more precious than the petals of the wondrous flower. After that harvest, Xia Ruofei had been paying close attention to this nameless plant. To his disappointment, it did not bear any fruit. After absorbing so much jade, Xia Ruofei finally saw a new spiritual fruit. He was sure that after the evolution, this spiritual fruit would be fully ripe. Suddenly, Xia Ruofei's eyes narrowed. He couldn't help but get closer to the nameless plant to take a closer look. Gradually, his face revealed an excited expression. This time, he confirmed it. On the other branch, to be exact, the branch that bore the fruit last time, there was a small bulge. If one didn't look closely, one wouldn't even notice it. However, it did grow out. The small bump was only the size of a soybean and was green in color. Xia Ruofei was excited. He was even more excited than when he saw the newly grown fruit. This was because it meant that the evolution of space was not a necessary condition for the fruits of the nameless plant. The soybean-sized bump was obviously the embryonic form of a new fruit. The fruit on this branch was the one that Xia Ruofei had picked last time. In other words, the reason why new fruits had not grown was that it had not been long enough. The date-sized fruit had grown because the realm had started to evolve again, while the soybean-sized fruit had grown again after being picked last time. This was undoubtedly great news for Xia Ruofei. If new fruits could only grow every time the space evolved, the number of fruits he could harvest would be very limited. Furthermore, the difficulty of the dimensional space's evolution was always increasing by leaps and bounds. This time, it had absorbed 10 million Chinese dollars worth of jade, and it still hadn't evolved completely. Who knew when it would be able to evolve again? However, if the fruit could grow back after being picked, it would be much easier. Even if it bore one fruit every few months or even a year, it would be much more than simply relying on spatial evolution to bear fruit. Xia Ruofei looked at the two fruits, one big and one small, with joy and excitement. He also decided to pay close attention to this nameless plant for the time being, especially when the soybean-sized fruit would ripen. Xia Ruofei walked around the original space again and finally confirmed that the size of the space had not changed at all. He then tested the flow of time again. He found that the flow of time inside and outside was still 30 times different, and there was no change. Xia Ruofei's heart was filled with questions. With these unanswered questions, he decided to go to the new space and take a look. With a thought, Xia Ruofei disappeared from the original space. The next moment, he appeared next to the wordless stone tablet in the new space. Blackie, De Mao, and Er Mao immediately ran up to him, happily wagging their tails and acting very affectionately to Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei was concerned about the changes in the space, so he let Blackie take them to play. Xia Ruofei's first concern was the size of the new space. He stood on the top of the hill and looked around. He immediately realized that the new space had expanded. And the expansion was not small. When this new space came out, it was already larger than the original space, nearly 20 acres. Now, it had obviously expanded a lot, and it was almost twice as large. Furthermore, Xia Ruofei was keenly aware that the height of the hill had changed. He was from the special forces, so he was very sensitive to the terrain. Looking down from the top of the mountain, he felt completely different from before. It was obvious that the small mountain had grown taller. Soon, Xia Ruofei noticed some changes in the new space. For example, the meandering stream had become wider, and the spiritual qi in the space had become denser. On top of that, the space had obviously become larger. Xia Ruofei felt that these were the changes that should have occurred after absorbing so much jade. He came down the mountain and walked to the front of the stone tablet. After absorbing the jade, this time, Xia Ruofei felt that his spiritual connection with the space had improved again. He wanted to try to explore the secret of the stone tablet again. It was the only thing in the space that had traces of human beings. Besides, Xia Ruofei's intuition told him that this stone tablet must be hiding a huge secret. Xia Ruofei reached out to touch the stone tablet and focused his mind to sense it. That vague connection appeared again. Xia Ruofei's mind seemed to have fallen into a fog. He tried to clear the fog to find out what was going on, but the fog seemed to be endless. No matter where he looked, he could only feel the endless chaos. Such an investigation was also very taxing on his mental strength. Xia Ruofei started to feel tired. Just when he thought he was going to return empty-handed again, he felt a change in the ever-constant fog.